After graduating from university, Xia Qing returned to her hometown in disgrace with no success in her career, as if her life had been put on pause. She thought the future was hopeless, but she didn't expect that the useless space that she had not cared about for many years was suddenly activated when she was most frustrated, and was also bound to a strange man. "I'm short of money and you're short of food. Are we a good match?" No one was interested in the gold and diamonds on the other side. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this, as if she had seen a new way out in life. It turns out that the man Suyu is in the abyss of the end of the world. Plants and animals are mutating wildly, the land is barren, the water source is seriously polluted, and there are endless zombies threatening human survival. He struggled for a year in the apocalypse, was seriously injured, and had run out of ammunition and food, but he still refused to abandon his teammates. And Xia Qing could easily grab a whole warehouse of supplies and was extremely rich. "Roast chicken, roast duck, steamed buns, steamed bread, what do you want? I'll prepare them all for you." Xia Qing finally got rid of the trough of life and faced new challenges with high spirits. The crystal energy in the space not only improved her physique, making her fair and beautiful, but also made her get rid of her myopic glasses. Not to mention the mountains of gold and antiques, which are too numerous to count. Suyu brought back books, lyrics, music, and comics that were rarely preserved in the apocalypse. These once ordinary things unexpectedly made Xia Qing a genius in the literary and art world. Those relatives who looked down on her in the past could only cry and beg for her forgiveness now. The grandmother who used to favor boys over girls has changed her attitude and tells everyone that her granddaughter has the most promising future. Many years later, facing the reporter's question, Xia Qing smiled and said, "My wish has always been simple, I hope for world peace." Some people laughed at her for exaggerating. But it wasn't until the truth came to light that people discovered that she was the driving force behind the cessation of the war in Wulan. She quietly invested in Africa's economic boom. The potion that saved the world came from her team. When the global epidemic broke out, she was the first to step forward. When the end of the world came, she led the last humans to win the battle against zombies and survived the Red Sun. In the end, her wish came true, the world was truly at peace. "I supported you until you graduated from college, but you didn't go to work in the city. But your daughter went back to the countryside to farm." The old lady was so angry that she stamped her feet. "What's wrong with Xing coming back to farm? The pressure in big cities is so great. Just renting a house costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. It would be great to come back," Xia Guohua explained helplessly. "What's good about it? What's good about not making money?" the old lady said angrily. "Mom, please keep your voice down. Xing has just been on the train all night. We need to let her get some good sleep," Xia Guohua persuaded softly. At this time, Xia Qing was lying in the room, looking confused. A few years ago, she awakened a small space of several square meters. She thought it was a golden finger to open up her life, but she didn't expect that it was completely useless except for storing things over the years. However, she saved a lot of express delivery fees this time when she came back. She stuffed all the things in the rental house into the space and brought them back. However, when she opened the space to check, she was surprised to find that something was missing. The clothes and daily necessities were still there, but the snacks, specialties, and even the yogurt and drinks she bought were all gone. This space was static, so it was impossible for food to spoil, let alone disappear. What's even more strange is that there are some messy things in the space: a man's torn clothes and a rusty knife. She took out a box of Oreos and found that half of it had been eaten, and there was only half a bottle of drink left. "Who stole my things?" Xia Qing gritted her teeth in anger and threw the dirty clothes into the trash can. How could a thief get into this space? At the same time, in another time and space, Suyu hadn't eaten for almost 4 or 5 days. If it weren't for his unusual physique, he would have starved to death long ago. His lips were chapped, his whole body was weak, and his cold face looked even more haggard. This is the first year of the apocalypse, and food resources are almost exhausted. He was injured while searching for supplies and thought he would not survive, but he unexpectedly awakened his spatial ability. But what made him laugh and cry was that this space was full of girls' supplies, shampoo, clothes, shoes, and a bag of snacks. He tried to take out the snacks, and he succeeded. These snacks were clean and complete, as if they did not belong to this apocalypse. He was very hungry, so he ate a few things and put some back, and also stuffed his own package into the space. However, after he had eaten, he vaguely heard a girl's angry voice. "Who on earth stole my things?" Suyu was stunned. Could it be that his space was connected to other people's spaces? He responded awkwardly. "Sorry, I don't know how to connect. I'm really starving, so I can only take your things to fill my stomach." "What do you need?" "I can exchange it with crystal beads." "Crystal beads? What are those?" Xia Qing was full of questions. The other party's voice was low and hoarse, but somehow it sounded good, which reduced her anger a little. Although the two cannot see each other, they can communicate through space. Xia Qing couldn't help but ask, "You didn't eat? Don't you have money to buy it?" Suyu smiled bitterly. "Money is the most useless thing to me. A piece of gold is not as valuable as a piece of bread. As long as you can provide food, I can give you gold, silver, jewelry, and even crystal beads." Xia Qing was skeptical. "Is it really that exaggerated? Then what do you want to eat? Rice, spicy hot pot, or roast chicken hot pot?" Suyu's throat felt dry as he listened to these familiar yet distant names. He said in a hoarse voice, "How about fruit? I've never even heard of what you're talking about." Xia Qing was a little surprised, but still responded enthusiastically. "There are plenty of fruits. Apples, strawberries, peaches." After hearing this, Suyu became even more certain that they were not in the same world. After the end of the world, most plants mutated, fruits were poisonous, and water sources were seriously polluted, but Xia Qing's description made him salivate. "Then, is it okay? I need water and medicine. There are many people infected with the virus, and they are in urgent need of medicine." Suyu asked tentatively. "Medicine? How come you can't buy medicine even though you have money?" Xia Qing couldn't believe it. "This is not the world you imagined." Suyu sighed softly. "This is the end of the world, zombies and viruses are everywhere. Gold is worthless here, not even as much as expired bread." Xia Qing was stunned. Gold is not as valuable as bread? This man's world is so terrifying. "Gold, diamonds, or anything valuable can be exchanged with me." Xia Qing's eyes lit up, and she was as excited as if she had discovered a new world. "Is there any water?" The man's voice was hoarse and a little tired. "Mineral water, purified water, milk tea, and beer, which one do you want?" "Just water is fine." The man's lips were chapped, and he just wanted some clean water. Their water supply has been contaminated by parasites. In this space, Xia Qing can enter and exit freely, but Suyu can only take and put items. Xia Qing ran to the kitchen, took her own cup, made a cup of chrysanthemum tea, and added a few pieces of rock sugar. "What time is it? Why don't you get up to work? No one feeds the cows at home." As soon as Xia Qing came out of the kitchen, she was glared at and scolded by her grandmother. The old lady saw that she came out in her pajamas, and her eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Xia Qing looked down at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. Her grandmother had always favored boys over girls. Since her parents only had her, she was even more partial to her uncle's children. "Girls are just money-losing goods. They spend so much money on education, and when they get married in the future, they will be married to someone else. Paying for your tuition to college? What a waste of money! Why not save it and use it to help your nephew get married?" Grandma watched Xia Qing go back to her room and thought that she must have gone out to be lazy. Xia Qing returned to the room, put the chrysanthemum tea into the space, and waited for Suyu to take it away. "Hey!" she called out, but received no response. She frowned, feeling a little uneasy. Suyu said he was in the end times. Could it be that he was bitten by a zombie just after binding her space? Didn't he say that no one would pick up gold and diamonds if they fell on the ground? Suyu was walking in the ruined city at the moment. The wound on his shoulder stained his clothes red. Zombies kept roaring in his ears, and the air was filled with a foul smell. He clenched a knife in his hand and looked around vigilantly. Thick fog enveloped the entire city. The once prosperous city had long since become a paradise for zombies. Suddenly, a zombie pounced on him. Suyu stabbed the zombie with a backhand knife, and the zombie's head fell to the ground. But the wound on his back hurt again. After replenishing his water and food, he regained some strength and continued to walk through the streets filled with weeds and abandoned cars. It's getting dark, and you have to find a place to hide as soon as possible. Zombies are more dangerous at night. Captain Sue, I'm dying. If I die, take care of my family. My son is still young. The man next to him had a weak voice, his lips were chapped, and there were even blood marks on them. Don't talk nonsense. If I find you, I won't let you die. Suyu frowned and was about to get water from the space when he found a cup of steaming chrysanthemum tea suddenly appeared in the space. He was stunned for a moment, and then his heart warmed up a little. It seemed that the girl was picked up by him. After saving his brother, he must go find gold for her. He casually threw a freshly dissected crystal bead into the space. It was an energy bead in a zombie's brain and should be useful to Xia Qing. Have some water. Suyu took out the remaining half bottle of drink instead of the precious cup of chrysanthemum tea. Li Yao took the drink and took a sip carefully. His eyes lit up instantly. It tastes good. Where did you get it? It will be there in the future, don't worry, Suyu said calmly. Li Yao nodded, full of trust. Suyu would not lie to him. Xia Qing was in the room, watching the chrysanthemum tea disappear out of thin air, and then staring at a green ball that suddenly appeared in her hand, frowning. What the hell is this? It stinks? The crystal beads, dug out from the zombies' brains, can enhance your supernatural powers. Suyu's voice came from space. Xia Qing almost threw the crystal bead away. Zombie brain? Can it be exchanged for some gold and diamonds? Absorbing crystal beads can upgrade the space. With a larger space, I can move more gold for you, Suyu said seriously. I can even get you antiques from the museum. Xia Qing's eyes lit up. Really? Of course, I can find everything you want in this world, except food and water. In the end times, the most precious things are food and water. Okay, then how do I absorb it? Xia Qing was a little confused, but thinking that the space could be upgraded to hold more things, she still asked. Swallowing it will absorb it fastest, but crushing it will also work. Xia Qing left the space and washed the crystal beads again and again with water. She always felt that there was a smell on her hands. Crush it? Are you sure you're not kidding? She muttered as she exerted force with her fingers. The crystal bead shattered and the green mist dissipated. Only a small part was absorbed by her, and the rest evaporated. There was a strong fishy smell in the air, which made her cover her nose and frown. It can strengthen your body. Suyu's voice came with a hint of smile. The space hasn't gotten bigger. Xia Qing muttered somewhat disappointedly. That must be because you don't have enough energy. You need to absorb more. I will help you with the crystal bead issue, Suyu added casually. Although the space did not expand, she felt refreshed and even skipped breakfast, still full of energy. What was even more surprising was that when she looked at herself in the closet mirror, her dark circles had actually lightened a lot. This space also has the function of beauty and whitening? But the smell is too pungent. Thinking of this, Xia Qing decided that she couldn't just take advantage of him. Since Suyu had helped her get the crystal beads, she had to prepare some breakfast for him. Xia Qing ran downstairs quickly and entered the kitchen. Her parents had already gone to work in the fields at this time, but they still left a few hot buns in the pot for her. The stuffing was made from the pork raised at home, and the aroma was so fragrant that it went straight into her nose. She took a bite, left one, and stuffed the other two directly into the space. As for the rice, flour, and oil, forget it. If I take them all away at once, my parents will probably suspect there's a thief in the house if they find out. Suyu was still thinking about going to the city tonight to look for some shops to visit. But now it was dark, and for safety reasons, he had to find a place to stay as soon as possible. In the dilapidated neighborhoods of the city, there are always people who have some gold jewelry hidden in their homes, and you can always find them if you search casually. The strange thing is that the time and space where he and Xia Qing are located are opposite in terms of day and night, as if there is some kind of time and space difference. Suyu and Li Yao found their way to an old apartment building. After killing 2 zombies, the wound on Suyu's back began to ache slightly, as if it had split open again. They went into a residential building. The room was full of dust, spider webs were crawling in the corners, and the rotting corpses of zombies were lying on the living room floor. The roars of zombies outside were heard one after another, and they began to become active in the night. Suyu stepped over a zombie and lowered his head to pull off a gold necklace from the corpse. Brother Su, why are you holding a broken gold chain? Li Yao looked puzzled. Gold? What can it do in this apocalypse? He would think it would take up too much space if he threw it on the ground. Suyu ignored him and walked straight to the bedroom, seemingly looking for something. Li Yao, where do you think valuables are usually hidden in a home? Valuable? Li Yao rolled his eyes. What's the use of being valuable? Can it be eaten? He really couldn't understand what Suyu was thinking. If he was asked where the food was hidden, he could understand, but money and gold? Li Yao shook his head and ran straight to the kitchen. When he opened the refrigerator, he was almost suffocated by the stench. There were several mutant rats dead in the corner, which was disgusting. TSK, I didn't even buy a can of food from this store. Li Yao frowned as he searched, but found nothing. Suyu took out a big steaming meat bun from the space, which was exactly what Xia Qing had just put in. The aroma of meat filled the room instantly. Li Yao's nose twitched, saliva almost dripped down, and his eyes were as big as copper bells. Brother Su, where did you get this meat bun? I just spent Jingzhu to buy this. Suyu took a bite, the gravy gushed out, and he squinted his eyes in satisfaction. Where did you buy it? Tell me, I want to go too. Li Yao was so excited that he almost jumped over. Who would exchange crystal beads for money these days? Isn't it all about food? If you want to find gold, you can usually find some hidden in places like cabinets and bedside tables, Suyu said slowly. Li Yao took action immediately, went straight to the bedroom, dismantled all the cabinets, and finally found several pieces of gold ornaments in a jewelry box. They should be the 3 golds he wore when he got married. Boss! Can you give me a meat bun if I give you gold? I'm going crazy with greed. Li Yao held the gold and looked at Suyu eagerly. Suyu smiled and took out another bun from the space. Xia Qing gave me 2, take it. Li Yao took it without hesitation, without even wiping his hands, and took a big bite. His eyes reddened. Damn, these are meat buns! They're really meat buns! Li Yao almost cried. He hadn't eaten normal food in a long time. After taking a bite, he suddenly stopped, remembering that his children at home were still chewing on tree bark and his wife was eating moldy food. He gritted his teeth and wrapped up the meat bun with heartache. I have to take it back for my son. Li Yao carefully held the bun in his arms and took a few more breaths of the aroma as if he were holding a rare treasure. Eat it. As long as we find more gold, we can exchange it for more food, Suyu comforted. Really? Li Yao's eyes lit up. Food and water were the life-saving straw in the end times. Really? We have roast duck, rice, and spicy hot pot. Suyu smiled. Okay, stop talking, my mouth is watering. Li Yao swallowed hard, his whole body was like chicken blood. Tomorrow we will go to the mall and plunder all the gold shops. The end of the world has come, and everyone has awakened their superpowers, except Suyu. But who cares? Suyu is very powerful, and the title of the King of Soldiers is not just a boast. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful your supernatural powers are, you can't turn them into food. It's dark outside, and zombies are active. We could be exposed if we make a little noise. Going out now would be seeking death, Suyu said calmly, with helplessness in his tone. After hearing this, Li Yao could only suppress the urge to rush out. As soon as he swallowed the bag of meat, it was like turning on a switch for his taste buds. The more he ate, the more he wanted to eat, and he simply couldn't stop. Men have a large appetite, and in the end times, their bodies need a lot of energy to replenish their bodies. However, food is scarce, and hunger is like an invisible knife that cuts harder and harder, causing their physical fitness to decline. We have hope, right? Li Yao looked up at Suyu, a glimmer of light in his eyes. With food and water, the children and us can survive, right? Xia Qing looked at the jewelry box that suddenly appeared in the space, and when she opened it, she saw that it was full of golden jewelry. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and gold rings, estimated to weigh about 40 to 50 grams. What's the current price of gold? She couldn't wait to take out her cell phone to check. I looked at the price, $599 per gram. The price of gold has been soaring recently. Xia Qing couldn't help but sigh. This broken phone should have been replaced long ago. It was so slow that she could hardly open the web page. thinking about her family. Her parents were farmers. It was not easy for her to go to college. The tuition fee was all supported by her parents' hard-earned money. After graduation, she worked very hard in the city, working 996 hours a day, and her salary was just enough to pay for rent and daily expenses. Eventually, she couldn't stand the pressure and chose to go home. She still remembers the day when she called her mother with a hoarse voice and told her how uneasy she felt when she wanted to go home. But young Xia Qing's mother's tone was full of joy. "Come back! This will always be your home." Now, looking at the gold jewelry in her hand, Xia Qing felt a little emotional. The total weight of these jewelry might be more than 50 grams. After changing clothes and going downstairs, my parents were still working in the fields, and only my grandmother was feeding the chickens in the yard. The old lady hunched over, watching Xia Qing riding her electric bike hurriedly out the door, and stood at the door watching her go away. Soon, several old ladies came over. "Isn't your granddaughter working in a big city? Why is she back?" "It just so happens that I was thinking of introducing a boyfriend to your granddaughter. He works in the county town, has 5 insurances and 1 fund, looks energetic, and has a house in the county," said an old lady in red flowered cloth clothes enthusiastically. Everyone knows that the Xia family has only one daughter. If they marry her, wouldn't it be equivalent to occupying the homestead and farmland? Moreover, the Xia family is quite wealthy, but they are just short of a male heir. This has also made them the topic of conversation in the village for many years. "I worked so hard to send him to college, and now he's back home after just a short while of working?" Grandma Xia frowned, feeling a little angry at the thought. "For girls, isn't it good to get married early? It's so hard to work hard in a big city," the old woman next to her echoed. Grandma Xia thought to herself that if she got married early, the homestead and farmland would not be given to outsiders, and those nephews who coveted her land would have no chance to get it. "When she comes back, I'll talk to her and ask her to go on a blind date. Yes, now girls of this age in the village all have children, so we can't delay it." Xia Qing knew that the villagers' gossip was one of the reasons why she didn't want to come back. But she knew that her parents were her greatest support. Xia Qing rode an electric bike all the way to the county town, which took nearly 40 minutes one way. She went straight to the gold recycling shop and sold all the gold in the jewelry box. "The recycling price is lower than the market price," the lady at the counter reminded me. "But these designs are quite new, why are you willing to sell them?" This is of course a style from another time and space, and it looks a little special here. Xia Qing thought for a moment, maybe it would be more cost-effective to sell it online, but she needed cash urgently, so she could only exchange some money first. "I'm short on money lately, so I bought these jewelry in a big city," she explained with a smile. The female boss at the counter tapped on the calculator. "The current gold price is 599, and the recycling price is 499, but your style is special, so I'll charge you 550 per gram." Xia Qing knew that this price was already quite good. "Deal!" The boss quickly weighed it. 55 grams, a total of 30,250 yuan, WeChat or Alipay? Alipay. The notification sound of the transfer was rang, and Xia Qing's heart was pounding as she looked at the extra 30,000 yuan in her phone. She had never seen so much money in her Alipay account. After receiving the small fortune, Xia Qing immediately took action. She went to the supermarket to buy instant noodles, a self-heating pot, compressed biscuits and mineral water, and then went to the pharmacy to stock up on medicines. Afterwards, Xia Qing found a secluded place and quietly put the supplies into the space. Then, she rushed to the mall and bought 3 smartphones, one for herself and one for her parents. Her parents had always used old phones with spotty signals, so this time they all got smartphones. In addition to the mobile phone, she also bought new clothes and shoes for her parents and grandparents, and bought herself a computer to facilitate work and drawing. The computer is in charge of the delivery, otherwise she wouldn't be able to bring back so many things on her electric bike. By the time they finished shopping, it was already 1 in the afternoon. Xia Qing ate a bowl of rice noodles and bought some fried chicken to take home. At this time, the phone rang and the screen displayed, "Mom. Qing, where have you been? Come back for lunch. I stewed meat for you." "Mom, I'm in the county and will be back soon." After hanging up the phone, Xia Qing was in high spirits, looking at the car full of trophies. It feels so good to be rich. At around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Xia Qing rode her bike back to the village. From a distance, she saw a group of old ladies gathered at the entrance of the village, chatting about gossip. Hey, isn't that the girl from the Xia family? She bought so many things. TSK, she's really good at spending money. Whoever marries her, will they be able to support her? Girls who come back from big cities are different. They chattered, and their eyes were soon drawn to the daughter of the Sun family who was driving a car back to the village. Look at the daughter of the Sun family, she married in the city and opened a restaurant, making a lot of money. Xia Qing heard it, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight back home. In the yard, Yang Xia was feeding the chickens and Xia's father was sawing wood. Qing, why did you come back just now? I saved the food for you. Yang Xia was all smiles. Seeing Xia Qing carrying lots of things, she quickly went over to help. Where did you go to buy so much? Mom, these are what I bought for you and Dad today when I went to the county town. Smartphones, one for each of you. Don't use your old phones anymore. And these clothes and shoes are all bought for you. Try them on and see if they fit you. When Father Xia heard the word smartphone, he immediately put down his tools, wiped his hands, and came over. If anyone in the village had a smartphone, it was a rare thing. You could watch short videos and read the news. During the Chinese New Year, many villagers showed off their smartphones. Smartphone? This thing isn't cheap, is it? He took the phone with a smile, weighed it in his hand, his eyes full of joy. After opening the package, he looked at it over and over again, and soon frowned. What should I do? I don't know how to use it. I'll go ask Sun Jiangwo, he will definitely know. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out of the door with his mobile phone in his hand, walking quite quickly. Xia Qing shouted helplessly from behind. Dad, I'm here, I can teach you. Yang Xia smiled and shook her head. Your father went to show off to Sun Jiangwo. Everyone in the village knew that Sun Jiangwo had just bought a smartphone during the Chinese New Year, and he showed it off to everyone he met. Father Xia must have been looking forward to a chance to turn the tables. There was still a pile of clothes and shoes left in the room. Xia Qing sighed. I haven't tried on the new clothes and shoes I bought for Dad yet. Let him come back in the evening and try again. Qing, help me feed the chickens first. I'll go try on these clothes and shoes. Yang Xia picked up the new clothes with an unconcealable joy on her face. This material is so comfortable, she exclaimed as she touched the fabric, and went into the house carrying the clothes and shoes. Xia Qing walked to the yard, squatted down, and said to the chicks seriously, Grow up quickly, and then we can roast them and make money. She laughed, her eyes full of anticipation and satisfaction for the future. However, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the courtyard. Old Mrs. Xia had just returned from her eldest son's house. When she heard that her granddaughter had returned and bought a bunch of things, she immediately rushed back to see her. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he saw Yang Xia wearing new clothes and new shoes, and the expression on his face suddenly sank. This dress is so beautiful. The shoes are also comfortable and soft. I have never worn anything this nice. Yang Xia happily showed them to the old lady. The old lady snorted coldly. Can you still work when you're dressed like this? Xia Qing heard the old lady's dissatisfaction and immediately retorted. I bought it for my mother, she can wear anything she wants. Since she was a child, old lady Xia has always disliked Yang Xia and always found fault with her. Xia Qing was afraid when she was a child, but now it is different, she dares to confront her head-on. The old lady glanced at the pile of clothes and shoes in the yard, and felt even worse when she thought that she was left empty-handed. I heard you bought her a smartphone? She can't even read a few words, what's the point of buying it? You might as well give it to your nephew, he needs it when he goes to high school this year. What does his going to high school have to do with my mom? If he wants it, just let his uncle buy it for him. What I bought is for my mom, and no one else can snatch it away. Xia Qing retorted bluntly. The old lady's face darkened and she continued. You will get married sooner or later. By then, there will be nothing at home, and no one will even care about you if you break a pot. I won't get married in a few years. My mother is still young now. What's wrong with her dressing nicer? Xia Qing sneered. The old lady was so choked that she couldn't speak. She was anxious to play the family card. He's your cousin, can't you give way? Yang Xia hurried out to smooth things over, fearing that the quarrel between the two would get outside and ruin her daughter's reputation. Xia Qing curled her lips. Anyway, I'm the one spending the money, I can give it to whoever I want. As she was talking, Xia Qing's cell phone rang. She took a look and hurried out to get the express delivery, which was a large box. The old lady looked at the box, feeling sour and angry. You're just back and you're spending money recklessly. Mom, those are clothes I bought for Grandma and Grandpa, Xia Qing explained casually while moving the boxes. When Yang Xia heard this, she immediately smiled and said, Okay, I'll send it to them right away. They will definitely be happy. The old lady stood there, looking at the empty yard, feeling mixed emotions. Everyone had a gift, but she had nothing. Xia Qing glanced at her and deliberately said, Grandma, aren't you most afraid of wasting money? I didn't buy it for you because I thought you were so frugal. The old lady's face flushed instantly. Was she afraid of wasting money? Was she afraid of spending her own money? Thinking that her grandparents had it but she didn't, she was so angry that she stamped her feet. Outside, Father Xiao was still wandering around the village with his cell phone, and he finally found son Jiangwo. Jiangwo, can you help me see how to turn on this phone? Son Jiangwo looked at the brand new Huawei phone with an unhappy expression. Oh, a new phone! My daughter insisted on buying this, and she cried when I said I didn't want it. I had no choice but to accept it. Father Xia smiled from ear to ear. Son Jiangwo smiled wryly. It's a new model. I don't know how to use it. You should find someone else. Father Xia was not annoyed. Then I will go back and ask my daughter to teach me. Son Jiangwo looked at his smug back and gritted his teeth. Yang Xia rode her electric bike and rushed to her parents' home in a hurry. As soon as she entered the room, Yang Xia said with a smile, Mom! These 2 sets of clothes are what your granddaughter bought for you in the city. Try them on to see if they fit you. Wu Kuling was sitting in the yard basking in the sun. She saw her daughter walking into the yard carrying large and small bags from afar, smiling from ear to ear. Qing is back? Wu Kuling asked with a smile. I came back yesterday and bought some clothes for you and Dad. Try them on and see if they fit. Yang Xia put the bag on the table and dusted off her hands. At this time, Xia Qingzhen came over with a smile and said, Look at this dress, it doesn't look cheap. Did you buy it in the mall in the city? Wu Kuling took a pair of shoes, looked down at the tag, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Oh, these shoes are 399. They are so expensive, I should return them quickly. This is enough for my living expenses for a month. She waved her hands repeatedly, her tone revealing heartache. This is what your granddaughter earned in the city to honor you, said my aunt with a smile, her eyes full of envy. Back then, Qing's grandmother did not agree with Xia Qing going to college, saying that the tuition was tens of thousands of yuan a year. It was her grandmother who scraped together the money to support her going to school. Seeing Qing doing well, Yang Xia is filled with satisfaction. Qing bought a smartphone for me and her dad. Smartphones are not cheap, right? Wu Kuling held her phone in her hand, stroking the screen with a smile in her eyes. Seeing her daughter living a good life, she felt more at ease than anyone else. I also have to let my daughter go to college and find a good job in the city in the future. My aunt grinned, with hope in her words. Hurry up and try on the clothes. My dad has also bought some, Yang Xia urged. She complained about the price, but she was holding the clothes tightly in her hands and was reluctant to put them down. Wu Kuling turned around and called out, Yang Xia, help me back to the house, I have to try it. In the other room, Su Yu and Li Yao stayed overnight. Su Yu looked at the space filled with medicine, self-heating hot pot, and a fragrant roast chicken. His mouth was watering, and he took out the roast chicken and started eating. Shit, am I dazzled? Is it really a roast chicken? Li Yao widened his eyes and looked at the chicken in Su Yu's hand in shock. Since the apocalypse, all animals have mutated, and chickens have long since become disgusting creatures covered in pus. Not to mention eating them, just looking at them makes me want to vomit. Su Yu was not stingy and tore off half of it and handed it to Li Yao. The two of them ate in small bites, holding bottles of mineral water in their hands, with a look of satisfaction on their faces. Tomorrow morning we'll go find some supplies and kill some zombies before returning to the base, Su Yu said as he ate, his expression grim. The people in the base were already starving, and they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Okay, let's do it tomorrow. Liao nodded in response, with chicken still stuffed in his mouth, but a long-lost satisfaction appeared on his face. Being able to eat enough is a luxury these days, so even mutated plants that are poisonous will be eaten. In the base, some people even ate soil, and even pregnant women ate mutated plants, and their children were either born with deformities or stillborn. Will we still have this kind of food in the future? Liao swallowed a mouthful of meat and couldn't help but ask cautiously. As long as we find something valuable, we can definitely exchange it. Suyu nodded with a firm expression. Liao stared at him, his face showing trepidation. After eating the meat buns and roast chicken, he was afraid that he would never be able to eat them again. But the space is too small. If we want to support everyone in the base, we have to rely on crystal beads to upgrade the space. Suyu frowned. Crystal beads are treasures that can occasionally be dug out from zombies' heads. They are rare but extremely important. I'll go find the crystal beads, and I'll take care of killing the zombies. Liao patted his chest without hesitation. Improving strength is a good thing, but food is more important. People are made of iron and rice is made of steel. Only when you are full can you have the strength to survive. Okay. Suyu nodded. Let's find something valuable tomorrow and go back to the base to distribute some food to everyone. Yes, my son is still at the base. Can you give him some milk powder? Liao asked hurriedly. It should be possible. Let's find the valuables and crystal beads first. At dawn the next day, the two set out towards the urban area, trying to avoid areas with dense zombie populations. All the zombies encountered along the way were dealt with one by one, but most of them had nothing in their heads. The supermarkets and convenience stores on the roadside had long been emptied, and even the clothing stores had been almost completely looted. Suyu searched the space and found a small notebook left by Xia Qing, with beautiful words written on it. Bring back any novels, books, or literary works. There's a bookstore over there, let's go take a look. Aren't we going to the gold shop to make money? Liao scratched his head, still thinking about the dream of getting rich. Listen to me. Suyu didn't want to waste time and took the lead to walk towards the bookstore. The bookstore was full of dust, and the books on the shelves were moldy, but he stuffed a few books and a comic book into the space. Then he went to the jewelry store next door and packed up all the jewelry he could take away. Let's go back to the base first. Suyu clapped his hands and prepared to return with a lot of harvest. The next morning, the first thing Xia Qing did after waking up was to enter the space. She had only eaten a few of the food she bought yesterday, and there was still a lot left. In addition to the food, there were also a few books, comics, and a bunch of exquisite jewelry that Suyu had found for her in the space. Although these jewels are not made of gold, they are made of unique materials and are exquisitely crafted, making her love them. She flipped through the books and comics and discovered that they were novels from another time and space. The two books were the upper and middle volumes, but the lower volume was missing. She casually turned on her computer, logged into the most famous novel website, and registered a writer account. Thinking about having to type out so much text, she couldn't help but sigh. I still need a scanner, otherwise just typing will be tiring enough. The remaining jewelry pieces were novel and well designed, so she was thinking about putting them online someday to see how much they could sell for. Just as she was thinking about it, WeChat suddenly kept ringing. It was a message from her junior high school classmate Wang Sisi. I'm getting married this week. Can you be my bridesmaid? Xia Qing thought that she and Wang Sisi had always had a good relationship. They grew up in the same village and were classmates, so when Sisi asked her to be a bridesmaid, she readily agreed. In fact, she hasn't attended a classmate's wedding for a long time. Nowadays, classmate reunions have changed a lot. When people meet, they either compare their work, boyfriends, or family backgrounds. After putting down the phone, Xia Qing took out 7 crystal beads from the space, crushed one, and absorbed one. She used to dislike the taste of this thing, but now she is used to it. When the energy of the last crystal bead was completely absorbed into her body, she suddenly felt dizzy and quickly took off her glasses. She looked out the window and saw the world was clearer than ever before. She looked at the computer screen again and saw every word clearly, as if she had never been nearsighted. I'm not nearsighted anymore? She almost jumped up in surprise. Haha, she is really healed. I didn't expect the crystal beads to have such a magical effect. Even though she knew it was something in the zombie's brain, she didn't care. It was worth it to be able to take off myopic glasses. Not only that, she felt full of strength and energy, and felt that she could help her parents turn the entire land. Looking at the space again, it has indeed expanded by several square meters. The crystal beads can not only improve physical fitness, but also upgrade the space, killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of Wang Cece's marriage, she picked out a pink necklace with exquisite design from her space and planned to give it to Cece. She packed the remaining jewelry into a large box, preparing to find an opportunity to sell it for money. At dawn the next day, Xia Qing went to the fields and Yang Xia went to the morning market, leaving the old lady alone at home, basking in the sun and chatting with neighbors. Their family and the uncle's family took turns to take care of the old lady, switching roles once a month. After breakfast, Xia Qing rode her electric bike to the fields and met her neighbor, Uncle Zhang, on the way. Qing, you were working well in the city, why did you come back? Uncle Zhang looked puzzled. Nowadays, all the young people are running to the city, and few people are willing to return to the village. I quit my job and came back to help my parents farm, she replied with a smile. Uncle Zhang was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. Farming is hard work, and you, a college student, come back to farm. Aren't you afraid that the villagers will laugh at you? Xia Qing smiled easily. When I was a child, I often helped my parents with work. How can you call that work? Uncle Zhang shook his head cheerfully. Working in the fields requires physical strength, and someone as delicate as you can't handle it. He pointed at the pesticide barrel on his shoulder and said, Look, this barrel is filled with water and pesticides. It must weigh several dozen kilograms. It's okay to carry it in the spring, but in the summer, there are many mosquitoes and the sun is shining. Who can stand it? Xia Qing didn't care. When the jewelry was exchanged for money, she planned to buy some machines and hire some people to save some energy. After all, farming now relies purely on manpower, which is too tiring. However, the cost of mechanization is high, and the vegetables she grows can't be sold at a high price, so she is afraid that she will lose money. Uncle Zhang looked at her determination to farm and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. When I arrived at the field, I saw from afar my father walking in the field with a heavy pesticide barrel on his back, bent over, his clothes soaked with sweat. Dad! Xia Qing strode over. I'll help you farm. The vegetables are growing so well, I can even help you sell them. Xia Qing looked at his daughter in surprise. Sell it? Vegetables are cheap now, how much can you sell it for? Yes, I have a big client, and I have received the deposit. Xia Qing patted his chest, full of confidence. That's great. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to sell these tomatoes at a good price. Xia Qing looked at the tomatoes that were about to mature in the field, and thought to herself that when the time came, she would hand over all these vegetables to Suyu, which would be a big order. Dad, take a break. I'll help you spray the pesticide. Xia Qing walked over, took the pesticide barrel, and carried it on her back easily. It's so heavy you can't carry it. Before Xia Qing could finish his words, he saw Xia Qing walking briskly towards the field, as if her back was filled with only a bucket of air. He was stunned, feeling so mixed up that he couldn't speak. How could she bear this kind of suffering before? But now, she was relaxed and even walked faster than him. Seeing his daughter so motivated, he felt sad. This was the child they had worked so hard to support to go to college. In order to let her study, they spent less than 1,000 yuan a year, saved money and gave her living expenses every month, fearing that she would suffer outside. Maybe my daughter really suffered a lot outside. Xia Qing looked down at his rough hands, feeling mixed emotions. Dad, I've sent you some money, remember to take it. Xia Qing patted her father's shoulder. I'll take care of all the food in our house, you don't have to sell it to others. After saying that, she directly transferred 5,000 yuan, and her father's cell phone soon rang. Xia Qing said quickly, 5,000 yuan? That's a lot. We don't need that much. Tomatoes are only 30 cents a pound, and they only sell for 80 cents in the market. The purchase price of cabbage is only 10 or 20 cents a pound. Xia Qing knew that the vegetables were cheap, but she didn't expect them to be so cheap. Xia Qing obviously didn't believe his daughter. He usually sold vegetables grown at home for 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and sometimes he only sold them for 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. It takes 2 or 3 months for tomatoes to grow from seedlings to fruit and mature. What else do we do in these 3 months besides growing tomatoes? I planted some watermelons, and it will take another month for them to ripen, Xia Qing replied. They grow seasonal fruits and vegetables, so the prices are not high. If they have greenhouses, they can speed up the planting process, and the prices of off-season fruits and vegetables will be much higher. Thinking of what her father said about cabbage being cheap and having a short planting period of just over a month, Xia Qing's eyes lit up. When these tomatoes are ripe, we'll plant cabbage. Cabbage? You can't sell cabbage at a good price if you grow it now. It's better to plant it in November. It's cold in winter, so everyone likes to stock up on cabbage. Dad, my client wants to order cabbage. Let's plant it. I guarantee we won't lose money, Xia Qing said seriously. Girl, you don't understand. Cabbages are really hard to sell at a good price right now. Ding, Xia Qing's phone rang, and a voice reminder popped up. 2,000 yuan has arrived in my WeChat account. Xia Qing's rough hands trembled as he watched his daughter transfer money. In just a short while, his daughter had transferred 7,000 yuan to him. It was almost as much as he earned from selling vegetables in half a year. It's good enough for a farmer to earn 10,000 yuan a year by selling vegetables. This is truly hard-earned money. Dad, listen to me, let's grow cabbage, Xia Qing insisted again. Okay. Plant them. I'll go buy cabbage seeds right now. Xia Qing acted quickly, and as soon as he had some money, he went to buy seeds. He transferred the remaining money to young Xia. Why is there so much money? Did you hide some private money? Yang Xia asked. My daughter gave it to me. Qing sold all the tomatoes in the field and also ordered some cabbage to be planted next month. I saved some money to buy seeds and planted all cabbage, Xia Qing said excitedly. I have been selling vegetables for so many years, but I have never made so much money. All the hard work during this period is worth it. Although growing vegetables is tiring, the most difficult thing is to sell them. I have to rush to the county town at 4 or 5 in the morning, and it takes a whole day to sell. They are the only couple at home, so it is really hard. Now that the tomatoes in the field have a market, they no longer have to be sold outside, saving a lot of effort. Xia Qing was thinking that she had to rent a warehouse in the county town, transport the vegetables there, and then store them in the space. Su Yu saw that half of the supplies in the space were missing, which were the jewelry. The rest were the food and water that Xia Qing found for him. It seems that the crystal beads are indeed useful, and the space seems to have become larger. Su Yu put 2 more crystal beads in, waiting for Xia Qing to absorb them. They were heading to the base. Found a gold ring! Li Yao excitedly pulled the gold ring off a skeleton's hand. Fortunately, Xia Qing didn't know where their gold came from, otherwise she would have suffered psychological trauma. The base is not far from here, but there is no means of transportation now, so we can only walk. Su Yu thought that when the space becomes larger, it will be able to accommodate cars, and then there will be means of transportation. After the apocalypse, most cars were scrapped, and the acid rain had spoiled the gasoline. Some gas stations were on fire, and the fire burned for half a month. They returned to the base. The base is dirty and poor, made up of shacks and without even a wall. It is just a renovated old military base. Brother Su, Brother Yao, you're back. A man in tattered clothes came up excitedly with red eyes. Brother Su, many children in the base have fever, but we don't have any medicine to reduce the fever. It will be dangerous if we don't find medicine. The man's voice trembled, with helplessness in his eyes. I have antipyretic medicine. Su Yu took out a few bottles of medicine from the space. Give them to the children first. If it's not enough, I'll find another way. Great! There's medicine! Brother Su brought it back. The man's voice was shaking with excitement as he ran towards the shack shouting. When Li Yao heard that the child had a fever, he hurried over. In the shack, a woman with a sallow complexion was sitting on the ground. She was Li Yao's wife, Tianrui. She was only in her 20s but looked like she was in her 30s or 40s, with sallow skin. Where's the child? How is he? Li Yao asked anxiously. Tianrui took the child out. He should have been 2 years old, but he looked less than 1. He was pale and thin, and malnourished. There was something black cooking in the pot. It was leaves, sour and poisonous. Adults would have diarrhea if they ate it, but it would be dangerous for children. There's nothing to eat. I haven't eaten for 2 days, Tianrui said, crying. Yes, there is food. Li Yao looked at Suyu hurriedly. Suyu took out food and soy milk powder from the space. This can be given to the child. Tianrui's hands were shaking with excitement as she carefully took the soy milk powder. Daodu, don't sleep. Daddy will find you something to eat. Li Yao mixed the soy milk powder with mineral water and fed it carefully to the child. Daodu opened his eyes dazedly and drank half a bottle. Don't worry, you've been hungry for too long, eat slowly. Li Yao started to cook instant noodles again. The aroma wafted around, attracting people around to come closer. Chapter 9. Both parties feel that the exchange is worth it. Several of them had haggard faces and skinny bodies, and their eyes were all focused on the steaming pot of instant noodles cooked by Li Yao. The steam was rising with an enticing aroma. There was a burning desire in their eyes, mixed with an indescribable sadness. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, as if he was trying to capture the scent with every breath. Some people swallowed, making slight sounds in their throats. The air seemed to freeze. Time became unusually slow at this moment, with only the sound of instant noodles rolling, and everyone's eyes revealed a strong desire. In fact, if one person stepped forward to grab it, the others would probably rush forward. Li Yao looked at the people in the shacks opposite. Everyone looked unhappy. The effects of long-term hunger had made their bodies skinny. There are very few people who can awaken and evolve. Li Yao turned sideways, blocking the view of others. They won't steal our food, will they? That burning look was too devouring and terrifying. Tianrui held the child. Daoda drank soy milk and now looked much stronger. They don't dare. Li Yao's eyes turned fierce as he swept his gaze over them. The others were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they didn't dare to move forward, but they still couldn't help looking over here, and their mouths kept drooling. Suyu looked at the children crowded in a shack. These were orphans whose parents had both passed away, so they were the only ones who took care of them. Brother Yu, these children can't eat leaves, Wang Chang said with red eyes. The leaves are poisonous. Most of these soldiers have evolved and can withstand the poison after eating it, but some people who have been eating poisonous foods for years have developed health problems. Not to mention these little kids. Give all the food here to the children. Suyu took out a lot of food out of thin air, which stunned Wang Chang. These are all clean foods, Wang Chang said excitedly. There's food. When the children saw the food, they all desired it very much. In the future you will find gold for me and give me all kinds of valuable things, and I will give you food, Suyu said. Valuables? Gold? What's the use of that? But if there's food, they'll look for it. Anything. Okay, brother Yu. The space was not big, so Xia Qing shared all the food he bought, and he also kept some for himself. Hearing that there was food, many people gathered around, and some even wanted to snatch the food. For a bite of food, they can do anything, but with him around, no one else dares to cause trouble. All these people together are no match for Suyu. Suyu called the other 3 brothers to maintain order, cooked the instant noodles together, and distributed them to the children first. Suyu is very powerful. He is the manager of their base. Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, tell Li Yao to follow me to the city as soon as it gets light tomorrow. These 3 people are all evolvers and their physical fitness is pretty good. The other brothers have not evolved, and they have been eating contaminated food for a long time, so their physical fitness is not good. Okay. Good. Several people responded at the same time, saying that Suyu had better physical fitness before. He once crossed the dangerous jungle alone to kill rebels. He was a true soldier king. But after the end of the world, physical fitness is not as good as before. However, it was later discovered that the crystal beads could enhance their physical abilities, but the remaining toxins could not be offset. The space was not big, and this amount of food was not enough for the children in their base. The children who did not get any food looked at it all pitifully and helplessly. Some children even stuffed dirt into their mouths and ate it, while some adults tried hard to restrain themselves. There's not enough food. Wang Chang frowned as he looked at Suyu and swallowed his saliva. He then distributed all the food to the children. Suyu said, Wang Chan, Zhang Liang, go and collect who has gold, diamonds, or other valuables. Although Wang Chang and Zhang Liang didn't understand why Suyu collected these things, they still did as he asked. Then, Suyu spoke sternly to the other people in the base who had not yet received food. From now on, as long as I, Suyu, am here, every one of you will have food to eat and clean water. But when you live here, you must not rob others. Second, you must not bully the old and weak. Third, you must obey my orders. Anyone who disobeys will either die or get out of here. We all listen to Brother Yu. Wang Chang quickly echoed. Listen to Brother Yu. Suyu is already very strong, and now he can find food. That means he is their reborn parents. He can do anything for them. Xia Qing saw that there was some more gold jewelry in the space, but they all looked dirty and needed to be cleaned, and the food in the space was empty. Thinking of what Suyu said about the shortage of water and food over there, she went to the county town again in the afternoon and bought out all the steamed buns and biscuits in the small shop. I found a deserted place and put it in the space, then went to the mall and found a gold recycling shop and sold all the jewelry. This time she went to a different gold shop. It was a little cheaper than the last time, but it still sold for 20,000 yuan. Then she went to the market and looked for several warehouses, and finally found a suitable one. This warehouse is quite remote, at the corner. If you want to rent it, I'll give you a discount, 800 yuan a month. It's just that it's inconvenient because it's located at the corner. Otherwise, I would have to rent it for at least 1,500 square meters for this 200 plus square meters. A man in a striped gown said amiably. This warehouse has never been rented out, and the boss is very worried. Okay, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll rent it for half a year first, Xia Qing said. She took a fancy to this corner of the warehouse, which was relatively hidden and had no cameras. The man was very happy to see Xia Qing rent the place so happily. Now that it was finally rented out, he immediately gave her the key to the warehouse. There was still a lot of empty space in the space, so Xia Qing went to the vegetable market and bought a lot of vegetables, and also took a look at the prices. The prices of vegetables are really cheap. The most expensive one is only 2.5 yuan per pound, but in Shanghai, any takeout will cost 20 to 30 yuan, and a cup of milk tea will cost 20 yuan. Xia Qing also bought a lot of pork bones and put them into the space. She felt relieved when she saw that the space was full. It should be late at night now. He will be happy to see so much food when he wakes up the next day. When the space station is upgraded in the future, she will buy more food for him. Then Suyu would find her gold, diamonds, and other valuable things. If she took out any treasure from that time and space museum, she should be able to sell it for a lot of money, right? Ding! She looked down at what was in her hand. It was her manuscript that had been approved. Only then did she remember that the novel only had the upper and middle volumes, but no lower volume. Chapter 10. The novel exploded. After returning home, Xia Qing directly used her mobile phone to pay for and download the scanning software. She scanned both the upper and middle volumes of the book, totaling 450,000 words. The first time she published 50,000 words, she published another 50,000 words right after the contract was signed, and she didn't care about the rest. From now on, she will just publish 10,000 words every day. After scanning the book, she tore it into pieces and threw it into the trash. She didn't know if she would get any royalties, and she would probably have to wait until early next month to find out. If this book became popular, she would ask Suyu to find her the next volume. In the future, let Suyu go to the bookstore to find more novels for him. The technology on both sides is similar. They have mobile phones, so Suyu should have some too, right? Xia Qing put those ordinary jewelry on Shanyu to sell, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000. The most expensive labels on these pieces of jewelry are only a few $100s, but they are novel and beautiful in style. I haven't checked for a while, but I found out that quite a few people have already bought it. She hurried to the express supermarket in the village and sent all the things out. This time, a lot of money arrived in her account, and now her balance has reached 50,000. It's only been a few days. How could she have had so much money in her bank card before? A sense of happiness surrounded her, and she felt that she would become richer and richer, provided that Suyu did not starve to death in the apocalypse. I checked the space and nothing was moved. Maybe he was sleeping? After all, There is a time difference between the two places. Didi. We have to rehearse at home this afternoon. Only then did he remember that Wang Sisi was getting married the day after tomorrow, so he changed his clothes and went to Wang Sisi's house. It's only a 10-minute walk from the east end of their village. Xia Qing was looking at her phone and scrolling through the novel apps. The novels she published were on the Qimao app. She published 50,000 words on the first day the contract was signed, for a total of 100,000 words. Later, it was scanned but not published yet. With only 100,000 words, it climbed into the top 3 on the new book list, and many people urged for more updates. This seems to be a big hit, and I don't know how much I'll get for my royalties this month. Xia Qing was excited. I saw people constantly posting comments and gold coins in the backstage comment section. Xia Qing? An unbelievable voice came from the front. It's really you. I almost didn't recognize you just now. Wang Sisi was a little shocked when she saw Xia Qing. Originally I thought that in my memory, Xia Qing had bags under her eyes, dark skin, and wore thick black framed glasses. Apart from her nice voice, she had no other special features, so I asked her to be the bridesmaid. But the girl in front of me didn't wear glasses. She had bright eyes, black pupils, and her skin had become fairer. How come this is different from what she thought? Because her skin is not white, so she wants to find someone with dark skin to set off her. Because Xia Qing seldom went home because of college, the last time they met was probably during the Chinese New Year. It would take a whole night to take an ordinary car, and she couldn't bear to take the plane or high-speed train because they were too expensive. Wang Sisi! Congratulations! Xia Qing was in a good mood because she had just learned that her novel had become popular. Wang Sisi's face twitched imperceptibly. Come in quickly. There will be another bridesmaid in a moment. She is Li Chui from our village. Li Chui? In her memory, she was a little fat girl. We are getting married tomorrow morning and the house has been decorated now. They are all uncles, grandpas and aunts from the same village, and we all know each other. Here comes Qing. Do you have a partner? I heard that salaries are high in big cities. You can earn thousands or even tens of thousands a month. Qing, you are 22 this year, right? If you don't have a date, I'll introduce you to one. A few middle-aged women talked while cracking melon seeds. Wouldn't it be great if this girl came back and got married early? Sisi is married well. She has a house in the county and is a civil servant. She's stable. Girls need to find a good partner. Qing, if you don't have a partner, we can introduce one to you. When Xia Qing returned to the village, she asked everyone how much their salary was. She asked if they had a partner but when they were going to get married. After having one child, you will want to have a second and third child. I haven't seen Qing for half a year. She has become really beautiful. It's nothing, otherwise I wouldn't have recognized him. Wang Sisi's face turned unhappy when she heard this. If Xia Qing was the bridesmaid when she got married tomorrow, wouldn't that make her look inferior? She would rather spend 200 yuan to hire someone, as she originally wanted to save some money. Wang Sisi pulled Xia Qing aside and said hesitantly, Qing, you don't need to be the bridesmaid. There are enough people. When Xia Qing heard this good news, she actually didn't want to be a bridesmaid, so now was the perfect time to refuse. Okay. I can't sell the sweet potatoes in my farm. Last year, the sweet potatoes were sold at a high price, but why is no one buying them this year? Your family also grows sweet potatoes? The fact that my family also grows them will be revealed in the next 2 days. I can't get a good price in the county, so I have to go to the city. But driving to the city also costs postage and road fees. I'm afraid I won't make much money this year. Xia Qing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She thought that Suyu didn't have enough food, and sweet potatoes were good stuff. They would definitely fill her up. Besides, the price is still cheap now, so she just bought them all and gave them to Suyu. Second aunt, how many sweet potatoes have you planted? I have planted almost 3 mu of land. I thought the sales were good last year, so I planted all of it this year. Xia Qing thought that the dried sweet potatoes became famous last year, so they sold well, but this year the sales were much less. Second auntie, how much do you want to buy your sweet potatoes for? Last year the price was 60 cents per pound, but this year it's only 30 cents per pound. The second aunt was also worried. Auntie, I'll buy all the sweet potatoes from your house. Just weigh them and I'll buy them. What? Second aunt thought she had heard wrongly. That's 2 mu of sweet potatoes. I guess it must be several thousand kilograms. Qing Qing, please don't lie to me. We are neighbors. This is such a big business. Auntie, let's add each other on WeChat and I'll transfer you a 500 yuan deposit. If I can't collect it by then, you don't have to return it. If these 2,000 kilograms were all sold, at the purchase price of 0.30 a kilogram, that would only be 600 yuan, but Xia Qing transferred 500 yuan to her as a deposit. We have 2 acres of potatoes planted. Would you like to harvest them? Second aunt said with a smile. Our family also grows sweet potatoes. Qing Qing, do you want to harvest some? If you do, I'll give you a discount. Uncle Jia on the side hurriedly tried to sell them. My family grows tobacco potatoes, and I'll give you 40 cents per pound. This book, it is said that the land in Xia Qing's time and space is fertile, and the price of vegetables and fruits is cheap. Other things, such as electronic products, are expensive. Note: the average yield of sweet potatoes per mu is 3,500 jin, and high-yield sweet potatoes can even reach 5,000 jin. Chapter 11. I want to harvest a lot of vegetables. Several people rushed to ask Xia Qing. The main thing was that the crops in the village could be grown in time, but the most difficult thing was how to sell them. If they buy online, it would be a huge loss for these villagers. Not only that, but they also have to pay for the delivery, which does not even cover the costs. Farming is hard work. Most of the villagers in their village sell their products to the county town, or even further away to the surrounding cities. Okay, I'll contact you later if I need anything. Xia Qing didn't expect that she would be so enthusiastic even though she purchased thousands of kilograms of sweet potatoes. The bride Wang Sisi was left aside. Thinking that she wouldn't have to be a bridesmaid tomorrow, she wouldn't have to attend the wedding. She was busy with a lot of things, so she gave Wang Sisi 200 yuan in advance. She was rich now, and she would be richer in the future, so these 200 yuan were really nothing. She has tens of thousands of dollars now, and there will be more in the future. This is a gift in the village. People from the same village, not relatives, give as little as 50 yuan. If you are in the city, the starting price is at least 200, and the minimum is 500. Wang Sisi had felt a little uncomfortable when she saw that Xia Qing's skin had become better looking than hers, but now that she saw that she had given her a 200 yuan gift, she was no longer unhappy. He said all kinds of words to Xia Qing enthusiastically. It turned out that money can give you more emotional feelings. When she returned home in the afternoon, Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia were waiting for her, as well as her grandmother. Before Xia Qing even entered the courtyard, Yang Xia couldn't wait to ask. Qing Qing, I heard that you harvested the sweet potatoes from Wu Ernyang's 3 acres of land? And the potatoes from the Sun family's 2 acres of land? If any family in the village has any problems, the whole village will know about it within a few hours. Well, I have a friend in Magic City. I will be picking vegetables when I come back. Didn't I harvest all the watermelons and tomatoes grown on the few acres of land in our family? I also asked my father to plant some cabbages, and I harvested them too. It's the end of the world over there, and the land can't be used for cultivation, so a lot of food must be needed. My daughter, you are really a lucky star for our family. We are having a hard time selling vegetables nowadays. This will save us a lot of trouble. Otherwise, they would have to pull them to the county town early in the morning to sell them. Food is more expensive in the morning, but cheaper in the afternoon or evening. Now the harvest is getting better and better every year, and the price of vegetables is getting cheaper and cheaper every year, and those who grow crops are becoming poorer and poorer. If the young people in the village hadn't gone to the city to work, if Xia Qing bought them all at once, there would only be a few left. Dad, when the time comes, just collect them all and take them to the warehouse in the county. I have the address, and I'll go with you. Okay, great. I knew it was not in vain that I sent my daughter to college. She will definitely have better development in the city, Xia Jixiang said with a smile from ear to ear. After a while, I will buy you a tractor so that farming will not be so tiring, Xia Qing said with a smile. That tractor is not cheap, it costs tens of thousands. Xia Jixiang still felt sorry for the money. Machinery is expensive these days. Qing Qing, You have a way to harvest sweet potatoes, why don't you help your family first? Your uncle's family has an acre of land planted. That's at least more than 1,000 kilograms. Old Mrs. Xia ran over and said. But Qingqing has already collected so much, is there any need to collect more? Yan Xia frowned and said. She heard that Qingqing had already given Wu Enyang a deposit. If she collected too much and couldn't sell it, Qingqing would also lose money. She was afraid that her daughter would lose money. Then return Wu Enyang's house and take your uncle's house first. Old Mrs. Xia said nonchalantly. It's impossible to return it. I've already paid the deposit. How about this? I'll make the final decision in a few days. Xia Qing said that she also needed to check with Suyu to see how much he needed. The old lady immediately became unhappy when she heard Xia Qing's words, and her whole face became sharp. How come it's only been a few days? Qingqing, that's your uncle. Why don't you choose your uncle's first, but choose someone else's first? What's the matter with that? I didn't say I'm not sure. Can I wait a few days and then decide? Xia Qing sighed and said that her grandmother was too biased. Then give me 500 yuan as a deposit, and I'll give it to your uncle. I'll buy your uncle's sweet potatoes first. Xia Qing didn't lack the 500 yuan, but what she lacked was her grandmother's attitude. I really have no money. I will have money after I sell all the sweet potatoes I harvested. Besides, we are all family, so we don't need the deposit money. You've already paid Wu Enyang 500 yuan as a deposit, but you won't give anything to our family? Xia Qing is your uncle. Seeing that his mother was about to quarrel with his daughter again, Xia Jixiang called the peacemaker and said, Qingqing, you've been tired all day, go upstairs quickly. Old Mrs. Xia couldn't do it, so she wanted to capture Xia Qing and asked her to pay the deposit first. I'll pay for the 500 yuan deposit. Xia Jixiang wanted to avoid a quarrel and make the old lady angry. If she fainted, his uncle would definitely blame them for not taking good care of her. Then people outside will start gossiping again. Xia Qing just transferred more than 7,000 yuan to him yesterday. Then give it to me now. Old Mrs. Xia was worried unless she got the money. Xia, go get Mom 500 cash. Yan Xia was in charge of the family's money, even though she was very reluctant. Qingqing hasn't decided whether to accept it or not. What if she doesn't accept it, won't Qingqing lose money? Yan Xia still cares about her daughter. How could Xia Jixiang not know this? If his mother got angry, it would take a long time for him to deal with the problem. He might have to stay at their house for the next month instead of going to his eldest brother's house. Go quickly. Although Yan Xia was unhappy, her family always suffered losses. There were 2 brothers in the family, as well as 2 older sisters-in-law and 1 younger sister-in-law. Their family always suffers losses. But thinking back to the last incident, the old lady insisted on staying in their house for an extra half-month, which caused her a lot of trouble. Just think of this money as a way to ward off disaster. But it's only 500 yuan, which is not enough to cover the family's monthly expenses. After old Mrs. Xia took the money, her expression turned from gloomy to bright and she went out happily. Yan Xia watched the cheerful old lady go out. She frowned and looked unhappy. I'm old, don't bother with her, Xia Jixiang said quickly when he saw his wife's unhappy look. What if our daughter loses money? Let's just consider it as spending money to avoid disaster. Qingqing gave a lot more money for the vegetables, I'll pay for it, just consider it as spending money to avoid disaster. I can't stand the noise now. The 2 men thought of the old lady's previous fuss and how the whole village had come to laugh at him, and they both fell silent. Xia Qing went upstairs and her cell phone kept ringing all afternoon. They were all people voting for her and making comments. It seemed that the novel was a hit, and all the food in the space was cleared out. She quickly entered the space and told Suyu that she wanted all the novels she had bought in the bookstore last time. Chapter 12. Half of the gold shop was cleared out. Suyu woke up and found the space full of food, and he instantly became excited. One of them was specially given to him by Xia Qing, which was a barbecue rice. Xia Qing thought he was a long-term customer. It's not too much to give him something special, right? She even added Coke, which men love to drink. Suyu felt happy watching this. Li Yao and the others got some steamed buns, but there were still too many people in the base, and Xia Qing's small space still needed to be upgraded. In addition, there are many people in the base and they need to eat every day, so the consumption must be huge. Even if they bought so many steamed buns and sesame cakes, it would be impossible to share them all. Most people could only get half. But they would be so excited that they would not have to eat dirt or poisonous and sour tree bark. Some people almost cried while eating the soft, big white steamed buns. Your milk powder probably won't arrive until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, Suyu said. It's okay. We still have a few bags of soy milk left. The child had been hungry for 2 or 3 days and now he is lucky to have a normal meal. Li Yao, Wang Chang, Zhang Liang and the others were chewing steamed buns, feeling happy, and then they saw Suyu eating barbecued meat with rice and even drinking Coke. Why, you still have meat? Li Yao came up quickly. Don't laugh at why he is so excited, it's because he hasn't eaten meat for a long time, and everyone else came over. This is my meal, Suyu said calmly, but she felt happy in her heart. After all, it was a special care for her. With food to eat these 2 days, Suyu's complexion has gradually recovered. Although no one else knew where Suyu got this from, they only knew that he had awakened a magical spatial ability. What a nice smell! This drink looks delicious. Wang Chang stared at the can of Coke in Suyu's hand with sparkling eyes. I'll give you some to try next time. Suyu's idea was to first solve everyone's food and clothing problems, and then find a way to build a city wall so that people would have a place to live safely. Now their place is in a large underground military air raid shelter. After the 4 of them finished their meal, Li Yao went to check on his son, Xia. He was able to sit up and his complexion looked much better. The 4 of them are going to the urban area to kill zombies today, and each of them is killing very hard. After all, I came here with a full meal today. Puff, puff, Wang Chang chopped the zombie in half with one knife and took out the crystal bead from its brain. There is a supermarket here, but the food inside has long been sold out, Wang Chang said regretfully. This urban area is relatively close to their base, so the food had already been looted. It has been a year since the apocalypse, and there is almost no food left. Brother Yu, where is the bank? Li Yao said excitedly with his eyes lighting up. There must be a lot of money in the bank. Suyu shook his head. The 2 of them were in different time and space, and the money and currency systems were different. Cannot. Brother Yu! There is a gold shop over there. Li Yao excitedly pointed to a small gold shop opposite. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were both confused. Didn't we come out to kill zombies and find supplies? What's the point of finding a pile of gold? Thinking of what Suyu said before, he wanted something valuable. Could it be related to this? Walk! The 4 people went straight to the gold shop. The door of this place was intact. Apart from the cobwebs inside, there were no signs of damage on the other counters. Compared with the messy supermarket, no one had ever been here. Several people dismantled the counter and put all the gold jewelry, jade bracelets, etc. inside into the space. Thinking of the novel that Xia Qing asked him to write, he went to the bookstore again. He collected a few more books until there was no more room. I can only wait until tomorrow to collect it. Small space. After collecting these things, they did not leave in a hurry. They hunted a few zombies outside and only went back after finding about a dozen crystal beads. By the time they returned, it was already afternoon. When the sun goes down, the zombies become more active and their strength in all aspects is enhanced. Even if they are evolvers, they dare not stay in the city at night. They can easily kill a few zombies besieging them, but if there are hundreds or thousands of zombies, they can only be dismembered. Suyu and his companions returned to the underground air raid shelter, where there was only dim light. This was the external generator they had found before, and it only had a few light bulbs to use. You, brother you! A slightly older grandmother stopped Suyu. Suyu thought she was asking for food, so he frowned and said, Today's food has been distributed. We will have more tomorrow. The old lady took off a jade bracelet from her hand, which she had worn all her life. Here you go. Can you find medicine for my grandson tomorrow? Suyu took the jade bracelet. The quality seemed good, but in this world it was not even as good as a piece of bread. What's wrong with your grandson? Suyu asked hurriedly. It should be acute enteritis. A square-faced man wearing glasses came up. He was a doctor before the end of the world, and now he also treats patients in this base. But it was just medical treatment, because he had no medicine or equipment. Okay, I'll think of a way, Xia replied. Many people in the base have suffered from acute enteritis, which must be caused by eating some unclean things before, Liao said. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow. After Suyu spoke, no one else dared to bargain anymore. By the time Suyu and the others left, the old lady's eyes were red, and the doctor next to her wanted to say a few words of comfort but didn't know how to start. Mom, you eat it! A little girl held half a steamed bun in her hand. She was reluctant to finish it, and wanted to give it to her mother. You eat, the woman said weakly. Her face was pale, her eye bones were sunken, and her lips were black. This was because she had been eating too many toxic foods for a long time. Mom, don't die! I'll give you all the food! Please stay alive! The 4-year-old girl cried heartbreakingly. Several people watched this scene. Everyone here was already used to it. It's still okay in their base, but it is said that in the base next door, they have to cannibalize each other because there is no food. Suyu entered the space and found that the things he had hoarded had not been moved out. Considering their time and space difference, it should be late at night over there, and only a note was left. The next day, Xia Qing woke up early in the morning. She has been feeling refreshed recently, perhaps because she has money. Also, after absorbing the crystal beads, her body has undergone many changes. The first thing I did when I woke up was to check my phone. There were 99 messages on the interface of Qimao novels. It's only 6 o'clock. Then she entered her own space, and the glittering gold jewelry dazzled her eyes. Chapter 13. The whole family signs up for a driver's license. Gold necklaces, gold bracelets, and various gold rings, pearls, agates, and crystals. He must have moved the entire store here. Xia Qing's guess was correct. He had moved almost half of the store. Then, Xia Qing saw the note he wrote. The handwriting was strong and powerful. It was obvious that he was a very powerful person. I saw what he wrote about what he needed: steamed buns, sesame cakes, and medicine for treating enteritis. You have to buy it. So much money. Some of the necklaces and bracelets are really beautiful. She is reluctant to sell them. You have to sell it. That's the only way to make money. But I have to deal with these jewels first. She took out a big box from under the bed and put all the jewels in the space into it. If she had a necklace she liked, she would just put it on. This suitcase was not enough, so she found another big box and put all the jewelry under the bed. The space under her bed was really filled with all kinds of jewelry. There are a lot of things placed in the closet, and only when there is some space can Suyu put his things in it. Fortunately, the house in the countryside is relatively large, and her room is more than 20 square meters. She took out all the gold bracelets and put them in her backpack. She planned to take them to the county town to sell today, and if it didn't work out, she would go to the city to sell them. It would be troublesome if so much gold could not be sold in one gold shop to avoid suspicion. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw that her novel was already in the top 3. She was so happy to publish 20,000 words that she immediately released a large update. The space under her bed was filled with gold jewelry, and she locked the door of her room before leaving. She must get a driver's license, buy a car, and improve her life when she has money. Otherwise, what's the point of having money? This kid, why did he go out so early in the morning? Yan Xia smiled and shook her head as she watched Xia Qing leave in a hurry. Xia Qing arrived at the county town and saw a gold shop selling 100 grams of gold. An unexpected surprise today: the price of gold had gone up. In recent times, the price of gold has continued to rise. She made a lot of money this time. She sold a lot of gold in the morning and signed up for a driving test for herself. After thinking about it, she decided to sign up for one for her parents as well. In the afternoon, she took a bus to Jiang City and went to every gold shop to sell the gold until she had sold out all the gold in her backpack. Looking at the huge sum of 900,000 yuan in her mobile bank card, she had never dared to think about it before. She used to work 5,000 a month and work 996. But now she doesn't have to do that anymore and earns so much easily. I still have several large suitcases of jewelry at home. I will sell them all when the time comes. I estimate that they can sell for hundreds of thousands of yuan. The rest are crystal, amber, and other jewelry. These are not as valuable as gold. I will sell them online when the time comes. I won't put it on Xianyu anymore. I'll just open an online store on Taobao and sell some items from different time and space. Because she needs to find a way to get rid of all those things, Suyu doesn't need to find valuable things for her recently. She can just sell those things online slowly first. Thinking of what Suyu needed, she went to the pharmacy and bought various medicines for treating enteritis and antipyretic drugs. Others thought she was here to purchase supplies. I went to the market and bought steamed buns, steamed bread, and milk powder until I couldn't take any more. This was marked by Suyu, and she was particularly concerned. Fortunately, there is space, otherwise I can't take it back. Seeing that the space had been filled up, she finished shopping. It was really fun to shop all the time. There were still more than a dozen crystal beads in the space, and she had not had time to absorb them yet. After all this, it was already afternoon, but she didn't feel tired. Instead, she felt like she had been given a shot of chicken blood. Earn money to buy things. Is this tiring? It's not tiring at all. In the past, when she went shopping with her colleagues in Shanghai, she could only look but not buy anything. Now she has finally discovered the emotional value of shopping. She was thinking that if Suyu asked them to find something from a museum for her in the future, it would probably fetch tens of millions or even hundreds of millions if she sold it. Xia Qing was so excited when she thought of this. By then, she could rebuild her house into a big villa. She could even take her parents on a trip abroad. After returning home, Xia Qing told Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang, "Dad, Mom, I've signed up for a driver's license for both of you. Download an app on your phone and learn all the first part of the course first." Take a driving test? Old Mrs. Xia frowned. It would cost 1,000 or 2,000 to register for a driver's license. Her uncle's eldest son, who had graduated from college but had not found a job yet, also wanted to get a driver's license. When she went back to deliver the money that day, Xia Jixiang, her eldest grandson, was calling his father to ask for money, saying that he needed 2,000 yuan to take a driver's license test in the city. "Yes. After we get our driver's license and buy a car, we can all drive, and it will be much faster to go to the county town," Xia Qing said with a smile. "It takes 40 minutes by train, but less than 20 minutes by car." Okay. I'll go learn it right now." Xia Jixiang was extremely happy. Thinking about his daughter buying them a car in the future, the corners of his mouth almost floated up to the sky. No, he had to go out now and chat with Sun Jiangwo. "I'll be back for dinner later." Xia Jixiang ran away with his cell phone. Xia Qing knew that she had gone out to show off to others, and she couldn't do anything about it since she had a father who loved to show off. In the past, people in the village always talked about their family, saying that he only had one daughter and who would take care of him in his old age. They all laughed at him behind his back. Now let them see, what's wrong with daughters? They are just as good. They are more filial than sons. Just give your dad the exam. Why did you sign me up? What a waste of money! Yang Xia said it was a waste of money, but the corners of her mouth could not help but rise. Over the years, she has been ridiculed a lot. "No way! I'll buy you a car when my mom gets her driver's license. Then you can take my grandma and grandpa out for a spin. Otherwise, when my grandma gets sick and wants to go to a big hospital for treatment, she has to borrow a car, or take a taxi to the county, or even go to the city, which is really inconvenient." "Okay. I'll learn it with my phone now." Yang Xia could hardly suppress the smile. When she returns to her parents' home, no one in her family will say anything bad about her anymore, and she will be able to hold her head high in front of her sister. "What do you want to learn? You are so old, do you still need to take a driving test?" Old Mrs. Xia couldn't bear it anymore. His eldest son's family was heartbroken about spending money to pay for their grandson to learn to drive, but not only did they register their granddaughter for Xia Jixiang, they also wanted to register for a driver's license for Yang Xia. It will cost 2,000 yuan for each of these three people to apply for a driver's license, so that would be 6,000 yuan, right? Thinking of this, the old lady looked at Xia Qing and wanted to say that she was a spendthrift. She didn't know how to live. She wasted money like this. "Grandma, you should go to my uncle's place tomorrow, right? How about I take you there tomorrow?" "Yes. Tomorrow old lady Xia will go to her uncle's house, Xia Qing's house. The old lady's expression changed instantly. Xia Qing has many children in his family, so living space is tight. It's not like he has a big room here. Xia Qing is an only child and no one asks her for money. Xia Qing has 3 sons, one of whom is in college. There are 2 left, one has just entered elementary school and the other is in junior high school. They are all money grubbers. How can an old lady like her in the village get a pension? She favored Xia Qing and was unwilling to spend the money of her eldest son's family, so she wanted to spend it on Xia Qing. Deep down, she thought that they only had one daughter, and she would be given to outsiders in the future. Chapter 14. A jade bracelet worth hundreds of dollars is of ice type? When old Mrs. Xia heard Xia Qing say that she wanted to send her back, she felt a little panicked. Can I stay at my son's house for 2 more days? Of course. I thought you'd already been here for a month. I was afraid it would be inconvenient for you to walk there, so I just wanted to see you off. In the village, a girl who is married off is like water spilled, and men are responsible for taking care of her in her old age by dividing the land. At the beginning, the 2 brothers agreed that they would take turns to serve for 1 month, but tomorrow is number 1, and it's time to change. It's so close. I can just go there and eat when the time comes. The old lady frowned. If you feel uncomfortable living somewhere, can't you just go there to eat and come back? Xia Qing stopped talking and didn't want to argue with her grandma anymore, so she went upstairs quickly. She paid the deposit through Taobao and the review was completed in 2 hours. A lot of them were bought on Xianyu, so she has to send them all tomorrow. Next, she bought a lot of things from Taobao, including instant noodles and dried noodles. Online shopping is so convenient now, she doesn't have to go out to buy it. Thinking that it will be summer in a month, and there is no air conditioner at home, every summer we just use a broken electric fan, and the whole family uses it. She ordered 2 air conditioners directly from Taobao, spending 5,000 yuan. The toilet in the house also needs to be replaced, as well as the refrigerator and TV. She actually wanted to change the bed, but there were jewelry under the bed and she couldn't change it for the time being. Qing is eating. Here I come. Xia Qing went downstairs and found the only beautiful jade bracelet among the pile of jewelry that Suyu gave her in her space. She fell in love with it at first sight. She was reluctant to sell it, so she gave it to her mother. If Mom doesn't like you, she will take her to the jewelry store to choose. She is afraid that Mom will not be willing to spend money, so she will slowly let them get used to it. I made dumplings today, Yan Xia said happily. Since her daughter came back, everything has been good and her mood has improved too. The reason why old Mrs. Xia is willing to live in the second son's house is that young Xia cooks delicious food and is willing to cook, especially when Xia Qing is around. He has a daughter, not like his old family. He has 3 sons, so he should at least buy a house for them. They will all need to spend money to marry wives in the future. We're having dumplings tonight. The shepherd's purse we picked this morning was so fresh. Yan Xia chopped up the green shepherd's purse and added some plump local pork. Then she took some soft dough to wrap it up and mixed some soy sauce and vinegar. That tastes delicious. Xia Qing ate 3 big bowls by himself. Xiaoxia's dumplings are delicious. Leave a bowl for Xiaopeng. Old Mrs. Xia was praising people at this moment. Xiaopeng is the youngest son of my uncle. Yan Xia's face didn't look good. Every time the old lady said this, she would give some of their food to her uncle's children. Their children are just children. But Qing is not? Mom, this bracelet is for you. Xia Qing took out a jade bracelet and said. When Yan Xia saw the jade bracelet for the first time, she was instantly attracted to it, and didn't even bother to be angry with the old lady. This jade bracelet is so beautiful. The old lady didn't know how much jade cost, but she knew gold in her bones, so she thought the bracelet was just pretty and not worth much. In fact, Xia Qing didn't know how much it cost, and there was no label on it. This jade bracelet is much more translucent than the one your aunt wears, Yan Xia said lovingly. Xia Qing knew that her aunt, Yang Mei, was the one with the best living conditions in her grandmother's family. The first person in the village to be admitted to college also married to the Magic City. So this is why Yang Xia is determined to send her daughter to college no matter how hard it is. Before, she worked and studied in Shanghai, and her aunt helped her. Although the two sisters are close, they will compare with each other from time to time. Having said that, Yang Xia sent a short video and a message to Yang Mei. This is the jade bracelet my daughter gave me. Isn't it beautiful? I didn't let her spend money on it, but she insisted on buying it for me. After a while, and Yang Mei replied to the message. Take a video for me. Your jade bracelet is very translucent, and looks like it's of ice grade. What is ice type? Yang Mei quickly sent her a picture. The price of ice type is about 300,000 to several million. The cheapest ice type Confucian ice type costs about 100,000. No way. It looks like the real thing, very transparent, like a high-grade ice type. Yang Xia looked at the message sent by her elder sister, and then looked at the translucent bracelet. Qing, how much did you pay for this bracelet? Yang Xia said nervously. Hopefully it won't be tens of thousands. She didn't even dare to take it with her. She had to put it in a cabinet, lock it up, and then press it under the bed. Only then would she feel at ease. How would Xia Qing know how much this was worth? The key point is that the value of another time and space should be different for them, right? Besides, this doesn't cost money. Xia Qing said casually. It's only a few hundred yuan. Although a few $100s is not cheap for them, it is nothing compared to gold. Yang Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It was no problem for her to wear a bracelet worth several $100s. Your aunt told us to go to their house next month because your cousin is getting engaged. Going back to the Magic City again? Xia Qing frowned slightly, thinking of that city. She was really embarrassed when she left. It takes a long time to go there by train, and the train ticket costs hundreds of dollars per person. Yang Xia was also very hesitant. Then I saw my aunt said that they had bought tickets to Shanghai and asked us to bring Grandma and Grandpa along. Go find a doctor in Shanghai to check on Grandma's illness. Go! You two sisters haven't seen each other for a long time. I'll take care of the land at home, Xia Jisheng said as he looked at Yang Xia, who was hesitant and still wanted to go. I know she is worried about her family. Don't worry. We don't have to take the vegetables to the city to sell them. We can just grow some cabbages. I can do it myself, Xia Jisheng said. Go, go! You've worked hard following me these years. Go to the Magic City and take a look around. Yang Xia's eyes turned red. Her husband still loved her. Why are you going? Aren't you going to feed the chickens and ducks at home? Old Mrs. Xia frowned, thinking that after Yang Xia left, there would be no one to cook for her. These are just small jobs. I can do it alone. Mom, don't interfere in this matter. You should move to your eldest brother's house next month, Xia Jisheng said with a frown. What a waste of money! Old Mrs. Xia was so angry that her face turned red. Okay. Then Qing, you will go with me next month, Yang Xia said with a smile. Okay. Xia Qing didn't want to make her mother unhappy, but this was the Magic City. However, she still had some confidence this time. At least she has money now. While there is still a month left, she wants to make some money. The Magic City is not their small village. A few hundred yuan can be spent in a month, and a meal in Shanghai will cost at least hundreds or thousands. Wherever they go, they can't ask their aunt to pay for everything. Chapter 15 is dedicated to the whole family to continue to improve their lives. After lunch, Xia Qing watched her mother washing dishes and thought about ordering a dishwasher online. A sweeping robot. It's okay in the summer, but in the winter, Yang Xia's hands are red and cracked from washing dishes and clothes. But first, pack up the things I sold on Xianyu yesterday and send them out to the express supermarket. There are also many people who buy her things on Taobao. A rough calculation shows that she has earned 20,000 yuan from the things sold online. The cost is the express delivery fee. Xia Qing found the second volume from the pile of books that Suyu found for her and scanned it. I flipped through a few more novels, which were quite interesting. I spent the entire morning reading without realizing it. Thinking of the crystal beads, she absorbed a dozen of them at once. Whoosh! After she absorbed it all, the space really became bigger, and her skin became smoother, and her body was full of strength. Qing, I'm going to treat my classmates to a dinner tomorrow night. Remember to come. It's at the Xia Qing restaurant in the county town, room 201. Okay. Xia Qing responded and hung up the phone. Xia Qing did not attend the wedding, so this should be another thank you banquet. It just so happens that she has to go to the county town tomorrow to go to the driving school. She paid extra to take the test. She just wants it to be fast. Let's go over to have dinner in the evening. The home appliances she bought online are being delivered today. I placed the order yesterday afternoon, and it was delivered this morning. This Tmall store is really fast. Are they afraid that she will refund the money? At noon, Yang Xia cooked a big pot of stewed pork from the countryside. She added some cooking wine, salt and MSG, and stirred it in the pot with a colander. Next, stir-fry the chopped green onion and shredded ginger, then add the large chunks of chopped pork, kelp, meatballs, and winter melon. Finally, add some vermicelli. It's fragrant, refreshing and tasty. How can it not be delicious? I was afraid that the rest would be too greasy, so I picked 2 tomatoes from my home garden, cut them into pieces and added some sugar. Sweet and refreshing. I have to say that the food Yang Xia cooks is really delicious, and the big steamed buns she makes at home are soft and fragrant. Xia Qing ate a big bowl. Woof woof woof, every household in the village has 2 dogs, and Xia Qing's family is no exception. All the leftovers at home are fed to the big yellow dog. The dog is pregnant and has a bulging belly. Gurgle. Xia Qing rubbed Dahuang's head and checked her mobile phone while touching the dog's head. Today is September 2nd, the day when Chimao's royalties are released. It was published for 3 to 5 days last month, and she thought the royalties would not be much. But when she opened her phone, she found that the royalties for 3 to 5 days were more than 5,000 yuan. It was a big surprise for her. If she sells the copyright in the future, it can be sold for hundreds of thousands, right? The novels that Suyu found were all very interesting. Once she finished reading them and scanned and published them, she could also earn royalties. Qingqing, the tomatoes can be picked these days. Where should they be sent to you? Xia Jixiang asked. Warehouse number 20 in Nanpu, the county town. I'll go with you to deliver the fruits after we finish picking them. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, Just pick them, and someone will come and transport them when the time comes. Otherwise, her father would have to ride a tricycle to transport it several times, so she could just rent a truck. That's great news! Xia Jixiang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. This year is really good. I don't have to go out to pick up goods at 3 or 4 in the morning. This is all thanks to Qingqing. Sending Qingqing to study is definitely the right thing to do. Xia Jixiang was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Xia Jixiang is less than 50 years old this year, but he has been doing hard work all year round, and his hair on both sides of his head is gray and his face is full of wrinkles. People would believe that he is 70 years old. It is normal for them to farm and deliver vegetables and stay up until the early morning. Only in the afternoon, when there are fewer people buying vegetables, will they find a cool place on the street to catch up on their sleep. It's okay in the summer, but it's too cold in the winter, and it's still an expense to set up a greenhouse for the winter. So vegetables are more expensive in winter. As long as Suyu is alive and well, she will have enough source of income, and someone will pick up the vegetables from their house. In the afternoon, Xia Qing's courier phone calls never stopped. All the large express deliveries were delivered to the door, and Xia Qing had to go to the door to move them. What did you buy? Yang Xia and Xia Jixiang also came over curiously. The neighbors nearby also gathered around, including my dad's good friend, Sun Zhengwo. This is the air conditioner I bought. Summer is coming soon. I installed one in my parents' room and one in my room. Also, the refrigerator we had was too small and made too much noise, so I bought a new one. And there's a TV. I'll buy you an 80-inch TV so you can watch it comfortably. And this multifunctional sofa seat is so comfortable to sit on. I also bought a dishwasher this afternoon, and the vacuum cleaner is expected to arrive tomorrow. The thing about rural homes is that they have a lot of space. That's a lot of money, isn't it? Yang Xia still felt that her daughter had spent a lot of money. What are dishwashers and vacuum cleaners? Will she no longer have to wash dishes? It's not much. Dad, Mom, I have money now. Let's live a good life in the future. Isn't the purpose of making money to spend it? Okay, since our daughter is filial to us, we will accept it happily. Xia continued with a look of joy on his face. He is very open-minded. He will live a good life if he has the conditions. Even if he doesn't have a son, his daughter is still his child. He has never been stingy, but he just doesn't have much skill. He only knows how to farm, but the income from this kind of land is low. Now that his daughter has made progress, he is so happy. Let the people in the village take a good look. His daughter can also make people proud. My daughter bought them all for me. Jangwo, come to my house to watch TV after my new TV is installed. Such a big TV must seem so far away. Xia Qing's voice was so loud that the neighbors around could hear it clearly. Son Jangwo's face didn't look very good, but he still had to keep it up. Okay, then I'll see how big your TV is. Son Jangwo also has 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter has been married for a long time. He often laughed at Xia Qing behind his back for having only this one daughter, and that she would be the last one to be eaten up by her family. Now, after the daughter comes back, she has bought a mobile phone and all the home appliances in the house are replaced with new ones. Not only that, when he heard that all the vegetables he grew were bought, and he didn't have to work hard to sell them, son Jangwo would be lying if he didn't feel jealous. Jangwo, come and help me move such a big box. I'll treat you to a drink tonight, Xia Qing said with a smile on his face. Son Jangwo's mouth twitched. Who cares about his wine? He had to go back home tonight, and call his son to talk about this matter. I'll move it. Xia Qing went over to help, but was immediately stopped by Xia's father. You can't lift it because it's so heavy. Let me do it. Jangwo, come and help me. Son Jangwo reluctantly went over to help carry it. In fact, Xia Qing was able to move it. She felt it didn't feel very heavy, probably because she absorbed the crystal beads. This air conditioner wastes a lot of electricity in the summer, doesn't it? It's such a waste. Can't you just use an electric fan when it's hot? The old lady stomped her feet in anger. It's okay, Mom. You can just use an electric fan when the time comes. Qingqing only bought 2 air conditioners and won't install them in your room, Yang Xia said. The old lady was so angry that her face turned pale. She thought of something and said in a calming tone, We only need 1. We'll give the other one to your eldest brother's house. It will be cool when I go there. Chapter 16. All the valuable things are ready. My daughter spent money to honor her parents, so why am I giving it to my eldest brother? The old lady opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but several neighbors around her said enviously, Xia, you are so lucky! Your daughter has made great progress. Yes. Xia, you really have a good daughter. The neighbors around were envious when they saw the big boxes and small boxes in the house and the huge TV. There are televisions in the village now, but few families have air conditioners. The main reason is that everyone thinks air conditioners consume too much electricity. The arrival of such a large express truck caused a lot of gossip in the village, and it soon spread everywhere. My uncle's house was only about 10 minutes away, and Tian Kaiwa heard that my second brother's family had bought so many things. This second brother's family buys so many things. Has Qingqing become rich outside? Inheritance. Let's let our youngest son be adopted by our second uncle's family. When Qingqing marries him, the homestead and farmland will all be ours. We'll talk about this when Qingqing gets engaged, Xia Qing said with a frown. He was already unhappy because they were both college students who had worked hard to support each other, and now they had graduated and were working, but Qingqing came back to buy things for her parents. But what about his eldest son? He always calls to ask for money. He says that the cost of living in a big city is high. The rent is expensive. He never buys anything for them. Isn't it possible for Qingqing to go home and buy a lot of things? Father Xia is unpacking the boxes and the installer won't be here until tomorrow. I'm going out tomorrow morning, Mom and Dad. One of you should stay at home and watch over me. Okay, the two responded happily. This TV is so big. Xia Qing looked at such a big TV. We'll have to sell our broken TV and refrigerator tomorrow. They're just in the way at home, said Xia Qing. There was also an old-fashioned TV in the living room. Now this TV is big and the body is thin and light. It must look good. Goodbye, I bought this with money. Yang Xia was also a little reluctant. But this feeling only lasted until tomorrow. After fixing the TV and the refrigerator, after making such a comparison, Yang Xia decided to take away the broken TV and the noisy and shaking refrigerator. So you received another big meat bun from Xia Qing, as well as more than a dozen bags of milk powder, instant noodles, and mineral water. Li Yao, give your child a few bags of milk powder, and give the rest to the younger children. Okay. Li Yao's hands were shaking as he held the milk powder. Wang Chang, these sesame cakes and big meat buns, you guys can eat them, and we can share the rest later. Several large bags of steaming meat buns appeared on the ground. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang smelled the aroma of the meat and swallowed hard. They felt that they could eat more than a dozen big buns in one go. But there are too many people in the base now, so they only need to eat one or two. All this water has been distributed. Give it to the children first. Good! Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were so excited that they were speechless. Tell the people in the base that I will only take care of everyone's food for 7 days. After 7 days, no food will be distributed except to the children. You all have to give me food in exchange. With 7 days of food, their physical strength will be more stable. If you stop eating those poisonous leaves, your body will feel better. What's the exchange? Wang Chang asked stupidly. Li Yaobai glanced at him and said, Of course it's a crystal bead, or something valuable. Is it hard to find valuable things? They are everywhere on the street. Although these people's fighting power is not strong, the zombies' activity level is weakened during the day, and their running speed is not even as fast as that of adults. In the county town and villages, all the food is gone, but the valuables are still there. Li Yao, you are responsible for collecting valuables at home and registering and exchanging them. Good. Suyu still had other things to do. He also had to kill zombies and hunt crystal beads during the day, and give as many as possible to her so that her space could be upgraded and expanded. This way, enough supplies can be collected at one time. The four of them quickly decided on the matter, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were also ready to announce it. Li Yao went back and gave the milk powder to Tian Rui, and also took out a few big meat buns and some mineral water. Dad, the little kid has been eating normal food these days, and his eyes have become clearer from being confused. Be good. I won't let you go hungry anymore. We will all have food in the future, right? Tian Rui's voice was hoarse and she was shaking uncontrollably. Yes. In the future, if we find more valuable things, we will have an endless supply of food, Li Yao said seriously. Yao, do you still remember my home? Tian Rui said. Of course I remember. Before the end of the world, Tian Rui was a wealthy lady, the daughter of the richest man in Jiangqing. In my basement there's my father's safe, which contains a lot of gold, precious diamonds, and antiques of famous paintings and calligraphy. Li Yao listened and twitched violently and said, Wait for me, I'll call brother you over right away. Tian Rui's home is in a wealthy man's villa in Jiangqing, not in the urban area, so there are definitely not many zombies. But if you go directly to the city to search for gold shops, there will definitely be a lot of zombies. Every pink diamond in my family's safe is of auction quality. Back then, Tian Rui spent a fortune on Li Yao, but after the end of the world, all that money became a thing of the past. Su Yu knew that the area was full of wealthy people. We cleared out that rich area and we all moved there. They live in shacks here, which is fine now. If they wait here until the extreme cold comes, a large number of people may not survive. Now that they have food, their bodies have strength. They don't have to wait for death aimlessly. Their lives have a purpose, so they must do something. Su Yu has become their leader. There must be someone who can lead them, and everyone undoubtedly trusts him. Okay. Then we will gather all the evolvers and clean up together, Li Yao said with great energy. The accommodation there is much better than here. There were only 5 of them who were evolvers in their base, but there were also some former soldiers. Organize a forward team, no force. Good treatment and benefits. Food and drink provided, Suyu said calmly. The treatment and benefits are really good. Food and drink are provided. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. I'll get you something valuable by then. After Jiangqing, there are other cities as well. And there's also the vault, Li Yao said excitedly. These days, edible food is hard to find, but shiny gold is everywhere. Suyu also left a note for Xia Qing, telling her that she needed a lot of food recently, and that she could ask for valuable things at any time, and he had everything ready. Chapter 17. There is a joke to watch. Xia Qing knew that Suyu had prepared a lot of valuable things for her, but her house couldn't hold them all. And it makes me feel insecure if I put them all in the bedroom. She had to deal with all these things first. Thinking that there was still a lot of wealth over there, Xia Qing was overjoyed. Why go on blind dates? Why fall in love? Make money! Develop a career! That's the best way to live. The richer you are in a big city, the more you can enjoy life. What we call fairness is only within the same level. The things that the rich enjoy are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Cars, villas, all those brand name products that people laughed at her for not being able to afford can now be afforded by her. Early the next morning, she scanned another book and directly issued a contract application for 20,000 yuan. Then she went to the county town in the morning because she was going to take the first subject test today. Dad, Mom, study hard. You will also be taking the subject 1 exam in a few days. I know, Xia Qing said. Someone came this morning and installed a TV, air conditioner, dishwasher and robot vacuum cleaner in their home. The air from this air conditioner is so cool, Yan Xia said happily as she stood in her bedroom and felt the cool breeze. Otherwise I would get prickly heat every summer, especially during the dog days of summer. Ah Xia, come and take a look at this big TV. The picture quality is so clear that you can even see the pores of the people on it. And this sofa that Qingqing bought, I can just sleep on it at noon, and it's electric, which is really rare. Jixiang, look at this big refrigerator that Qingqing bought for us. It makes no noise at all and opens by itself as soon as you put your finger on it. There is also this dishwashing machine. Just put the pots and bowls on it, press the button and forget about it, Yang Xia said curiously. After washing dishes for half her life, her hands were rough and dry. Now she doesn't have to wash dishes anymore. Old Mrs. Xia looked at the new appliances at home, and she hadn't enjoyed a single day yet. She should go to her eldest son's house today. We should have gone there 3 days ago, but it was delayed for a few days. It will not look good if we delay any further. Look, Xia Jiqing's daughter-in-law Tian Kaihua came specially to pick up the old lady. She also has to farm and work. Her second son is in boarding school, and she has to pick up and drop off her youngest son every day. The old lady can help with cooking, and Tian Kaihua can save a lot of work. Mom, I'm here to pick you up today. The smile on Tian Kahua's face instantly fell when she walked in and saw the big color TV in the bedroom. Although I heard many people in the village talking about it yesterday, it was still a psychological shock when I actually saw it. She had been to an electronics store in the county before, and an LCD TV of this size would cost at least several thousand or even tens of thousands of yuan. Old Mrs. Xia was also reluctant to leave. Although she favored her eldest son's family, she lived comfortably at her younger son's house and didn't have to cook. I haven't packed yet. Old Mrs. Xia still wanted to delay time. Yan Xia took out a large package filled with old lady Xia's things and said, It's okay, Mom, I've packed everything for you. I'll pick you up next month. Old Mrs. Xia followed Tian Kaihua reluctantly. Then I won't see you off. Yan Xia had a smile in the corners of her eyes, and she could hardly suppress it. Old Mrs. Xia looked down on her since she came home. When she gave birth to Qingqing, she would be scolded if she ate a few more pieces of pumpkin in a month. In the end, it was my mother and sister who came to take care of me. She is now able to take care of her with a good attitude because her husband treats her well. Tian Kaihua glanced at the big TV and the brand new refrigerator, and wished she could move them both to her own home. When Qingqing gets married, her youngest son will transfer these things to her. Xia Qing took the first subject test smoothly in the morning. She didn't know if it was because she absorbed the crystal beads, but she felt that her memory had become more useful. In short, she passed the first subject successfully, and the next step was to practice driving. She practiced 2 or 3 times a week and took the test for the second time half a month later. She also paid to take the fast track. I had lunch in the county town at noon and bought a lot of big meat buns, steamed buns, sesame cakes, and the like. Suyu said that these things were filling and that we could order more. This time we bought quite a lot, 500 pieces, which were divided among several families. Then she went to a jewelry shop and sold 2 diamond rings. The recycling price of diamonds was also good, and she found that the price of gold was still on the rise. In the afternoon, I went to a big shopping mall in the county town, bought some clothes, and got my hair done. Coupled with her current cold white skin, her temperament has improved a lot after changing into another outfit. I took a look at the address of the restaurant that Wang Sisi had invited me to on my phone and took a taxi there directly. She went to a restroom first, and then she heard voices outside. I heard Sulu is coming here today too? Yes. I also informed Xia Qing that Su Li's partner is my husband's sister. I didn't expect that she would come today. That's a joke. Didn't Xia Qing have a crush on Su Lu, but was rejected by Su Lu in front of so many people? Look at Su Li's family conditions. The largest shopping mall in the county is owned by his family, and he is also the most handsome boy in our school. Xia Qing, a country student from the countryside, confessed her love to Su Lu. Wang Sisi frowned slightly. After all, she was the one who invited Xia Qing, and she was quite pretty now. Jia, please don't say anything later. You are my good friend. Xia Qing and I are from the same village. Don't make things too awkward, Wang Sisi said with a frown. If she had known that Sulu would also come today, she would not have invited Xia Qing. Xia Qing in the toilet frowned slightly. This was also a bloody plot. She was the one who was paid to help deliver the love letter. As a result, when Sulu saw her, he didn't even read the love letter and directly rejected her. When everyone saw this scene, they all thought that she had confessed her love. She knew that her parents worked very hard to support her schooling, getting up early and going to bed late, so she agreed when someone gave her money, even 2 days' food expenses. She didn't expect that this matter would become a laughing stock. From then on, she realized that there was some money that could not be earned. She is a very good student, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to be admitted to the Shanghai University of Design in such an environment. People all think that going to college is a way out, but few can actually do so. The major she studied is too expensive. It was not until I arrived in Shanghai that I realized that for some things, talent and luck come second, while money and power come first. Can we blame those people? Everyone is like this. What's the big deal? Isn't he just a village college student who was admitted to the Magic City? Didn't he go home to farm? Sun Jiejia said disdainfully. At the beginning, Sun Jiejia and Xia Qing were both in the top 3 in the class, but later Xia Qing was admitted to Shanghai, and she also got into university. The former's parents scraped together enough money to send their child to college, while the latter's family disagreed and, valuing boys over girls, only allowed her to go to a technical secondary school before going out to work. Xia Qing waited until the two of them left before coming out of the bathroom and looking at herself in the mirror. Chapter 18. Money in Hand is Confidence. A month ago, she had dark skin, 800 degrees of myopia, and wore thick black-framed glasses. She was mentally exhausted from working all day, and her skin was rough from staying up late. But now, her skin has become whiter, she has taken off her glasses, and her eyes have become clearer. There are still hundreds of thousands of yuan in the bank card. It turns out that having money in hand gives you confidence. In the past, she could buy clothes from Pinduoduo or Taobao for less than 200 yuan. She even had few clothes in her closet. Today she went to the county shopping mall and spent $2,000 without blinking an eye. The salesperson's attitude towards her was different and very enthusiastic. This gave her a very comfortable emotional value. All the depression and inferiority complex disappeared. Xia Qing came out of the bathroom. She didn't feel like eating dinner tonight. The private room Wang Sisi booked was not far from the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she ran into Wang Sisi, who was outside receiving guests. Xia Qing. Wang Sisi looked at Xia Qing in surprise, even though she had seen the changes in Xia Qing that day. But today she is obviously more attractive. Appearance accounts for 30% of a person's appearance, and 70% of her dressing. After all, Xia Qing gave her a share of the money, and she also bought a lot of vegetables grown in the village, including those from her second uncle's family. Those who can purchase vegetables in large quantities now must have some connections, and Xia Qing bought a lot of things for the family yesterday. Any small incident in the village could spread widely. Wang Sisi originally wanted to remind Xia Qing that Sulu was coming over today, but her husband also came over and his eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful Xia Qing. "You must be Sisi's friend, please come in," Jiang Wen said with a smile. Congratulations, congratulations. Xia Qing said politely and brought a gift for Wang Sisi. A wedding gift. Wang Sisi looked down and saw that Xia Qing's gift bag contained a famous brand Dior lipstick, and she couldn't stop smiling. Who doesn't like a generous friend? Wang Sisi's face became even more enthusiastic. You're so welcome. Come inside and sit down. There were 2 tables in a hall. Wang Sisi took Xia Qing to her friend's table. One of the men looked at Xia Qing and asked with a look of surprise in his eyes. Sisi, who is this beautiful lady? Why don't you introduce her to us? Zhang Chao, this is Xia Qing. Don't you remember me? We were in the same class in high school, Wang Sisi said with a smile. Not to mention her, she didn't recognize her at first. Xia Qing? Zhang Chaozhen was so stunned that he was speechless. Xia Qing was ranked first and second in academics in high school, so many people knew her, but other than academics she was mediocre. Moreover, according to Zhang Chao's memory, Xia Qing's skin was yellow and dark, and her skin was very dry in high school. Sun Jiejia stood up in surprise and looked Xia Qing from head to toe. Zhang Chao. Xia Qing greeted him with a smile. She was a good student and had a good memory, especially now that she had absorbed a lot of crystal beads. She could remember things after reading them a few times. She can remember all her high school classmates, which is sometimes painful because the bad things are also clearly remembered. Yes, it's me. Come and sit down. This is the top student in our class. His college entrance examination score was over 600 points, Zhang Chao said eagerly. I secretly stared at Xia Qing. I didn't expect that she would be so beautiful after turning white. So what? Aren't you back to farming anyway? Sun Jiejia raised her eyebrows and said contemptuously. When others heard this, they thought Xia Qing couldn't make it out there anymore and decided to go home and farm. People like Zhang Chao, Li Chui, and Wang Sisi all know about the conflict between Sun Jiejia and Xia Qing. Wang Sisi walked over, pulled Sun Jiejia, frowned and whispered, Jia, stop making trouble. Xia Qing came here today to celebrate with her. Not only did she bring a present, but she also brought a gift with her. Zhang Chao politely reached out his hand to pull the seat next to him away and said with a smile, Xia Qing, come here and sit here with me. We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Add me on WeChat. At that time, 2 people in their class were admitted to university, but Xia Qing went while Sun Jiejia did not. She must have felt bad. Okay. Xia Qing sat down gracefully. Wang Sisi looked at Sun Jiejia and hoped that she would stop causing trouble. Xia Qing took out her cell phone and added Zhang Chao's WeChat. This is the latest iPhone 17, just launched at a price of $89.99. Zhang Chao was stunned when he saw the mobile phone Xia Qing took out. Ordinary people in the county were still reluctant to buy this mobile phone. After all, it's 3 or 4 months' salary. Sun Jiejia was dismissive, thinking that people who came back from the city just liked to show off, and maybe he bought it with online loans. You're back from the city? What are you doing? Zhang Chao said enthusiastically that Xia Qing was a top student, which did not attract attention before, but it was different now. Xia Qing thought for a moment and said, It means buying vegetables from food factories in big cities. Li Chui's eyes lit up when she heard Xia Qing's words and said, I heard from people in our village that you harvested a lot of vegetables. Right. Li Chui asked shyly. I have 3 mu of vegetables planted at home. Can you still harvest them? Potatoes and sweet potatoes. She also heard from others that Xia Qing harvested a lot. The main reason was that her parents were old and there were not many people in her family, so she had to sell all the vegetables to the city. This process is really tiring. It would be much easier if there was an acquisition. Xia Qing smiled and said, Collect it. Suyu has a lot of people and is in great need of food. Li Chui's eyes showed ecstasy, and she even said excitedly, That's great. Thank you so much, Xia Qing. Xia Qing said happily, How about this, add me on WeChat and I'll transfer the deposit to you. Li Chui looked at the 500 yuan transfer via WeChat, and her chubby face broke into a smile. Sun Jiejia looked very unhappy when she saw Sulu coming in, but when she saw him, she greeted him warmly. Sulu! Sit here. The girl next to him wearing a Chanel-style dress is Su Li's girlfriend. Sun Jiejie glanced at Xia Qing out of the corner of her eye. No matter how well she was dressed, she was still a country bumpkin from the village. Zhang Chao and Li Chui both glanced at Xia Qing and saw that the latter looked calm and relaxed. The only ones at this table who have gone to college and have high academic qualifications are Xia Qing and Su Lu. Su Lu wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and a black casual shirt. He looked very decent and did not look like a rich second generation at all. There are 2 tables in total, 1 table for male friends and 1 table for female friends. This is Sun Jiejie and Zhang Chao, my high school classmates. Su Lu introduced them to his girlfriend Xiao Jing. Sun Jiejie pointed at Xia Qing and deliberately said, "This is Xia Qing. Don't you remember? I wrote a love letter to you." Wang Sisi frowned. Was Sun Jiejie having a seizure today? Although she was her good friend, she shouldn't have made things awkward in this situation. Chapter 19 is 100 points funny. Wang Sisi quickly explained. This is Xia Qing, the top student in our high school class. So many years have passed. Xiao Jing, don't take it seriously. Xiao Jing looked at the lazy Xia Qing, took Su Li's arm and said with a smile. Su Li is so outstanding, someone likes him, which shows that I have good taste. At first, Su Li tore up the love letter without giving me any face. Wang Sisi frowned and said, Jia Jia. Sun Jiejie didn't care. She just couldn't stand Xia Qing and was jealous of her. Their grades in high school were not much different, and sometimes her grades were even better than Xia Qing's. Obviously, their family conditions are similar, and hers are even better. She was also admitted to Kyoto University. But she couldn't make it, but Xia Qing could, so she was jealous. Seeing her again was like seeing her own painful memories. She should have been able to go to college and live a better life than Xia Qing. Su Li's face didn't look good. To be precise, it was because he was upset at home that day and his grades were not good, so he got angry. Xia Qing stood up and said with a gentle smile, Su Lu, the love letter was written to you by Wang Jingjing from the class. I took 20 yuan from her. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Xia Qing to say this in public? Wasn't it written by Xia Qing? Yes, I remember that Wang Jingjing liked Su Lu very much at the beginning and asked me to help send something to Su Lu. Zhang Chao said, remembering something. Li Chui also thought of something and said, Wang Jingjing bought me milk and asked me to put a love letter in Su Li's drawer. Yes. She gave me money and asked me to help deliver something, but I didn't agree. Wang Sisi also remembered it, but she didn't go to deliver it because she also had a crush on Su Lu at that time. At this moment, Sun Jiejie's face had turned ugly, because she also remembered that Wang Jingjing had also looked for her. Yes, many classmates in the class were contacted by Wang Jingjing at the beginning, so how did the matter finally reach Xia Qing? Li Chui said to speak up for Xia Qing. Xia Qing just transferred the deposit to her, so this one can't go to waste. When I was young, I would make a fuss about anything. Su Li's mouth twitched, and he looked at Xia Qing and said, I'm sorry I didn't do well in the exam, but it wasn't because of you. Everyone didn't expect that Su Lu, who was always the most arrogant in the class, would actually apologize in public. They were all shocked for a moment. Sun Jiejie wanted to say something, but Wang Sisi stopped her and came up to her and whispered, Don't make trouble today. Soon, everyone sat down, and the atmosphere was relatively stable, with everyone chatting and drinking. Xia Qing, I heard that you went to Shanghai University of Design, which is one of the best universities in the country. Li Chui said enviously. Yes. I heard that you can meet many celebrities in the design school. Is Zhou Lingyi among them? Opposite the Shanghai Design Institute is the Shanghai Film Academy. It's okay. In fact, Xia Qing didn't pay much attention to it. She was busy working and going to school every day. After 3 rounds of drinking, everyone drank a lot, but Xia Qing was very sober and not drunk at all. This was her first time drinking. Perhaps Sun Jiejie was in a bad mood and drank a little too much. She stood up shakily and just heard everyone asking Xia Qing about going to college. Xia Qing, why can you go to college? To the Magic City? My grades are the same as yours. Everyone looked at Sun Jiejie's appearance and thought she was drunk and talking nonsense. Sun Jiejie, please sit down. Li Chui frowned and pulled Sun Jiejie. The latter was drunk and had a lot of strength. He pushed Li Chui away and walked towards Xia Qing. Why should your parents sell everything they have to send you to school? Why can't I? Xia Qing looked up and glanced at her, frowning and saying, You should go ask your parents. It's not like I'm not letting you go. Sun Jiejie looked down and saw Xia Qing's iPhone. She said unwillingly, It's all you who blocked my luck. You think it's a big deal to buy an iPhone 17? Maybe you bought it with a naked loan online? Xia Qing was so angry that she almost laughed when she heard her words. Sun Jiejie, are you crazy? Jia, stop making trouble. She's drunk. I'll take her out. Xia Qing, I'll come over to apologize to you later. Wang Sisi frowned and pulled Sun Jiejie out. I wasn't making a scene. She was just blocking my way. Sun Jiejie pushed Wang Sisi away and hit Xia Qing. Xia Qing frowned, stood up and just raised her hand to block it. Everyone heard a loud bang. Sun Jiejie screamed in pain. Ah! Several people were at the police station in the second half of the night. Wang Sisi and her husband Zhang Wen, Su Le and Zhang Xiaojing also followed. Sun Jiejie's arm was bandaged when she went to the hospital, and she was sober. In the interrogation room, a man in a dark blue police uniform asked, You're going to sue her for breaking your arm? That's right. This is the film I just took at the hospital. Sun Jiejie put the film on the table. There were clear cracks on the CT film, and there was a report below, showing a fracture in the right wrist. The policeman looked at Xia Qing next to him. Unlike Sun Jiejie's domineering attitude, the girl next to him looked very gentle and elegant. Moreover, this girl looks like she weighs less than 100 pounds. How could she have so much strength? She wanted to hit me, and I was acting in self-defense. I just blocked her attack. I didn't fight back. The hotel has surveillance cameras and there are witnesses outside the house. Outside the house, Wang Sisi and a few others were there, and many people saw it. Even though Wang Sisi and Sun Jiejie were friends, there was no reason to lie about this matter. The police checked the hotel's surveillance footage and saw a drunk Sun Jiejie pushing Wang Sisi away, then reaching out to hit Xia Qing. Just as Xia Qing said, she just blocked it. Ms. Xia Qing was indeed acting in self-defense. Will you hold Sun Jiejie responsible? Xia Qing said without hesitation. Of course. No. She broke my arm. Otherwise, how could I have fractured it? The policeman frowned and emphasized. Miss Sun, it's obvious that you were the first to hit someone, which led to this series of consequences. Now you will be held accountable. You will be fined 1,000 yuan for disturbing public order, and you must apologize to Miss Xia. No. I'm not apologizing. If you don't apologize, you will be detained in the detention center for 3 days. But my arm is really broken. The policeman's face turned serious and he said, Please sign it and choose to apologize to Ms. Xia or go to the detention center. Please don't waste public resources. Sun Jiejie was so angry that her face turned red. She was threatened that she would be sent to the detention center if she didn't apologize. Sun Jiejie almost gritted her teeth and said, Sorry. Not only did she fine Xia Qing 1,000 yuan today, she also bowed and apologized to Xia Qing in front of so many people. The police completed the formalities and allowed them to leave the police station. A female police officer watched them leave and couldn't help but say to her colleague, That girl, is she calcium deficient? I heard that excessive sun protection can also lead to calcium deficiency. She broke her own bone while beating someone up. Our police station has another funny call. Chapter 20, Physical Fitness. Sisi, what happened to your friend Sun Jiejie today? Zhang Wen frowned. Today was supposed to be a happy occasion as all the people who came were friends, but Sun Jiejie ended up causing such a scene. At first, Wang Sisi took Sun Jiejie to the hospital and went to the emergency room. After an X-ray, the doctor told her that she had a bone fracture, so she called the police. In our class, only Sun Jiejie and Xia Qing were admitted to university, but Jiejie's family disagreed. She even attempted suicide, and was eventually sent to a technical secondary school for 2 years. Is she mentally ill? Zhang Xiaojing said, pointing to her head. Wang Sisi shook her head. She had never heard that she had any mental illness. Cece, stay away from Sun Jiajia in the future. Today's incident was too ugly. There was a hospital and a police station involved. Jiang Wen frowned. It wasn't like this before. Who knew it would become like this when I met Xia Qing? Cece said helplessly. She probably saw that Xia Qing was living a better life than her, and she was drunk. Jiang Wen thought for a moment and said, You should spend less time with Sun Jiajia in the future. I think your friend Xia Qing is pretty good. She has a way to buy a lot of vegetables. Jiang Wen works in the county government. Recently, his superiors have been thinking about how to improve the sales channels of agricultural products and help farmers get rich. Yes. There are several families in our village who grow sweet potatoes this year. When the purchase price came out, many people were about to cry, but I didn't expect Xia Qing to buy out several of them. Today they also saw Xia Qing directly transfer the deposit to Li Chui. This means that the acquisition is not fake, otherwise why is it so easy? Without even looking at the land, Xia Qing transferred the deposit directly. She is a straightforward person. It was already past 2 in the morning when Xia Qing took a taxi home. Cece even sent her a WeChat message saying that she would treat her well next time. When she got home, her consciousness entered the space directly, and all the food she had put there during the day was gone. She planned to ask her financial client if there was anything she needed tomorrow. Suyu, what are you doing? It was daytime on Suyu's side. He led several evolvers, plus a few vanguard teams that joined, and were clearing out the zombies. Then he heard Xia Qing's sweet voice. Isn't it late over there? Are you still awake? Suyu's voice was bright, like the moonlight outside late at night. She was just beaten up and her arm was broken. Xia Qing felt a little amused and helpless when she thought about this, and briefly told Suyu what had just happened. After absorbing the crystal beads, your body was strengthened to varying degrees. You were not polluted in that time and space, so the degree of strengthening was relatively large. So that's how it is. I didn't expect that Sun Jiajia's fractured bone was caused by her own reasons, but she deserved it. I bought a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes. I'll pick them for you in 2 days. I'll buy you steamed buns tomorrow. Good. Puff. Suyu killed a zombie, took out a crystal bead from it, and put it into the space. She saw a still warm crystal bead. We are going to clean up the rich area in the next few days, and we need a lot of food and water. Okay, I'll prepare it for you when it's daybreak. I have several large boxes of gold bars, diamonds of various prices, calligraphy and antiques. When do you want them? Xia Qing couldn't help but get a little excited when she heard this, but looking at her small room, she had no place to put it. The safest thing is to sell it first. For high-value diamonds, she can only go to big cities to find auction houses. She looked at the 2 large suitcases of items under her bed that had not been sold yet, and resisted the urge to say, Just give me a batch of diamonds in a few days. I will go to Shanghai in a few days. No matter how expensive or valuable the things sold there are, they will not be noticed. That's a first-tier city in Shanghai. Do you have mobile phones there? Xia Qing asked. She was quite curious about that time and space. An old-fashioned mobile phone appeared in the space, which was a Nokia. Suyu often used special equipment given by the military when he was on missions outside. There were all codes in the phone, which Xia Qing didn't quite understand. Do you have any guns or weapons? Yes, there are. But you can't buy these. They are controlled by the state. Suyu knew that she lived in a peaceful and prosperous space-time country, and did not make excessive demands. As long as they have clean water and uncontaminated food, they will have hope of survival. Xia Qing came out of the space and went to sleep quickly. She would hurry up and buy food tomorrow. She thought that there would be diamonds to sell in a few days. By then, the balance of her bank card would increase by several zeros. Suyu was leading people to clean up the zombies. Brother Yu, by the day after tomorrow the zombies in this rich area will be almost cleared out. Suyu said. Find a few generators, build a fence around the area with electric railings, and send people to guard it 24 hours a day. A man ran over and said anxiously. Brother Yu! Brother Yu! 2 people were bitten! Suyu frowned and hurriedly followed. One of the 2 people had his arm grabbed, and the other had his leg bitten. These 2 people didn't listen to our command, and ended up encountering a small group of zombies. We went to rescue them, but 2 of them were already injured. The 2 people were trapped all over. Suyu looked at the sky and saw that it would still take 6 hours before dark. Wait 3 hours. If they mutate, kill them. If they don't mutate, find a place to lock them up first. Generally, if a person is bitten on the neck, the mutation will take a few minutes, while if the person is bitten on the arms or legs, which are farther away from the brain, the mutation will take several hours. If you are lucky, you will become an evolver. If you are unlucky, the zombies will be killed by them directly. I don't want to die. I don't want to become a zombie. Don't kill me. The man was very scared and wanted to break free, but the rope was tied very tightly. Another man was bitten on the arm, and his eyes became numb. Rather than turning him into a zombie, it would be better to give him a quick death. But they were not given any choice. Instead, they were hidden and locked in the room. Zhang Liang held up the sticky crystal beads and said, "A total of 23 crystal beads were cleaned. Leave a few for evolution, and give the rest to me." 1 crystal bead is enough for them to absorb for several days. It would be a waste if it is not completely absorbed like Xia Qing did. However, in order to allow Xia Qing to advance as quickly as possible, that method of absorption is the fastest. Now there is food to eat in the base, although it is not as rich as 3 meals a day before the doomsday. But compared to the days when they had to chew tree bark some time ago, being able to eat normal meals now is the greatest happiness for them. Chapter 21. Oh my God! Am I dreaming? Xia Qing got up at 7 o'clock and slept for 4 hours in total. Maybe it was because she absorbed a lot of crystal beads, so she felt very energetic. If she had this spirit a long time ago, she wouldn't have any problem working 996 hours. Thinking of Suyu's instructions last night, she bought more food today. She first turned on the computer and found that many items in her Taobao store had been sold out. She quickly typed out the order and packed and sent all the items out. I didn't expect that things from another time and space would sell so well. After all, it spans a different era and the cultures on both sides are different. If the clothes and other designs there can be used as reference, then she can make a lot of money with these without having to use her brain. Another tens of thousands of yuan has been deposited into my mobile phone account. I opened my phone and checked the 7cat app, and found that both books were popular. A novel that was a big hit in another time and space can be published as a book, and it won't be any bad in this time and space. Each of them published a book with 10,000 words. There were quite a few comments below, and the number of collections also increased rapidly. There are also comics from another time and space on the desk. She originally studied painting, so she can draw these, but she bought a tablet to scan them. Drawing and designing are too difficult nowadays, because AI can only draw. Although it lacks soul, it also eliminated a large number of designers. She looked at the styles of these books and found them all to be quite novel. She bought a tablet from Taobao, and after it arrived, she was able to submit her comics. Nowadays, literary value is greater than other things, and people pay more attention to the emotional value of antiques and cultural relics. Downstairs, Yang Xia shouted loudly, "Xia Qing! Aunt Sun is here to see you." "Qing, we have dug up all the sweet potatoes at home. There are more than 3,000 kilograms. Where should we transport them to you?" "Auntie Sun, please load the sweet potatoes. I'll come over with the cart in a bit." When Aunt Sun heard this, she couldn't stop laughing. "Someone is coming to transport it. That's great. Okay, Aunt Sun, go home and wait for me. Someone will probably be there this afternoon." Okay. These are the sweet potatoes I dug out from the field today. I'll give some to your family." Aunt Sun put down a bag of sweet potatoes and left happily. Xia Qing quickly contacted the warehouse in the county town. "I want 2 trucks to arrive at Nanxiao village this afternoon. The freight for 1 truck is 500, including loading and unloading." "Good." Xia Qing is rich now and doesn't want to bargain. The 2 people added each other on WeChat, and Xia Qing directly transferred 1,000 yuan. The labor costs and truck fees are quite expensive, so the villagers are reluctant to rent trucks to transport vegetables. Most of the family members use tricycles. Their Nanshan village is not very wealthy in the county town. Now everyone is talking about poverty alleviation and helping farmers, but few actually put it into practice. Qing, your dad is picking tomatoes in the field. Come over and help him later. Okay. Along the way, Xia Qing met a lot of people, and they were so friendly when they saw her. Qing, we have 3 mu of eggplants planted at home. Do you want to harvest them? The purchase price is 70 cents per pound, and we sell them for 50 cents. The cucumbers from my farm are 40 cents a pound. Collect! Collect! Xia Qing paid the deposit, and the old men and women left happily. Thinking of this, she called for 2 carts. She rejected all the people who came to see her. The main thing is that the warehouse has been almost filled up today, and she has to store everything into the space in the evening. Uncle Zhang, who had just been rejected by Xia Qing, looked unhappy, and the old woman next to him was still arguing with him. Oh! I told you to ask Xia Qing earlier. Now they won't accept it. By the evening, her warehouse was already filled with vegetables harvested that day. She immediately entered the space to contact Suyu. It's still late at night over there. Suyu? He was a special forces soldier before the apocalypse, and lived a highly stressful life for a year during the apocalypse. Even when he is sleeping, he will wake up at the slightest movement. I harvested a lot of sweet potatoes and potatoes, but I couldn't harvest that much at one time. Suyu quickly understood what she meant. Wait, I'll find a place now. They are still in the underground shack and need to find an empty room. Late at night, the 3 brothers Li Yao, Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were also woken up. The 3 people were woken up, and instead of being unwilling, they looked excited. All right. When Xia Qing heard Suyu's voice, she knew that they were ready, so she started to collect vegetables from the warehouse. One collects and the other takes, and the 2 people cooperate very well. Soon all the vegetables in the warehouse were sold out. They were also collecting sacks one after another, and the sacks were already full. Xia Qing looked at the empty warehouse and said, Okay. Receive! Suyu and his friends looked at the sacks that had been piled up like a small mountain, some of which had rolled down. Li Yao picked one up and said excitedly, This is a sweet potato? Not only sweet potatoes, but also potatoes and tomatoes. It's fresh! Li Yao's eyes were red. It had been too long, they were almost forgetting the fresh vegetables in their memory. Those bright red vegetables grow out of the soil. The land has mutated and there are very few plants left. It's a tomato! Wang Chang held a tomato in his hand and took a bite without washing it. The sour juice filled his mouth. Li Yao and Zhang Liang also took one and took a big bite. It's fresh! Not mutated! I'll let my son try it! Li Yao couldn't wait for his wife and son to have a bite. Suyu said, Wait! It's early morning now. We will distribute it after daybreak. Yes! They are still sleeping. I am too excited. These are fresh vegetables. If other bases knew they had so many fresh vegetables, they would probably come over to grab them. They have to protect those vegetables too. Although they had food these days, it was still not enough. This time the quantity was very large. Everyone was able to eat their fill. Before, we could only keep them alive, but now we can make their lives better. Eating these fresh vegetables gradually reduces the toxins in our bodies. I feel more hopeful about my future life. Wang Chan, go wake up those people in the vanguard team. Good. After a while, 7 or 8 people came over in a hurry. These people still have dark complexions due to long-term hunger, invasion of toxins in the body, and lack of sleep. These people are in slightly better physical condition. Several people saw Brother Yu and greeted Suyu first. Brother Yu! Then they saw the sacks piled up like a mountain. You guys eat first. It's better to work after you're full. Oh my God! I must be dreaming. Sweet potatoes. Potatoes and eggplants. Several people picked up the tomatoes and ate them raw. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Suyu ordered, The vanguard team will be responsible for distributing the food tomorrow morning, and the rest of you will be responsible for guarding it. Chapter 22 These foods are better than the tree bark I have ever chewed. The pioneer team and their people did not sleep all night. They were so excited to see so many vegetables. It's like holding billions of dollars in my hand. These are all fresh, non-toxic and pollution-free vegetables. Besides, the plants here are almost unable to grow. Without these vegetables, in a few months there will be nothing left even if you eat the tree bark. At that time, they will really eat their own kind. They have even seen this in other bases. But here, although there are hundreds of people, such a thing has never happened before. The main reason is that Suyu's management skills are very strict. They are all insisting on their humanity. Liao notified everyone in the base early in the morning and started distributing food. It's sweet potatoes! It's sweet potatoes! The queue, which was already a little crowded, became even more crowded when they saw the fresh sweet potatoes. It's actually fresh sweet potatoes! Wang Chan watched the team become more and more crowded and shouted, "Be quiet! Whoever cuts in line! Get out of here!" There are always one or two troublemakers who want to rush to the front to grab things. Zhang Liang on the side kicked them away. They had eaten their fill last night. A man whose hair was almost gone was curled up on the ground, holding his stomach. "Whoever cuts in line again, get out of here! Don't even think about taking a bite of food from us!" After saying that, Zhang Liang dragged the man curled up on the ground and threw him out. The man grabbed Zhang Liang's trouser legs and begged, "Please! Don't let me go! I was wrong! I will never cut in line again!" Because dozens of people in the back lined up didn't get the steamed buns and dumplings that were distributed before, the people in the back lined up wanted to rush to the front this time. "Get to the back!" The man still wanted to struggle. "No, can I go back to where I was just now?" Zhang Liang insisted on his principles and said, "No! Either get out of the base, or get to the back." There are many people losing their hair in the base. Except for these few evolvers, the others are almost fine. Due to long-term malnutrition, some young people have already become bald. "No! I won't leave the base! I'll go to the back!" There are fresh vegetables in the base, and the future is clear. Only a fool would leave here. With this person taking the lead, the rest of the people in the queue behaved themselves. Look at those in the front distributing sweet potatoes. The first person to receive the sweet potatoes was a woman, no more than 20 years old, with very little hair left, and so thin that she could fall down in the wind. Not only that, the blood vessels in the skin are faintly black in color. The children added an extra tomato. Suyu thought about it, took out his Nokia mobile phone, took a picture of the scene of people queuing for vegetables, and put it in the space. When they build the base in the future, he has already thought of a name for it: Sunny Day Base. This time, Xia Qing sent a large amount of vegetables. Everyone got some, and there were quite a few left over. "Find a few people to watch over the remaining food." "Good. These are precious foods, avoid being snatched away by others. After we clean up everything over there in a few days, we will move over there completely. That area is full of wealthy people and there are villas, so it is easier to build now. The main thing now is to let them have enough food and restore some physical strength before letting them start construction. If anyone is not full with the food they received, they can exchange it for something valuable." Several people from the vanguard said firmly. "Got it, brother you! We can't lose our lives and lose these foods." Soon, everyone in the base was making fire. Some people had pots and cooked sweet potatoes and eggplants. Those who didn't have pots roasted sweet potatoes and eggplants to eat. Suddenly, the base was filled with the rare smell of cooking, which seemed to be the hope of survival. They give special care to young children, especially orphans. "Brother, this is delicious, better than eating tree bark." A child who was wearing shoes that no longer fit his feet, with a black thumb showing, was holding a sweet potato and a tomato in his little hand. His face was dirty, and he took a bite of the juicy tomato, staining his entire mouth red. He put on a heartbreaking smile and looked at Suyu with a sparkling face. Suyu touched her little head. The child was only 4 or 5 years old, and several hairs fell off with a slight touch. Children of a few years old have long lost their memory of the food they ate before. Since they can remember, all they have eaten are expired snacks or even poisonous leaves. On the other side, Liao was cooking sweet potatoes and potatoes for his wife. After cooking, they would be mashed into a paste so that the children could eat them. "Wife, eat more!" "No need, let's keep these," Tianrui said reluctantly. There's still a lot. Brother, you said that we won't be short of food in the future. How can you not believe what brother you said? Only by eating more can your body recover. Only when my body recovers can I live on, and our family of 3 will live well. Tianrei's eyes were red. She looked at her hands. They used to be smooth and white, but now they lacked nutrition and the blue veins on the skin were visible to the naked eye. On this day of food distribution, everyone got food. Some people were extremely excited, while others cried bitterly. Dad, wake up! There's food! It's sweet potatoes! A man in his 20s was crying loudly. He went to get food, but his father in his 50s had already passed away. He turned over his hand and saw that he was still holding the steamed bun that was distributed the day before. He only took a bite of half of the bun. His father wanted to leave all the rest to him, but his body couldn't resist, and he died. Some people were extremely excited and carefully shared the food they received today, eating in small pieces and savoring it bite by bite, while others were so hungry that they swallowed the food whole. Suyu looked at the man hugging his father's body, crying hoarsely, and said, Wang Chang, notify everyone to pick up food these days. Good. Poor parents in the world. Some people were excited to hear that there would be food to be collected tomorrow, but they also knew that the days before they could collect food every day were numbered, and they needed to go out and find valuable things to exchange. Some forward-thinking people have already started to form teams. Their previous lives were hopeless because there was no clean food. Even if they went out to look for it, there was nothing edible. Of course, some people ventured into urban areas or zombie-ridden areas to look for food, but most of them were expired or even contaminated, breeding bacteria. Is there anyone willing to team up with me? Let's go find something valuable first. Let's go to a place with few people, like a car on the road. Yes. Let's go and look for it first. Brother, you said that we will have to exchange valuables in a few days, and there will definitely be a lot of people looking for it by then. Chapter 23, Ordering a large amount of milk for the children of the end times. The next day, Xia Qing got up early and continued to process her batch of jewelry. The 2 large boxes of jewelry under the bed had been almost processed. Then she saw the mobile phone that Suyu had placed for her in the space. This time it was turned on. It seemed that he had gotten the power. Because Xia Qing didn't have a suitable charger, he opened his phone and saw the text messages he had edited. I want to thank you for the food on their behalf. There are photos. There are more photos. Xia Qing opened the album curiously. She was not used to this old phone. The screen could not be poked with hands. The first photo inside shocked her. This was even poorer than the poor villages, with men and women so skinny that they were just skin and bones. But there was hope in their eyes, and the first one who got the distributed sweet potatoes showed an excited smile. 1 sweet potato is enough to satisfy them. There is another photo at the back, which shows a little girl who looks only a few years old. Her hair is so sparse that it looks like it is about to fall out. What he held in his hands were just sweet potatoes and tomatoes, but he looked very satisfied, as if he had eaten the most delicious thing. Xia Qing's eyes couldn't help but become red. She thought her life in the past was very hard, but for these children, at least she never lacked food and drink. She plans to go to the next village today. Their village raises cattle and produces milk. She will order a few large barrels of milk for the children to drink. These children look so pitiful. A sweet potato and a tomato can make them smile like this. It really makes them satisfied. She has seen the photo, so she is not far from knowing what Suyuzhang looks like, right? She is a voice control, and her voice is very nice, so she must be good looking, right? But in this apocalyptic world, people are starving like that, and Suyu is probably not much better off. Looking at the photos, everyone is worse off than a refugee. If they are not still alive, they look more like zombies. They are online friends now, so don't think too much about mutual benefits for now. Looking at the extra crystal beads in the space, she absorbed them all and felt that the space had become a lot bigger. We should be able to store more supplies today. Qing, come and have breakfast. In the morning, Yang Xia fried some crispy dough sticks herself, added 2 salted duck eggs, and put some chopped vegetables in the millet porridge. Xia Jixiang drank the sweet millet porridge and said with a smile, If we plant some Chinese cabbage in the field today, we can harvest it in a month. This year I don't have to get up early and go out to sell vegetables, which makes things a lot easier. I don't have to take care of the cabbages I just planted. I can take a few days off these days. Okay, I'll take them all. Yan Xia was still a little worried and asked with concern. Qing, can you sell all these vegetables? You won't lose money, right? No. I came back this time to collect vegetables from large vegetable manufacturers. I don't make much money in the process. I just want to bring benefits to our village, Xia Qing said happily. Daughter, you are such a good kid. This has helped several households in our village. Yan Xia was a little worried. Qing, don't spend money so lavishly. How much money do you earn? Why do you spend it to buy so many things for the family? Yan Xia was really afraid that her daughter would suffer, and wanted her to save some money. She thought of a neighbor who secretly said that her daughter came back rich so suddenly, and that she must have either been a mistress or taken out an online loan. Many college students have encountered problems after taking out online loans. Just as Xia Qing was about to give a reasonable explanation, a phone call came in. It was an unfamiliar number from Shanghai, so she turned on the speakerphone. Eat and pick up the phone at the same time. Hello, are you here to stir-fry chili peppers? I'm Wan, the editor of Qimao. Hello? Xia Qing remembered that the contracts for 2 books signed with Qimao were successfully completed and both were under Wan's control. Your 2 books are so powerful that you are the best in the world. The #1 imperial daughter. A film and television company wants to buy the copyright. But these 2 books are not finished yet. Xia Qing updated 50,000 words in both books last night. Anyway, you don't have to type the text yourself, just scan and upload it. I saw you posted 100,000 words in one go yesterday. You must have some manuscripts saved. The company that wants to buy your copyright is Sky Entertainment. It's $2 million for the 3-year film and television rights. After deducting personal income tax, you can get a total of $1.8 million for the 2 book versions. Xia Qing was very excited when she heard this. After hearing a bang, she looked up and saw that Xia Qing's chopsticks had fallen to the ground. Yan Xia covered her mouth and couldn't believe it. If the book is published later, we can share the profits. If you are interested, you can check the contract. It has been sent to your QQ. Okay. Let me take a look at the contract first. The table was silent for 5 minutes. Finally, Xia Qing suppressed her inner turmoil and said calmly, See, I said I have money. Yang Xia also often reads novels. She prefers free ones over paid ones. And she has also recently read the 2 popular novels that were just mentioned on the phone. You are just frying peppers. Yang Xia's eyes sparkled instantly, and she said, When will you post the rest? How about showing it to me first? Is this because my mom has become a fan? Xia Qing didn't like reading novels. She used to watch short videos on Sun Jiangwo's phone. After Xia Qing bought her a smartphone, she downloaded a short video app. However, Xia Qing's attention was on the 2 million. Even if he farms for his entire life, he won't be able to earn 2 million. Dad, Mom, when I get the money, I will buy you a house in the county town? What would a lifelong farmer do in a county town? Then I'll rebuild our house, Xia Qing said with a smile. Okay. Yan Xia smiled and said, I'll kill a chicken today and stew chicken and potatoes for you at noon. Then hurry up and get your driver's licenses. I'll buy each of you a small car then. Xia Qing quickly responded. Okay. I'll go study subject 1 now. Xia Qing had something to do in the morning. She had to go to the next village to buy a lot of milk for the children. After breakfast, she rode her electric scooter out. The next village is a large cattle-raising family, and they supply milk to the surrounding counties and cities. This village is relatively wealthy. The roads in the village are wide and easy to walk on, and almost every family has a car. Xia Qing walked into a dairy farm at random and saw many cows mooing. The milk that was just squeezed out was very fresh. Hello, I want to order milk. I don't sell this retail. Selling retail isn't hard enough. I'm not selling retail. I want to place an order. How many pounds do these barrels weigh? There were several buckets of fresh milk at the door. The woman was labeling the barrels of milk. Someone would come over to take them away soon. When she saw that Xia Qing was not here to buy in small quantities, her expression brightened instantly and she said, "Those won't work. They've all been booked out. If you want them, they'll be tomorrow morning. This bucket is 500 jin, and each jin costs 2 yuan." Xia Qing calculated that the price of a barrel was 1,000 yuan. She could probably fit 10 barrels in her space at once. If not, she would have to call Suyu again. "Then give me 10 barrels and deliver them to the county warehouse tomorrow morning." Chapter 24 Special Care for Suyu. When the woman heard Xia Qing order 10 barrels of fresh milk at once, a smile immediately broke out on her face and her attitude and tone became better. "Buy 10 buckets and I'll give you 10 kilograms of milk, a total of 10,000 yuan. A bucket weighs 500 jin, and at 2 yuan per jin, a bucket costs 1,000 yuan. The usual bagged milk is 250 milliliters, which is half a jin of milk. If she goes to the supermarket to buy bagged milk, it will be more than half the price and it also has preservatives added, but this is pure fresh milk. But there is a disadvantage. Unless it is placed in a space, it can only be preserved for a long time. If it is left outside, it can only last for 7 days at most." The two people added each other on WeChat, and Xia Qing directly transferred 10,000 yuan to him, and went home with the 10 kilograms of milk in her hand. After returning home, both books were published with another 50,000 words each. She looked through her staff's comments. "Long live the author! I love reading novels that are updated so quickly that I don't have to wait for them to be updated every day. The update is really fast. Love it!" She had a draft saved for the follow-up, so she was not worried. She took a look at the electronic contract and found no problems, so she signed it directly. However, the contract requires her to publish all the following novels for it to take effect. So she set up 2 novels, which were automatically updated with 50,000 words every day. Both of these novels are short stories, and the second one is a novel. 50,000 words every day! The author is too crazy! Xia Qing turned off the software notifications because there were too many comments. At her current updating speed, both books will be updated within half a month, and by then she will have earned nearly 2 million. Only she can sell copyrights at such a speed. Magic City, the headquarters of Qimao. "Wanwan, you've really made it! You signed a contract with a new author and sold 2 copyrighted books so quickly," a colleague said enviously. "Why wasn't I the one who signed the contract in the first place?" With 2 hit books, plus the huge commission from selling copyrights, and the year-end bonus, she now has a top-level author under her. Wanwan was originally planning to resign, but now she doesn't dare to resign at all. Here, Xia Qing took a fancy to a classical Chinese comic book. She also got a tablet, so she scanned all the comics and posted them on her iRead manga account. This is a very famous comic platform. It was also very popular in the past, but since the launch of AI Huahua, the traffic of this app has been reduced by more than half. After all, people have emotions, so there is a difference between what people draw and what AI draws. Xia Qing only uploaded the first 3 paintings, and will upload the rest after signing the contract. "Qing, your aunt has already bought us high-speed rail tickets for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow, so we can arrive in Shanghai in the afternoon." "Good!" Yang Xiao was both nervous and excited. It was her first time in so many years to go to a big city like Shanghai. She will be going to the Magic City the day after tomorrow, so she has to give Suyu more supplies today and tomorrow. So she went out again in the afternoon and ordered a lot of noodles, instant noodles in barrels, and bottled water to be delivered to the warehouse. These goods were prepared and delivered to her within 2 hours. It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon now, and it's still late at Suyu's place, but she has to deliver all the things in the warehouse to him today. There is still a lot of milk to be delivered tomorrow morning. Thinking that it was late at night over there, Xia Qing called out softly, "Suyu! Are you there?" She would have thought it would take a while for him to hear her, or that she would need to shout a few more times. But Suyu replied almost immediately, his voice lazily and hoarsely. "Exist." He has a really nice voice, deep and powerful. "I bought a lot of supplies for you, and there will be milk tomorrow. Can you collect it today? I have to go out the day after tomorrow, and I'm afraid I won't be able to buy it in time. By the time we go to Magic City, There will be no warehouses and no way to buy supplies in large quantities. Suyu instantly became alert when he heard Xia Qing's voice and said, "Yes. Wait for me." Suyu immediately called a few people urgently. This time, Xia Qing sent a lot of supplies. "This big box is specially for you." Xia Qing bought a lot of things specifically for him and put them in a big cardboard box. "That little box was bought for the little girl who took the photo of you and me. I don't know her name yet. I'll ask for you next time and tell you. Okay, I'm going to the Magic City the day after tomorrow. If you can find me some valuable things, I'll take them to the Magic City to sell." "Not too much," Xia Qing added quickly. Suyu paused and said, "Okay." He has found a lot of valuable things for her, and even hid a lot of good things in the warehouse under Tian Rei's house in the villa area. But what he thought was right. Xia Qing also needed to find a reasonable outlet to sell these things. After putting away the food given by Xia Qing, Li Yao and the others also discovered the expiration dates of the food. There were also some foods they had never seen before. "These things come from another world. How do you eat this self-heating pot?" Wang Chang said as he looked at the self-heating pot with a slightly frown. "I know this. I'll teach you later. Let's divide this self-heating pot among ourselves. It's delicious," Li Yao said with a smile. "What is this big box?" Zhang Liang asked curiously. Suyu quickly moved his big box and the small box away. "This one is mine." Li Yao looked at Suyu's stern expression and was very nervous about the big box, so he quickly moved it away. "I suspect this box was given to Brother Yu by a woman." "How is it possible? Brother Yu has a woman?" Wang Chang said in disbelief. In his mind, Suyu was a soldier king. He had dealt with many vicious drug dealers and had been undercover on the edge. What kind of women had he not seen? That still didn't shake Brother Yu's strong heart. Even after the end of the world, there were so many poor and helpless women who wanted to rely on him. But he rejected them one by one. He was so cold. "Brother Yu! He is a man, how could he not like women?" Zhang Liang said in disbelief. "You thought Brother Yu was you. You couldn't resist the temptation." I was protecting her," Zhang Liang said embarrassedly. After the end of the world, Zhang Liang met a woman who pestered him for protection at first. Later, something happened between the two of them, and they got together. Among them, except Suyu, only Wang Chang has no girlfriend. Suyu has always been very cold to him, and Wang Chang has never gotten over the emotional pain from his past because his lover turned into a zombie. So many of these foods, judging by their dates and origins, are not from our world. Could they be from somewhere else? No matter where they come from, as long as there is food to eat, that's enough. Why should we care so much? Less talk and more action. Follow Brother Yu, Li Yao said with a frown. Brother Yao is right. Suyu took the box back. His bed was a hammock, where he usually slept. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and carefully cut the tape. When the box was opened, there was a solar lamp and a smartphone inside, and the rest were various delicious canned foods. There was a whole box of canned fish, canned meat, various sausages, and eggs. Suyu's mouth corners slightly raised. Is this special care for him? The new smartphone has a line of beautiful handwriting and a cute little picture next to it. Take a picture of me with this, it will be clearer. Suyu didn't know what to do and accidentally took a photo of himself. Chapter 25. Could it be him in the photo? Suyu went to find the little girl early, unlike other children who always had a dazed and confused expression on their faces. Only the little girl's eyes were unusually bright, like a ray of hope in such a ruined world. May I have your name? The little girl shook her head. She didn't know her name. There's a sister named Sunny, who asked me to give this to you. Suyu placed a small box next to the little girl. It wasn't too big for him, but it was still big for a 4-year-old girl. The little girl looked at the box on the ground with confusion, not knowing what was inside the box. Suyu looked at the broken child in front of him and said softly, I'll open it for you. Suyu opened the box and what caught his eye was a cute fluffy doll, followed by a set of brand new and clean clothes and a set of shoes. Below are some small breads that children can eat, etc., and the whole small box is stuffed full. Wow! When the little girl saw the cute doll, she fell in love with it instantly. What little girl doesn't like dolls? She wanted to hug the doll, but her hands were dirty and the gaps between her nails were black. The little girl felt a little nervous when touching the clean doll, as if it was out of place with her. Suyu picked up the doll and placed it in her arms. Is this something my mother in heaven gave me? The little girl vaguely remembered what her mother said before she hid her in the closet, that she would watch over her from heaven. Sunny Mom. Suyu looked at the little girl's expectant eyes and didn't have the heart to expose her. It's your mother. She gave these to you. My mother. These were all given to me by my mother. The little girl's face was filled with smiles, and her eyes became brighter. Suyu gave him the things and prepared to leave. He also had to collect some valuable things and give them to Xia Qing. Xia Qing said that not too much was needed, so he put a small jewelry box, and these things he pried out from a safe. In their time and space, it is worth at least several million. However, there are time differences in their eras, so naturally there are some differences in prices. Before the end of the world, the price of gold here was only 150 grams. Thinking of Xia Qing's words, he hurried back to take a photo and found the little girl. Only then did he realize that she was holding her doll and fighting with another boy who was a head taller than her. Are you born in the year of the dog? Open your mouth quickly. The boy grimaced in pain. Adults are not allowed to bully the elderly and the weak here. Once discovered, they will be expelled from the base. However, fights always break out among children. The children with parents and some orphans were divided into two factions. It hurts. I'm not trying to steal your things, please let me go. When the little girl heard what the boy said, she opened her mouth and the little boy's arm was bleeding. You little bastard, you bit me! The little boy wanted to hit her, but a strong hand grabbed his collar from behind. Suyu lifted him up with a light push. Let me go, let me go! The little boy shouted in fear, his legs hanging in the air and still struggling. Brother you, children are ignorant! Don't be so cruel! A man rushed over from behind. It was the little boy's father. He just watched all of this. Why didn't you stop him when he was snatching things just now? If I find out again, get out of here. Yes. I won't dare to do that anymore, the man said hurriedly. Now that they have food in their base, who would be willing to leave? Suyu put the little boy down. At this moment, the little boy's eyes were full of fear. He didn't even dare to look at Suyu. His whole body was shaking with nervousness. Suyu supported the little girl who fell and touched her head. Children are ignorant, and adults are also ignorant? You don't have to go to get food tomorrow. Suyu said this coldly, holding the little girl in one hand and the box in the other and left. The man just now was so flustered that he wanted to kneel down and beg Suyu, but when he met his cold gaze, he didn't dare to say another word. The other little orphans were hiding not far away and watching this scene. They were all very envious, but none of them tried to grab it. They were content with the food distributed. Suyu looked at those little orphans, frowned slightly, lowered his head to look at the little girl in his arms, and hugged tightly the doll given to her by her mother. Everything will be fine in the future. Tomorrow Xia Qing will bring them plenty of milk so that all the children can drink it. Xia Qing's mother was packing her things at home. Thinking that everything would be expensive in a big city, she brought a lot of homemade dishes and packed them in storage boxes, as well as steamed buns. Xia Qing saw the smartphone and 2 boxes. After opening them, her eyes were almost dazzled by them. They were sparkling and pink. Xia Qing checked online and found that it was full of conch pearls. Some were big, some were small. These are all natural conch pearls, most of which are very small and nearly oval in shape, and there are even a few that are very symmetrical teardrop shapes. There are light pink and orange pink, among which pink is the most expensive. She remembered that a popular female star, Reba, wore teardrop-shaped earrings made of conch pearls, which were worth 300,000. The value of this one is probably around 100,000 yuan. She counted 30 of them in this box. A box like this is worth at least 3 million. However, one of the pearls is obviously bigger, and the color is very pure, so it is estimated to be worth a lot of money. However, the price of this conch jewelry is calculated by gram, and the price of 1 gram ranges from about 5,000 to 100,000. In an instant her wealth exceeded 1 million. She saw a thick book of short stories, which was a modern romance, and she was hooked after reading it for a few seconds. The more you read this kind of novel, the more you get addicted to it. It's just a short story with only about 200,000 to 300,000 words. She can skin it, sign a contract, and sell it. I believe she won't have to worry about making money from the copyright. The only thing left was a mobile phone, with 10% battery left. It seemed that Suyu had been playing with it for a long time. She opened the photo album and saw the photo of the little girl taken by Suyu. She had changed into clean clothes and was holding the rag doll he gave her. She doesn't know it yet, but she has become the mother of an orphan in another time and space in heaven. She doesn't have a name, and she said she wants you to give her one. There was a sentence on the note. Xia Qing thought about it and wrote 3 words on it. I hope she can live happily forever. When she turned to the last page of the album, she vaguely saw a shadow and became nervous instantly. Is this a selfie? Chapter 26. Only Suyu's profile. Under the flashing light, his profile had neat and steady lines, and his nose was straight and handsome. Only the side face. Xia Qing felt indescribably nervous, but also a little expectant and excited. It's both exciting and regretful. Why is there only a side profile? She charged her cell phone and put it back into the space after waking up tomorrow. She went to deliver milk in the morning and then bought some supplies. Life over there is so miserable, especially for the children. Suyu said there are at least dozens of children. Most of them are orphans. She went to the county market today and ordered 3 pigs directly, which were slaughtered and sent to the warehouse. This pig weighs 200 kilograms, so she bought 3 of them directly. She also bought 50 bags of rice and millet each and put them in the warehouse. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to buy too many supplies in the Magic City. Each basket contained 10 pounds of eggs, and she bought hundreds of baskets. The total cost was nearly 100,000 yuan. In the warehouse, all the things she bought have been delivered one after another. Suyu. A pleasant baritone voice, sounded a little low in my ear. I am here. He is waiting for her. Knowing she was there, Xia Qing put things into the space. In order to keep the milk fresh, Suyu was not in a hurry to take it out. He just distributed 1 bucket to those people every day. The remaining buckets of milk and eggs were placed in the space to keep them fresh. Xia Qing looked at her empty warehouse and said, I'm going to the Magic City tomorrow. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Good. I also found a lot of books that girls like to read here. When Xia Qing thought about the few romance novels she had read before, most of them were about military marriages and military romances. Okay. Put them all into space. She had been absorbing crystal beads these days, and the space had become much larger. She put in a few large buckets of milk, plus dozens of kilograms of eggs, and could also put in other things. Suyu specially placed a small cabinet in the space, in which were stored the books and jewelry that Suyu had found, so that Xia Qing could take them at any time. If Xia Qing hadn't asked him not to give her too much at one time, he would have been able to fill the entire space for her. Xia Qing is also slowly digesting these things and completing the accumulation of original assets. She cannot be too ostentatious as this will attract too much attention. Li Yao and his companions got up again with sleepy eyes, but this time they were well prepared. I noticed that food is delivered to us every time at night recently. Then we should thank you too. Zhang Liang's mouth started to water when he saw the pork. That's quite a few pigs. We can make some stew out of it. Tomorrow, ask the Vanguard team to find some reliable people to stew all this meat. Not only was there meat, but Xia Qing also bought them the seasoning packets for stewing the meat. I have to say she was really thoughtful. We are arranging for someone to distribute milk to women and children. Suyu immediately arranged everything. Zhang Liang thought of something and asked, Brother Yu, there are only 8 people in the Vanguard team, and 2 more want to join recently. Li Yao, you guys will be assessed on your character. If 2/3 of you agree, you can enter. 10 people at most will be enough for now. We'll make plans after we move to the villa area in a few days. The others responded. Okay. In the morning, Li Yao and Zhang Liang, you 2 stay here, and Wang Chang will follow me to the villa. Okay. Wang Chang replied. There is a self-powered generator in the villa area, which needs further maintenance. They are searching for zombies around and cleaning them up carefully. By the way, brother, you, of the 2 people who were bitten by zombies last time, I killed one of them, and the other one successfully became an evolver. I have let him join the vanguard team. The man's name is Wang Shui, and he is also a veteran. At that time, both of them were bitten. One of them was afraid of death and afraid of turning into a zombie, so he kept struggling. But Wang Shui didn't. Instead, he waited quietly, showing a very high psychological quality. Good! The zombie antibodies in the body of the evolver will enhance their physical fitness and antibodies, but if the evolver is a weaker one, then when bitten by a zombie or encounters a stronger zombie, the toxin will increase and the evolver may be infected again. If the evolvers are infected and turned into zombies again, they will become mutated zombies with even stronger strength. At dawn, a long line formed at the door to receive food, and everyone lined up very orderly. Suyu stood on the top and said coldly, "Today is the last day for food distribution. We will need something valuable to exchange for food in the future. Anything of value is fine, except electronics. Electronic products include mobile phones, pagers, etc. Today we give out steamed buns and half a pound of rice, and tomorrow we give out stewed meat. Anyone who can afford it can go and collect valuable things, so that we can exchange them for a constant supply of food." After Suyu finished speaking, everyone was extremely excited. "There's meat today! And pork! I really want to eat it! But it's a pity that I need to exchange something for the meat," someone in the queue said eagerly. The people in the middle had happy looks on their faces because they had gone out yesterday and found a lot of things. It's like going out to hunt for treasure. If you can't find food, then can't you just look for valuable things? Who doesn't have a few gold jewelry hidden at home? "We can eat meat today! I haven't smelled meat for a long time. I've been eating normal food lately and I feel like I have a lot more energy." As long as they stop eating those poisonous leaves, their bodies will slowly recover, but the damage left in their bones will still exist. Li Yao looked at the skinny orphans and some children who were squeezed outside. Li Yao said, "Children, come over here to get the milk. There's one for the old and one for the children, and everyone should bring a cup. There's only 1 spoon. There's milk. There's more milk." The people in the queue immediately stretched their necks and looked forward. Today there was meat, rice, and milk. Their eyes were shining, and it felt like the whole world was beginning to become bright. Zombies are not the scariest thing. Not having enough food is the most desperate thing. These foods represent their hope of life. "Can I trade something valuable for some milk?" a man asked excitedly. "Only the elderly and children can receive it because there is not much milk," Li Yao frowned and said. "My wife is pregnant but malnourished. Can you exchange some for me?" the man said in a pleading tone. Suyu, who was standing aside, looked behind him and saw a skinny woman with a bulging belly, as if she was 6 or 7 months pregnant, but in fact, she was about to give birth. "Then let your wife come and claim it. Pregnant women are also considered a vulnerable group." "Thank you. Thank you." The man was so grateful that he almost knelt down. Chapter 27, named Little Lucky. The children who received the milk were very happy. Some orphans didn't have cups, so they used those strange things to hold the milk. Although it is dirty, they have gotten used to it and are happy to be able to drink milk. The children not only had milk, but Xia Qing also bought them bread and cheese sticks. This time every child got one. "These are all given to us by my sunny mother in heaven," said the little girl with a smile. Suyu walked over, squatted down, and touched the little girl's head. Her clothes had been changed into clean clothes, but her face was still dirty. Suyu's eyes flickered, revealing a trace of heartache as he said, "Mother Qingtian gave you a name, Lucky. She hopes that you can live happily." "Great! I have a name!" Little Lucky was very happy, not only her, but the other children were also very happy. Every day when we have food to eat is a blessing. "So delicious! So soft!" one of the children said excitedly while eating a cheese stick. Some children swallowed it in one gulp, fearing that someone would snatch it away. Others chewed it slowly, savoring it bit by bit. Some clumsy and nervous children dropped it on the ground, and they quickly picked it up with heartache and put it in their mouths to eat. When they had no water to drink before, they even drank urine. What does it matter if such delicious food falls on the ground? Just pick it up and eat it. After distributing the food, Suyu and Wang Chang continued to go to the villa area. Each of them carried a backpack filled with water and a few packets of food. This time the two of them will stay there for 2 days to clear out all the zombies around. Once the area is cleaned up and surrounded by cable poles, they can live there and enjoy a new environment. However, the style of this outing seems a little off. Brother Yu, look, I found a gold ring. Brother Yu, I found this crystal ornament. Brother Yu, this zombie is wearing a big gold watch. Several people killed zombies while grabbing some things from them. In just a few hours, half of the backpack was full. Suyu held the gold watch. There was no sign of breakage, the time was still correct, and there was a circle of small diamonds on it. Looking at the zombie that was just killed by Wang Chang, it was hard to tell what his abilities were from his torn clothes, but he was probably a wealthy man before the end of the world. Wang Chang now wants to collect valuable things, especially shiny things. Those things can be exchanged for food. The next day, they were going to go to Shanghai and needed to take a bus to the high-speed rail station in Seoul. They got up at 6 in the morning and prepared to go out. Xia Qing was surprised to see young Xia carrying so many things in large and small bags. Mom, are you going to the market in Shanghai? Why are you carrying so many things? Magic City is a big city, and the food on the high-speed train is so expensive. I can save some money if I bring everything with me. Xia Qing put all the large and small bags of food back and said with a smile, Mom, don't forget. Your daughter has money now. You don't need to bring these. Yan Xia hesitated. Xia Jixiang walked over, took away all the bags, and said, Listen to your daughter. Mom, don't worry. I can make millions just by selling the copyright of your daughter. Besides, her novels bring in a lot of income every day. Why don't you just follow me and enjoy the good life? Yan Xia nodded. Although she still felt a little sorry for the food she cooked, she could give it to Xia Jixiang. It was much more relaxing not having to carry so many bags. Yan Xia carried a suitcase and Xia Qing only carried a small bag. This time when we went to Shanghai, besides them, Grandma was also there. My grandma's health isn't very good, so she's getting a checkup while we're in Shanghai. Dad, take advantage of the few days when we are away and practice driving. After you pass the test, we will buy a car. When Xia Jixiang heard this, he quickly responded, smiling from ear to ear. Okay. The three of them walked all the way to the Seoul high-speed rail station and just caught the departure time. It was the first time for Grandma and Yan Xia to take the high-speed train. They were curious and looked here and there. This chair is quite comfortable, Grandma said with a smile. Still a little nervous. It's okay, don't be nervous, I'll take you on the high-speed train more often in the future. Okay. Yan Xia was both happy and nervous. I was very excited about traveling far away for the first time. There were a few people in front of me discussing the novel they had read recently. Have you watched The Power of the World and the First Princess? They are really great. The key is that the author is a great writer. 2 books, 50,000 words a day. It's so fun to follow the novel. There must be some manuscripts saved. It's really good. I like novels with heroines like this. I heard it's going to be adapted into a TV series. It's definitely going to be great. Xia Yan is really hard to choose. Who can play the role of a tutor who appears to be bright and cheerful on the outside but is actually a man and a man? It really tests your acting skills. Yan Xia listened to the 2 young girls in front of her discussing that these 2 novels were published by her daughters. She was also smiling from ear to ear. After Xia Qing learned that the film and television rights had been sold, she still didn't know who would star in the film, and her opinion might be sought later on. Magic City, Xia Qing's aunt's home. Linjin, we agreed to pick up my mom and sister at noon. How can you go back on your word? Linjin said impatiently. Why don't you take them here in a taxi? I'm busy with work and can't leave. You just dislike them because they come from the countryside. Yang Mei frowned slightly. For so many years, she had been the one taking the 2 children back home during the holidays, and her husband always had an excuse not to go back. I've already arranged a hotel for them. What else do you want? I'm too busy at work to leave, don't be unreasonable. Lin Jin hung up the phone after he finished speaking. There was another female secretary in his office. Mr. Lin, what would you like to eat for lunch? The woman's eyes moved, looking seductive. Lin Jin looked at the woman in front of him, young and beautiful. The old woman in his family looked rustic and was really an eyesore. Especially when he heard that relatives from his hometown in the village were coming. Why would they, some annoying poor relatives, come over? I don't even want to invite them to my child's engagement. Yang Mei frowned. Her eyes turned red with anger. Although Lin Jin was from Shanghai, he was also a poor boy back then. The two of them walked together all the way. She was a top student who graduated from the village and a college student at the Magic City University at that time. Later, she got married and had a child and stayed at home to raise the child. Lin Jin's career has been rising steadily in recent years, but the gap between the two has become larger and larger. Since her husband didn't answer the phone, she prepared to call her son to go and answer it together. Ace, your grandma and aunt will be here at 1 p.m. Can you take me to meet them? Okay. Grandma, aunt and others are coming soon? Then I'll take a leave in the afternoon, Lindsay said happily. Chapter 28. I'll pay you whatever you want. Yang Mei has 2 children. Her eldest son, Lindsay, is 28 years old and works in a government unit in Shanghai. His salary is not high, but his benefits are good. Her daughter Lin Wan is 20 years old and has signed with an entertainment company, but has not yet made her official debut. Yang Xia looked at the people coming and going in the high-speed rail station, the bright lights, and the flashing billboards nearby, and felt a little uncomfortable for a moment. There are so many people at the Shanghai high-speed rail station that I feel dizzy. Follow me. Xia Qing held one of the children's hands each and took Yang Xia and her grandmother out of the high-speed rail station. Yang Xia was thankful that her daughter didn't let her bring too many things, as it was really inconvenient to carry so many bags. It's still a long way to go from the high-speed rail station, Lindsay said. Mom, our grandma and her family living in our house? Since Nguyen and I are not at home, it's a good place for grandma and aunt to stay. Yang Mei thought her son was very considerate, but she didn't expect that Lin Jin actually booked a motel for them. Although she wanted them to stay at home, after all, home would definitely be much more comfortable than a hotel. Your dad has booked a motel for your grandma and aunt, and your grandma is still at home. Lindsay also knew his grandmother's temper and didn't say anything else. Soon, in 15 minutes, Xia Qing took Yang Xia and her grandmother out of the high-speed rail station. As soon as Grandma saw Yang Mei, she became excited and walked faster. Mom! Yang Mei's eyes also turned red. She married and lived too far away, and could only go home once a year at most. Amai! Grandma's voice was a little choked. Although we sometimes video chat, it's not as touching as a real meeting. Both people can see each other and feel each other. Lindsay looked at the 2 old men and smiled gently. Grandma! Auntie! This is Xiaoyang. He's grown taller again, Grandma said with a smile as she looked at Lindsay. Lindsay's nickname is Xiaoyang, but he calls him that less often as he grows older. Yes. Lindsay's eyes fell on Xia Qing, and he was obviously surprised. He spoke uncertainly. Qing? Yes. Cousin Lindsay. Xia Qing nodded and said. When Lindsay came back to his hometown when they were young, they often played together. She even envied Lindsay and Lin Wan at that time. She always wears nice clothes. Her aunt buys her clothes every year. So she is quite kind to her aunt. Qing, you've changed a lot since you grew up. I almost didn't recognize you. You're so beautiful. Xia Qing smiled and said. It's just a little wider. You don't wear glasses anymore, Lindsay said after taking a look. With invisibility. She smiled awkwardly. She couldn't say that after absorbing the crystal beads, her eyesight had improved significantly since she was no longer nearsighted. After getting in the car, my aunt, my grandmother, and Yang Xia seemed to have endless things to talk about. Lindsay had something urgent to do in the afternoon, so he dropped them off at the hotel intersection and left. They had been on the high-speed train for the whole morning and had not eaten anything, so Yang Mei took them to find a restaurant. Grandma Xiaoxia, take a look at what you want to eat. Forget it, I'll have some. Yang Mei was afraid that they would not dare to order after knowing the price, so she just ordered directly. Mom, I have no choice but to let you stay in this express hotel. Young Mei's eyes turned red when she thought of this. It's okay. It doesn't matter where Mom lives, Grandma said kindly. She also knew Young Mei's suffering. Although she never said it every time she came back, she could still hear something from the child. After dinner, the express hotel is opposite. What do you mean just one room? Yang Mei's face turned red with anger, and she called Lin Jin. The first call was hung up, but Yang Mei didn't give up and called 2 more times before finally getting through. But she didn't dare to speak too forcefully. Perhaps being a housewife for a long time made her lose her toughness. She said, Lin Jin, my mother and sister are here. Why did they book a room? How many rooms do we need to book? Each room costs 500 per night, and they won't be staying for more than a few days. After Lin Zhe gets engaged tomorrow, he will send them back. Yang Mei frowned and lowered her voice and said, My niece is coming too. You can't let the 3 of them sleep in one bed, right? That would be too crowded. So what? Why can't a family sleep together? I'm about to go to a meeting. If you have anything to say, we can talk about it when we get home in the evening. Also, don't cook too salty food in the evening. My mother can't eat it. Lin Jin hung up the phone impatiently. Grandma and Yang Xia had never been to a big city before, so they were very curious about this small motel and did not notice the strangeness on Yang Mei's face. But Xia Qing's hearing had become very good, and she heard clearly the conversation between her aunt and uncle just now. She walked directly to the front desk and said, We're looking for a king-size bedroom, and we're also upgrading the standard room to a king-size bedroom. I'll give you the extra money. Okay, wait a moment. Please show me your payment code here. Xia Qing picked up her phone and scanned it. She didn't care when she saw the payment price on her phone. At this time, Yang Xia hung up the phone and walked over with a bad look on her face. When she saw Xia Qing had paid for another room, her face turned slightly pale. Yang Mei spoke somewhat awkwardly. Qing. Xia Qing didn't want to embarrass Yang Mei, so she said with a smile, Aunt, let Grandma go back and rest first. She has been traveling all day. Good. Mom, then you should have a good rest today. Tell me if you need anything. I will come to see you tomorrow morning. Well. Yang Xia took a taxi home. She was reluctant to leave. When she thought of Lin Jin's attitude, she felt angry and anxious. After thinking about it, she transferred 3,000 yuan to Xia Qing. Qing, this is the hotel money from earlier. Your mom and grandma are reluctant to spend money, but the cost of living here is high, so don't save money. Buy them whatever they want to eat and don't let them know the price. I got it. Don't worry, Auntie. Xia Qing thought about it and decided to take the money from her auntie, otherwise she might not feel at ease. Yang Xia wants to let her grandma live in the same room so that it will be easier to take care of her. This hotel costs a lot of money. Let's attend Xiaoyang's engagement party tomorrow and go back the day after tomorrow, Grandma said with concern. Even though your aunt lives in a big city, she still feels unhappy, Grandma said, pointing to the location of her heart. Xia Qing looked at her grandmother in surprise. Her aunt had behaved very well along the way and during the meal just now. If she hadn't just overheard the conversation between her aunt and her uncle, she wouldn't have known that their relationship didn't seem so good. She also recalled that when she was in college, she went to her aunt's house and met her aunt's mother-in-law, who looked down on her. No way! When my brother-in-law was pursuing my sister, he wrote hundreds of letters a month, Yang Xia said in disbelief. I think my sister is doing well. My sister is 50 years old, but she looks like she's 40, younger than me. I heard from my sister a few years ago that her brother-in-law got a promotion again. Chapter 29, 10 million received. Grandma didn't say anything, just shook her head. It is now around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Xia Qing can't wait to sell her box of conch pearls. She had already searched online for several major pawnshops in Shanghai, but she still went to a jewelry store first to inquire about the selling prices. After comparison, she still went to the jewelry store. Xia Qing had been here just now, and the receptionist was still very enthusiastic towards her. After all, anyone who could take out a box of conch pearls must have a well-off family. Let's sell it at the previous price, Xia Qing said. By comparison, the recycling price of the jewelry store is higher. Okay, I'll notify the manager right away. We'll also inspect the goods. Don't worry, the inspection will be done in front of you, the receptionist said with a smile. Good. Then please wait here for a moment. The receptionist notified the manager via the intercom, then made a pot of tea for Xia Qing, with a few snack plates on the small coffee table. After a while, the manager came over with an inspector. The inspector held a special ophthalmometer in his hand to inspect the box of conch pearls, and then used a small instrument which was a special testing instrument. These are all of very good quality. 4 of them are very symmetrical and of good quality. They are also the most sought-after bright pink on the market. The price is 200,000. As for the rest, these ones are 100,000, and these ones are 50,000. The inspector is very professional. He classified all of them into categories. The heavier the conch pearls, the higher their value. Okay, you do the math. The manager was also grinning from ear to ear. These conch pearls were very well preserved with no damage. They were recycled and made into jewelry, and when paired with other items the price would double. The total is 1.8 million. Show us your bank card and we'll transfer it within 5 minutes. Okay. The recovery still needs to be confirmed, and the payment will also take a certain amount of time. So you also found a lot of other things for her. She thought about it and took them out from her backpack, which was actually from the space. Can you help me see how much this is worth now? It is a diamond ring with a diamond wrapped in the middle of the violet, which looks dreamy and romantic. The manager said, This diamond is not very big, but the design is eye-catching. I had this designed and built by someone, but now I don't want it anymore. How much can I sell it for? Xia Qing said calmly, You can't say that it was brought back from another time and space, right? The inspectors at the side took the diamond ring tactfully. They all wore white gloves to avoid leaving any marks on the valuables. Your composition is about 70 points, color is H, clarity is VVS1, cut is 3x, and the current recycling price is 9,800 per carat. He put the diamond on a special weighing machine, and it showed 0.5. It should mean 5 carats. Your style is still very good looking, and the recycling price can reach 10,000 yuan. Then sell it. Xia Qing had no regrets. She had a lot of diamonds in her space cabinet, and she just wanted to know the approximate recycling price of the diamonds so that she would have a rough idea when she sold them in the future. Okay. The manager didn't ask any questions and just did her own thing. Soon the money was in her account. They have seen too many cases of buying and selling again. There are even cases of returning goods on the same day. He even recovered tens of millions of jewels at one time. Men like to buy gold, silver, and jewelry for women. In a divorce, the only property that belongs to the owner is jewelry. The richer the wives are, the more they will buy a lot of jewelry. Xia Qing went to 3 stores and her palms were shaking. Because she already has more than 10 million in her bank card. The things in the cabinet were almost sold out, but when she waited until the next day, she found that Suyu had filled it up again. In just a few hours, she had become a multimillionaire. But in this magic city, let alone 10 million, there are people who earn over 100 million. Engagement parties in Shanghai are usually held at night, so Lin Zhe is getting engaged tomorrow night. She turned directly and went up to the 2nd floor to the shopping mall. These are all brand-name stores, and no piece of clothing costs less than 4 figures. Xia Qing walked into a store and looked at the styles. The other clerks stood coldly by her side, sizing her up from head to toe from the first moment she came in. No one came to greet them, only a young-looking little girl came over and warmly welcomed Xia Qing. That person definitely can't afford it. None of the clothes he's wearing are branded. I'm sure he came to take a look. He saw the price on the label and left the store within a minute. The other 2 experienced salespeople whispered behind the customer's back that as experienced salespeople they could tell at a glance how much the clothes the customers were wearing cost. Until another woman dressed fashionably and wearing designer clothes entered the store, the 2 of them rushed to greet her and were extremely enthusiastic. It was in stark contrast to when Xia Qing came in. Miss, this dress is our latest style. And this dress suits your temperament very well. The 2 shop assistants walked around the woman and introduced things to her, but the woman just walked around and then left. Xia Qing took a fancy to 2 suits that were very suitable for grandma and mother. Are these 2 available in medium size? Yes. The sales trainee nodded. Then pack these 2 sets for me. Would you like to buy it? Xia Qing looked at the girl in front of her, who had the clear and stupid look of a college graduate, and said with a smile, I want to buy it. The saleswoman who had just looked down on her heard Xia Qing's words and immediately came up to her. Her attitude changed 180 degrees and she said with a smile, Hello, you want these 2 sets of clothes? Come with me, I will pack them for you. The trainee salesperson was pushed to the back by her and looked embarrassed. Is she trying to steal his order again? Xia Qing frowned and said, Just let her wrap it up for me. The trainee salesperson who had just been squeezed out had his eyes light up when he heard Xia Qing's words and said, Okay, then wait for me, I'll go find a suit for you. The salesperson's face froze when he was rejected. She has very good hearing. Did she think she didn't hear what they said just now? Soon, the trainee salesperson packed the 2 suits. Xia Qing picked out 2 pairs of shoes and said, Pack these for me too. Well? The trainee salesperson was so surprised that she was speechless. This was a huge order from heaven. She had been squeezed out this month and hadn't sold a single piece of clothing. She couldn't even get a permanent job. Today was her first order since she started working. Xia Qing followed the salesperson to check out. The little girl's hands were a little excited as she typed the bill. Hello, the total is 16,000 yuan. After taking out the payment code and hearing the payment notification tone, Xia Qing left with her bags. For this month's orders, her commission will be at least 2,000 yuan. She is so excited. Chapter 30 Someone steals the base's food. In the evening, Yang Mei made a WeChat video call to her grandma and Yang Xia. Qing just came back and bought us clothes and dinner. You don't have to worry, Yang Xia said. Through the video, Yang Mei saw several gift bags on the bed. The brand of the clothes was not cheap. The 3,000 yuan she gave to Qing was probably only enough to buy 1 piece of clothing. There is also hot porridge and takeaway dumplings on the table. The two chatted for a while and Yang Mei closed the WeChat video. What time is it? Is the meal not ready yet? Do you want to starve an old woman like me to death? Said an old lady with full energy. This woman wearing cheongsam and with curly hair is Yang Mei's mother-in-law, a typical Shanghai woman. This isn't my mom. She's here with my sister. Let's chat for a while. I'll go cook. Yang Mei put on an apron and went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. I have been taking care of my mother-in-law in this family for more than 10 years, and now I can't take care of my mother when her mother comes. Soon, a few side dishes were prepared. Lin Jun also came back in the evening. The dishes on the table are exquisite and delicious, but some people are not satisfied. Xia, this meat is a bit hard. The mother-in-law frowned and said with disgust, spitting out a piece of meat from her mouth. Lin Jun was furious when he heard this. Cook the meat softer next time. Don't you know that our mother has bad teeth? Yang Xia held her breath, thinking of the 3,000 yuan she had transferred to Xia Qing. She said, I have no money this month, transfer some money for household expenses to me. When Lin Jun heard this, he threw his chopsticks away angrily and said, No money? No money again? I give you 10,000 yuan a month. And it's gone in just a few days? My mother and my sister came. I transferred 1,000 yuan to them. She didn't dare to say it was 3,000 yuan. Didn't we book the hotel for them? Why do they need money for this? You must invite them to the engagement party tomorrow night. Yang Mei held back her anger, but still said gently, My son is getting engaged, why can't I ask my family to come? What can I do? I have to buy round-trip tickets for them and book a hotel. It costs tens of thousands of dollars for one trip. Don't you know how hard I have worked to earn money in the past few years? My son's engagement, marriage. The gift, the house, the car, which one doesn't depend on me? And my daughter Naryuan didn't want to go to college, but insisted on becoming a star. She hasn't even made her debut yet. Yang Mei felt even less confident after hearing what was said, as she felt she would always feel guilty for having benefited from someone she had met. Stop arguing! You're giving me a headache. I told you not to marry a country girl. There are too many things to worry about and too many relatives. Yang Mei's face looked extremely ugly. Looking at the table full of delicious food, she suddenly felt a little dizzy. For so many years I have worked hard to take care of 2 children, serve my father-in-law, and serve my mother-in-law after she passed away. Today she went to pick up her sister, and seeing that she was having a very happy time in the countryside, her brother-in-law called her twice along the way. She suddenly made a decision and said, "Then I will go out and find a job. As for our mother, you can hire a nanny to take care of her." Yang Mei put down her chopsticks, went straight into the room and locked the door. She called her son, but was afraid of making him worry, and she couldn't get through to her daughter. So she called Jiang Xia, and the voice on the other end was a little confusing. "We are at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Qing brought us here to take a boat ride. The buzzing signal in my ears is not very good. This ship and this tower are so big. This building is so tall," Yang Xia said excitedly. Yang Mei saw from the video that they were on a cruise ship, and opposite them was the Magic City Tower. She never came properly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jin knocked on the door outside the house, and his attitude rarely softened. "It's just 1,000 yuan. It's even harder to find a job. What can you do at your age? I'll transfer 2,000 to you. Take good care of our mom at home. I have something to do at the company, so I'll leave first." Yang Mei looked at her mobile phone and saw that Lin Jin had transferred 2,000 yuan to her. Going out to find a nanny, especially one who takes care of the elderly, costs at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. Who can stand my mother-in-law's temper? Xia Qing took her grandmother and Yang Xia for a walk, and then they went back to sleep. She was not sleepy at all. She looked very energetic and saw on her bracelet that she had walked 20,000 steps today. After she absorbed the crystal beads, her physical condition really improved. She bought a lot of Shanghai's special Zilong bao and soup dumplings and put them in the space. Purchasing large quantities of supplies is too conspicuous, but small quantities can still be purchased. Su Yu cleared out all the zombies around the villa area. "It's worthy of being a villa. The decoration inside is so comfortable. Brother Yu, this mural on the wall looks valuable, right? Brother Yu, I think this porcelain plate is also quite valuable. Keep them all." Su Yu shook his head helplessly. In the past 2 days, Wang Chang wanted to take back any valuable things he saw. Su Yu entered the space and saw that the cabinet was half empty, so he filled it up for her. Not only that, he also put in a set of lyrics. He remembered that Xia Qing wanted a novel, and these lyrics should be useful to her. Su Yu took out the steaming hot dumplings and Xia Qing bought 10 baskets. He and Wang Chang each shared 5 baskets. He was afraid of the heat and decided to wait before eating. Wang Chang was in no hurry to wait and swallowed it in one gulp. His mouth was almost bubbling from the burn, but he was reluctant to spit out the dumpling. "These days I have been able to eat my fill at every meal following Brother Yu, and I feel that my strength has increased a lot," Wang Chang said incoherently. "Yes, it's delicious. This generator has been repaired, and the power is okay. But it's not too big. Let's make do with it for now. We'll all migrate here in a few days. It would be much safer to build a railing wall." They returned to the base in the afternoon, and there were obvious signs of fighting in the base. Li Yao was relieved to see Su Yu coming back and said, "Brother Yu, you guys are finally back. I don't know where these dozen people heard that we have food here, so they brought people to rob us." Li Yao suffered a head injury, and several other people were also injured to varying degrees. "We have captured the leader of the Evolvers. This group of people is no match for us." The dozen or so people who rushed in all looked unhappy. They hadn't eaten for a long time and had no strength, yet they wanted to steal their food. "Don't kill us! We just want to eat something. We really can't survive. No, don't eat us." Some people have become extremely frightened, and some have even developed panic symptoms. The leading evolver was captured. Su Yu looked at him and asked, "Where are you from?" "Wushan City." Su Yu frowned slightly. The distance there was about 100 or 200 kilometers. "We fled all the way here, but found that all places are the same. The plants are all dead, there is no food, and the city is full of zombies. We originally had hundreds of people, but now there are only a dozen or so left who came with me. We desperately escaped from another group of people who only hunted and killed living people. They ate people." Hearing this, everyone else's scalp tingled. Although they had heard of cannibalism, they had never encountered it before. "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" Among the dozen or so people who were captured, some were so scared that they wet their pants after hearing these words, and a foul smell filled the air. Suyu and his companions took a few steps back. "How did you find this place?" "We overheard someone talking about looking for valuables that could be exchanged for food, so we followed those people here." They thought it was fake at first, but after seeing the real food, they couldn't help but rush over to grab it. Chapter 31. The lyrics book Suyu gave him. "Brother Yu, what should we do with these people?" Li Yao didn't know what to do with these dozen people. They were stopped when they tried to steal food. "Stay here for now and give them some food. There is a shortage of labor now, and he needs manpower to build a formal wall base." "But can you share some food with us?" The man was very excited when he heard it. "Sure. Are you an evolver?" Men are obviously much stronger than others. "Yes. And my brother." The man quickly demonstrated his worth and pulled out his brother. A little boy of 8 or 9 years old was pulled over. He was an evolver, but he was probably a little weak due to long-term malnutrition. However, this was the first time they had seen such a young evolver. No one has ever seen a child evolve successfully. The little boy was a little nervous. He saw with his own eyes that those people had no food, so they roasted human corpses and ate them. This caused a great shock to him. "Give them 2 more servings of food." The two were so excited when they heard this that they even knelt down and kowtowed to Suyu. "You know, food is so precious nowadays. But let me be clear, no snatching or fighting here. Just obey the instructions. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the base, or even killed directly in serious cases." Suyu glanced at them coldly, and several people trembled. That was a murderous look in his eyes. "Don't dare! Don't dare! We will definitely obey the arrangements," the man said hurriedly. After arranging everything for them, Li Yao gave each of them a sweet potato, and the 2 evolvers each received an extra portion. These people were so hungry that they even stuffed dirt into their mouths when they were dizzy and starving. These sweet potatoes were all raw and there was no time to roast them, so everyone just picked up the sweet potatoes and started eating them. "Send some people to the villa area to build a fence tomorrow." "Good." In another time and space, after Xia Qing woke up, she saw that several bags of dumplings she had placed in the space yesterday were missing. The small cabinet was filled with a lot of things, all of which were jewelry that he had found, as well as a large gold watch that looked very valuable, with small diamonds inlaid around it. There was also a book of song lyrics, and the lyrics were really good. She found a book of classical lyrics that was perfect for her novel. She uploaded it immediately. Yame came over early in the morning and suggested taking Grandma to the hospital for a physical examination. She had already made an appointment in advance. Yang Xia also went with them, but Xia Qing did not. She came to the Magic City to sell whatever things could be sold. She went straight to the pawn shop for the gold watch. The origin of this gold watch is unknown, but it is surrounded by diamonds. In addition to the gold watch, the dial inside is also covered with diamonds. "If you're right, I'll give you more money," said the slightly fat man wearing glasses. The origin of this watch is unknown, but it is indeed a good watch. "How much is this?" 250,000. "This is the highest I can give," the man said sincerely. "Then sell it, absolutely." "Good." The men were delighted. They were very happy to receive such a satisfying reward. "This watch really suits his aesthetic taste, it's so golden." She sold a lot of the remaining items at a jewelry recycling shop. Suyu left a message for her and found Tianrei's home, where there was a jewelry box in the basement. There is a pink diamond worth tens of millions of dollars in it, and there are also jewels worth tens of millions of dollars. Xia Qing was instantly excited. In their time, they were worth tens of millions, but now their pink diamonds are auction level, at least hundreds of millions. She doesn't even dare to sell it now. It's auction level, and it would be a big loss to sell it to these jewelry stores. She must have enough capital, and it will be normal for her to take these out later. She sold another million this morning, and now she has more than 10 million. First, I need to use the money to make money, and second, I also need to buy food for Suyu. Thinking of this, she already had an idea in her mind, to go back home after this was over. She wants to open a store in Seoul or something like that so that she can buy vegetables in large quantities. I was thinking about a few ideas in my mind and felt a little thirsty, so I went to the nearby milk tea shop and bought a cup of milk tea for 25 yuan. The cell phone rang, and Xia Qing looked down and saw that it was her mother calling. As soon as I answered the phone, I heard Yang Xia's panicked voice. Qing, come to the hospital quickly! Your grandma is not in good condition. Xia Qing suddenly became nervous and quickly took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital office, an old lady was sitting outside, seeming to know something. It's like this. The old man is old, but I think his health is still good. My suggestion is to have surgery. If she doesn't have surgery, she'll probably only live for a month at most, given her current level of heart failure. What about the surgery? If you do it, it will take at least 5 years if you don't have any other underlying diseases. This is a big hospital in Shanghai. I believe in their technology. How could this happen? I went to the county hospital for a checkup half a year ago and everything was fine. Yang Xia's eyes were red. The conditions in county hospitals are definitely different from those in first-tier cities. This is definitely a symptom to some extent. It will be very uncomfortable to sleep. The doctor sighed. The old lady doesn't have medical insurance, and she never wants to go to the hospital. Yang Xia said, thinking of something. Do it! Let's do this operation, Yang Mei said. Yes, do it, Yang Xia said firmly. Since they have come to the Magic City Hospital and can treat the disease, they must do it. Yang Xia immediately called their uncle to tell him about the situation. My grandpa is still at home, and he almost wanted to come over when he heard this, but he is old and his legs are not good, so my uncle couldn't leave. There are children, old people and land at home. They can't come here. Xia, give me your bank card number. I will transfer 50,000 to you first, Yang Ziyuan said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ziyuan said to his wife, Transfer 50,000 yuan to our second sister. Mom's surgery will cost 250,000 yuan. So much money? But this is the money for Lele to go to college next year, and Yaya also needs to go to school, Hu Fang said reluctantly. Then my mother has to be treated, Yang Ziyuan said unhappily. Then we don't need to take so much money, right? The eldest sister is in Shanghai. Her living conditions are better than ours. The second sister has only one child, and she seems to be making a lot of money recently, buying a lot of things for the family. This is all the money our family has, Hu Fang said reluctantly. The family is poor, and this amount of money is a huge sum for them. Then my mother has to be treated too. At worst I can go out and work this year. Chapter 32. At this moment, she is very grateful to Suyu. Yang Mei called Lin Jun, but there was nothing she could do because he had never given her any extra money except for the monthly living expenses. No money! You know I work like a grandson every day, and my son's wedding banquet tonight is 50,000 yuan. How can I have money for the betrothal gift, the wedding, and the wedding house? Take care of your family affairs yourself. After Lin Jun finished speaking, he hung up the phone and smoked in the hotel with a frown on his brow. This is the bracelet I bought for you. It's for you. The woman was wearing a nightgown and was about 30 years old. She looked at the Cartier bracelet and took it with a smile on her face. Yang Mei had no choice but to call Lin Zhe over. Lin Wan had just started working in another city and couldn't help much. Xia Qing rushed over and heard that the operation cost 250,000 yuan. Now his uncle raised 50,000 yuan, and Yang Xia also took out 60,000 yuan from her family savings. Yang Mei is already trying to find a way to sell her jewelry. By the time Yang Mei finished selling her jewelry and brought Lin Zhe over, Grandma had already been arranged to be hospitalized. When Yang Mei heard that her grandmother had been hospitalized, she knew that the surgery fees needed to be paid in advance. Mom is in the hospital. Have you raised enough money for the surgery? Yang Mei said in shock. Don't worry, Andy. I've already paid it, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. Yes, Qing paid it. Yang Xia sighed. If she didn't know that her daughter's copyright fee was more than 1 million, she would also be worried about the more than 200,000. Lin Zhe rushed over with his girlfriend. They were supposed to prepare for the engagement that evening, but they rushed over after hearing about Grandma's story. Paid it? Lin Zhe asked in surprise. He had visited Yang Mei's hometown when he was a child. The conditions there were very ordinary. He had originally planned to scrape together some money, but he didn't expect that he would have to hand it over so soon. Lin Zhe's girlfriend looks like a female elite in society, and wears gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, I have already paid it, Xia Qing said with a smile. At this time, she was really grateful to Su Yu, because if it weren't for him, she would probably be worried about the money. She could have survived, otherwise she might not be able to raise the money for the operation, and would have to give up her grandmother's life. Lin Zhe and Liemo came over but couldn't help much. They both came over to check on Grandma. Liemo was carrying a valuable fruit basket. Grandma smiled and said, "This is a gift for you. It's a token of my appreciation." Grandma took out a red envelope that she had been holding for a long time from her arms. "No need, Grandma." Lin Zhe felt a little distressed that the old lady even came over to bring him a red envelope. "Just accept this little gift from Grandma," said young Xia. Lin Zhe nodded, and Liemo on the side frowned slightly. She didn't want to answer it at all. Seeing that there were some black dots on the red envelope, disgust flashed in her eyes, but her good upbringing made her accept it. As soon as the two of them walked out of the hospital, Liemo didn't even want to open the red envelope and threw it to Lin Zhe. "I don't want what your grandma gave you." Lin Zhe opened the red envelope. Inside was a brand new 500 yuan. His eyes were slightly red. It was difficult for old people in the countryside to save money without a pension. In the village, people really support the elderly, unlike in the city, where most people live off their parents. "I heard from your sister that she went back to the countryside? She paid 250,000 yuan just like that? What kind of job is she doing?" Liemo asked curiously. After all, although she earns 20,000 yuan a month, it is still a bit difficult for her to come up with 250,000 yuan at once. After all, almost all of them live paycheck to paycheck. "I'm not sure. I haven't seen him for a long time." Lin Zhe frowned. Now, none of the three of them could attend the engagement party. Grandma and her mother weren't going, so there was no point in Xia Qing going. "Qing, I gave your card number to your uncle and transferred 50,000 yuan to you." Xia Qing looked at her phone and saw that she had indeed received a notification of the payment. My aunt looked a little embarrassed and said, "We can't let you pay for all the money for Mom's surgery. I will find a way to make up for my share." In fact, Xia Qing didn't care, but since both sides said so, she had no choice but to agree. Xia Qing booked a room in a big hotel opposite the hospital because the hospital did not allow anyone to stay there at night. During the day she would order meals and send them to Yang Xia and her aunt. "Hello, I'm Liu Yu's agent. I asked your editor for your phone number." "Liu Yu? It's the singing star Liu Yu." Xia Qing remembered that Liu Yu seemed to be very popular. "Yes. I'm her agent. I've been following your novel. I saw the lyrics you wrote at the end. Liu Yu is very interested. Can I buy the copyright of your lyrics?" "Of course. I still have a lot of lyrics. I mean, I have written a lot of lyrics before," Xia Qing said with a smile. "Which city are you in now? I want to meet you to sign a contract. Although electronic signing is possible, I would like to discuss this with you in person." Liu Yu liked this poem very much, as if it was tailor-made for her, and it also had the background of the novel. "I'm in the Magic City now." The voice on the other end of the phone was even more surprised and said, "That's great, let's add WeChat, I'll send you an address and we'll make an appointment." "Okay." Soon Xia Qing added WeChat, and the two of them made an appointment to meet at the Shanghai People's Coffee Shop at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, where they had already reserved a seat. Xia Qing was in a good mood. She bought 20 cups of milk tea and put them in her space, and left a note for Su Yu. "I was in a good mood, so I treated him to milk tea. I also bought a box of sausages and a box of instant noodles. I bought too many things at once, which was too conspicuous in this place in Shanghai." She always buys a little and puts away a little, but she still likes shopping very much and seems to have a sense of accomplishment. The next morning at 9 o'clock, she took a taxi and set off. "This is the Shanghai People's Cafe. Seats must be reserved, otherwise you cannot enter." A 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window overlooks the Lijiazui and Bun scenery in the evening and during the sunset. Xia Qing arrived on time and found that Liu Yu's agent had already arrived. She was an elegant and capable woman. Xia Qing casually ordered a cappuccino. Liu likes your lyrics very much and wants to buy your copyright. Xia Qing had also looked up some information before coming here. Lyrics writers could sell one word for 8,000 or even tens of thousands. She is not famous at all. This way we are sincere too. Liu also likes your words very much. 3,000 yuan per word. Is that okay with you? Can. Xia Qing agreed quickly. She didn't have a name yet, and some slightly well-known authors only charged a few thousand yuan per word. That is to say, the top lyricist at that time could sell one word for tens of thousands of yuan. In fact, according to the agent's idea, the price of this poem can even be sold for 8,000 yuan per word, but whether the author of the poem is famous or not is also very important. If it's just writing lyrics, then the price they give of 1,000 yuan per word is already high. It just so happened that this lyric matched a popular novel, and I heard that the film and television rights of the novel had also been sold, so they would definitely be approached for the theme song, so they compromised and offered a high price. They also want to cooperate with the girl in front of them in the future. Chapter 33: A Kind of Mutual Redemption. Xia Qing also checked some market prices in advance. The price of 3,000 yuan was indeed very high for her first publication, as she had no fame. Good. Then I will sign the contract. The money will be transferred to you within 2 hours, and your signature rights will be reserved. This poem has a total of 320 characters, each character costs 3,000 yuan, so the price is 960,000 yuan. The agent's name was Jiangnan, and he handed her the contract. After checking and finding no problems, the two signed the contract. It's been a pleasure working with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. Jiangnan likes Xia Qing very much, mainly because she also likes reading novels, especially novels with female protagonists like this one. Miss Xia, if you have any good words in the future, you can send them to me. I hope we can have long-term cooperation. No problem. The contract was completed, but Jiangnan still had things to do. The lyrics had already been purchased, so the subsequent creation process would have to be accelerated. There are too few good lyrics and good music nowadays, and they are almost all the same. It is very difficult to find a good lyric. When Liu's new song comes out, maybe she can become popular again. Grandma's operation was very successful, and she will be able to fully recover after a few days of rest. Mom, let me go back with you this time. Lindsay just got engaged, why don't you stay? Grandma was still worried about her eldest daughter. I'm getting married next year, so there's no rush. Yang Mei still wants to go home to take care of her mother. She has not been around for so many years. I'm fine. Besides, we have Xiaoxia and Ziyuan. Don't worry. Grandma patted Yang Mei's hand and comforted her. It was indeed a big hospital in Shanghai. The operation went very smoothly and I was able to be discharged after 2 days of observation. He was allowed to leave after only 1 week of hospitalization after such a major surgery. Yang Xia frowned, feeling uneasy. I stayed in the county hospital for more than half a month. Xia Qing smiled and said, Beds in large hospitals are very tight. Grandma's surgery went well, so she was discharged early. Xia Qing bought the ticket for the return trip this time, and directly bought a business class seat on the high-speed rail, which is also quieter and more comfortable here. Su Yu and his companions from another time and space have already led people to migrate to the villa area. Su Yu said, Evolvers will live in this villa, and the 2 newcomers will be arranged to stay there first. There is an underground warehouse under this villa, which can be used to store supplies. Li Yao said, The generator has started working, and those people have been arranged to work. There are too few workers. We have less than 300 people, more than 100 elderly and children, and less than 200 people are able to work. It would be great if there was a radio station. We could search and notify other surviving humans. Su Yu immediately thought of a solution. Xia Qing's time and space technology was more advanced than theirs, so maybe there might be a solution. He wrote it down on the memo on his phone and asked Xia Qing to help him find it when the time comes. Settle these people first. They had just eaten and needed to recover slowly. It was impossible for them to recover all at once. She said it was milk tea, share it among you. After saying that, Su Yu took out more than 20 cups of milk tea out of thin air. There is farewell my concubine, Mishua iced city and iced coffee. I'll get some for my son. Li Yao took 2 cups without hesitation. Everyone else also took a cup. Suyu picked up a random flavor and drank it. It tasted bitter. He looked down and saw that the milk tea. It's delicious. Mine is still cold, and there are ice cubes in it. It's so cool. Zhang Liang couldn't help but praise. Never had any of these drinks. Zhang Liang said as he drank. Brother Yu, I have looted a lot of good things from other villas and moved them to the west room on the first floor. When Xia Qing needs it, he will put it into the space. This is a villa area for the rich, and to the west of the city is the suburbs. They have surrounded this area and put up railings, and any zombies that approach will be electrocuted. Occasionally, some wandering zombies would come by during the day, and they would all be killed by the evolvers. A fence alone is definitely not enough. It would be safer to build a wall with cement and steel bars. Suyu had already thought about how to build it, and gave Xia Qing everything he needed. Xia Qing couldn't sleep at night, and saw the message Suyu left for her. I'll buy you a few drones, surveillance cameras, and a regional network, so you can spot zombies in real time. Suyu was a little confused by what he said, but he still knew about surveillance, which was not popular in their generation. Okay, thank you very much. Suyu was very grateful to Xia Qing. He was injured that day and experienced several days without water or food. The whole world fell into darkness. It was she who gave him hope to live. No need to say thank you, I want to thank you too. Thank you for making me so rich. Otherwise, her grandmother would not have the money for the surgery, and would have given up a life that could have lasted a few more years. It's a kind of mutual redemption. Xia Qing immediately placed an order from JD.com and bought several drones, infrared monitoring equipment, and a local area network box. The next morning she contacted via WeChat and ordered another 10 barrels of milk. Xia Qing felt that if she wanted to open a supermarket, she should tell her parents. Dad, Mom, I want to open a supermarket. The money I earn from my cell phone is enough to open one. Open a supermarket? In our village? Xia Jixiang asked in surprise. No, let's open it in the county town. She originally wanted to open it in Seoul, but it would also be fine to open it in the county town, as it would also be an excuse to supply goods to Suyu. Okay. I support your daughter. With the support of her parents, Xia Qing found it easy. She went to the county town to find an agent in the morning. Are you sure you want to buy this? The location is a bit remote, but it still has great development prospects in the next few years. The agent introduced. This is the suburb of the county town. The surrounding areas are in the early stages of development, and the houses have been built, but the flow of people is relatively low. Yes, just buy this one, and I'll buy one from the 2 surrounding stores. At that time, the 2 surrounding areas can be used as warehouses. When the intermediary heard Xia Qing's words, her eyes narrowed into flowers. 3 large orders were issued at once. How could she not be excited? But I still suppressed it, and immediately arranged and went through the process. The shops in the county town were not very expensive, but there were 3 of them, one of which was quite large, and they still cost her more than 4 million. This was the first time she spent so much money, and she was somewhat nervous. After buying it, she found a decoration company to do some simple renovation. By the time the renovation here is completed, the warehouse will no longer be needed. Chapter 34. Give a drone for buying a car. Suyu received the drone and didn't know how to use it at first, but there was a teaching video downloaded by Xia Qing. Monitoring installation, regional network installation. Suyu is worthy of being a soldier king, he learns these things very quickly. People were immediately arranged to install it. With it, they can remotely view the surrounding situation and even search for survivors. It's just that I was a little unskilled when I first started controlling the drone. Suyu handed the drone to several members of the vanguard team for daily patrols. The remaining 20 or so surveillance cameras were also installed along the railings. When there was not enough food before, we felt that there were not enough people. Now that we are building a base, there are not enough people. Li Yao said. With the drone we can search for survivors. Suyu frowned and said, survivors also need to be identified before they can enter our base. Understood. Li Yao replied. Those who uphold the bottom line of human morality will stay, but some people will eat their own kind because they have no food. They are no longer worthy of being human beings and are no different from zombies. From now on, our base will be called Sunny Day Base. Suyu had already thought of this name. Good! Naturally, the others had no objections. They were able to move here today and have hope of survival, all thanks to Suyu. There are fewer people in the base now, and there are many houses in this area. It is not like living in underground air raid shelters, which are crowded, cold, unventilated, and often smelly. Now the living environment has been greatly improved, and most supplies such as clothes can be found. Suyu thought of what Xia Qing said and said, "When Zhang Liang distributes the supplies today, please count their previous occupations. Or their specialties." Okay. The distribution and statistics were done very quickly. Most of these people were workers, but a few had special skills. Xia Qing went to the village to buy a lot of vegetables, and also bought rice and flour and sent them to the warehouse. Food is consumable, and now they have to build a wall, which requires physical work every day, so they need to eat more. The space has become a lot larger. She has been absorbing crystal beads every day recently. The space is now more than 100 square meters. She can collect all the things in the warehouse at once. Xia Qing took the opportunity to take the driving test while the store was being renovated. She mastered the second and third subjects after studying them twice, and passed the fourth subject a day later. After getting her driver's license, she went directly to the county town and bought a car today. Go straight to the BMW 4S store, where they have both gasoline and electric cars. "I want this SUV, and that red sedan." She was going to give the SUV to Suyu, but the gasoline in that world seemed to be infected, and there were very few gas stations, so she bought a few barrels of gasoline. The salesperson at the 4S store saw Xia Qing buying the car so happily and said with a smile, "Okay, you sit here and rest for a while, I will go and handle the paperwork for you." The salesperson also brought Xia Qing some drinks and a snack fruit plate. Xia Qing first took a car home, and asked them to deliver the other one to the warehouse. "Tomorrow, after the several large barrels of milk, rice, flour, and oil she ordered are delivered, I will collect them all from Suyu. I see that he is only 22 years old, and today he bought 2 cars at once, worth more than 600,000 yuan. Buying a car is so quick. Unlike other people I met who took several days to buy a car," the salesperson said with envy. Driving into the village, the car instantly attracted a lot of people, until they saw the car parked in front of Xia Qing's house. The entrance to the village is open and cars can be parked anywhere. "Lao Hua, you are so lucky! I see your granddaughter drove back a brand new car." Old Mrs. Xia was holding some vegetables in her hand. She was still counting the days until she could return to her youngest son's home. She had to cook every day for her eldest son. "Bought a car? That's impossible?" Old Mrs. Xia frowned and said in disbelief. A few days ago, she heard that Yang Xia's mother had an operation in Shanghai and spent a lot of money, and she was afraid that she would ask her to borrow money. "Really? It's such a new car. Everyone in the village saw it. You are so lucky! Your granddaughter has really made it." When Mrs. Xia heard other people congratulating her, her expression was full of envy. Although she was very happy, she was a little unhappy when she thought that it was really her granddaughter who bought a car. From the initial disbelief to half belief and half doubt, I simply went to my youngest son's house. Sure enough, when I got to the intersection, I saw a car in the distance. "Daughter, this car is really nice. Can I drive it?" "Of course you can. Dad, Mom, you two should finish your driver's license test soon, then you can drive. You can't drive on the road without a driver's license." Okay. We have a car now," Xia Qing said happily. "I'll take you to the county town tomorrow. The shop has been renovated. I'll take you to have a look." She also has to go to the factory to discuss supply, so running a supermarket is very busy. The family of 3 is having a great time and are very happy surrounding the new car. When they have more money in the future, they will also be able to buy a plane. "I want to order vegetables and fruits from our village from the supermarket. Dad, please help me check this." "No problem. I know exactly what everyone in this village grows. This is also a good thing for our village," Xia Qing said with a smile. Now most of the people left in their village to farm are elderly people, and the young people have gone out to work in the city. In this way, when Xia Qing purchases the vegetables grown in the village, a large number of people will be grateful to Xia Qing. The old lady carried a basket of vegetables and walked to the car in 3 or 2 steps. Yo yo, Jixiang! Xiao Xia. Mom, why are you here? Xia Jixiang asked deliberately. He calculated that there were still 7 or 8 days before he had to pick up his mother. In fact, if my mother wasn't so partial, he would be willing to serve the old man, but she always bullies his wife and children when he is not around. What's going on? Can I come and see it? Are you buying a small car? It must cost a lot of money. Qing, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but when you get married in a few years, your man will buy you a car. Why don't you buy a car in advance and send it to his house when the time comes? The old lady said with concern. Girls don't need to buy cars. The old lady looked distressed, and those who didn't know would think that it was her money that was spent. Xia Qing frowned slightly, but before she could resist, Xia Jixiang got angry. Mom, I bought Qing some nice clothes since she was little, but you said she didn't need them as a girl and that old clothes would be enough. I asked her to go to school and learn to paint, but you said a girl didn't need them. No matter what I bought her, you said a girl didn't need them. What's wrong with the girl? She is my daughter too. Now my daughter is capable, she can buy whatever she wants. Xia Jixiang finished speaking in one breath and felt very relieved. Yang Xia's eyes were red, and Xia Qing also felt warm in her heart. When Mrs. Xia saw that her youngest son was so stubborn, she softened and didn't know what to say. Okay, let's just buy it. Anyway, our family will have a car in the future. The old lady was very happy when she thought of the envious looks the villagers gave her when she just returned. But when she got home, she told her eldest son and daughter-in-law about it. As soon as she entered the door, the eldest daughter-in-law started complaining. Mom, why are you back just now? Pimpin will be back from school soon. What time can we have dinner now? Chapter 35. Please adapt the script. Old Mrs. Xia didn't care. Instead, she said in a good mood, Jixiang's family bought a car today. I just went to take a look and it was really nice. Didn't my eldest grandson say he didn't have enough money to get a driver's license? I'll give him 1,000 and ask him to get his driver's license as soon as possible. Tian Caihua's eyes suddenly widened in shock and said, What? My second brother's family bought a car? I bought it. I was wondering why a girl should buy a car. But your second brother didn't want to. By the time we get married, it will belong to someone else's family. Old Mrs. Xia was so angry when she thought about what her second son said. By then, the second son's family will be gone, and there won't even be a man at home to break the pots. Then the eldest grandson will have to break the pots. During the funeral procession, the eldest son breaks the basin, a custom that has been passed down for thousands of years. Tian Caihua, who was standing by, finally came out of her shock, but she calmed down when she heard that old lady Xia was going to give 1,000 yuan to her eldest son. What does Qing do outside? How does she make so much money? Isn't it something shameful? Tian Caihua's mind was filled with those melodramatic TV dramas about men being kept by someone. I also want to learn how to drive. My second brother has already applied for a driver's license, Xia Jiqing said. Don't learn it anymore. Let Feifei learn it. Then he can drive us out for a ride when the time comes, Tian Caihua said with a frown. It costs several $1,000s to get a driver's license, so just let your son learn it. Xia Jiqing thought so too, but he was embarrassed and said, That's fine. But the car belongs to Qing. Wouldn't it be a bit difficult for us to borrow it? When the old lady heard this, she said unhappily, What's the problem? You are his uncle, we are all family, there is nothing we can't lend him. Our mother is right. We are all family, so there is nothing we can't borrow, Tian Caihua said. She thought to herself, My second brother is the only child in his family, and if there is something wrong at home, he will have to rely on them for help. Why not lend him a car? By then, their homesteads will all belong to them. The next day, Xia Qing took her parents to visit her supermarket, which she planned to open in a few days. This is the suburb of the county town, and their home is not far away, only about 10 minutes' drive away. Mom, if you don't want to stay at home, come here and take a look. I just posted a job advertisement these 2 days. Yan Xian nodded and looked at such a big supermarket. She was also very excited. Xia Qing turned around, frowned slightly and said worriedly, Qing, the surrounding environment is a bit bleak. Although Xia Qing has a low level of education, his family runs a supermarket and there are many people living around him, so he is able to sell his products. Although the buildings around here have been built and the environment is nice, no one has moved in yet. I'm optimistic about this film. And I have regular clients, Dad, don't worry. Then listen to my daughter. Xia Qing then directly joined the city's supermarket chain and could directly source goods from there. As the store was about to open, Xia Qing had already placed a large order for goods. There is a super large warehouse behind this supermarket, and there is also a basement where supplies can be stored. In the next few days, several people came to apply for the job, and Xia Qing hired 3 in total. She installed many self-service checkout machines directly at the door, which saves manpower. Moreover, she ordered a large amount of goods for Suyu, so she didn't plan to hire too many people. She recruited 3 people in total, 2 of them were in their 30s, Wang Qin and Zhang Li, and the other was in her 40s, Wu Fang. All 3 of them were very honest people. Andy Wu Fang, you are in charge of the hygiene of the store from 8 to 10 a.m. and 2 to 4 p.m. You can rest 2 days a week. Your monthly salary is 2,800. Okay, I promise to clean it thoroughly, Wu Fang said happily. This is a good job, close to home. Only 4 hours of work a day and 2 days of rest. Where can you find such a good job? Sister Qin, Zhang Li, you are responsible for the manual cashier work in the store. There are 2 shifts. The first shift is from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., and the second shift is from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. 1 day off a week, salary 3,500. That's right. Double pay on holidays, and overtime pay for overtime work. Before coming for the interview, they thought that the interview here was difficult. In total, there were more than 20 people who came for the interview, but they were all eliminated, leaving only the 3 of them. The people who left in front said that this boss was weird and they didn't know how he was eliminated. I didn't expect that I would just ask them a few questions and then stay. The fact is that Xia Qing absorbed too many crystal beads, her voice and eyes became more acute, and she could capture some of people's small expressions and movements. The first few are not honest, and these 3 are not many, 2 mothers and 1 aunt. The 3 of them are very happy, especially the 2 mothers, because they can work in shifts without getting tired and still be able to take care of the children. The key is that the salary is also high. There is even overtime pay on holidays. That's great. Let's sign this employment contract. The probation period is 1 month and the salary will be paid as usual. Well, several people expressed that they were very satisfied with the cooperation and signed the contract smoothly. Xia Qing asked them to come to work the day after tomorrow. The factories she supplies will come tomorrow. She has ordered double the quantity of some rice, flour and oil. 1 portion will be placed in the normal warehouse, and the other in an empty shop next door. Several people walked out of the store very happy. Wang Qin said excitedly, The supermarket cashier position I applied for before didn't get off work until 10 p.m., but this shift ends at 7 p.m. The salary is good, and the benefits are good. I can work double shifts and take care of my kids at home. No wonder the interviews were so strict before and the benefits were so good, otherwise I would have wanted to come. After solving the problems with the supermarket store, Xia Qing's comics became very popular, and the comic editor even called her to urge her to update more. Xia Qing had already scanned it in advance and published several chapters in succession. The 2 ancient Chinese novels published by Xia Qing have become extremely popular, ranking 1st and 2nd respectively on the list. After the copyrights of these 2 books were sold, people on the internet were talking about who they wanted to star in the film. It's just that the endings of both books have not yet been fully released. The hot search on Weibo is about the male and female protagonists of The Most Powerful Man in the World, The First Emperor's Daughter. Who is suitable to play them? This is the first drama with a female lead. Of course it's Reba. Zhao Yingbao is also very suitable. Anyway, a vote was set up online, and many people secretly at her Weibo account. Her account has been verified, the author is Chao La Jiao, and now has more than 2 million fans. Xia Qing's phone rang. Hello, I'm a producer at Sky Entertainment. Hello? It's like this. I read your novel. Can you please adapt it into a script? Chapter 36, a jade bracelet worth 2 million. Sorry, I have no time to update 2 books recently. Okay then. I'll add you on WeChat. Can you help us find some suitable male and female host candidates in your mind? Xia Qing thought about it and said, Okay. The producer then added Xia Qing on WeChat and sent him several female and male stars. And they will ask her about the candidate she has in mind, and they will refer to the opinion of the author of the novel. Xia Qing thought about it and felt that Zhao Yingbao and the new male star Zhou Lingyi were very suitable, but they had to make their own choice. After the filming is officially confirmed, can I invite you to come to Shanghai for dinner? Sit down and chat with the screenwriter and the leading actors. Because the quality of this book is very good, and it is the first novel with a female protagonist to be adapted into a TV series. They could foresee that it would become a hit. Okay. Xia Qing was still very excited after replying to the WeChat message. These are all popular stars, who were out of reach before. Now I actually have the opportunity to have dinner with them. Thinking of the short video I saw on Dola some time ago, a rich woman and a male model looked so good together, which aroused the envy of many women. In the afternoon, the cement that Xia Qing ordered arrived at the warehouse. She could only go there in the evening to transport these things to him through the space. There are too many crystal beads these days, at least a dozen crystal beads waiting for her to absorb every day. The more she absorbed, the larger her space became. She could even vaguely hear Suyu talking to someone late at night. She had spent most of her money, with only 3 or 4 million left, so she decided to go to Kyoto again to sell some jewelry. The most important thing for Suyu is weapons, but their country does not allow the sale of weapons. In fact, Xia Qing has thought that when she has sold most of her weapons and has a few hundred million in her hands, she can go to the United States to buy a batch of guns and ammunition for Suyu. Mom, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow morning. Do you want to go too? It only takes a few hours for them to get to Kyoto by high-speed train. Great! Yan Xia was very happy. After packing up, Xia Qing directly bought 2 high-speed rail tickets and went to Kyoto in the morning. This time, Yan Xia's high-speed rail ride was not as unusual as last time. Kyoto is the capital of China, so there were a lot of people. The middle-aged man next to me yesterday was slightly bald and wore glasses. At this moment, he looked at Yan Xia's arm from time to time. Xia Qing also noticed this. She was very perceptive. The man seemed to be unable to hold back and started to chat up. Hello, I see that the texture of your jade bracelet is very good, a rare variety of mutton fat white jade. Yan Xia didn't know this at all. She smiled and said, How would I know? This was bought by my daughter. It only cost a few hundred yuan. The man was stunned for a moment. When did white jade become worth hundreds of dollars? Where can I buy it? He wanted to buy them all. Generally, ordinary white jade costs millions. I see that yours is very translucent in texture and color. Not only that, the inner circle is round, the outer circle is round, the bars are round, and the workmanship is also very good. The man believes in his own vision very much, and he collects jade bracelets, jewelry, and other items very much. Millions! Yan Xia couldn't believe her ears. She looked at the jade bracelet in her hand with trembling pupils, and felt that it weighed 1,000 pounds. Yes. The man nodded solemnly. Please don't doubt his professionalism. Xia Qing on the side touched her nose. She didn't know how much this thing cost. Suyu found it for her. Yan Xia mechanically turned her head and looked at Xia Qing in shock and asked, Qing? This jade bracelet costs millions? Xia Qing had already thought of an excuse and said, I bought this for several thousand yuan in an ancient town when I was traveling. How many $1,000 did you spend on it? The man almost blurted out. Which ancient town is it from? He wants to go there to pick up a bargain too. Many ancient towns or villages have heirlooms in every household. In the early years, many people went to the villages to shop on Taobao. Items like ceramics, pelvises, and even wooden doors in homes were all bought by people who knew the value of the items for a few hundred to 1,000 yuan, and then sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Those old people don't understand these things. They have useless things at home, so selling them for a few $1,000s is very valuable to them. Sengnan ancient town. There really is such a place in their country. The man silently memorized the name of the ancient town and decided to go there after a few days when he finished his work in Kyoto. Is this thing really worth millions? Then I can't carry it anymore. Yang Xia said nervously that she still liked the jade bracelet very much, but when she knew the price, she didn't dare to wear it at all. I have never earned $1 million in my life, and now I have it in my hands. Thinking of this, Yang Xia wanted to take off the jade bracelet. Mom, you don't have to pick it. I only bought it for a few $1,000s. Didn't you say a few $100s? Are you afraid you won't be willing to take a few $1,000s? Xia Qing leaned close to Yang Xia's ear and said, That man may not be accurate. What if he is just trying to scare you? The man next to him grinned. He was a big jewelry collector. He had never made mistakes before. How about this? I can buy your jade bracelet for $2 million. I can transfer the money to you after we get off the high-speed train, the man said immediately. Yang Xia fell into doubt again. In fact, Xia Qing was not sure how much the jade bracelet was worth, and he did not take it for appraisal. At that time, Suyu gave her a lot of jewelry. She picked this one out as a gift to Yang Xia, because she also thought it was beautiful. No, this won't do. My mother likes it very much. If you really want to collect the jade, you can also help me take a look at this jade bracelet. Xia Qing took out a jade bracelet from the backpack behind her. Although the quality of this one was not as translucent as the one on Yang Xia's hand, it was also very good. This jade bracelet is considered high-grade ice type, and the texture is pretty good, but the price on the market is between 300,000 and 800,000. If you want to sell it, I can give you 750,000. In order to make his words credible, the man took out a black business card from his wallet and handed it to Xia Qing. I'm Lin Dong from Kyoto Wanao Bank. You can search for me on the internet. The man smiled confidently. Xia Qing obediently searched the name on the internet. Lin Dong is 43 years old. He is the vice chairman of Wanao Store, vice president of the China Jewelry Association, and an expert treasure appraiser. Chapter 37: A hasty meeting in the space crack. Yang Xia was very nervous. She looked at her wrist from time to time and then covered it with clothes. After arriving in Kyoto, Xia Qing booked a high-end hotel again, but she first took Yang Xia to visit the China World Mall. Yang Xia looked at the bracelets in the store, each of which cost tens of thousands of yuan, and there were also bags worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. What kind of quilt is this? It costs 720,000 yuan. This must be a pile of gold. A pair of shoes like this that aren't even comfortable to wear costs 50,000 yuan. At first Yang Xia was still in shock and didn't seem to understand at all, but after seeing the prices of various items in the mall, she was shocked to the point of numbness. There are quilts worth 720,000 yuan, and cooking pots worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. Even if she wears a bracelet worth millions of yuan, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Xia Qing saw that her goal had been achieved, and it seemed that she would have to take Yang Xia to visit here more often in the future. When she first came to the big city to attend college, she thought it was a freshman and a new beginning, but later she realized that it was a narrow-minded view. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong, do you remember me? I was on the train yesterday. Remember, you want to sell the jade bracelet? The man said with a smile. Right. Lin Dong gave an address and Xia Qing took a taxi there. She asked Yang Xia to wait for her in the cafe next door. Mom, wait here for a while. I'll be back soon after I run something. Okay, go ahead. Yang Xia also knew that her daughter had things to do, and she wasn't so shocked the last time she came to the Magic City. This time I came to Kyoto and I got to experience the consumption in a big city. Wanbao Store is located in the bustling commercial district of Kyoto, and those who enter Wanbao Store are all low-key and luxurious wealthy people. Only a few pieces of jewelry are on display in the hall, and the rest require one to go to a special service area for one-on-one service. After Xia Qing came in, she asked directly, Mr. Lin Dong asked me to come here. You must be Miss Xia, please come this way. Mr. Lin has already instructed that we will have a professional appraiser here. Good. There was a leather sofa seat and a large TV in front of it, showing various jewelry. She had a remote control at hand and could switch freely to the one she wanted to watch. After making their selection, they will take out the actual item and try it on themselves. Coffee, please. The woman was holding an exquisite tray with a cup of coffee and some sugar cubes on it. After a while, a senior appraiser in a suit came in. Hello, I'm Su Yang, the man said gently and politely. Xia Qing didn't waste any time and directly took out a plastic bag from her bag, which contained a pink diamond. When Su Yang saw the pink diamond, his eyes lit up and he immediately put on his white gloves and took the plastic bag. Then I began to look at it carefully. In the splendid world of jewels, the charm of pink diamonds is irresistible. Collection-level pink diamonds are real treasures. The colors are soft and charming, and the softness and saturation are very high. I need to use a machine to confirm this. Good. Xia Qing observed that Su Yang was a little excited, and was a little shocked when he saw the numbers after testing with professional instruments. Miss Xia, please wait a moment. Su Yang seemed to be calling someone, and soon a professional appraiser came. Su Yang smiled and said, It's a pink diamond of very high purity. This kind of pink diamond can be auctioned. Auction-level pink diamond? But Xia Qing remembered that Su Yu said it was an ordinary pink diamond. She also took out the smallest pink diamond of similar color from a box to try selling it first. Pink diamonds are very rare minerals in our country. They are very popular because of their beautiful color, so I suggest that they be auctioned here. We charge a 2% service fee for the auction price. Okay. Xia Qing agreed. The auction price will be much higher than the recycling price. Xia Qing signed a series of terms. The auction would be held in 3 days, and the proceeds from the auction, minus the service fee, would be transferred to Xia Qing's bank card. After taking Yang Xia to Kyoto for 2 days, she went back. At night, she asked Su Yu directly, Su Yu, how much do your pink diamonds cost? Tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. We have abundant ore here. As expected, he found a box of pink diamonds for her, and they could be found in an ordinary gold shop. The space-time ore on Su Yu's side was much richer than theirs. How are things going over there? I'm using the cement you gave me to build a wall to prevent zombie invasion. I'm now actively searching for survivors. We are also trying to find out whether the land can be used for cultivation. Before, they didn't have enough to eat every day and had no time to study these things. Now that they have the food provided by Xia Qing, they are trying to find out whether the land can be used for cultivation. You can dig some soil for me and I'll find someone to test it for you. Good. Xia Qing has absorbed a lot of crystal beads recently, and the space has expanded. When she is drowsy at night, she can feel the world over there. There was even an illusion that she could get through it. Xia Qing entered the space and felt a white crack in front of her with a faint light inside. She had just taken 2 steps forward when she felt a black screen in front of her eyes and the world was spinning. She clearly remembered that the sky was still dark when she first entered the space, but now it was so bright that it even poked her eyes. Before she could react, someone was strangling her neck and she couldn't breathe. Who are you? How did you appear here? The man said in an extremely cold tone. She could even sense a strong murderous intent, but the voice sounded so familiar. His eyes are slightly lowered, his nose is high, and his lips are thin and light in color. Every line of his features reveals a cold chill. Xia Qing didn't know where she got the strength from, but she grabbed Su Yu's hand that was pressing on her throat. Su Yu! Is that you? If it wasn't for Su Yu, she wouldn't have been strangled to death as soon as she arrived here, right? The man listened to the familiar sweet voice, which was pitched a little hoarse by him. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly let go of his hand. Emotions of regret and guilt instantly surged out. How could he do this to her? Just when Xia Qing was about to say a few words to Su Yu, she felt a powerful attraction behind her sucking her back into space, as if bouncing her back. Su Yu asked hurriedly, Xia Qing? It's me. Just now I saw a crack in space and I went in. I didn't expect it was really your world. Xia Qing was quite surprised. Su Yu was really regretful. He had just pinched her, and her delicate neck must have turned red. If he had used more force, he might have killed her by mistake. Living in the end times and being a special forces soldier, he is highly alert even when he is sleeping. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. The two people were familiar with each other's voices, but had never seen each other before. It's okay. Although I can enter your space, I can't stay there for too long. I was bounced back. This has never happened before. It must be because of the crystal bead. For some reason, Suyu got excited when he thought of this. They just met briefly. Does this mean that Xia Qing can come into his world in the future? The crack is still there, but Xia Qing feels that her energy has been exhausted. Does she want to go in and absorb the crystal beads? It was already late at Xia Qing's place, but it was just dawn at Suyu's place. Now the walls surrounding the villas have been completed and connected to the power grid. Suyu walked absent-mindedly in the small base. The people here were in much better condition than before. When some people saw Suyu coming out, they lowered their heads and called out, "Brother Yu," but he seemed not to hear them. "Brother Yu, why are you always staring at your hands?" "Yeah, I saw it too. I just called him, but he seemed like he didn't hear me," Li Yao said speechlessly. "I don't know what that hand did." Chapter 38, Inner Shock. Usually they take turns to go out and hunt zombies. One is to clear out the zombies to prevent them from invading and harming ordinary survivors, and the other is to look for crystal beads. The energy of the crystal beads is still very useful to these evolvers as it can enhance their physical fitness. Suyu first sent someone to dig out a piece of soil from the land outside and put it into the space. Now that I have a means of transportation, I want to go to a secret military base to find some satellite communication equipment that we can bring back. In this way, they have a military system that can link to global satellite signals so that they can contact other cities. Transportation? Li Yao frowned. He didn't even have a bicycle now. Suyu directly took out a car, an SUV. Although it was not as good as the off-road vehicle he drove, it was good to have a car now. Car! Li Yao said in shock. Brother Yu, now not only can he get food, he can also own a car? The distance was too far before, and it would probably take us several days and nights to walk. If it was before the end of the world, he would not panic at all. He once traveled through the Zambian rainforest alone. But after the apocalypse, there is a shortage of food and we haven't eaten for several days and nights. How can we expect to find the source of the military base signal? Suyu ignored the shocked looks of Li Yao and Wang Chang and said, "With a car, we should be able to get there in the morning. Li Yao, you stay home. Wang Chang, you stay home. I can go too. Brother Yu," Li Yao said with a firm look. He couldn't always stay at home and let Suyu do all the dangerous things. Suyu patted his shoulder and said solemnly, "The child is still young, you can't be careless about the things in the base, and protect the safety of the survivors. We also need to prevent the survivors from causing trouble." "No! Who among the survivors dares to cause trouble now?" Li Yao said in a deep voice. "There is no food when there is trouble. Who dares to steal it? Anyone who steals it will be kicked out of the base." "Then I'll follow you," said Wang Chang. Suyu shook his head. It would be more convenient for him to go by himself. "It's over quickly. I'll be back in a day. I'll leave the base to you." "Don't worry, Brother Yu," Li Yao responded. Suyu drove directly away from the base. He originally wanted to take Wang Chang with him. But thinking that Xia Qing might suddenly appear beside him, he decided to go alone. Suyu, who was driving, thought that it was Xia Qing he pinched in the morning and now regretted it to death. Wouldn't he scare her? It was a peaceful world where she lived, where murder was against the law, and she had never seen such an environment before. What if I'm scared by him and don't dare to come? Xia Qing received a text message on her mobile phone when she woke up in the morning. When she saw the bank account arrival alert, she instantly became alert. The pink diamond was auctioned for more than 90 million. After paying Wanbao Bank 2% service fee, she still had more than 90 million left. But Wanbao store really makes money. It can earn more than 1 million just by auctioning off an item. She saw the soil that Suyu gave her in the space, as well as nearly 30 crystal beads. So many crystal beads. Is this for him to absorb more? She thought that in that world, Suyu would be rather sloppy, because not having enough to eat gave her the impression of being a starving person, but he looked very stern. Unfortunately, after just a glance, he was sucked back before he could say a few more words. She was actually infatuated with a man from another time and space. Today she finished publishing both small books in one go, and this matter even became a hot topic on Weibo in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the popularity of the trending searches on Weibo, the TV series Power of the World officially announced its cast. This wave of popularity is coming fast enough. Soon after, The First Emperor's Daughter was also announced to be adapted into a film or TV series, but the female lead has not yet been confirmed. WeChat, the producer of Tianyu Media this time, is named Zhang Xian. The novel was completed today, and there are basically no problems. The script is basically a direct restoration. They just want to take advantage of the heat and shoot. Hello, Miss Xia, we are scheduled to start filming next month. Do you think we can have dinner together sometime? Good. The two agreed to meet in Hengdu, which was very close to their homes and only 2 hours away by high-speed rail. Are we going to meet a real celebrity? I'm so excited. Looking at the more than 30 crystal beads in the space, she absorbed more than 10 of them in one breath and entered the space. The gap is still there, and this time it feels like there is a lot more energy. It is noon now, and it should be evening over there, so it seems a bit inappropriate to go in now. Just as she was hesitating, she saw a faint light and heard a roar from the crack in space. Thinking that Suyu was in danger, she went straight into the gap. She felt her energy drain away every time she moved through the gaps. Suyu planned to arrive and take away the signal device in one day, but he did not expect to meet more than a dozen survivors here, so he stayed. One of the men said in surprise, "Captain Su, it's really you. You saved my life again." This person is Yang Shuo, a Special Forces soldier of the International Peacekeeping Force, who has helped to destroy many criminal organizations. Share these foods first. Suyu took out a box of bread and some water from the space and gave them to Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo's hands trembled with excitement as he looked at the food. They had found too much food these days, but it was all moldy. It's food! Yang Shuo fell to his knees after being touched. The longer he lived, the more desperate he became. Because there was no food, even the water in the river was covered with layers of black, grease-like substance floating on top. Some people couldn't resist their thirst and drank it. The disgusting taste was like drinking gasoline. Brother Su! Thank you! If you have not experienced such days, you will not experience such pain, nor will you know the preciousness of food. The people who share food with them at this time are simply their reborn parents. Go and divide it quickly, and follow me from now on. Suyu helped Yang Shuo up and said in a deep voice. Yes! Yang Shuo was very excited. He tried his best to calm himself down, and tremblingly took the food to share with others. There was only a faint firelight in the room. It was night time and the zombies were active, so everyone tried to avoid making any noise. Xia Qing suddenly appeared beside Suyu again. This time he reacted quickly, a hint of movement flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Is it you?" "Yeah. It's me. It's night time here." Xia Qing was much calmer when she came the second time, and there was only a faint light of fire. Both sides could only see each other's body shapes. Xia Qing smelled a fishy smell and frowned slightly and asked, "Where are you? Why is there a foul smell?" "An indescribable fishy smell, like fish?" Suyu looked at the corpse of the zombie in front of him, frowned and said, "It's the corpse odor, it has been solved, it's safe here." Although she knew that this was the end of the world, the sight of corpses and the stench of corpses everywhere made it hard for Xia Qing to accept. In the past, she had only heard Suyu describe what their world was like. She would also imagine it when watching movies, and it actually happened here. Xia Qing was a little overwhelmed. It's food, it's food! Yang Shuo distributed the food and several people wolfed it down. They had messy hair and thin bodies. She even saw a pregnant woman. It has a skeleton-like body, with only its belly being round and bulging. The people here look horrible, even more miserable than those starving people. Xia Qing wanted to see Suyu through the firelight, but could only see his tall figure. Chapter 39 New Life. When Xia Qing wanted to say something, she felt a force of attraction that sucked her back into the space. "I'm back again. It seems I can't stay in your time and space for long," Xia Qing said with some disappointment. "You stayed longer this time than last time, about 3 minutes." It seems to be related to her evolution by absorbing the energy of the crystal beads. As long as she upgrades and evolves, she can stay longer. Unfortunately, you can only enter once a day. The two of them had been chatting via voice before, but now they switched to a video chat, which was a bit tense. However, the time just now was very short, and the vision was not clear, so Xia Qing could only see Su Yu's broad figure and his well-defined face. Those eyes were very deep, and contained murderous intent the first time I saw them, but this time they were obviously much softer. I have already asked a professional organization to test the soil quality report, and the results will not be available until 3 days later. Good! Su Yu suppressed his excitement. She would be able to come into this world in the future. He was very excited, as if he was no longer alone. Xia Qing ordered a large amount of food again. The people over there were so pitiful. Only by seeing it with your own eyes could you know how shocking it was. She thought she had to wait until night time to go there, as it would be daytime there. This was like an adventure for her, and was very exciting, but unfortunately she was sucked back in every time because the time in was too short. It was as if the time and space over there were rebounding at her. Xia Qing absorbed all the remaining crystal beads in the space. In order not to waste them, she swallowed them directly this time. All things are difficult at the beginning, but later on they don't seem difficult to accept. This time she absorbed too much at once and almost fainted. When she woke up again, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. When she woke up, she felt that her whole body smelled a little, so she took another shower. Not only did the hair grow longer, but it also became thicker. I felt my whole body was full of energy. This time when I entered the space again, I saw a lot more things in the space, like some large military equipment. Su Yu, I'm coming over! This time she knew to give warning in advance, as she was afraid that if she went over suddenly, Su Yu would be caught off guard, even though this had happened twice before. Su Yu was about to say don't come over, but Xia Qing had already walked towards the gap. This time she came out next to Su Yu again. At this moment, he was holding a sharp dagger in his hand and cut open the zombie's head with one stroke. Gulula's head rolled to Xia Qing's feet like a ball. She swallowed nervously. Luckily she preferred watching those Resident Evil and zombie horror movies. However, the impact of TV is far less severe than reality. She was now on a dilapidated road, and there was not a hint of blue in the gray weather. Su Yu quickly dealt with a few wandering zombies and did not immediately cut open their heads in front of Xia Qing. Xia Qing was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of clean white shoes. Her thick hair spread out like a waterfall. Su Yu was wearing camouflage military pants on the lower body and a black t-shirt on the upper body, revealing a strong and slender arm, but there was a large bruise on the outside. The military boots were not above his ankles, making him look tall and slender. His facial features were three-dimensional, exuding a cold aura. His hair was thick and black, and there was a calmness as steady as a rock between his brows. This was the first time Xia Qing saw Su Yu's face completely. He had a strong aura and clear features. Be careful, come here. Su Yu grabbed her hand and protected her behind him. His hands were hot, rough, and powerful. This is on the highway, and zombies will come here from time to time. There were abandoned cars and dried corpses on the road. Some zombies had their lower bodies broken, but their heads were still there, still wriggling, dragging their intestines that had already dangled out. The scene looked extremely disgusting. Yang Shua looked at the girl who suddenly appeared. She had a clean face and smooth, fair skin. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. You, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear? Yang Shua asked in surprise. Su Yu stood in front of Xia Qing and said coldly, She is mine. It was the first time that Yang Shua saw Su Yu protecting someone like this. Even though he had many questions in his mind, he tactfully stopped asking any more questions. There was a pregnant woman in their team who had just been bitten by a zombie that suddenly pounced out. Yang Shua rushed over and dealt with the zombie that suddenly crawled out. She's going to mutate? Another girl said fearfully. There were more than a dozen people in total, most of them were boys, and there were only 2 or 3 girls. Xia Qing's sudden appearance brightened their eyes, but their stomachs were empty and they had no other ideas. When you are full, you think about sex. Now I am hungry all day long and can't think about anything else. I am so hungry that I don't even have the strength to say a word. The girl knelt on the ground, her face ashen, black veins bulging on her neck, and her eyeballs were red, as if she was about to mutate. There were wounds on her legs, marks of being scratched and bitten by zombies. Help, child! He spoke a few words hoarsely. She felt that she couldn't survive as she was bitten by a zombie and was about to mutate, but her child might be able to survive. The woman's skin quickly became dry and irritated, and the infection mutated very quickly. Suyu frowned and said coldly, "It's going to mutate." When the others heard this, they all stepped back in fear. The girl who just wanted to help was also scared away. Mutation? Is she going to be infected by zombies? Before Xia Qing finished her question, Yang Shuo said, holding a knife in his hand, "Have a safe journey." "Child," the woman said with her last bit of strength. The amniotic fluid was flowing, and everyone around was watching it silently, and no one dared to go up to help. A large hand covered her eyes, but her keen hearing could still hear the sound of the knife piercing her skin and blood spurting out. Yang Shuo opened the woman's belly and immediately found a thin child, who unexpectedly had a weak breath. Wow, just a slight cry. With a flick of the knife, the head of the infected pregnant woman was also chopped off. The people around are no longer afraid when seeing such scenes, because such things happen every day and have become normal. Yang Shuo also sighed at the miracle of life and said, "He is still alive! But without food he would die." The girl just now, Tang Wan, ran over and said, "Brother Shuo, I'm here." Tang Wan took out a not-so-clean piece of clothing from her backpack and wrapped the dirty child up. The child was pale, with bloodless lips, and was only a few dozen centimeters tall. "New life," Tang Wan said silently. "I have witnessed too many deaths, but this child survived, and it seemed as if the hearts of others survived with him." Yang Shuo said that if we follow the man in front of us to the Sunny Sky base, we will find no food. Chapter 40. Catch up on bloody movies. Xia Qing couldn't see anything because Suyu was covering her eyes. His hands were so big. "Let's leave here first," Suyu said. They had to hurry back to the Sunny Day base, otherwise it would be dark and danger could easily occur at night. "You don't have to cover my eyes," Xia Qing frowned. She knew that this was the end of the world, so she dared to come here and was mentally prepared. Suyu nervously withdrew his hand. His long eyelashes pricked his rough palm, not blocking his view. Xia Qing found that her head only reached his shoulders. Suyu is very tall. She is about 1.62 meters tall, so Suyu must be at least 1.85 meters tall. Her hair smells so good, mint-scented shampoo. Oh my God! Although Xia Qing had prepared herself mentally just now, she was still shocked when she saw the blood on the ground and the mangled body. Vomit! Xia Qing turned around and couldn't help vomiting. It was night time there, and luckily the meal she had eaten had already been digested. Suyu lowered his head and asked, "Are you okay?" This reality was too shocking. She took out a bottle of drink from the space and quickly took a few sips. Her face turned pale instantly, and her lips lost their color. "I'm fine," Xia Qing said stubbornly, and she could hardly stand up straight because of vomiting. She took a breath and smelled the blood in the air and almost vomited again. She felt a suction force and returned to the space. She hurried to the bathroom to vomit. 5 minutes, Suyu said silently as he looked at Xia Qing, who disappeared. Yang Shuo looked at the woman who suddenly appeared and disappeared. His curiosity reached its peak. "Why did that person disappear just now? Was I so hungry that I was dazzled?" A man blinked and said uncertainly. "Let's go, we'll be at Sunny Day Base soon," Suyu said calmly. Yang Shuo's curiosity was forcibly suppressed. Suyu turned back and cut open the 2 zombie heads on the ground. His movements were very quick and clean. He took out 2 crystal beads and placed them in the space. "Don't let go of even a single zombie head." After Xia Qing went back, she couldn't sleep either. She turned on the computer and rewatched Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Alien, and A Nightmare on Elm Street, any gory movies she wanted to watch. This time it was so embarrassing. "I just met Suyu and vomited in less than 2 minutes. She remembered seeing that Suyu's military boots were a little worn out, as were his clothes. She might as well just place an order online and buy Suyu a nice set of clothes. This is the end of the world, so a suit is definitely not suitable, so I picked out some smart outdoor sportswear for him. The best and most expensive outdoor sports brand of dirt-resistant and wear-resistant clothes, windproof and rainproof. The clothes, pants and shoes cost a total of 50,000 yuan. She is really willing to spend money on men. After thinking about it, she bought herself another set of women's clothing from the same brand. It was not convenient for her to pass through wearing shorts or a skirt. It was morning when she finished all this, and she hadn't slept the whole night. She is very energetic now, so she goes out to check the fields early in the morning. Their vegetable garden has been planted with Chinese cabbage. Xia Qing, are you still harvesting vegetables? Aunt Sun asked with a smile. Of course. But tell my dad about this. Xia Qing has handed this matter over to her father. The more vegetables the better. The land over there cannot grow any. Seeing those starving people without food, they are starving to death. After walking around the vegetable fields, she drove to the warehouse in the county town, where the vegetables that had been harvested and the milk that had been ordered were stored. Suyu brought a group of people to the sunny day base. The people here obviously look much more energetic than them. Brother Yu! The vanguard team guarding the gate let Suyu in one after another when they saw that it was Suyu who came back. These new survivors, give them a place to stay. Okay, Brother Yu. The man responded immediately. He turned to the survivors and said, All of you follow me. On the way. Today I found a gold bar. I exchanged it for an eggplant and a watermelon. I'm not as lucky as you, but I worked 2 extra hours today, so I got some processing points. Everyone in the base has hope for life on their faces. When the group saw someone holding a watermelon, they couldn't help but rush forward to ask for it, but they were held down by the members of the vanguard team. In the sunny day base, anyone who steals other people's food will be kicked out of the base. Serious offenders will be sentenced to death. Since you are new here, there are 2 ways to get food at Sunny Sky Base. One is to exchange points for food through labor, and the other is to exchange valuable gold bars and other items for food. You can get 3 days of free food when you first arrive, but you'll be on your own after that. No fighting, no robbing! The punishment is expulsion from the base at the very least, and death penalty at the worst. Suyu manages the Sunny Sky Base very strictly, and his management can be said to be iron-blooded. This is how we can manage, enforce the rule of law, and establish rules. Brother Liang, these are the new survivors. All survivors please register, tell us what your occupations were before the apocalypse and what special skills you have, and come here to receive food. The survivors lined up to register and saw that the people in front of them had received a bottle of water and 2 sweet potatoes. It's water! It's clean water! The man said excitedly after getting the water. Zhang Liang saw a girl holding a baby in her arms. The baby seemed to have been born not long ago, and its face was a little pale. This is a can of baby formula. Give it to the child. You can take the child to the emergency room to check on his condition. Tang Nuan was stunned looking at a can of milk powder. She actually had given up hope and didn't know if the child could survive. Even though there was food and water, the newborn baby needed milk. She had no milk, but she was reluctant to give up. Tang Nuan's eyes turned red and she said, Thank you. Thank you. Coming here, they found hope for life. It was no longer pitch black. This time the survivors were assigned to Villa number 6. Now that there are fewer people, the houses are still big enough for living. Yang Shuo registered his identity as an evolver. He also received supplies, and learned that he could also join the vanguard team here. Suyu took the instruments out of the space and found a special space to store them. There is a network in this area. He took out the intercom on the table and called Li Yao. Go call Yang Shuo, the new survivor. Yang Shuo? He's here too, Li Yao said in surprise. Yes. After a while, Yang Shuo was called over. When he saw the instruments in the room, he knew what he was called to do. Yang Shuo checked it and said, It works. You can try to connect it. Suyu can also operate it, but after all, he often goes out, so someone needs to stay here. Yang Shuo and Suyu reassembled it together. An antenna needs to be installed outside. After more than 2 hours, the assembly was finally completed. Suyu called Li Yao and several other evolvers over through the intercom. Chapter 41. I should be immune this time. Xia Qing would always bring him a lot of things, saying it was a special care for him. What is this, barbecue rice? Yang Shuo was already drooling. Eat. Brother Yu has all kinds of delicious food, Li Yao said calmly. Yang Shuo swallowed his saliva and stuffed the bibimbap into his mouth. Yang Shuo ate 3 boxes of bibimbap in one go. He had been hungry for too long. After eating, he wiped his mouth and said solemnly, Brother Yu, I will follow you from now on. We now have 6 evolvers in the base, including you. That kid is a backup. 1 evolver leads a vanguard team, forming 6 teams. Li Yao is responsible for the safety of the base, Zhang Liang is responsible for the backup of the base's supplies, and Wang Chang is responsible for going out to find supplies. Yang Shuo, you should familiarize yourself with it first. The newly evolved retired soldier Wang Shuai is in charge of the construction of the base. Wang Shuai nodded. The time he was bitten by a zombie became a turning point in his life. He became an evolver. Suyu said, With great power comes great responsibility. Our sunny sky base will get better and better in the future. He believed that even if the world was dark, he would create a gap and establish a beam of light. I came all the way from Anya City and originally found a grain warehouse, but the rice in the grain warehouse was rotten and infested with insects. In order to survive, they had no choice but to cook and eat the rotten and black rice. There were originally more than 200 people, but unexpectedly, nearly 100 people died after eating that food. Rotten food is highly toxic. Not only that, there's a small base with dozens of survivors in Anya City, and they eat people, Yang Shuo said in a cold voice. He also rescued a few people at that time, and those scenes were horrifying to watch. They specifically captured living people and locked them up, treating them like animals, without giving them food or water. Yang Shuo said worriedly. Those people can no longer be called human beings. They have guns in their hands, and many of them are evolvers. Anya City is very close to us. Are you worried that they will come to our base? Li Yao asked with a frown. They have captured all the survivors around them. If they run out of food, they will definitely migrate to the surrounding areas. How many of them are there? You said they have guns? Were they soldiers once? Only military personnel and special police use firearms. We are not soldiers. We soldiers have our bottom line. We would never do such a thing even if we starved to death. They're from prison. When a zombie crisis occurred, the people in the prison were actually safe because of its remote location and the existence of a prison cell. One of my childhood friends was a prison guard. I fled to Anya City to find him. He had been tortured beyond recognition and was in a trance. At this point, Yang Shuo was already sobbing. He was awake for a few seconds and was told to kill him. His childhood friend's arms and thighs were already gone. Eaten by those people. In order to free his brother, he killed his childhood friend with his own hands. He wished him freedom and burned his body. He would never leave the body to those damn bastards. Those people deserve to die. When he said this, Yang Shuo became emotional and his eyes turned red. Unfortunately, the other side had a large number of people and they all had guns. He had been hungry for several days and could only save the few people who had not been eaten yet. Everyone listened in silence. Li Yao said, It would be great if we could get some guns. Guns are hard to get, and Suyu was silent as well, not knowing what he was thinking. He also had a gun in the early days of the apocalypse, but he had used up all the bullets long ago. The guns are in the army, but the army is all in secret bases. When I was in the army, it was in the wilderness. The armory is not easy to find. Even if those people have guns, they are consumables. After such a long time, it is not certain whether they still have bullets, Wang Chang said. After a long silence, Suyu said, Let's go to the motorcycle factory in the city tomorrow and get some motorcycles back. He will not let them come to him. He will personally lead people to kill those who deserve to go to hell. With motorcycles, they can move around in a wider range. These survivors have to work too, and it would be best if they could convert their motorcycles into mountain bikes. The roads are now so bumpy that it is difficult to drive on them. Ordinary cars will get stuck in the potholes. Here, Xia Qing received the soil test report and opened the file on WeChat. Everything above is marked in red, It would be strange if this kind of soil could produce crops. No wonder no food can be grown there. Xia Qing directly placed an order online and bought a soil quality testing instrument for Suyu, hoping that she could find land suitable for planting there. Suddenly she had an idea. If she transported the clean and fertile soil here to another time and space, could she use it to plant crops? This needs to be experimented. So she told Suyu about this idea. Suyu, put this big pot in your world and see if you can grow the cabbage I planted. Good. Suyu took out a large flower pot from the space and placed it in his bedroom, and also a kettle for watering. I bought these clothes and shoes for you. Suyu looked at the complete set of clean clothes, and even an electric shaver. He tried it on, and found the clothes were very comfortable. Especially this fabric is windproof and waterproof. The key is that the size is very suitable. In the next few days, Xia Qing saw a lot of crystal beads appearing in the space. How many zombies did Suyu kill in the past few days? She has been watching gory movies for several days in a row, so she should be immune to it. Anyway, she hasn't been to Suyu's world in the past few days. At 1 a.m., Xia Qing didn't sleep and she entered the space. Suyu? I am here. What are you doing over there? Can I come over? I'm scavenging the city for supplies. Suyu was dissecting a zombie's head. When he heard Xia Qing's voice, he quickly slipped into the medium-sized shopping mall on the first floor next to him. He has been hunting zombies these days, but he is also looking for supplies. He can exchange food with Xia Qing, but they also need other things, including clothes and daily necessities. Searching for supplies? Xia Qing became excited when she heard that. Is that the kind of self-service that you can get for free in the apocalypse? Xia Qing changed her clothes and entered the gap. Every time she appeared, she was next to Suyu. Does the dress fit? However, the amazement in her eyes could not be hidden. What a sturdy figure and such long legs. Suyu looked at Xia Qing, who was wearing the same clothes as him, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a barely noticeable smile. There is a shopping mall around here, and because no one has been around for years, there are cobwebs everywhere. Just as Suyu told her the first time, these jewelry counters were covered in dust, and no one was buying them. There were many beautiful accessories on the counter, and she picked them out and put them away. You don't have to pay at all, just take it. Brother you! Wang Chang ran in with his men from outside. They were killing zombies together just now, but when they turned around, they couldn't see Suyu anymore. Some team members saw Suyu walking into the mall and followed him. Their clothes were covered in blood and their beards were untidy. Seeing a clean-looking girl next to Suyu, they felt as if they were out of place in this world. Chapter 42. It's clearly a couple's outfit. When Suyu saw Wang Chang and others coming in, he frowned slightly without being noticed. Wang Chang saw that the two people were clearly wearing couple outfits. This is... Where did this girl come from? She was so clean and bright that the boys couldn't help but stare at her in amazement. The main problem is that girls nowadays are pale and thin, their complexion has no color at all, their skin is dry and cracked, their eye sockets are sunken, and their hair is rough. The girl in front of me was so exquisite, with thick hair like a waterfall, and her face was not tired at all, with bright eyes full of hope. Suyu took a step forward to block the men's sight, and his tone became colder. This is my friend. Asserting sovereignty right from the start is also a way to protect her here. No one else dared to look at Xia Qing, even though they had too many questions. Wang Chang seemed to have guessed something and was very excited. The atmosphere was somewhat condensed. Brother you, these are the crystal beads we found. Wang Chang broke the awkwardness and held a bag of crystal beads in his hand. He kept 2 for himself, which were enough for him to absorb for a few days. Suyu took the crystal bead and put it into the space. Is this how she gets dozens of crystal beads in her space every day? Xia Qing had limited time, so she said, Should we go up there and have a look? I'm afraid we won't have time. The others were a little stunned. This girl wants to go shopping? Is she crazy? Why not find the supplies she needs and take them away? In the end times, if you go shopping in a mall, you won't even know how you died, right? Suyu said. Come on, I'll take you there. The brothers behind Wang Chang looked confused. That girl actually said she wanted to go shopping in the mall? There's no time for that. There are also quite a few zombies in the mall upstairs. It's crazy. Several people whispered, wondering where Brother Yu found this burden from. Wang Chan turned around and gave him a cold look, saying, "Stop talking nonsense! Go up and follow Brother Yu." Xia Qing faintly heard a roar coming from the second floor and couldn't help swallowing nervously. She had seen so many zombie movies in her mind. Roar! As soon as I got to the second floor, a zombie rushed up. It was daytime and they moved slowly. Before the zombie could rush to Xia Qing, Suyu had already rushed over and killed the zombie with a knife. Xia Qing's face turned slightly pale, but it was much better now. She could still smell the fishy odor in the air. Immediately afterwards, several zombies smelled the breath of living people and rushed over, but were beheaded by Wang Chang and his men. The skull rolled on the ground, and the blood stuck to the floor. There aren't many valuable things on this floor, just clothes. Before Suyu could finish his words, Xia Qing disappeared again. He looked at his watch, and it was not yet 10 minutes. Looking at the blood all over the ground, maybe he was scared? Suyu quickly asked through space, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm not scared, it's just that I can't get used to the smell for a while." She became immune to the gory movies she had watched, but that was a real scene. The zombies themselves gave off a foul stench, and when their heads were chopped off, green, sticky blood sprayed out. The smell was like a combination of fish and shit. She had to go back and order a recycling mask. Wang Chang and his friends were shocked. The man suddenly appeared and disappeared just as suddenly. Several people opened their mouths with shock in their eyes, but they were tactful enough not to ask any questions. "I'm very curious." Curiosity is a torture. All they need to know is that the food nowadays is given by Suyu. If they offend Suyu, they will have no food. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Suyu ordered in a cold voice. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today." Several people said in unison, "Yes, yes." They would have to be stupid to tell others, but even though they can't say it, they are still very curious in their hearts. There are all kinds of speculations about the girl's identity. Could it be that she has evolved into some special superpower? Invisibility? Several people were guessing wildly in their hearts, and only Wang Chang knew something vaguely. Wang Chang, Li Yao, Zhang Liang and the others were all brothers who had been through thick and thin with Suyu, so naturally they knew more than others. But now they are all evolvers, and their physical fitness, strength and stamina are much better than ordinary people. Except for Suyu, who has the spatial ability, they have never seen anyone else. Today, Xia Qing also experienced the feeling of going to the mall without having to pay. There are so many things there, I can collect some and sell them in her shop. She bought 2 shops next to the supermarket, where she could sell ordinary jewelry and other items. It's almost zero cost. Thinking of this, she found a decoration company to renovate the 2 shops they had bought before. There are not many people in the supermarket. There are regular customers every day. The houses here are all new and have a high occupancy rate. In half a month, it will be the peak tourist season here. Hanqing is an ancient city, and several surrounding counties also have cultural relics. Their Handan County is famous for its flowers and ceramics. Xia Qing went around the supermarket. The cashier on duty in the morning was Wang Qin, who greeted her warmly when she saw her coming. Just as Xia Qing left, a young woman came over with a gossipy look on her face. "Isn't that the daughter of Uncle Xia from our village? You guys know her too?" "I know him. He's our boss. Our boss is so nice. There's overtime pay for overtime work. And double pay on holidays. And it's a two-way job at work," Wang Qin said happily. It would be really great to be able to apply for this job and get this salary. Normally, not many residents come here to buy things, most of them come to buy vegetables, but now there is only one big supermarket nearby, so more and more people come here to buy. There is a row of self-service checkout machines here, each with a camera on it. Wang Qin is only in charge of manual work, so it is not very busy. Recently, Xia Qing hired another stock clerk to be responsible for replenishing the supermarket. The young woman was also from the same village, and she went back and told her mother about this. "Mom, the newly opened large supermarket chain downstairs from our house is owned by Uncle Xia's family. Their family is also related to the Xia family. She is Xia Qing's cousin, and her grandfather and Xia Qing's grandfather are brothers. How could that be? Can your Uncle Xia's family afford to open such a big supermarket? Really? I just saw Xia Qing while shopping in the supermarket. The cashier was very polite and enthusiastic towards her. When I asked, I found out that Xia Qing was the boss of the store. The job is so easy, with double pay on holidays, and it's close to home. She is unemployed at home now. Her mother comes to help take care of the children, and her mother-in-law works outside to pay off debts. Then I'll go back to my hometown and ask your Aunt Jiang. If it's really opened by someone, I'll go and talk to her. It'll be easy for you to work there, the old man said while holding the child. However, she still didn't quite believe it. Xia Jixiang's family opened a supermarket in the county town. They didn't even have a house in the county town. It's convenient for me to take care of the children since they are so close, said the woman with a smile. I can work here, earn a salary, and take care of my children, and it's close. The old man thought about it, put the child on the small sofa, and said, I will go back and ask. They are all relatives who can definitely help you. Chapter 43 Rosewood, Kyoto. Not long after Xia Qing left the supermarket, she received a call from Tianyu Entertainment's producer Zhang Xian. There is a dinner party in Kyoto tonight. I hope you can come. Our screenwriter would also like to discuss the plot with you. Good. Xia Qing saw the address of Kyoto Hotel on WeChat. It is a 5-star hotel. She bought a high-speed rail ticket directly to Kyoto, arrived in Kyoto at noon, and had a simple meal. She went to the beauty salon again in the afternoon to get a soothing facial. Thinking that she would definitely meet a celebrity at the dinner party in the evening, she simply went to the mall to buy some clothes and did a simple hairstyle. At 6 o'clock in the evening, she took a taxi to the 5-star hotel. The Rosewood Kyoto Hotel has a huge crystal chandelier that is dazzling, and there are many valuable ornaments in the lobby. Hello, do you have a reservation? The waiter asked with a polite smile. Mr. Zhang reserved the Plum Blossom Hall. Okay, please follow me, the waiter said with a smile, leading Xia Qing. The temperature and humidity of the hotel are very comfortable, and these are specially controlled. Suddenly, a surprised female voice called her. Sister Qingqing? Xia Qing turned around and saw Lin Wan wearing a small dress and delicate makeup, but she still recognized her at a glance. When my aunt took Xiaowan back to her hometown to play, Xiaowan always stuck to her. Xiaowan. This is none other than her aunt's daughter, Lin Wan. She came to attend the banquet today, and it is not easy for her to play a small role in it. The novel, Power to the World, is now very popular, and film and television dramas are also being filmed to take advantage of the popularity. This drama has gained super popularity and heat even before it was filmed. Sister Qingqing, it really is you. We haven't seen each other for half a year, Lin Wan said with a smile. Yes. Lin Wan, what are you still dawdling about here? Hurry up and get on. Do you know how much effort it took to bring you here? The agent frowned and said. Lin Wan had good conditions and some people had invested in her, so they brought her here to show her face and become the heroine's maid. Then I'll go up first. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm done, Lin Wan said quickly. Knowing that this opportunity was important, she quickly trotted after her agent. Don't you think about what you are doing here? How can you be late for such an occasion? And you are still chatting with your friend. The agent frowned. That's my cousin. Didn't your cousin go back to the village? Why did she come to this 5-star hotel? She knows Lin Wan's family situation, which is a basic quality of an agent. That's right. Lin Wan didn't know either. Her cousin had always been in poor conditions when she went to college, so how could she afford to stay in a 5-star hotel? Forget it, don't worry about it. Ying Bao, Zhou Lingyi and the others will be here today. The director, producer, and screenwriter will all be here, so just follow me obediently. Originally, a maid like you didn't need to come here for today's occasion, but because you have a lot of scenes around the heroine, and there is also a crucial scene. I've also fought for this with you. You and Ying Bao need to get along well. The maid's role will inevitably involve contact with Ying Bao. I understand. I will act well, Lin Wan said. The agent nodded. She brought this newcomer with her because she thought Lin Wan was a good candidate. The agent took Lin Wan up to the second floor and found the private room, the Plum Blossom Hall. This is a hall and a large private room that can accommodate 3 tables. At this moment, in the private room, almost all the producers and directors have arrived, except the male and female protagonists. The producers and directors sat at the main table, and the remaining supporting actors sat at the side table. Several people were chatting enthusiastically. Lin Wan's agent not only brought him, but also a male supporting actor, so he was able to bring Lin Wan along this time. Generally, the scripts for film and television dramas are written, the crew members, actors, and creative staff are selected, and these have already been determined. The plot structure of the novel is very good, and there are no plots that will not pass the review, so it was confirmed very quickly. What we want is efficiency. We will all get together today and officially join the group tomorrow. Xia Qing called Zhang Xian. It would not be a good idea for her to rush and so suddenly since she didn't know the other people there. You just stir-fry peppers? Zhang Xian glanced at Xia Qing inconspicuously. The girl in front of him had a good figure, fair skin, and especially bright eyes. Although she was not a great beauty, she was recognizable. Even if someone who enters the entertainment industry is beautiful, if he or she is not recognizable, he or she will be just like everyone else. Small success depends on body shape, big success depends on luck. Yes, I am. Zhang Xian still values Xia Qing very much, and their company has successively acquired 2 of her copyrights. In order to avoid conflict, the 2 projects were shot separately. It's not difficult to shoot nowadays, the most important thing is to have a good script. Some popular novels can also be adapted, but there are many restrictions, and those that finally pass the review become a hodgepodge. Let's go. Zhang Xian smiled and took Xia Qing into the private room, then went straight to the main table. Lin Wan and her agent, who were sitting at the side table, were stunned. Isn't that your cousin? Why is she with the producer? Lin Wan shook her head. How could she know that she was so surprised that she couldn't speak? The producer's girlfriend? The agent guessed wildly. Even if it was a girlfriend, there was no way she would bring her to such an occasion. Let me introduce this to everyone. This is fried chili peppers, the same one that was created by the author of The Power of the World and the First Imperial Daughter. Zhang Xian introduced it to everyone with a smile. Boom! Lin Wan's pupils widened in shock, and the agent beside her was also stunned. Lin Wan, your cousin is a chili fryer, why didn't you tell me earlier? The agent frowned. If she had known there was such a relationship, she wouldn't have had to go to such great lengths to get Lin Wan over. This is stir-fried chili peppers. This person has become very popular recently, with his Weibo followers increasing by nearly 5 million in just 1 month. Xia Qing nodded and looked around. She didn't see Ying Bao and Zhou Lingyi, but she saw the second male lead Wang Xingqing and the supporting female lead Yang Shan. Ying Bao and Ling He's flight was delayed today, so they will go straight to the crew for filming tomorrow, Zhang Xian said. They are both top stars, and no one will say anything if they are late. Xia Qing felt a little regretful that she didn't get to meet the 2 top stars. Everyone was having dinner in the evening, and Xia Qing was pestered by the screenwriter and couldn't get away, and kept talking about issues in the book. After all, the purpose of acting is to perform the characters in the novel and make them concrete. If you have a script in the future, you can give it to me directly and I will pay the copyright fees directly to you, Zhang Xian said with a smile. I do have a modern sadomasochistic novel that I was planning to publish. You can read a few chapters. Xia Qing didn't waste any words and took out her cell phone to show Zhang Xian. The screenwriter next to her also started looking at it. The emotions are too intense. Just these few chapters? What about the rest? Zhang Xian said. He was already aroused. Chapter 44. It's not too much to bring a baseball bat, right? The screenwriter also took over his phone and read a few chapters, and was instantly intrigued by the plot. Is there anything else behind? I'm really anxious after reading half of it. This script will definitely be a hit once it's filmed. The heroine is a police officer, and the story is suspenseful and sadomasochistic. You write the script, and I'll buy it as soon as you finish it. Zhang Xian made the decision immediately. It's really not easy to come across a good script, so if you find a good one, just buy the copyright first. Okay. Xia Qing nodded with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Xingqing, and I play the second male lead in your book. Wang Xingqing is a sunny boy. Xia Qing has also seen him in ancient costume, and he looks very elegant. The two of them clinked glasses in a friendly manner. It has to be said that male celebrities in the entertainment industry are very handsome even if they are supporting actors. At least the figure is first class. Xia Qing inexplicably thought of Su Yu's face with distinct features and a broad and strong waist. The temperament he possesses is something that not ordinary people can compare to. The female villain you wrote is so unique. I really like her very much, Yang Shan said with a smile. This is also a big challenge for her. This female villain is not simply bad, she became like this because of the injustice she encountered since childhood. In short, it is a very test of her acting skills. I really like the novels you wrote, including The First Princess. They are so good. Yang Shan and Xia Qing had a very pleasant chat, and they even added each other on WeChat. The dinner ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. Xia Qing also planned to stay in Kyoto for one night, so she directly booked a hotel here. Cousin! I didn't expect you were actually frying peppers, Lin Wan said in surprise. She always remembered that her cousin studied painting, but she didn't expect that her novel writing would be so popular. I didn't expect you to be an actor now. She remembered that Lin Wan loved playing house when she was a child. I just signed the contract. This is my first official performance, Lin Wan said. The two chatted for a while and made an appointment for lunch tomorrow, as they would join the group the next day. After Xia Qing left, the agent pulled Lin Wan aside and said, Why didn't you tell your cousin about your role? My cousin isn't a screenwriter, so she can't add me. Build a good relationship with your cousin. I see that the entertainment company of another drama, The First Imperial Daughter, has also bought the copyright of your cousin. I just heard from Shang Xian that your cousin has a very good script for a modern drama. It's possible that your sister is the screenwriter. I will try to get you a role in the drama and maybe I can increase your role, the agent said with a smile. Lin Wan frowned slightly. When she first came, she saw her cousin saying hello, looking like she was looking down on everyone. Now she was asked to get along well with her cousin. In the entertainment industry, profit comes first. The next day, Xia Qing and Lin Wan had lunch together. In the afternoon, they would officially join the crew and start filming in Hengqin. She was also thinking about this. She had scripts and money, so she didn't necessarily have to sell her scripts to make money. She could just invest in her own scripts and shoot them. It is not impossible to open an entertainment company. Xia Qing has already made a plan in her mind. Since she now has unique conditions, she will use the money from another time and space to build her business empire. She will be able to enjoy the luxurious life that those rich women can enjoy in the future. In the afternoon, Xia Qing took the high-speed train home. There are 2 extra boxes of gift milk at home. They must be given by someone. They would not buy the gift boxes themselves. Qingqing, your second aunt came to see me this morning. I don't know how she found out about the supermarket you opened in the county town, and she said she wanted your cousin to work there. That cousin! Those who live in the same village are all related. Xia Fang, she got married a few years ago and lives very close to the supermarket you run, Yan Xia said with a frown. Maybe your dad was harvesting vegetables recently and accidentally let it out. The bad thing about the village is that everyone knows what happens in everyone's house. It's not like in big cities, where even neighbors who have lived together for several years are not familiar to each other. That's not a big deal. Your uncle also knows that we opened a supermarket in the county town, and he also wants to go and work there. Yang Xia was very worried. Running a supermarket pays 2,000 to 3,000 a month, which is better than farming. Moreover, it is in the county town, so I can take a break occasionally without delaying watering, and it is also convenient to take a few days off during the harvest season. The supermarket doesn't need any more people. There are 2 shops nearby that are being renovated. I'm planning to open a clothing store and a ceramics store. I'll let them come over to work then. My salary for the previous month was 2,500 yuan, plus commissions, with days off, and double pay on holidays. Do you want to open 2 more stores? Yang Xia asked. Well, open it. She will go to another time and space to purchase goods tonight. I saw a ceramic shop in a rundown shopping mall that day, and the styles of the ceramics were all very nice. She plans to buy all the shops in this row tomorrow. In the evening, Xia Qing scanned the novel into a folder on her laptop and planned to send it to Zhang Xian later. She thought that if he wanted to accept the script, she would invest in it and then discuss it with Zhang Xian until he had almost finished filming the TV series. After taking a shower, Xia Qing bought some red velvet cake from the city, ate a few pieces, and watched a horror movie. At 1 a.m., she changed her clothes and entered the space again. Suyu? There was no voice of Suyu coming from the space. He frowned slightly. Could it be that he didn't hear it? The next second, before she could react, she was sucked into the space crack. This time, she was holding a steel baseball bat in her hand, which she bought specifically for self-defense. You might encounter zombies every time you enter, so it's not too much to buy a baseball bat for self-defense, right? There was a flash of light, and Xia Qing appeared in a room, looking at the surrounding environment. This was the place in time and space where she first entered, Suyu's room. She turned her head and saw that Suyu was shirtless, wearing only black windproof pants on the lower body, and there was a red bloodstain on his shoulder. It reveals her sexy 8-pack abs and the obvious and attractive mermaid line, with smooth lines and no trace of fat. His skin was wheat-colored, and every muscle on his shoulders showed his strength. Xia Qing opened her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open as if she was shocked by the scene in front of her, and she swallowed her saliva spinelessly. Suyu was just treating his wound when he suddenly saw Xia Qing and was stunned. Xia Qing's eyelashes flickered as she said, "Your shoulder is injured." "Yeah, a minor injury." Suyu's eyes flickered slightly, and his expression was a little unnatural. Chapter 45. There are so many good things. Where is this place? This is the safe base I built. There is an underground warehouse below. Do you want to take a look? Suyu was already dressed, an ordinary black t-shirt that made him look like a model. Suyu's body proportions were perfect, much better than those celebrities she had seen. Most celebrities focused on looking photogenic, and appeared to be relatively thin in real life. Suyu's figure exudes strength and security, but he looks very thin when he puts on clothes, and his muscles are very impactful when he takes off his clothes. Okay, let's go take a look. Xia Qing's cheeks felt a little hot and unnatural. Suyu took Xia Qing to the warehouse downstairs. They were on the 3rd floor. The 2nd and 1st floors were where the evolvers lived. As soon as I went downstairs, I ran into Li Yao's wife, Tianrui, who was taking care of the children. The families of the evolvers also live in this building, and the women are responsible for the hygiene and cleaning of the house, including daily cooking. Brother Yu, Tianrui said with a smile. With fresh food, they all looked much better. Tianrui was surprised when she saw the girl who suddenly appeared next to Yu Ge. A girl with such a good complexion seemed like she was not from this world. We're going downstairs to the basement. This villa used to be Tianrui's home, so she is very familiar with it. Brother Yu, let me take you there, Tianrui said hurriedly. She knew the value of the things in the basement and the safe. Suyu thought about it and agreed. Mother. A 2-year-old boy ran over and called Tianrui the baby. The dirty and thin boy looked only 1 year old to Xia Qing. Such a skinny kid. Xia Qing felt a little distressed as she couldn't bear to see so many poor children. So she took out a few boxes of cheese sticks she had just bought from the space, which were originally intended for Suyu. She simply took out a bag of cheese sticks and gave them to the child. Facing the poor child, she said softly, "Sister will give you this to eat, okay?" This. Tianrui saw what Xia Qing took out of thin air, then looked at Suyu and saw the latter nodded. She then excitedly took it and said quickly, "Thank you. Thank you." The girl in front of him must be extraordinary. The dates on these are still fresh, and they don't even know where they were produced. Tianrui quickly put away her things and then took Suyu and Xia Qing to the basement. There are quite a lot of things stored here, not only from Tianrui's family, but also many people come to exchange the stored things. Tianrui directly opened a safe and took out a box from it, saying, "Here is an auction-level pink diamond. My father spent tens of millions to buy it." Xia Qing took it and saw that this pink diamond was bigger than any she had seen before, and the color was also very beautiful. "It's beautiful." In her world, this pink diamond would probably be worth hundreds of millions. This painting is a traditional Chinese painting, painted by Master Zhen. Teacher Zhen? He is a master of traditional Chinese painting here, and he is very famous internationally. His paintings are kept here, and each one is the starting price. Xia Qing also studied painting. This painting is indeed very well done and has a profound foundation. I want this one. She wanted to take it back and copy it. Suyu said, "This is all prepared for you. This box contains South Sea white pearls, this box contains cold white pearls, and there are also South Sea gold pearls and cold blue pearls. This box contains rare conch pearls, the color is excellent and each one is round and full. This one is a blue diamond, the Oppenheimer blue diamond. My mother bought it for over $50 million. Tianrei can accurately explain every luxury item here. Although her face is yellow and she is still a little thin, her temperament can be seen. She must have been a wealthy lady. Hearing her words, Xia Qing knew that most of the things here belonged to her family. This is what your mother left for you. It's not appropriate for me to take it away, Xia Qing said in a deep voice. She can take those unowned ones out there. This blue diamond was bought by someone's mother. No need. Brother, you said these are all yours, so they are yours. It's useless for me to have these. They couldn't keep me full when I was starving, and they couldn't cure my child when he was sick. That bag of cheese sticks you gave me is more valuable to me than any of them. When people are hungry, everything else is false. Then I'll leave this sapphire to you. This much is enough for me, Xia Qing said. Thank you, Tianrei said with red eyes. The sapphire was taken by her mother, and was originally intended to be given to her. After the apocalypse, both her parents turned into zombies. These are antiques. My father likes to collect them very much. This is a white jade bucket, a bucket-shaped wine vessel from the Shang dynasty. The price was 1.2 million. This is a white jade snuff bottle. The jade used is very valuable. It is also worth more than 1 million yuan. Tianrei is worthy of being a wealthy lady. She knows how to identify these valuable things. Xia Qing saw something on the table that looked like a makeup box, with very ancient patterns on it. There is a meteorite in here. My father bought it for his collection. Later, it was said that meteorites would have radiation, so this thing was sealed in this iron box. Xia Qing was very interested in this thing and always felt that the things inside were very attractive to her. She put the thing into the space, and the things inside emitted a blue light and instantly merged into the space. There are still dozens of gold bars and a lot of gold jewelry left, which is too much. Can I go to the mall we went to last time? There's a ceramics store there. She planned to collect all the goods there and sell them in her shop. You want ceramics? Tianrei asked. There's a ceramic factory in our city that specializes in making porcelain. This city is famous for its porcelain. That factory belongs to me. Tianrei said that their family once made their fortune from porcelain, and the porcelain they made was very exquisite. Xia Qing was pleasantly surprised. That's great, Suyu said. I'll take you there. Suyu frowned slightly and asked worriedly, How long can you stay this time? I haven't tried it either. How about I take a look around your base today and see how much time I have before going tomorrow? Can. Calculating the approximate time, Suyu will drive directly to the ceramic factory tomorrow, and then call Xia Qing out after he arrives there. Tianrei seemed to understand something after listening to the conversation between Suyu and Xia Qing, and looked at Xia Qing with excitement. This is the woman who gave them food. She is their benefactor. Suyu was walking in the base with Xia Qing. People in the base were shocked to see a girl next to Suyu. Who is that girl? She's next to Brother Yu. No woman came forward to approach Suyu. There were a few women who wanted to get close to him before, but they were all thrown away by Suyu. Anyone who came forward again would be kicked out of the base, and this situation was put to an end from then on. I don't know. The girl looks so clean. She doesn't look malnourished at all. Chapter 46 Meeting Little Lucky. Xia Qing saw that the surrounding walls had been built, and not only that, they had also been installed with surveillance cameras. There are drones hovering in the sky. The wall can protect their safety and they don't have to worry all day long. Suyu said. These are all sent by you. They passed by a square where several children were playing. The oldest was no more than 6 years old, and the youngest was only 3 years old. Why do these kids have so little hair? Xia Qing frowned. Some children even became bald when they were young. What they ate before was nutritionally inadequate, and they chewed on tree bark, leaves, and even soil, which contained toxic substances. These children have relatively good resistance, because those with low resistance died early. Xia Qing looked at Suyu's still thick hair. If Suyu was bald, he would shave his head like a monk. After a little imagination in her mind, she imagined that he would have the temperament of an ascetic monk. I'll give them some cheese sticks. A little girl ran over with the doll in her hand, but it had become dirty. However, it was still very precious. Sunny Mom! You are my Sunny Mom, right? The little girl opened her big eyes and looked at Xia Qing with full expectation. In the few memories she has, her mother has thick hair and a gentle appearance. Xia Qing felt that she looked familiar, like the little girl that Suyu had taken a photo of. Are you a little lucky? She was the one who gave this name. Uh-huh. The little girl nodded and looked at Xia Qing excitedly. Xia Qing looked at her clear eyes, touched her head lovingly, and ended up pulling out a strand of her hair. I didn't mean it, Xia Qing said helplessly. The little girl didn't care at all and said, It's okay, it's all fallen off, so there's no need to waste water washing it. Water resources are also precious. Xia Qing took out a cheese stick from the space and said apologetically, This is for you. Wow, thank you, Sunny Mom. Little Lucky smiled happily while holding a big bag of cheese sticks. There were a few children behind, watching eagerly, but they didn't dare to go forward. Xia Qing looked at these poor children and said, Children, come here. When 7 or 8 children heard this, their eyes lit up and they hurried over here. Xia Qing took out a box of cheese sticks from the space and gave everyone a big bag. Several of the children were very timid and ran away after taking the things, but there were also 2 sweet talkers. Thank you, pretty sister. Several children took the cheese sticks and ran away happily. Xiao Xingyun did not run away, but stood there and looked at Xia Qing. Xia Qing picked up Xiao Xingyun, who was so light, probably only about 20 kilograms. There is an unpleasant smell on the child's body, and it seems that he hasn't taken a bath for a long time. Will lice grow on his body if he doesn't take a bath for a long time? I'll buy you a filter next time. Even if the filtered water is not drinkable, it can be used for bathing. They will wait for it to rain and store the rainwater, and only rainwater is clean. Good. Except for the children, everyone else in the base is very busy. Some are repairing walls, cleaning up garbage, and building houses. Some people went out of the base to look for supplies, and when they came back they would check for any wounds. We had a good harvest today. We found a bag of jewelry. I can exchange it for a watermelon. I'm so greedy. I want to exchange for 2 potatoes. Several people were holding a lot of things in their hands and walking into the base. When they saw Suyu, they consciously moved aside. 2 people looked at Xia Qing curiously. The environment improved a little after they moved here. Before, the environment and sanitation in that shack were very dirty. They are all looking for gold, silver, and treasures for her. She is now an invisible rich person. Almost. This time Xia Qing stayed for about 20 minutes before going back. It's longer than last time. I'm going to the ceramics factory tomorrow. I'll call you in the space when I get there. Good. Xia Qing was in a good mood. She planned to buy some filters there the next day, and she would also buy bottled water for Suyu every day. The next day, she first went to the county town and bought a row of shops. In the afternoon, she went to Kyoto Bank and sold more than a dozen gold bars. She then went to an antique shop and sold 2 antiques. This antique is definitely old, but the dynasty seems to be from the Tang dynasty, and it also looks a bit like the Han dynasty. He was not sure for a moment. I need to find someone to identify this white jade bowl. It will take up some of your time. Good. Xia Qing was not in a hurry either. Since she was selling something, the higher the price, the better. Soon, 2 professors came in, looking exhausted. They held magnifying glasses and discussed the white jade bowl intensely. Most of them are green jade bowls, but this one is a rare white jade bowl. In fact, the green jade bowl is a teacup, but this white jade bowl is too exquisite. This must be white jade from the Western Han Dynasty with a bluish-white color. It is carved entirely from jade. This is a combination of a jade bowl and a dragon. The Big Dipper on the jade suit has turned into a green dragon. In the Han Dynasty, the Big Dipper was represented by a bamboo shape. As soon as the two professors arrived, they immediately determined the dynasty. They were both in the antique group, and they rushed over as soon as they got the information. Where did you find this? This is an heirloom in my family, Xia Qing said. I'll give you 5 million for this. The professor wearing glasses immediately bought it. This is a white jade bowl from the Han Dynasty. The last time a green jade bowl was auctioned off from abroad it cost 7 million. This white jade bowl must be very valuable. Professor Zhang frowned and said. The value will only be higher. I suggest you put it up for auction here. Professor Zhang continued. After all, the auction price will definitely be higher than buying it directly. Professor Dao, who had just offered 500 million, looked a little unhappy. He originally wanted to take advantage of the bargain, but it was obvious that Professor Zhang was very knowledgeable. The value of this collection is still very high. At least there are no white jade bowls unearthed on the market now. Then I'll put it here for auction, Xia Qing said. Professor Liang looked extremely unhappy. If he wanted to buy it at this auction, he didn't know how much it would cost. Lao Liang! We have to have trust when we taste, right? Professor Liang's mouth trembled. If Zhang Guodong hadn't come, he would have definitely picked up a bargain. He could make millions by reselling it. I'm not as rich as you. Lao Liang was angry and anxious now, but he didn't lose his temper when facing Zhang Guodong. Xia Qing signed the agreement and put the item up for auction. A 2% handling fee would also be charged and the money raised from the auction would be transferred to her bank card. Hello, Professor Zhang, can I add you on WeChat? Xia Qing said with a smile. He felt that this professor was quite honest. If he hadn't said that just now, she might have sold it for more than 5 million. Okay. I have another item at home that I'd like you to see. Okay. Professor Zhang smiled happily. As long as he could see these old items and appreciate them, he would be very happy even if he didn't buy them. Xia Qing took out a small pot from her backpack, and Professor Zhang took a liking to it at first sight. He immediately put on white gloves, turned serious, and began to study. This is a backflow pot. There is a spout and a bottom. Pour water into the pot from the plum blossom hole at the bottom of the pot. No water will come out of the spout. When the pot is placed straight, water will not come out. At this time, tilt the pot and water will flow out of the spout. This type of backflow teapot originated in the spring and autumn period, became popular in the Tang and Song dynasties, and was very perfected in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The base color and glaze color of this teapot are very bright, and it is an item from the Tang dynasty. I really like your backflow teapot. It is rare in our country. Only one pair from the Ming dynasty was unearthed and sold at an auction for 12 million. I really like this one of yours. If you auction it, the price will be between 8 million and 10 million. If you sell it to me, I'll give you 10 million, and you don't have to pay the 2% handling fee. Chapter 47 Bought a street of shops. Are all these professors so rich? Can they easily come up with 10 million? These professors who are at the antique level also have businesses under their control, and they have collected quite a few things in the past. Okay. Then I'll sell it to you. Great! Professor Zhang was very happy. The two of them just exchanged money and goods, and it went very smoothly. This is my business card. Professor Zhang smiled and handed Xia Qing a business card. He turned out to be a famous collector in China and the vice chairman of ACES Group. Now the chairman is collecting antiques? In fact, they usually don't come here. They will only come to identify some real antiques or those they like. Professor Zhang is also a collector who likes to collect antiques. Professor Zhang took the teapot and quickly bought a box worth hundreds of thousands of dollars to put it in. When he saw Xia Qing carrying him out in a backpack, he felt so distressed, afraid that he might get bumped. If this antique gets scratched a little, its collection value will be reduced. Xia Qing had a lot more money in her hands, so she ordered 2 boxes of water purifiers and put them in the space. Suyu received the water purifier and started to install and use it. The tap water in the pipes is now very turbid and even contains viruses and bacteria. Liao said. Brother Yu, the water from this water purifier is slightly cleaner, but the viruses and bacteria on it cannot be filtered out. Boil the water from the water purifier and drink it. With the water purifier, the water quality becomes much cleaner, so everyone can take a bath. Otherwise, the water quality is seriously polluted. Not to mention drinking it, even the dirty water for bathing can infect the skin, and in serious cases, people may get skin diseases and die. Suyu said. These water purifiers will be installed in residential areas for residents to use for bathing. These two will be installed in our villa area. Okay, great, I can take a shower today. I haven't taken a shower in a long time. Suyu was fine, he had a lot of water, so Xia Qing always gave her special care, not only water but also shampoo. Assign someone to watch over the water purifiers for showers, once every 7 days. Okay. I'll send the vanguard to keep an eye on it. There are more things to do now, and there are not enough vanguard members, Liao said with a frown. We urgently need to select people now. There are many things to do and we cannot fall behind in any aspect. Select a group of strong ones to join the vanguard team, Suyu said. The strong are respected, and this should also be done in their base. Both men and women are welcome, as long as they have the ability, they can enter, Suyu added. The signal network has been restored and the signal of Sunny Sky Base has been released. We have received 2 waves of information recently and there are survivors rushing to our base, Yang Shuo said. With the addition of more survivors, our Sunny Sky Base will grow stronger, but there will also be a lot of friction with the new survivors, so we must strictly manage them, Suyu said calmly. Everyone nodded. There was a conflict between the dozen or so survivors brought by Yang Shuo at the beginning, but it was resolved. But then there will be hundreds of survivors from their side who will receive the signal and arrive in about 5 days. There will be friction then. In a word, food is not given for free. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be killed without mercy, Suyu said coldly. There is no such thing as a saint in the last days. Being kind and lenient will only bring trouble to yourself. What he wants to build is a home that preserves the last order of mankind. Clear! Several people responded in unison. They were all soldiers. Having survived the apocalypse, they understood that morality could not restrain people and only an iron-blooded approach could establish order. The girl who appeared today is called Xia Qing. You must protect her when she appears next time. Several people looked at each other and seemed to understand something and said solemnly, We will all protect her with our lives. Xia Qing and Sunny Day Base. Everyone can figure out the connection between the two with just their toes. In the next few days, Xia Qing was busy with her shop, and several shops had been renovated one after another. Open a ceramics shop, then an ordinary jewelry store, and those clothes from different time and space. Xia Qing single-handedly boosted the economy of this street. Yesterday she went to the ceramic factory in another time and space and collected a lot of ceramic products. Today they have all been placed in the warehouse and are now being loaded onto trucks to be transported to the store. Uncle, these porcelains are placed up there. This is the cash register. The prices are marked. This porcelain bowl costs more than 200 yuan. It's too expensive. No one will buy it. My uncle frowned and said. The products in this store are so expensive. This is a county town, not a big city. Uncle, just sell it according to my price. If she sold this in a shopping mall in Kyoto, it would probably fetch at least 1,000 or 2,000. This is too expensive. No one will buy it. Qing, you'll be losing money if you sell it this way, said my uncle. Xia Qing frowned slightly. This is why she was reluctant to hire someone familiar, especially family members, as they would easily interfere with your decisions. Uncle, don't worry about it and just follow what I say. Seeing that Xia Qing was a little unhappy, the uncle nodded and was still worried. This is too much of a loss. Xia Qing hired another young man and said, You can take turns working with my uncle, from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., and from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Okay. The new kid was very obedient and remembered everything Xia Qing said. These are not discounted, no bargaining. Remember, you can get a 10% discount here, Xia Qing said. Good. The ceramic shop was tidied up, and next to it was the painting shop she opened. 2 girls were also recruited, one of whom was Xia Qing. These paintings are not discounted. My request is that I give you a Douyin account, and you have to live stream for 2 hours every day. Good. Qing, we are all family. I don't know how to watch this live broadcast, so let Xiaolan do it. Xiaolan frowned slightly. Who doesn't use Douyin these days? Okay, Xiaolan, then you live broadcast for 2 hours every day. I will give you a commission of 100 yuan for each painting sold online, Xia Qing said. When Xiaolan heard this, a delighted expression appeared on her face and she said, Okay. Xia Qing didn't care, thinking that selling paintings through live streaming wouldn't bring much money. But the commission was good. 100 yuan commission for each painting. She was a little tempted. If you sell 10 paintings a day, the commission would be 1,000 a day. Qing, I can do live streaming too. Thinking of this, Xia Qing said hurriedly. She was willing to do live streaming if there was a commission. Xia Qing gave her a cold look and said, It's enough to broadcast live alone. Xia Qing frowned slightly, thinking that since the 2 families were relatives, why didn't they help her? Chapter 48 Building a Commercial Street. You don't know how to do it? Xia Qing hit back with a word. It was she who said just now that she would not do a live broadcast. Xia Qing looked unhappy, and snorted in her heart that even if she broadcast live, she wouldn't be able to make much money. These paintings are so expensive. Who would buy them? Several stores have installed 360-degree surveillance cameras, 3 of which were installed at once, and 1 wireless one that can record for a period of time even if there is a power outage. The 2 stores opened at the same time, and live broadcasts were also started one after another. The accounts are Sunny Painting Store and Ceramic Store. The paintings in the art shop were all collected from the end of the world, and some were copied by her herself. The art shop also sells some cultural and creative stationery and dried flowers. There are also 2 paintings drawn by an old man in the end times, and one by a middle-aged man who can write. Xia Qing provided them with paper, ink, brushes and inkstones, and they painted Chinese paintings and wrote, and she specifically told Siyu about it. Drawing and writing for her can earn points and exchange them for food, which is much easier than doing hard labor. The store gradually got on the right track, and Xia Qing also spent money on direct traffic through Douyin live streaming. Sister Qing! Zhou Lingyi is so handsome! God's chosen one, Xia Yan! Lin Wan sent a message and a photo. In the photo, Zhou Lingyi stands tall and straight, wearing a plain robe that flutters in the wind, outlining his slender figure. There was an extraordinary aura between his brows, and his sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples. As expected of a top star in ancient costume drama, he really looks handsome in this costume. Xia Qing thought of Suyu. If he were to wear ancient costume, he would definitely be a general who is awe-inspiring without even getting angry, or a god of war or something like that. I recently wrote a new script and I want to invest in it myself. How about you playing the leading female role? Of course she is willing to support her close little sister. A bunch of shocking symbols appeared on the WeChat screen. Sister Qing, are you serious? Of course it's true. I need to discuss this with your producer. How long will it take you to shoot? This drama will probably be shot in 2 parts. The first part will take about a month to shoot. The filming of film and television dramas is progressing very quickly now. Okay, I'll contact the producer to look at the script first, and you have to act well. Yeah. I'm learning from Ming Bao. She's really great. Unlike Wang Xinjie, who's the 3rd female lead and just acts like a big shot. We were acting together today, and she slapped me 3 times, and my face is swollen, Lin Wan said aggrievedly. Most of them were fake fans, but Wang Xinjie's acting skills were not good, and the movements of the fake fans were not right, so she had to use the real one. Xia Qing comforted him with a few words, saying that it was normal to be bullied when one just entered the industry unless one had the capital behind him. When Xia Qing used to work 996, she was like a slave and didn't even have a holiday on National Day. Now that she has money, people who work for her can get double pay if they work on holidays. Otherwise, they can just take a rest. Sister will be your investor in the next drama, Xia Qing said domineeringly. Thank you, big sister. Lin Wan sent an emoticon. Lin Wan was resting in the room, very happy. What are you so happy about? The agent asked. She was slapped several times in the afternoon, and it hurt just looking at it. Lin Wan also gritted her teeth and endured it. My sister said she wants to invest in her next script and let me play the leading female role. Sister Jiang, will you agree? Your sister invested? Do you know how much it costs to invest in a play? Ordinary campus scripts cost millions. A few million is just a small production. My cousin's script must be great, and I'm willing to do a small production. Sister Jiang, please let me go, Lin Wan pleaded. The low-budget costume dramas that became popular last year had investments of hundreds of millions. She really didn't believe that a novelist could have enough money to invest in a new drama. Even a modern drama would cost tens of millions, right? Sister Jiang didn't want Lin Wan to go and waste time, so she said, We'll talk about it later. Lin Wan really wanted to go. She was going to go regardless of whether Sister Jiang agreed or not. Even though my cousin's film is a small production, her script must be good. Being the leading actress in a small production is better than being a maid in a big production. Xia Qing's several shops are all well decorated and just need a little renovation. She is thinking of opening a jewelry store and a gold shop next to it. A milk tea shop is also available, but it needs to be a chain. The rest can be purchased from different time and space. Xia Qing named this street Sunny Day Street. Xia Qing has been very busy these days. She has to go to the commercial street during the day and recruit people. Both jewelry and gold shops need to hire reliable people, especially the gold shop. She also wants to renovate the street and do a live broadcast to attract traffic. This area is also very close to the ancient city attractions. When the time comes, some ancient building complexes will be built to be used as a film and television base. She remembered that Suyu had a construction engineer who drew beautiful pictures, so she asked him to draw an ancient construction city in another time and space. The scenery must be good enough to attract people to come and film dramas, and turn it into a film and television attraction. All of these require money. The weather has started to get hot recently, so they turned on the air conditioner at home. On the day when old Mrs. Xia was supposed to go to her home, she would pack her things early in the morning and come over without waiting for anyone to pick her up. All the broken and unused items in the house have been replaced with new ones, and the old worn-out sofas have been replaced with soft and comfortable leather sofas. There is also a sweeping machine on the ground sweeping back and forth. Tian Kaihua also followed. As soon as she entered the door, she looked around. Seeing the brand new furniture and the fresh environment, she felt indescribable envy in her heart. I was already sweating after walking all the way, and the cool air when I entered the house made me feel comfortable instantly. Second brother, I heard that Qing opened a supermarket in the county town and also opened a few shops and is recruiting people. Do you think I can go? Tian Kaihua said with a smile. Xia Qing's cousin has gone, so she should be able to go too. She has a good salary and they are all relatives, so it will be convenient for her to take leave. This position is already full. Besides, don't you have to pick up and drop off the kids? How can you have time to go to work? Yang Xia frowned slightly. I'm not thinking that my relatives can help if they can. I'm taking a leave to pick up the kids so that I don't have to delay my work. Then, Auntie, you should take good care of the children. I have already completed the recruitment and signed the contracts. Xia Qing came down from upstairs and said with a smile. Tian Kaihua looked a little unhappy. Yang Xia's family members and cousin could all go to work, but she couldn't? Qing, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your aunt and her husband are a family. Why don't you recruit your own family members and instead recruit outsiders? How can outsiders be as attentive as your own family members? Old Mrs. Xia frowned. I have already signed the contract. If I breach the contract, I will have to pay double the penalty. I can't lose money, right? The investment is already huge, Xia Qing said helplessly. Besides, my father always buys vegetables from my uncle's house first, and the purchase price is 1 or 2 cents higher than that from other houses. When Tian Kaihua heard this, she looked a little embarrassed. Then think of your aunt when you have any work in the future, Tian Kaihua said shamelessly. Mom, I'll come pick you up next month. Old Mrs. Xia shuddered all over. She really didn't want to go to her eldest son's house. Tian Kaihua left Xia Jixiang's house and saw a car parked outside. She heard that this brand of car cost more than 200,000 yuan. I heard from Yang Xia that one can make a lot of money by writing novels. What kind of novel can one write to make so much money? Xiao Lei, your cousin can make a lot of money writing novels. You have graduated from college and even got admitted to graduate school. Aren't you better at literature than her? You should write some too. Tian Kaiwa sent a message to her son. Chapter 49, blocked outside by space. The crack has narrowed? Soon, Tian Kaiwa received the news. I'm busy preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam and have no time. Has Qingqing really made money? This car was just bought. There's even a supermarket in the county town. Tian Kaiwa sent him a video of a car. Xiao Lei saw that it was a mother with a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. He would go back to borrow the car after he finished his driving test. Wang Kaiwa sent a lot of messages again, saying, She can make so much money by writing novels. You can too. You, as a graduate student, can definitely write better than her. You can also make money. They are all children who go to college, and Tian Kaiwa doesn't think her son is inferior in any way. Xiao Lei didn't reply to her afterwards and didn't even answer her voice calls. Xiao Lei on the other side found out that Xia Qing actually made a lot of money. So he sent a message to Xia Qing. Xiao Qing, lend me 5,000 for emergency use. Xiao Lei had borrowed money from her before, and he had never paid it back. First, pay back the 3,000 you borrowed from me. Are you really that stingy? You've opened a supermarket and a store now, and you've made a lot of money writing novels. Can't you lend me $5,000 for an emergency? No! Xia Qing refused. She still remembered that Xiao Lei had asked her to borrow money for emergency, and she lent him all the money. During those 2 months, she almost always went to the market to buy vegetables, prepared boxed lunches and ate at work, and walked such a long distance to save money on subway tickets. As a result, half a month turned into a month, and then 2 months. Including 2 or 3 months, she was fired by the company and had only a few hundred yuan left in her pocket. She could barely afford the ticket to go home, so she asked him for money, but he refused to pay her back for various reasons. You still want to lend her money now? No way. Xia Qing simply blocked Xiao Lei, and was so angry that she couldn't send any messages on WeChat. You are so stingy! You won't lend me money even if you have it! Xiao Lei said angrily. If he doesn't want to lend the money, then don't lend it. He naturally thought that his second uncle would definitely lend him the car. At this moment in another time and space, Suyu was deep in thought with the crystal bead in his hand. It was a pity that Xia Qing had a limited time to come here, and he had tried to enter the space, but it didn't work. He also tried to absorb the crystal beads, but the space didn't change. It seemed that only Xia Qing could improve the space by absorbing the crystal beads. It now seems that the crystal bead has not found any other uses except for the abnormal space, but he always feels that it is not that simple. He recalled that when he awakened the space, he felt as if his soul had left his body, but he didn't remember anything after that. No matter what, he has now contacted Xia Qing in the normal world and still has expectations for his future life, but simply exchanging supplies is not enough. At the same time, he was also worried about whether the link would be stable. If the link was lost one day, their food would not be guaranteed. He must find a way to be self-sufficient. Xia Qing entered the space and saw that by passing through this tiny crack she could enter another time and space. It was really magical. An idea suddenly popped up in her mind. That is why this space spans 2 time and space. She is like a channel. She looked at other space cracks. If a few more appeared, would they lead to another world? She tried it, and it bounced back. What's going on? I can't get in. Xia Qing looked at the crack and wondered how it could become like this. Did she need to absorb crystal beads to get through it? Suyu, are you there? Xia Qing called Suyu hurriedly. She was afraid that Suyu couldn't connect either. I am here. Xia Qing heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Suyu's voice. I don't know what happened today. The crack seems to have become smaller and I can't get in, Xia Qing said disappointedly. Hearing this, Suyu's heart seemed to be pressed into a huge stone. It's okay, try absorbing the crystal beads. It may be that the space crack is unstable, Suyu said in a deep voice. Okay, then I'll go back and try to absorb the crystal beads. Brother Yu, a large number of survivors have arrived today. There are 107 people in total, including 13 children, 20 women, and 5 evolvers. Li Yao said. Their leader wants to see you. These 5 evolvers are quite strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led so many people here alive. Arrange them downstairs, I'll be down right away, Suyu said on the intercom. He put all the crystal beads he had shot down today into the space. He wanted to find a way to search for information about the psychic. There are many evolvers now, but very few superpowers. He remembered that he had met a person who was also a superpower in a storage space. If he could find him, he might be able to find some information from him. These survivors are mainly led by these 5 evolvers, among whom Li Zhong is the captain and Wang Jin is the deputy captain. Li Zhong's complexion did not look good, his lips were very chapped, and there were black lines on the blood vessels on his skin. Wang Jin was not much better. The others were temporarily outside the base and were not allowed in. A group of refugees sat listlessly outside the base. Li Zhong and Wang Jin entered the base and underwent a full body check. There were children playing in the square, and they looked in good spirits. Everyone here is busy with their work. It would be great if I could paint Chinese paintings. Painting can also be exchanged for points, which is much safer than going out to look for supplies. Teacher Wang is a professor of Chinese painting at a university. He doesn't want any points from your painting. Today's harvest is good. I found a jade bracelet that can be exchanged for points. Li Zhong was brought in and was confused when he heard a few people chatting. Shouldn't it be about finding food? What's the point of drawing? Can gold be eaten? Li Zhong looked at the people in the base, and although they were a little thin, their complexions were obviously much better than theirs. They were all much cleaner, and there were children playing and eating cheese sticks in their hands. He licked his lips, resisting the urge to rush over and grab it, and his reason prevailed over him. He knew that if he went over to rob them, these people would not be pushovers. Wang Jin had the same idea. The two looked at each other and saw shock and restraint in each other's eyes. The kids all have cheese sticks to eat, and what they say on the radio is true, there is no contaminated food here. This further confirmed his determination to insist on coming here. After entering the villa, Li Yao asked the two of them to wait for a moment, as their base leader would be down soon. Soon, Suyu came downstairs, dressed in neat clothes and with a stern figure, with a young girl beside him. Both of them were wearing very clean clothes and looked very healthy. Compared with them, Li Zhong and Wang Jin were just 2 refugees. This is our base commander, Suyu. Li Yao introduced Suyu. The fact that the man in front of him was able to build such a nascent base and have food shows that he is very powerful. Captain Su, Li Zhong said in a hoarse voice. This is a dry throat caused by not drinking water for a long time. Suyu winked at Li Yao, who understood and went to get 2 bottles of clean water and 2 bowls of cooked tomato noodles. Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, you must be hungry after rushing here. You can eat these foods first. We can talk after you are full, Suyu said calmly. Since the person has come to them for help, they have to give him some benefits first, and then they can talk about the rest. Li Zhong and Wang Jin looked at 2 bowls of steaming noodles and tomatoes. The two of them were swallowing their saliva frantically. They hadn't eaten for 2 days. 2 days ago, they ate expired and moldy biscuits, which made their mouths bitter and even gave them diarrhea. Chapter 50. Unable to resist the temptation of food, he would eat it even if it was poisonous. Never mind! Eat first. Li Zhong couldn't resist the temptation of food at all. Even if this bowl of noodles is poisonous, he will eat it. Even if he is going to die, he will die full. Wang Jin stared at the 2 bowls of noodles without hearing what was being said around him. He picked up the chopsticks and ate the noodles frantically. If someone tried to snatch the noodles from him, he would kill them without hesitation. The noodles were still hot after being cooked, but they didn't seem to notice and ate them voraciously. Li Yao and the others did not look down on them, because they were in a similar state when they first ate the food. Only those who have experienced hunger know the pain. Although 2 bowls of noodles were not enough to fill them up, they tasted food. After a year, they had already forgotten what real food tasted like, and only imagined it countless times in their minds. Of course it's food. We also have noodles, vegetables, and clean water. Li Yao smiled. There is even meat. Only children, members of the vanguard team, and other evolvers can eat meat frequently. The rest of the people need to redeem it with points before they can use it. Please allow us to join your base. We will agree to any conditions, Li Zhong said excitedly. As long as he could still eat clean food like today, it would be fine. In fact, they were all skeptical before coming, because they had been fleeing and looking for food along the way, but there was not even a single green plant along the way, and much of the land had become desertified. Not only that, even the animals have mutated, not to mention being edible. Who would dare to eat an animal that looks like a corpse? Yes. We all agree, Wang Jin also said. He was also afraid at first and had made preparations, fearing that the so-called food here was cannibalistic and that some bases specifically deceived the survivors and then rolled them up and swallowed them. They also escaped all the way here, but they did not want to give up any hope of survival. Of course you can. Once you enter our base, you must abide by the rules of our base. Anyone causing trouble will be expelled, Suyu said coldly. You have a large number of people. Let the children, women, and the elderly enter in batches first, and we will make the arrangements. With more than 100 people coming in at once, accommodation becomes a problem. It will definitely become crowded, and the houses in the back are also being built. With more people, there is more labor force. Okay. Can you please give us some food and water first? Li Zhong's voice contained a hint of pleading. They hadn't eaten normal food for a long time. No, this is the rule of the base. Only by becoming one of us can you enjoy the resources we provide, Suyu said in a deep voice. People who are not in their base will not be given food for no reason. To make them feel that they belong, we must build it up from the beginning. Li Zhong nodded slightly when he heard this. As long as there was food, there would be hope. A look of determination flashed in his eyes. Okay. I'll arrange for the elderly, the weak, women and children to enter the base first. Food will be distributed as long as you enter the base. Wang Jin stood aside and exchanged a tacit look with Li Zhong, and then the two of them acted quickly and began to organize the elderly and children in the team. Suyu also arranged personnel to test the survivors who had just joined the base and register their changes of clothes to prevent infectious diseases. He needed to be responsible for the entire base. There is food at the Sunny Day base. Real food, said Li Zhong. The 100 people became excited when they heard that there was food, and they all ran towards the gate of Sunny Sky base. Don't rush! Don't push the door! Otherwise the base won't give you food! Wang Chang stood in front of the gate, holding a loudspeaker, and said coldly. Everyone, be quiet! Li Zhong is the leader of this team. He used to be a Sanda master and has a certain prestige in the team. After he said this, the team gradually quieted down. The elderly and children go in first, and the rest will follow. Once you enter the Sunny Day base, you must obey the base's arrangements. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will be like Zhang San before, Li Zhong said coldly. They have all seen what happened to Zhang San. He was beaten to death by Li Zhong when he caused trouble. Wang Jin, you arrange for the children and the elderly to go in first, Li Zhong said. The children and the elderly lined up and walked towards the gate of the Sunny Day base one after another. Then what should we, the evolvers, do? Said the remaining 3 evolvers. Li Zhong gave them the 2 bottles of water they had just given him. This is clean water. There is no pollution, one of the evolvers said excitedly. There was no black substance floating in the bottled water. Share these 2 bottles of water. We are all evolvers, so our treatment won't be too bad even if we enter the base, Li Zhong said. It was better than wandering outside without hope. As time went on, they lost confidence and were already looking for clean food. Even their determined hearts began to waver. There is food inside. But we must also remain vigilant. If they dare to eat people, we will resist, another bald evolver said vigilantly. The main reason is that they have encountered such situations before. That shouldn't be the case. We just ate noodles in there. And it was tomato and egg noodles. Wang Jin seemed to still have the taste in his mouth, so smooth. Did you get noodles? Was it the noodles I thought of? Zhang Yuan, the evolver who did not enter, said in disbelief. He didn't believe that there was any clean food in the world. They went to different places with high expectations to look for it, but they returned disappointed every time. They even went to the granary, but the rice had turned black and was crawling with black worm-like things, making it completely inedible. The reason they were able to survive this long was that they found a truckload of canned food. Only canned food could be preserved. Although it had gone bad and didn't taste very good, it was at least edible. "It's noodles! We both ate a big bowl," Wang Jin said. How could it be fake if they had already eaten it? "What are we waiting for? Let us go in first," Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say. "We'll wait a little while and let the elderly, the weak, women and children in first. You can share these 2 bottles of water. We will definitely be allowed in before evening," Li Zhong said. The other 3 evolvers were a little reluctant. After all, Li Zhong and Wang Jin had just gone in to eat food, and they were still hungry. However, they did not resist Li Zhong's words. Although they are all evolvers, Li Zhong can beat the 3 of them alone. The 3 people shared 2 bottles of water and drank them down. There was no unpleasant or mutated smell in the water, which made them believe in this base. Now everyone is looking forward to entering the base as soon as possible. The elderly and children were lining up one after another. "Let me in first! Let me go!" A young man bared his teeth and wanted to rush to the first position, even pushing the child to the ground. "Give me water, please give me water!" the man cried. "You can't come in!" The Vanguard members of the Sunny Day base immediately stopped the man, and then saw dense red papules on the man's arms. "Get out of the way! Does this person have a contagious disease?" "No! I didn't! Please let me into the base!" The man cried and begged, but due to long-term malnutrition and unknown papules on his body, he was no match for the Vanguard members of the base. Chapter 51 Suspected Infectious Disease at the Base. It was not known whether this man had an infectious disease, but several men were soon diagnosed and pushed out of the base. "Go find the base's doctor." In the treatment room of the base, a doctor who was a previous survivor rushed over, wearing a mask and wrapped tightly. "This looks like a blood papule. Does it feel itchy or painful?" asked the male doctor. "It's a little itchy, not painful," said the sick man, and touched a pimple. "Doctor, is this an infectious disease?" the man asked nervously. He was afraid of contracting an infectious disease, which might mean being abandoned and dying. Not only is food in short supply now, but medicine is also in short supply. "It's not an infectious disease." The doctor frowned and said, although it was not an infectious disease, the doctor's expression was still very solemn. The man visibly breathed a sigh of relief. "We need to draw blood from you for testing," the doctor said. So he took out a syringe and drew blood for testing. Some sick people are not allowed to enter the base and are temporarily kept on the periphery. Soon, the doctor reported the matter to the Vanguard team and then to Suyu. "Have you found out what the disease is?" Suyu asked. "Immune diseases of the body, including sexually transmitted diseases. Some children a few years old have also been infected," the man said hesitantly. "What a piece of shit," Liao couldn't help but said in a cold voice. "They can't even get enough food to eat, and yet there's a bunch of perverts doing this kind of thing. Find out who it is. People like this are not allowed to enter the base," Suyu said coldly. "I understand," Liao said sternly. "Physical castration is too easy for those people. They actually do this to a child. The doctor said it can be treated, but it requires medicine." "What medicine?" Xia Qing asked from the side. The doctor mentioned a few medicine names, but before Xia Qing could remember them, she was bounced back into space. Su Yu and the others seemed to have gotten used to her sudden appearance and disappearance. "I feel like I absorbed a lot of crystal beads, but why do they always bounce back? There's no pattern," Xia Qing complained. Maybe there is a pattern, but Xia Qing hasn't found it yet. The only way to upgrade now is to absorb the crystal beads. Su Yu had no choice but to write down the name of the medicine and pass it to Xia Qing. He also silently noted the time it appeared and the time it stayed. "You will always find a pattern." On the other side, Xia Qing quickly checked on the computer and said with a frown, "We don't have this medicine here, but we do have the ingredients." "Can there be more ingredients? We can make it ourselves," Su Yu said. "He has a pharmacist there." Su Yu decided to go to the city hospital tomorrow to collect equipment, including the pharmaceutical factory. Although the medicine has expired, the equipment in the pharmaceutical factory can still be used. Sure. I'll help you with the shopping, Xia Qing said. But you have to wait until the next day to buy it. It's a pity that she doesn't have that much money now, otherwise she would have wanted to acquire a pharmaceutical factory. Outside the base, some sick children, women and men were stopped outside. Those who are not sick are tested and registered to enter the base. These are food. Everyone needs to take a bath after eating them, said the vanguard. There is a time limit for showering. Each person has 20 seconds to get the water. Each of them was given a bowl of white rice and a bowl of boiled white radish soup. In their skinny hands they held a bowl of clean white rice, and in the steaming hot soup there was shredded radish. No one had time to talk or be shocked. There was only the sound of people wolfing down their food. Gulp, gurgle, he finished his meal, not a grain of rice was left in the bowl, and he drank up all the soup. A few of them looked at their empty bowls and touched their stomachs, their mouths still full of delicious food. They finally ate food that was uncontaminated and had no bitter or moldy taste. There was a man who was hungry and saw a child who hadn't eaten, so he went up to snatch his food. What are you doing? After seeing this, the vanguard members of the Sunny Sky Base immediately stepped forward and pressed the man to the ground. Sunny Day Base does not allow you to rob him. These rules had been reminded repeatedly when they came in. Evict from the base. No! I won't go out. I won't go out. The man grabbed the seat on the ground. The vanguard team member hit the man with a club and dragged him out. Please, I didn't steal anything. I didn't. Don't let me out. I just didn't eat enough. The man pleaded loudly. The pioneers will never give them a second chance. The vanguard members supervise each other and must follow the rules set by Su. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, the rest of the people didn't dare to make trouble anymore. They just ate so fast, wolfing down the food, and they were afraid that others would come and snatch the food. But now they saw that the rules of this base were strict, as if they had returned to a society ruled by law in the last days, and they even slowed down their eating speed. No one would dare to snatch their food, so they felt much more at ease when eating. Gwawa, eat slowly, said the middle-aged woman, hugging her daughter. Cough, cough. The little girl ate too fast and choked and coughed a few times. No one here will steal our food anymore, said the woman with relief. One after another, many people registered and entered the base, except for those who were sick. The culprit has not yet been identified, and those who are sick are temporarily not allowed to enter the base. But the 5 children are an exception and receive special care. This is disease X. It won't be transmitted without close contact. Let these children live together alone. Once we have the materials to make the medicine, they can be saved, said the doctor. These children are so pitiful, said the doctor's assistant. After a while, a pioneer with a red armband came in and said, Dr. Lin, this person is a new survivor. His previous career was in medical research. That's great. You can stay and help me, Dr. Lin said happily. He is the only doctor at the Sunny Day Base, and he has a former nurse as his assistant. He also has to do manufacturing, so he is very busy every day. The person who came was a young man wearing glasses, a top student at a medical university. I'm a graduate student from Manhwa Medical University. I work at Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company. The man quickly stated his knowledge and usefulness. Mingdu Pharmaceutical Company is a major pharmaceutical company in Manhwa. That's great. Today the base is going to the hospital to look for pharmaceutical equipment. You can help make the medicine then. Working here is easier and safer than doing hard labor outside, and you get more points, said Dr. Lin. Building the wall is tiring, but going out to look for supplies is scary. Of course, you need real skills to work here. If you try to get food by cheating, your end will not be good. Those people got a sexually transmitted disease. It was done by one of the evolvers. But that person was killed by Li Zhong half a month ago, said the man. This is also the reason why we trust Li Zhong so much. That man is a beast. He escaped from prison. Before the end of the world, he raped a neighbor's little girl and was sentenced to 10 years in prison, the man said hatefully. At the beginning, there were more than a few hundred survivors, and the man specifically targeted the orphans. Her girlfriend went to stop him, and was also raped by him. He was also almost beaten to death. Later, half a month ago, Li Zhong and a few others came to them and killed the scum. After hearing the message sent by the Sunny Sky base, Li Zhong rushed over with the remaining survivors. Chapter 52: The Feeling of a Rich Man. Xia Qing immediately purchased a lot of Chinese medicinal herbs according to the note given by Suyu, including some Western medicine ingredients. There is a large pharmaceutical factory next to the city. The purchase went smoothly. Xia Qing directly ordered a truck to deliver the goods to the warehouse, and then she went there to put them away in the evening. Suyu took people to the hospital today. There were many zombies there, and it was very dangerous for them along the way. Fortunately, they had drones that created some noise and attracted a large number of zombies, so they were able to enter smoothly. After Xia Qing absorbed the crystal beads, the space expanded a lot, and Suyu then collected a large number of manufacturing machines and medical equipment. However, there were too many zombies when he was leaving, and he didn't have time to retrieve the crystal beads. The three of them got into Suyu's car and drove all the way back to the base. The car was an SUV bought by Xia Qing and modified by Suyu. The car drove into the base, and there were several sick people at the gate who couldn't get in. "Please let us in!" The two women stopped Suyu's car and cried. They didn't do it voluntarily, they were also infected by others. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Once the medicine is made, you can go in. Don't stop the car," Zhang Liang said coldly. The car was covered in the blood of zombies, and there were also quite a few body parts. When the car entered the base, there were special people responsible for cleaning and disinfecting Suyu's car. He gave the equipment to Dr. Lin, and they debugged it. "The equipment has arrived, and luckily someone has come. It would be too much for me and my assistant to handle it alone," said Dr. Lin. "Make the medicine as soon as possible," Suyu said. He also collected a lot of medicines from the hospital pharmacy, and kept them all as some of them could be used. "Understood. We'll work overtime tonight to make the medicine," Dr. Lin promised. The condition of those children is not optimistic. On the other hand, the royalties from the two novels Xia Qing published this month totaled more than 1 million. The filming of the TV series was coming to an end, so Xia Qing contacted Zhang Xian and said, "I have already written the previous script. I would like to invite you to be the producer and I will invest in it myself." Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment and replied uncertainly, "You invest on your own? It costs several million to make a low-budget TV series. Even if you want to hire me, the salary I want will be 200,000. He is also a well-known producer. Zhang Xian had read Xia Qing's last script, and it was a good script, and it was a modern drama, so the cost wouldn't be too high. If first-line stars were invited, then the big investment would be here. Your script is good. If Tianyu Company invests in it, it will at least be worth tens of millions of dollars. But investing in modern dramas requires meetings and a series of reviews. A good script is just the beginning. There is a lot of preparatory work to be done in the early stages, such as team building, actor signing, investment and securities lending, etc. Because the main market now is dominated by ancient costume dramas, fantasy, there have been very few modern dramas that have been popular in recent years," said Zhang Xian. "Their investors also have to keep up with the trend. I have tens of millions of dollars in investment, and I want to invite you to be the producer of this drama. The salary is 300,000 yuan. What do you think?" Zhang Xian hesitated for only a few seconds. His producer fee was not low, but the other party actually increased her salary by 100,000 yuan. Who wouldn't be tempted? "Sure. But the show we're shooting isn't finished yet. I can find a director and production team for you first." Can I ask how much the investment budget is?" 50 to 70 million, Xia Qing said. All her money now is over 70 million. Even though she has a lot of jewelry now, she doesn't dare to sell it in such large quantities. "If it's 70 million, there will be no problem. At least we can hire second or third tier stars," said Zhang Xian. A top tier star may receive tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars for a single drama. "I have already chosen the female lead, and I think Su Jia can be considered for the male lead." Su Jia is an actor who has recently become popular for playing the affectionate supporting actor. He is 187 centimeters tall, a Pisces, and his acting skills are pretty good. John Xin quickly replied. Okay, I'll contact them and send them to you after the team confirms them. If you are not satisfied, you can change them. After all, Xia Qing is now the investor. Okay. Douyin has live broadcasts at several of Xia Qing's newly opened stores. The commercial street has just opened and is not profitable yet, but it is gradually gaining popularity, and some people are setting up stalls selling snacks. This Chinese painting is very beautiful. It was painted by a mysterious master whose name cannot be revealed, Xiaolan introduced. The paintings above are not sold at a discount. Xiaolan does not know how to appreciate Chinese paintings, but she can see a sense of desolation in them. Xia Qing priced this painting at 50,000, and the rest of the paintings ranged from several hundred to thousands. She was also copying that ancient painting. The painting she copied was priced at 999. It was bought! Someone actually bought this Chinese painting. It's worth 50,000 yuan, Xiaolan said in surprise. Although the commission was only 100, she did not expect that a painting worth 50,000 would be sold. She originally thought that this painting was the most difficult to sell due to its high price. Xiaolan was very excited. After the live broadcast, she told Xia Qing about this on WeChat, and the latter directly transferred her a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. This is a reward. Good job! Xiaolan looked at Xia Qing's reply and was very excited. She was given a bonus of 1,000 today. Half a month's salary. Thank you, boss! I will keep working hard. Xiaolan has learned a lot of knowledge in order to sell her paintings, and now she reads them when she has nothing to do. You need to know something about selling paintings, otherwise you won't know how to introduce them to people during live broadcasts. Xiaolan was still very excited. She called SF Express and asked it to come over and pack the painting carefully. A middle-aged man in Kyoto on the internet. Dad, you spent 50,000 to buy a painting? And you bought it on TikTok? The daughter was stunned when she saw the express delivery. The girl was very surprised when she saw the courier box at home. Could her father have been cheated? Are the elderly more likely to shop online? Yes. This painting is really good. The lines, blank spaces, and especially the artistic conception of this Chinese painting have a sense of dilapidated beauty. Only an old painter with at least 10 years of experience can paint this kind of thing. 50,000 is not expensive. The girl moved closer and saw two picture frames on the table in the living room. One of the Chinese paintings looked rather desolate and dilapidated. It's a pity that he is a mysterious painter and has no fame. If he had some fame, it could be sold for hundreds of thousands. The old man laughed. The artist is famous, and famous paintings are sold at sky-high prices. In the past, a painting was auctioned for 200 to 300 million yuan. But the painting is really good. Nowadays, there are such paintings in art paintings, but there is no such traditional Chinese painting. Chinese painting is cumbersome and complex. What Douyin store? I want to take a look too, the girl asked curiously. Her father is a member of the China Art Writers Association, Collectors Association, and is also an appraiser of artworks, calligraphy and paintings, and cultural relics. He works in a Chinese museum, and has seen many good things. She was really curious about a Douyin store that he could praise. I'll show it to my old friends. Some of the paintings were good, but lacked some of the ancient charm. He also bought a painting worth 999. The brushstrokes look a bit green and tender, and it's obvious that this is a copy. He actually wanted to see the original copy. Chapter 53: The Cause of the End of the World. The jewelry store had previously opened a Taobao store, and now it has started live streaming. These jewelries were found by Xia Qing from a jewelry store in the apocalypse of another time and space. The ones sold through live streaming are even more popular than those sold in the store. For this purpose, the express delivery company opened a courier station across the street to collect the express deliveries they sold. Supermarkets, gold shops, ceramics, jewelry, and art shops. The milk tea shop is still under preparation. She has bought all the shops on this street, a total of 10 shops. There were other people who also wanted to come and rent shops, but she did not agree. She wants to open several more stores in the future. After absorbing the crystal beads given by Suyu, the space became larger again. Tonight she wanted to go to their city with Suyu. Suyu, here I come! Xia Qing greeted him and passed through the space crack. Suyu was already waiting for her, along with Zhang Liang and Wang Chang. This time they were going to the city together. She came at around 8 or 9 in the evening, but when Suyu was here it was 8 or 9 in the morning. Xia Qing also specially adjusted a watch to record time in a different time and space. They all had their weapons ready, and Xia Qing was also wearing a black windbreaker. Why does it feel like the temperature is getting colder here? Xia Qing asked. When they came before, they all wore short sleeves, but now they all wore coats. The temperature dropped 10 degrees overnight, Suyu said silently. This is not a good sign. Today we are going to a large wholesale market in the city. There will be a lot of zombies there. If you encounter danger, you will enter the space, Suyu said. When Xia Qing heard him mention the wholesale market, her eyes lit up. She wanted to see if there was anything she could take back and sell. She can now stay in the alternate time and space for 2.5 hours. It only takes half an hour to drive there. The base is installing solar lights, which were given to them by Xia Qing, saving a lot of electricity. Xia Qing wanted to see their pharmacy, so Suyu took her directly to the treatment room. You, brother, you, the doctor's assistant said nervously. Dr. Lin and the new man were making medicine in the pharmacy. When they heard Suyu coming, they immediately put down their work and came out. Base Commander! When the two saw Xia Qing next to Suyu, they were surprised and didn't say anything. She took a few boxes of medicine and looked at the names and ingredients. She said in surprise, These are all Chinese herbal medicine ingredients. The last time Suyu asked her to find medicine, she discovered that some medicines were not available in their world. That's right. Dr. Lin frowned. Most of the medicines in their country are traditional Chinese medicine. She learned that the traditional Chinese medicine of this time and space was very powerful and well known internationally, especially acupuncture. Do you have cancer here? Like a terminal illness or something? Leukemia? Tumors? Dr. Lin looked at Xia Qing's curious expression. He knew that she was not an ordinary survivor with her outfit, and she was following Suyu, so he did not dare to neglect her answer. Of course there is, but as you said, cancer is not a terminal illness, it is just a long-term chronic disease. You need to take medication for life. This is common sense to them, how could this girl not know it? Although Dr. Lin was curious, he did not ask. Xia Qing was already excited. He said that cancer tumors here are not terminal illnesses. It's a pity that it's the end of the world now and there is no medicine. Dr. Lin frowned and said, The most important thing is that now that the apocalypse has broken out, evolution is also in progress, and some people with weak constitutions have already been eliminated. Then can you cure cancer? Xia Qing asked. Of course, but there is no operating table and not enough doctors, said Dr. Lin. Although cancer is not a terminal illness, it is much more difficult to treat than other diseases. Xia Qing nodded, her heart already filled with turmoil. If she could find these medicines and then make them, all the sick people in their world would be cured. The profits from these medicines would be huge. There is a most critical tumor inhibitor that only exists in their world, but now that the apocalypse has broken out, it is very difficult to mine it. Xia Qing put this idea aside for the time being. The information has been sent across the country. Anyone who can receive the broadcast will know about our Sunny Sky base, Suyu said. As long as the survivors come, all kinds of talents will arrive. With military equipment and instruments, he can broadcast across the country, and if he knows the satellite code number, he can broadcast globally. Xia Qing listened to the name of the Sunny Sky base and knew at once that Suyu had given it her name. When the two people came out of the treatment room, Zhang Liang had already driven the car over. Brother you, Zhang Liang said. Suyu and Xia Qing sat in the back, Zhang Liang drove, and Wang Chang sat in the passenger seat. The gate of the base slowly opened, and the people around consciously made way. The zombies around here have been cleared many times, but occasionally some zombies will come over. The wholesale market is on the other side of the city, so they need to take the outer ring road to get around it. Looking through the window, I saw that the plants outside were not green, the trees were black and yellow, and the leaves had turned completely black. Are these the poisonous leaves? Walking on the road, you can see corpses everywhere. They have rotted and smelled and turned into skeletons. How did the end of the world break out in your country? It was too quiet sitting in the car, and Xia Qing couldn't help but find some topics to talk about. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang looked at each other, and Zhang Liang spoke first. Initially, a thick fog broke out around the world, which seemed to last for several months, and then zombie infections occurred one after another. I was on a mission in the mountains at the time. I saw a sudden loud noise in the sky and fog instantly rose up around me. When it cleared, many people were infected, Wang Chang recalled. At first, we thought the infected people had some kind of disease, so we arrested them and organized the residents not to go out. But those infected later on started eating humans, and if they were bitten or injured they would also be infected. The spread was so fast that it was impossible to control. It's a bit like the Resident Evil where we are. Xia Qing sighed. No research? Could it be some biological weapon? She asked again. The zombies in Resident Evil are mutated by biological weapons. What kind of biological weapon can cause the entire world to mutate on the same day? If this is true, then it is an attempt to exterminate all of humanity, said Zhang Liang. At present, no one knows how this doomsday came about. At the beginning, it was just a thick fog reported by the whole world, said Zhang Liang. Suyu was from the Dragon Country's Flying Dragon Special Forces. When he was returning for vacation after completing a combat mission in a neighboring country, thick fog suddenly arose. Faced with this global thick fog, countries around the world are conducting research. But nothing has been researched yet, and some people say that thick fog is not dangerous, which is all false. We have been abandoned. Suyu suddenly said this. Chapter 54. I can open a grocery store again. The people in the car became nervous instantly when they heard Suyu's words. What does brother you know? Suyu's words aroused their curiosity. Why do you say that? Xia Qing asked. Suyu is a special forces soldier of the Dragon Country, and a top-grade soldier at that. Suyu shook his head, was silent for a moment and said, when the thick fog came, those senior executives were not stupid. They had already started to stockpile supplies. Each of the 4 major countries has long since secretly built security bases. Noah's Ark, underground fortress. As long as they were the top survivors in the country, they could enter the underground fortress. Suyu was responsible for the safe transfer of those humans. Suyu could have stayed at the beginning, but when he thought of this, his eyes became cold, and the wound on his back seemed to still hurt. So there are still people living in the underground bunker? Zhang Liang said in surprise. Yes, only a few, and they had long since given up on the surviving human race. But those people may not be living as well as us now, Suyu said lightly. He just wanted to let those people know that he not only survived, but also established his own survivor base. Whatever he gave up, he would build up. Yes. Now we can eat rice and even fresh vegetables, and the children have milk to drink. How fucking happy we are, said Wang Chang. He couldn't even think about it a month ago. Now there is hope in life. Suyu looked at Xia Qing. Neither of them spoke, but they both tacitly saw gratitude in each other's eyes. The road ahead is not easy, said Zhang Liang. There was a car accident ahead, and the road was a bit bumpy with potholes. Xia Qing grabbed the handrail. The car was shaking so much that she almost vomited. A new car riding experience. After about half an hour, we encountered more and more zombies. Puff puff. The car directly knocked the zombie away, and Xia Qing finally understood why the front of the car was modified with such a thick steel plate. This is a large wholesale market that sells basically everything, with 4 floors and 12 areas. The zombies who heard the noise gathered towards them. For the first time, she saw a scene from Resident Evil appear in front of her. The difference is that these zombies don't move very fast, which gives them plenty of time. Suyu said, "Get off the car and enter the mall." Several people got out of the car quickly, and Suyu immediately put the car into the space. They walked up the stairs into the mall, and the 3 of them consciously surrounded Xia Qing in the middle. Xia Qing took out the baseball bat she bought, and her watch showed that her heart rate was around 108. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. On the way to the 2nd floor, there were not so many zombies, only a few scattered zombies staggering towards us. The three people dealt with the zombies very quickly. One of them chopped off the zombie's head with a knife, while the other one dissected the zombie's head and took out the crystal bead. There would be no chance for Xia Qing to take action. This floor sells quilts, pillows and other things wholesale, and Suyu has bought quite a few of them. Now the weather has suddenly cooled down, and they need all these supplies. There is also a toy area with some cute dolls, which Xia Qing also put into the space. After an hour of collecting, the space was full. Suyu, I'm going to go back first and clear out the things I collected, and you can continue. It's not easy for Suyu and his team to come here, so try your best to let them collect all the supplies. Good. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Xia Qing came out of the space. She drove directly to the warehouse. There were not many people around at night, so she drove very fast and arrived at the warehouse in 15 minutes. He quickly put all the things he had collected into the space. Suyu, I'm fine now. Suyu received Xia Qing's message and saw that a large area in the space had been cleared and a lot of things had been collected in succession. The warehouse is already full. She will come tomorrow to store the remaining toys and other things into the space. She will just open a grocery store. It was already past 11 o'clock when I came out of the warehouse. I was actually a little hungry. Since I had already arrived in the county town, I just drove directly to the bottom of the river to have hot pot. After Suyu collected the supplies, he was already on his way back. Tripe, beef rolls, lamb rolls, spicy beef, duck intestines, shrimp balls, duck blood. 2 of each, and 1 of each of the rest. Okay. Please wait a moment, said the clerk with a smile. She was in the store, browsing on her phone while waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes. Suyu had gone back, and she still had an hour and a half. After they went back, she would go over and have a midnight snack with them. She had just packed up a lot of things over there, and she could see that Wang Chang, Zhang Liang and Suyu were all very worried about her. The 3 of them dealt with the zombies before they could even get to her. Miss, add me on WeChat. A drunken voice came over. Sorry, I don't know you. The beautiful woman next to him said coldly. I don't know him. If I add one more person, I will know him, said the little yellow-haired boy with a grin. I don't want to join. The beautiful woman's voice was still cold. At this time, little yellow-hair's 2 friends also came over. Beauty! You are wearing such cool clothes so late at night, aren't you here to seduce me? Another man was wearing a short-sleeved vest, revealing the tattoos on his arms. You're crazy! The girl's friend, a girl with short hair, couldn't help but stand up and curse. Why not? You come out wearing only a tank top. You might as well not wear anything at all. A fat man came up from behind and said provocatively. When the staff of Hedi Lao saw someone making trouble here, they hurried over to stop it. Please don't quarrel here. Everyone should eat in a civilized manner, said the waiter politely. Fuck your civilization. Why is this woman wearing so little? Isn't she here to seduce people? You are free to wear whatever you want. What's it got to do with you? What are you doing here with your hair dyed yellow like shit? The girl with short hair said angrily. What the hell did you say? The little yellow-haired boy seemed to explode in pain from being stepped on and slapped the woman in the face. The girl was slapped unexpectedly, and her face became swollen instantly. The clerk immediately stepped forward to stop him but was kicked to the ground by another man with tattoos. It was already 1 a.m., there were only 2 waiters in the store, and there were only 2 tables of customers left, including Xia Qing who was waiting for her food to be packed. The yellow-haired boy and the short-haired girl started fighting, and the fat man next to them also joined in. The 2 weak girls were no match for the 2 big men. The clerk was pinned to the ground and beaten by the man with tattoos. One of the girls was slapped so hard that the corner of her mouth was bleeding. Another beautiful woman ran towards Xia Qing. Help! Just as Xia Qing took out her cell phone to call the police, she saw the woman running up to her. Chapter 55, The Accidental Heroine. People fall down when they are nervous, and so does the woman in front of me. Don't mind your own business. The little yellow-haired boy pointed at Xia Qing and warned. Xia Qing was wearing a black windbreaker, a mask and a hat. I just came out of the apocalypse and haven't had time to change clothes. Save me, the beautiful girl pleaded, with some of her naked body faintly revealed from her short suspender dress. This made the little yellow-haired boy even more excited. I have called the police and they will be here soon, Xia Qing said coldly. She had seen zombies before, so she wasn't actually that scared of this threatening and fighting scene. Damn it! You bitch, you want to meddle in other people's business? I'm going to beat you up too. The little yellow-haired boy stretched out his hand and wanted to slap Xia Qing. She would not wait there. In her eyes, the other party's speed seemed to have slowed down several times, and the yellow-haired man's hand was pinched by Xia Qing in midair. Xia Qing twisted his arm, and the man wanted to use more force, but he found that he was not as strong as a woman. He kicked forward in frustration, and the next second Xia Qing kicked him in the calf. There was a cracking sound from his leg, and the pain sobered him up from the alcohol he had drunk. When the fat accomplice saw that his brother was injured, he rushed over to attack her, but was kicked by Xia Qing from behind and fell to his knees with a thud. The fat man was about 200 pounds tall and weighed, and Xia Qing held his arms down so hard that he couldn't move. It hurts! The fat man was in so much pain that tears were about to come out. The man with tattoos was beating the female clerk. Xia Qing frowned slightly, let go of the fat man's hand, and ran to the man with tattoos in 3 or 2 steps. At this moment, the female clerk's face was swollen and looked horrible. Xia Qing kicked the man with tattoos on the butt from behind, and his body was kicked away and he fell to the ground with his head flying. Are you okay? Xia Qing asked with concern as she looked at the clerk who was beaten into a pig's head. The clerk was frightened, his eyes were swollen and bleeding, and he couldn't see clearly. You hit me! I'm calling the police! The little yellow-haired boy who had just had his bone broken by Xia Qing was still clamoring to call the police. The beauty and the short-haired girl also went from being frightened to admiring. See! That girl just now was so amazing! The short-haired girl looked at Xia Qing in admiration. But her face also hurt, as she had just been slapped hard. The 2 girls walked up to Xia Qing in shock and said, Thank you. We'll explain everything to the police when they come. Xia Qing saved them, and it was impossible for her to be wrong again. The police arrived in about 7 or 8 minutes. There are surveillance cameras at the bottom of the river, so they knew what was going on after just one look. The clerk also gave Xia Qing the things he packed. Our store manager said that this is free for you. Thank you for saving our customers and employees. Hedy Lau's service is really good and generous. What she ordered cost at least more than 3,000 yuan. The police took her statement, and there was surveillance video showing that she was acting in self-defense, so she left with the 2 girls in less than half an hour. The remaining 3 were locked up for drinking and causing trouble. In the police station, several policemen were watching the surveillance video. This girl must have practiced before. She can beat 3 men by herself. She's really amazing. You 3 still want to cause trouble? Do you think girls are easy to bully? You don't know what's going on after drinking some horse urine. Each of you will be fined 3,000 yuan. Ching Chang, you have to pay the female clerk's medical expenses totaling 25,000 yuan. Ma Chao, you have to pay the victim 5,000 yuan. You will each be detained in the detention center for 15 days, said the police. I don't accept it. My arm is broken, said the little yellow-haired boy, whose arm is still in a cast. My leg is broken, said the fat man in pain. The man with tattoos was not much better off, his forehead was bleeding from a collision. The girl was acting in self-defense, the police said seriously. You 3 are causing trouble, making trouble, and even trying to molest girls. 15 days in prison is not enough. It depends on whether the girls want to sue you later. After the police said this, the 3 men became obedient and were put into the detention center. Damn, my butt hurts. The man with tattoos wanted to sit down, but he jumped up and was kicked in the butt by Xia Qing, breaking his tailbone. It's so damn embarrassing to tell everyone that the 3rd young master of Handan County has never beaten a woman. Don't let me know who she is. Go get her when we get out, the tattooed man said angrily. I have to know who she is. You are so nosy. It's so damn embarrassing to tell anyone about it. It's all because I drank too much and got a little drunk. Several people in the police station also looked at the 3 men and couldn't help but discuss it privately. These 3 guys deserve to be beaten. If they hadn't met a strong guy, the 2 girls might have been bullied. I admire that girl. She's amazing. Is she a female SWAT officer or something like that? Xia Qing was wearing a mask and her face was not revealed, but the beautiful woman she rescued was a minor internet celebrity in Seoul, and she released a surveillance video on the same day. I'm going to have a midnight snack today to thank the heroine who saved me. I'm going to sign up for Sanda training. The surveillance video had hundreds of thousands of views that day. There was a wave of sighs and exclamations. What a strong girl! She beat 3 alone! Some people thought it was a staged photo shoot, but the beautiful internet celebrity directly released the police report. The next day, there was also an official police forwarding. Girls must learn to protect themselves. Learn some tips on how to defend yourself. If it was forwarded by the official police, it couldn't be fake. Fuck, I really admire you. I want my daughter to learn Sanda too. Is it too late to sign up for fighting lessons now? I'm a girl, so I carry pepper spray with me. Xia Qing didn't pay attention to all this. She got home at 2:30 in the morning. Suyu, have you returned to the base? When she heard Suyu's voice, she went straight through the crack. They had just returned from the wholesale market, having killed quite a few zombies. They were all covered in blood and had just changed into clean clothes. I brought some hot pot. Would you like to eat some together? Xia Qing said with a smile. Good. There was a small pot with a gas tank, and she took out all the packed meals. Let's make a double-flavored pot, Xia Qing said. Okay. By the way, call Zhang Liang and Wang Chang over as well. Xia Qing treated them to this meal. Su Yu's eyes flashed with tenderness and he said, Okay. Su Yu called Wang Chang and Zhang Liang up with the intercom. There was a large table full of dishes on the guest table in Su Yu's room. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang's eyes lit up when they saw this. Is this hot pot? They haven't had it for a long time. What would you like to drink? Xia Qing said as she took out 3 large bottles of drinks from the space. Cola! There is no drink called Coke in their world, but they all like to drink it because it is refreshing. At least Suyu gave them small bottles of Coke. They were all eating hot pot, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were a little nervous. They both said to themselves that they must control themselves and not eat too fast. It's really great. Following Suyu and Xia Qing, there's such a delicious meal. Wang Chang and Zhang Liang were both trying to grab the food, but they didn't dare to move too fast. The cool weather goes well with hot pot, and the spicy hot pot makes sweat break out on my forehead. The temperature here has become colder, but it's still summer where we are. Chapter 56. Only the soup base is left in the hot pot. Take it away too. It's not cold. When I was on a mission, I was crawling in the wild in temperatures of -10 degrees Celsius, Zhang Liang said. As soldiers, they have experienced all kinds of bad weather. Brother, you was a man who traveled through the rainforest in the past. They all admired this very much. No one had ever succeeded before. Suyu was the first one. A very dangerous place? Xia Qing guessed. In a no-man's land, we traveled through the rainforest and killed an internationally notorious drug gang. They all admired Suyu very much. Xia Qing had almost finished her meal. She had had it for a midnight snack and now she felt sleepy after having eaten and drunk her fill. Suyu, I'm going back first. I'll store the things in the warehouse into the space tomorrow. Okay, Suyu responded. The next second, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot, and Wang Chang and Zhang Liang stopped pretending. Just now, Xia Qing was pretending to be reserved in front of them, afraid that she would scare others by eating so fast. My tripe, I put it in there first. Wang Chang roared, seeing a large piece of tripe being taken away by Zhang Liang. Whoever gets it first gets it. Zhang Liang stuffed it into his mouth. It was spicy and hot. He drank half a sip of Coke. The 3 of them ate the whole dish without leaving any and almost drank up the soup base. It's so cool! When Li Yao asked about the smell, the air in the room was filled with the smell of hot pot. Where did the hot pot come from? Why didn't you call me? Li Yao looked aggrieved. A few brothers were eating hot pot and didn't invite him. Miss Xia invited us today, not you, Wang Chang said, touching his nose a little guiltily. Next time Miss Xia goes out, I want to go too. Li Yao took a few sips with all his might. The aroma of the hot pot was still there, and it seemed that only the soup base was left. He moved all the pots away and said, "I'll cook the noodles." Wang Chang and Zhang Liang touched their stomachs and found they were full. Xia Qing went back home and slept until the next afternoon. Yan Xia left lunch for her. She was eating and scrolling through TikTok when she saw the popular push notifications. How can a girl protect herself? A girl fighting 3 people at once, a heroine. Women are Sanda champions. There are a bunch of strange hot searches below. Is she a Sanda champion? Only she knows that absorbing the crystal beads has led to her body evolution. TikTok has really weird hot searches. Search the entire internet for heroines. Heroines save beauties. Luckily I wore a mask that day, otherwise I would have become a public figure now, Xia Qing said thrillingly. Unexpectedly, this incident led to a craze among girls to learn Sanda fighting. Xia Qing had never learned it, but she had fought a lot when she was a child, and her body had evolved, so her strength had increased a lot. After dinner, Xia Qing was going to go out to the county town. She also had to move all the things in the warehouse to the store. A grocery store is also about to open. We interviewed 5 people before, and only 2 were left in the end. Put these items in place in the next 2 days and set the prices. Boss, are we also going to do live streaming in our store? Asked the newly hired young clerk, who had just graduated from college and looked clean and stupid. Other stores have live broadcasts. Not for now, Xia Qing said. The items in this grocery store are so diverse. All the toys and ornaments were found by her from wholesale markets in other time and space. You guys sort out the goods first. Got it, boss, the little boy replied shyly. Then Xia Qing went to the ceramic shop. Qing, you are finally here. Someone wants to place a large order of these teacups from our store. We only have 28 copies in stock. Then don't sell it. We're out of stock, Xia Qing said indifferently. Would you like to order some more? This porcelain cup sells very well, said Yang Ziyuan. We can't decide for now. Let's put on something else first. There will be new goods tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly. Although he didn't know how to do business, he would just sell more of what was selling well, just like selling vegetables. Qing, then order more. This ceramic is selling so well. Otherwise, give me the factory call and I'll place the order, Yang Ziyuan said. With so many people coming to buy, he was anxious to get more stock. My uncle is out of stock, otherwise I would have bought more, Xia Qing said. This is why she doesn't like to hire relatives, unlike other employees, who do whatever she says without asking any questions. Is that so? Why not have it made in another factory? I think it sells really well, Yang Ziyuan said. Uncle, don't worry. I'll deliver the goods as soon as they are in stock, Xia Qing said patiently. She has to go to Suyu to buy this stuff. Besides, the factories here don't have the kind of soil that can make this kind of ceramics. Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly and sighed. Because Xia Qing opened a supermarket and a shop, she has become the subject of discussion among many people in the village recently. Almost everyone in the village would want to help Xia Jixiang and Yang Xia find a marriage when they saw them. My daughter is not in a hurry, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Jixiang, is my family planting sweet potatoes this year? Asked Grandpa's son. Yes. We will plant sweet potatoes this year. Our family will harvest them all, Xia Jixiang said with a smile. His daughter told him that they would harvest more sweet potatoes this year. Because the temperature there is lower, sweet potatoes are easy to preserve and are more filling. Okay. Then we will plant sweet potatoes this year. The second uncle smiled happily. This sweet potato is easy to grow and has a high yield. They not only collect the sweet potatoes, but also send people to pull them out. This makes things much easier for them and they don't have to worry about not being able to sell them. Jiangwo? Where are you going? Xia Jixiang asked happily when he saw son Jiangwo. Son Jiangwo avoided him these past 2 days. In the past, he would go to Xia Jixiang to tell him what his family had bought and what his son had given him. Now that his daughter has bought a car and opened supermarkets and shops in the city, he has hidden himself instead. I'm going to town. You are going to the city anyway, so I'll drive you there? Xia Jixiang said with a smile. Driving? You drive? Sun Jiangwo asked in shock. Yes, I passed the driving test a few days ago, and my daughter bought me a car. I'll take you there, Xia Qing said happily, completely unaware of the change in the man's expression. There are 3 people in your family, and you bought 2 cars? Sun Jiangwo obviously didn't believe it. If you buy a car, you still have to refuel it, buy insurance, and do maintenance. Even if you can afford to buy the car, you may not be able to maintain it. I just picked up the car yesterday. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Xia Qing was very enthusiastic. Sun Jiangwo immediately went over to take a look. He didn't believe that the Xia family bought 2 cars in less than a month. They were neighbors and could reach the Xia family in just 2 steps. At this moment, a car was parked at the Xia family's house, a black sedan. How about this car? My daughter bought it for me. It's over 300,000 yuan. She said it's a Volvo with high safety performance. My daughter originally wanted to buy me that big Land Rover that's over 600,000 yuan, but that car is a bit big and she was afraid that I, a novice, wouldn't understand how to drive it. Xia Qing pressed the key in his hand, and the black car lights flashed twice. Come on, I'll take you to the city. It's too hot for you to ride the tram, and I can turn on the air conditioner in my car, Xia Qing said proudly. No need. I can go there by bike. After saying that, Sun Jiangwo rode away on his electric tricycle with a gloomy face. Watching him leave, Xia Qing was not angry, but rather happy in his heart. In the past 2 years, Sun Jiangwo has been bragging about his son a lot, always saying that he only has one daughter and she will suffer when she gets old, and no one will take care of her. Now Xia Qing keeps saying that it was his daughter who bought it for him. The more Sun Jiangwo thought about it, the angrier he became. Although they usually have a good relationship, I feel uncomfortable when I see that the other person is doing better than me. The key is that this person is Xia Qing, who only has one daughter and whom I looked down on before. Thinking of this, Sun Jiangwo became even angrier. Chapter 57. She became Lin Wan's financial supporter. Zhang Xian called and said, I have already found the team, but we still need to meet in person to confirm it. As an investor, Xia Qing had to sign many contracts in person and also register an entertainment company. It is still very quick to register a company. We have registered capital and are recruiting a few people. Okay, let's do it tomorrow, Xia Qing said. She registered Sunny Day Culture, an entertainment company in Seoul with a registered capital of 5 million. We rented an office in the Kiamo building in Seoul and made a signboard overnight. However, she still needs to recruit people. She has already posted a recruitment notice, and the accounting aspect has been directly contracted to an accounting firm. The next day she made an appointment with the producer in Kyoto, and the 2 of them booked a table at the Kyoto International Trade Restaurant. In box 105, there were 2 other people besides Xia Qing, one of whom was the director Lu Yuan found by Zhang Xian. This is a new director, but he once won a new director award in college. He has not produced any works since then because he is unwilling to shoot any works because the scripts are too bad. This is Zhang Yuan, Director Zhang. I have shown him your script, Zhang Xian introduced. Hello, Miss Xia, Zhang Yuan said politely. Xia Qing looked at him. The man had long and curly hair. Zhang Xian had already sent her his information. The man in front of me was about 30 years old, and his beard was a bit messy. I have read the script and I am very grateful to producer Zhang for recommending it to me. Lu Yuan likes this script very much. Lu Yuan and Zhang Xian are college classmates, and have always had a good relationship. Xia Qing nodded and said, I hope this script won't be changed. No, I've read the script and it doesn't need any changes. It will definitely pass the review, Lu Yuan said. Nowadays, most novels have difficulty passing the censorship if they are adapted into dramas, so they are revised a lot. But this one doesn't need that, there's nothing that has not been reviewed. I hope the female lead will be Lin Wan. I don't have any other requirements. If I were to invest, I would invest about 70 million. This investment is still good, Lu Yuan said with a smile. If the female lead is not a famous female star, then the male lead must at least be a second-tier one. It's fine if you're all newcomers. You just need to make the show high quality, Xia Qing said. Of course there will be no problem. I can guarantee the quality of the drama, Lu Yiwen said excitedly. Mainly, when filming TV series nowadays, the biggest investment comes from the stars' salaries, which leads to the reduction of special effects and other things. Now is another era of traffic. In this case, I will choose a new male lead from the Film Academy. Do you have any objection to this? Said director Lu Yiwen. He read the script and found no second-tier star suitable. No, actually I think Su Jia is quite suitable and you can consider him, Xia Qing said. Okay. Lu Yiwen silently remembered the name. After all, it was the request made by the sponsor. If there is no problem, I will invest 30 million in the initial stage, and I will give you the rest later. You can recruit people for this drama now and formally set it up, Xia Qing said. Okay, this drama is about to be wrapped up, said Zhang Xin. They are filming 2 parts of The Power of the World. The first part has been filmed now and will be broadcast during the winter vacation. If the show goes well, they will shoot the next one. After all, this drama cost hundreds of millions of dollars to invest. Ancient costumes, plus it's all first-line stars and a big production. After the discussion, Xia Qing paid the bill and left first. Why did they come to Kyoto? She was going to sell some jewelry. It would be great if she could open a gold shop in Kyoto. I will contact Lin Wan's agent now. Yiwen, please take a look at Su Jia first for the male lead, Zhang Xin said. Okay, this script is really good. Find actors with good acting skills and spirituality, Lu Yiwen said. Needless to say, the investor has already decided on the female lead. He has seen photos of Lin Wan and she looks good. She will be modified later, but he doesn't know how her acting skills are. Lu Yiwen was also very worried. After all, it was a good script. Lu Yiwen went back to look for the male lead and tried his best to decide on him. Zhang Xin sent a WeChat message to Lin Wan's agent. Manager Jiang, how do you think about what I told you? I have also given you the script. Manager Jiang immediately replied, Sure. Our Lin Wan has time. Lin Wan asked. Your cousin really invested in the drama. I've already agreed to it for you. It's 100,000 per episode and there are 24 episodes in total. I didn't expect your cousin to actually invest in it. Although it's a small script, the pay is pretty good. After 24 episodes, that's 2.4 million, and their company can get 1 million as a commission. They signed the contract to make money. For someone like Lin Wan, getting 100,000 for just 1 episode after her debut is already very good. Lin Wan, the powerful maid in the big production, earns 10,000 yuan per episode, and she earns 160,000 yuan for the first 16 episodes. Their company will get 70,000 yuan. Their agents also put profit first. Really? That's great, Lin Wan said happily. By the way, Sister Jiang, I want to tell you something, Lin Wan said a little embarrassedly. What? My cousin also registered a Sunny Entertainment Company. I don't think I will renew my contract after it expires and want to go to my cousin's company, Lin Wan said. After she knew that her cousin had really invested in a drama and let her be the heroine, and not only that, she also opened an entertainment company. Even if it was only a small company now, she also wanted to go to her cousin's place. When Manager Jiang heard this, his face changed slightly and he said, Do you think you can become famous just by starring in your first drama? Do you want to leave our Tian Entertainment Company? Tian Entertainment is indeed a large company with many celebrities under its wing, even first-line celebrities, but the good resources have also been divided up. Lin Wan wanted to go to her cousin's place. Although they were just starting out, her cousin was an investor and would definitely support her. It was better to be there than here. She has had enough of these days since her debut. Being an actress is her dream and she doesn't want to exchange it for her body, especially for newcomers like them who have just debuted. She felt this was an opportunity, so she nodded and said seriously, Yes. Manager Jiang laughed out of anger and said, Okay, I'll sign the termination agreement for you now, but the share of the profits from the new drama you're filming will still be ours. Newcomers can get 2.4 million yuan in salary, and they get 1 million yuan in share. The agent's commission is also 300,000 yuan. No problem, Lin Wan said, just consider it as their breakup fee. Manager Jiang looked at Lin Wan and frowned. Lin Wan, you are just a newcomer, don't be so impulsive. You are just the heroine of a small production, but you are so proud of yourself. I really misjudged you. It will be impossible for you to come back in the future. Chapter 58, The End of the World. Agent Jiang was so angry that she laughed. Lin Wan's appearance was pretty good, which was why she was willing to promote her. I just want to act well. I don't want to cater to those people. They have to drink with investors every time. Not only that, these agents even take them to various drinking parties. Heh, am I giving you face? Others want to go but can't, isn't it just to accompany you for a drink? Who in this circle doesn't accompany you for a drink? I just like your looks. Lin Wan shook her head. Some things are better known than spoken. Sister Jiang, don't be angry. It's not worth it for a newcomer like me. I chose my own path, and even if I'm not good in the future, I will still recognize your kindness. Lin Wan held Agent Jiang's arm and said with a smile. Manager Jiang saw that Lin Wan's attitude softened. After all, she still received a commission of 300,000 yuan, which was the commission for second and third tier stars. Okay. You can make your own choice and go. Agent Jiang picked up his bag and left. Not long after she went out, she thought of the dinner tomorrow night, frowned, picked up her cell phone and made a call. Yuan, a drama director has taken a liking to you recently. Remember to dress innocently for the audition tomorrow night. Really? That's great. Thank you, Sister Jiang, for giving me the opportunity. I will definitely dress up beautifully. An excited female voice came from the phone. Agent Jiang was very satisfied with this attitude. He hung up the phone and looked back in the direction of the hotel. You want to cancel the contract and hope someone wants to come. You don't know what's good for you. Do you think being the leading actress in a small production is a big deal? It's just a web drama. There are so many web dramas with male and female protagonists in a year. How many of them become popular? She frowned slightly and called the investor again. Boss Lu, our Lin Wan is sick and can't audition for tomorrow's show. I asked Yuan, a new college graduate, to audition. The voice on the phone was obviously unhappy, but when he heard that another female college student had been replaced, he reluctantly said, "Then let her try." Okay. See you tomorrow. Agent Jiang hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Lin Wan's appearance is still okay, but every time she is asked to go out for a drink, it's always this or that. Humph, without me to take care of things. Do you think you can become famous? You become rampant with just a small investment. Even if I film a drama with a female lead, what's the big deal? There are so many dramas that are not popular. Agent Jiang walked away in high heels. On the other side, Xia Qing received a message from Lin Wan. Cousin, when my contract here expires, I will sign with your company, okay? Okay. I'll find an assistant and an agent for you. If you come over, you'll be our top star here, Xia Qing said jokingly. Her entertainment company has just been opened and no celebrities have signed on yet. Okay. I will follow you from now on. Lin Wan sent a big emoticon. Yuan loved to stick to her when she was a child. Xia Qing shook her head and put the matter behind her for the time being. Sunny Entertainment Company had just opened, so she bought a lot of office supplies and interviewed 5 groups of people today. 2 cleaners and 1 administrator were hired temporarily. The remaining recruits are freshly graduated college students who are full of energy and ideas. For now, the entertainment company has been opened, but there are no signed artists, and there is only 1 film and television drama in preparation. Lin Wan's contract has not expired yet, and will have to wait until next month. There were only 5 people in the meeting room of Sunny Sky Entertainment Company. 3 of them were recent college graduates, and 2 were hired by Xia Qing from other film and television companies at high salaries. We are about to start filming this drama. Zhang Nan, you will join the crew. We will handle all the post-production promotion and publicity ourselves. Clear. Manager Jiang, I'll trouble you with the next planning, Xia Qing said with a smile. It will be done. Just kidding, the boss in front of him hired them at twice the salary. From now on, the company is his home. I'm very busy. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact me on WeChat. This means that she has almost no time to come to the company. There is only 1 project now, and there will be other projects later. Let's finish the project at hand first. She has a lot of scripts in her hands. No problem. If the popularity of this drama exceeds 10,000, each person will receive a bonus of 10,000. Mr. Xia is so generous. The employees were instantly excited when they heard Xia Qing's words. After finishing the work at the entertainment company, the coals she purchased had been delivered to the warehouse, and she drove to the county town in the evening. Suyu? Yeah, I'm here. After waiting for his reply, Xia Qing put 500 boxes of coal into the space and walked towards the space crack. The weather in Suyu has cooled down again, with the low temperature dropping to 7.8 degrees. It's cold again. Although she was well prepared, Xia Qing felt that the temperature was much colder than the last time she came. The temperature has dropped. It has dropped by 5.6 degrees every day in the past few days, Suyu said in a deep voice. The base had already stockpiled supplies, and the coal that Xia Qing brought this time would also keep them warm. It's just that when the weather gets colder, people become lazy and fewer people go out to look for supplies. Xia Qing, there aren't many of the ceramic factories you mentioned before. We can build a small ceramic factory here. Building a ceramic factory? Xia Qing asked in surprise. We can build in this world and supply you with goods in exchange for your food. The colder weather gave these survivors something to do, which gave them a chance to exchange for food. Of course, Xia Qing said with a smile, as her ceramic cup happened to be out of stock. The last time I went to the ceramic factory, there were only so much stock, and if it ran out there was no way to produce any more. Do you have anyone here who can make ceramics? We all make them mechanically here. All we need is a machine with template data. I've already got that thing, Suyu said with a smile. And there are former ceramic workers among the survivors. That's great, Xia Qing said. This way, the survivors would have work to do in exchange for food. How many people are there in the base now? More than 400 people, and some who have received our message are on their way, Suyu said. The military equipment transmitters they found were sufficient for the signals they sent to be broadcast throughout the country, and anyone who could receive the broadcast would be able to receive their information. By the way, I want your architect to help me design an ancient street. Can I use the dynasty design of your supermarket? Okay. I'll call him over, Suyu said in a deep voice. After a while, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in nervously. Base commander, the man said, rubbing his hands nervously. He is an architect who designed the base's perimeter wall, and is now teaching his son as well. It's the end of the world now, and the only way to survive is to have a skill and make a living by relying on your ability. Hello, I want to design an ancient commercial street and an ancient film and television city. She doesn't have that much money at the moment, but it won't delay her preparations. She also has an underground warehouse of Suyu in her hands. If she runs out of money, she can sell it. She is not worried about that. Chapter 59 Autonomous Evolution. The architect was very nervous at first, but when she heard Xia Qing ask her to design an ancient film and television city. Sure. No problem. I participated in the design of manhwa film and television city, the man said immediately. Many movies and TV series were filmed at manhwa World Studios in those days. I'll prepare the drawing tools for you. There's no need to rush to draw the picture for now. It must be distinctive. Once you're done, just give it to Suyu. Oh, by the way, what kind of reward do you want? Food or supplies? Xia Qing asked with a blink. Money may not be of much use to them, it is not as useful as supplies and food. The man was very excited when he heard Xia Qing's words. Originally, he was an architect and could only build walls for the base to exchange for points. I want milk powder, is that okay? If you don't have it. Sure, Xia Qing agreed readily. To her, it was just a few cans of milk powder. If she hired a designer, it would cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? And what she wanted was a unique design from an ancient dynasty in another time and space. Thanks. The man went out excitedly, and the next day he received 10 barrels of milk powder. This is milk powder. Wife, the baby will have milk powder to drink after it is born, the man said excitedly. He didn't expect that he would be given 10 cans of milk powder. Even if it was only one can, he would have designed it carefully. Please keep all these, the man said nervously. Although the base has strict management and does not allow the looting of supplies, there are surveillance cameras everywhere in the base. If anyone is found to be looting, they will be expelled from the base without any leniency. The base is the only place with normal food now. Who would be willing to leave? Leaving the base means death. However, some people would beg others. After all, there were many pregnant women in the base. There are no measures now, and those who can survive are all people with strong physical fitness and high pregnancy rate. It's ridiculous to say that without food, mutations actually enhance the reproduction ability of the remaining people. Is this humanity's self-salvation? Now that there are more people in the base, the amount of accommodation allocated to each person is starting to get smaller. The weather is cold. Everyone can redeem honeycomb coal for free once. If you want the rest, you need to get points, the woman said with a frown. In fact, the base is very good. You can receive a large bag at a time, and if there are pregnant women, the elderly, the weak, or the disabled, they will be given an extra bag. It looks like the temperature will continue to drop, and I don't know if there will be enough honeycomb coal, the woman said worriedly. We have been given thick quilts and thick clothes for free these days, but we still need to work and exercise more, said the woman. I'm fine, you should have a good rest. I still need to hurry up to draw the picture, said the man, pushing his glasses. He exchanged the map for 10 cans of milk powder. He has to design a perfect structure to be worthy of these 10 cans of milk powder. This is a heat-blocking patch. I bought a lot of them. When the weather is cold, you can keep warm by sticking them on your body, Xia Qing said. Okay, give it to the kids first, Suyu said. There is a villa in the base that is specifically for orphans to live in, and they are allowed to do the cleaning themselves. However, these children eat for free, 2 meals a day. Now a school has been opened at the base to teach children to read and learn special skills. These children are the hope of the future. The orphans all felt very insecure. At the beginning, the children with parents would bully the orphans, thinking that they had no one to support them. Therefore, most orphans stick together in groups so that they won't be bullied. There are more than 50 orphans now. When Xia Qing came, some of the children were playing, some were running, and the older children were studying hard. When the children saw Suyu coming, they consciously stood in 2 rows. They had all seen Suyu. This time Xia Qing didn't see Xiao Xingyun, so she frowned slightly and asked, "Where's Xiao Xingyun?" Suyu looked around but didn't see him, so he waved and called a big kid over and asked, "Where is Xiao Xingyun?" "I don't know, she should be in the house." Children are strong and energetic. Although the weather is cooling down quickly now, these children have better physical fitness than adults. Moreover, children are given milk and meat as snacks every day, which greatly enhances their immunity. "Take me over to have a look," Xia Qing said. "Okay." The 7-year-old girl nodded sensibly. Here, anyone over the age of 12 can no longer live in the orphanage, and the base will arrange some light work for them to do. In the villa, because there are not so many beds, everyone sleeps on the floor. "Little Lucky?" Xia Qing looked at a girl curled up in the corner of the room holding a doll. "What's going on?" Suyu asked in a cold tone. The 2 children in the same room were so scared that they dared not speak. Xia Qing walked over, picked up Xiao Xingyun, and frowned, saying, "She's so hot, she must have a fever. She has been like this since last night. Brother Lin Lin has gone to the treatment room to find a doctor, but the doctor hasn't arrived yet," the girl said nervously. There was a sense of oppression in front of Suyu, and the child was a little afraid to speak. Xia Qing picked up Xiao Xingyun and followed Suyu to the treatment room. At this moment, Dr. Lin is busy. Many people in the treatment room have caught colds due to the change of seasons. When Suyu came, the treatment room instantly became quiet and everyone consciously made way for him. "Dr. Lin, come and check on her condition first," Suyu said in a deep voice. "Okay." Dr. Lin responded quickly, put down what he was doing and came over. Naturally, others didn't dare to say anything. Dr. Lin examined Xiao Xingyun and drew some blood for his assistant to test. The results came out in a short while. "I am not sick and my physical signs are very good." "Then why is she having a fever?" Xia Qing asked puzzledly. "Maybe she is evolving," Suyu said, understanding something. "Evolution?" Didn't you say that evolution is about being bitten by zombies, and then the body resists and evolves? Yes. But it is also possible that it is autonomous evolution, Suyu said in a deep voice. Because he also evolved independently back then. Dr. Lin, I'll leave the child with you for close observation. Good. He had to do what Suyu said. Tell Suyu what medicine you need, Xia Qing added. Dr. Lin's eyes lit up and he nodded excitedly. There was indeed a shortage of medicine at the moment. The disease can be cured, but there is no medicine. Suyu took Xia Qing to an open space in the back and said, We can build a small ceramic factory here. The ceramic factory is built here, so close to your living area. Will it pollute your area? Xia Qing asked worriedly. No. Our ceramic factory here generates electricity. Chapter 60 Ceramic Factory. The ceramic factory was established very quickly. I will bring some people to get all the equipment from the ceramic factory tomorrow. If there were ready-made equipment, the progress would be much faster. Tianrui has a ready-made ceramic factory at home. I'll let her take charge of it for you. Tianrui's ceramic factory is also one of the top 3 large ceramic factories in Longwe, and has exhibited at international ceramic exhibitions. Thank you so much, Xia Qing said happily. In this way, she can make any pattern of ceramics she wants. She can also place large orders for popular products. You haven't absorbed all the crystal beads I gave you yet, Suyu asked. Now the space has been upgraded to more than 200 square meters. Absorb it when you get back, Xia Qing said with a smile. Then, Suyu called the Yao and Tianrui over. I'm planning to build a ceramic factory. I'll go to the factory to collect the equipment tomorrow, Suyu said. Ceramic factory? Tianrui said in surprise. Now you want to build a ceramic factory? How can you build it? Where can you sell it? Yes. Ceramic factory. Tianrui, I remember that your family business is the ceramic industry. I hope you can be in charge of this factory, Suyu said. Tianrui was a little excited. Before the end of the world, she was not only a rich second generation, but also had a double bachelor's degree from Washington University abroad. Her grandfather is also a famous master of ceramic culture inheritance in Longwe. Really? Tianrui said in disbelief. She is now in the villa, taking care of the baby and cleaning every day. Li Yao's points are enough for the 2 of them. But Tianrui didn't want this to happen. She felt that the longer the time went on, the more out of touch she would become, but she felt like there was nothing she could do. Now that she has such an opportunity, of course she is willing to do it. Originally, she wanted to apply to be a teacher and teach those children, but later she did not go because she had to take care of the children. Li Yao didn't want her to work too hard. Because the work at the base is equivalent to earning points, the teacher's work is relatively easy and can earn some points. Li Yao's points were enough for their food, and they lived in the same villa with Suyu, so they would have extra food from time to time. The factory must be built in the next few days, and you will be responsible for selecting the workers, Suyu said. Yes, brother Yu. Tianrui was very excited. After Suyu left, she hugged Li Yao directly. Honey, I will definitely run the ceramic factory well and will not let brother Yu down, Tianrui said seriously. I will definitely support you, Li Yao said lovingly. I know it will be hard, but I am willing to do it. This is the opportunity that brother Yu gave me. Li Yao also knew that building a ceramic factory in the end times was definitely what Miss Xia wanted, and they were also willing to establish long-term cooperation. After the end of the world, Tianrui's life fell into tatters as she gave birth to a child, once a wealthy lady. It was a huge blow to Tianrui, but the only thing that kept her going was Li Yao and her children. Now that she finally has something to do, she feels more motivated. Li Yao was very happy to see the changes in Tianrui. The next day, Suyu threw a big bag of things to Li Yao. This is for your wife, Suyu said in a deep voice. Thank you, brother Yu, Li Yao said happily. Li Yaoxing took the things back in a hurry. At this moment, Tianrui was coaxing the child to sleep. Wife, this is what brother Yu asked me to give you. Li Yao handed a big box to Tianrui. What could it be? Such a big box. Tianrui opened the box, and inside was a set of skin care products, several large packages of sanitary napkins, several sets of underwear, and instant noodles and milk powder for the children. This is definitely not prepared by Brother Yu, Tianrui said. Tianrui thought of the girl during the day. It must have been prepared by her. Only girls can empathize with other girls. Yeah. I have to work hard. Brother Yu said, don't worry about using it. You will get a big bag of this stuff every month, Li Yao said with a smile. Tianrui was very happy. Her face became dry due to malnutrition and long-term lack of water. This set of skincare products looked very expensive. She used to buy luxury goods frequently. Okay, I won't tell Brother Yu that he's looking for me. Let's go to the ceramic factory today and get all the equipment back. Look at how many workers you need. There are 2 former workers from the ceramic factory. They can help you. Okay. Thank you, dear husband, and please come back safely. Good. There are so many styles of ceramic cups. Now it's the end of the world, and the previous copyrights are definitely no longer valid. She can completely make those famous and beautiful styles. There is a computer in the villa, but there is no internet now. However, there are pictures stored in it, and these can all be made as long as there is a template. Xia Qing's crew had already made all the preparations, and the male lead had been confirmed to be Su Jia, who agreed as soon as he saw the script. Su Jia's total pay for the film was 7 million. We plan to shoot this drama in Xiakou and expect to join the crew in 3 days, said Zhang Xin. Good. Xiakou is located at the confluence of the Yangtze River and the Han River and is a first-tier city. Xia Qing opened WeChat and sent a message to Zhang Nan saying, I'll be joining the crew the day after tomorrow. You should go with me and do the publicity in advance. Got it. Zhang Nan replied immediately. This is their company's first project, so he must do his best. Otherwise, how can he be worthy of his boss's high salary? I'm going on a business trip to Xiakou tomorrow and may be gone for a month or 2, Zhang Nan said to his girlfriend. I'm going on a business trip for a month or 2, the woman complained slightly. Yes, go to Xiakou and the crew. You can come and play when you miss me. Is your company any good? Didn't you just register and you already have a project? Well, let's invite Su Jia to play the role, Zhang Nan said with a smile. It was already very good for a newly opened entertainment company to invite a second-tier star like Su Jia. You know, most small companies started out with short plays. He felt that there must be someone behind his boss. Xia Qing is not in a hurry to start a second project. It will not be too late for her to continue working on the project after the first drama is broadcast. Sister Lu, I will add another 15 barrels of milk tomorrow. Xia Qing sent a message to Sister Lu on WeChat. Next is the transfer. Received. I'll deliver it to your warehouse as usual tomorrow. Sister Lu replied immediately and then accepted the transfer. There are more survivors over there, and more milk is available. She now has a WeChat account for her suppliers when she runs a supermarket. She sent a supply list to the person in charge of the supply and said, Order 50 copies of each and send them here. Following is the address she sent it to. Okay, prepare the goods and they will be delivered tomorrow afternoon. This time she added several hundred kilograms of mutton. The weather there is cold, so eating some hot braised mutton will definitely make you feel good. Chapter 61 Getting further and further away on the road to becoming a rich woman. Su Yu brought Wang Chang, Li Yao, and a worker from a ceramic factory with him. The worker sat in the back, looking a little nervous. After all, he might encounter zombies if he went out. Also, it must have been very stressful to be in the same car with the base commander and several other responsible persons. It was like an ordinary resident riding in a car with the president. His heart rate never dropped below 100. Workers still need to check which equipment in the factory can be used. The display screen in the car showed that the temperature was only 5 degrees. Fortunately, the car had air conditioning to keep it warmer. There was also a thin layer of fog on the car windows. If this continues, the temperature will probably drop below 0 tomorrow. I hope the temperature doesn't drop any further. They had been to the ceramic factory before and were familiar with the place. Brother Yu, there is no problem with these equipments. They can all be used. There are also many ready-made molds here, said the worker after checking. Okay. Suyu responded, and then put away all the usable equipment. Here is a pair of molds of Chinese porcelain teacups, said the potter happily. This is a teacup mold of Chinese porcelain. This is a lotus petal cup and it is very valuable. The ceramic worker laughed. He didn't expect that this ceramic factory would also preserve this. Then take them all away, Suyu said with a wave of his hand. All the equipment of the ceramic factory has been taken away, and Tianrei is recruiting people. An announcement has been made at the base and many people have applied. As long as you have a mold, it is quick to get started. You have the equipment, but the coloring requires someone with a certain foundation in coloring. We are going to open a ceramics factory at our base. Is this a joke? Can we make a living from the ceramics factory? Or can we sell them? Yeah. Sell it to zombies? Several people laughed together. But the ceramic factory has good benefits. You get points and food. It's so cold, it's better to have a job to exchange for food than to go out and look for supplies. It's cold outside and their movements are restricted, but the zombies' movements are not. Soon, the queue on Tianrei's side was full of people. So many people come here to recruit workers? Li Yao said in surprise as he looked at so many people. I originally thought that not many people would come to the ceramic factory. Everything valuable around here has been found. If we want to go, we can only go to the city area. There are many zombies there. How can ordinary people dare to go there? Besides, working in a ceramic factory can earn points and provide additional benefits. They will definitely be willing to come. But I won't recruit everyone, Tianrei said seriously. After all, it is a family business. She used to work in a ceramic factory for a period of time. She is familiar with all the processes and can make ceramics herself. A rich girl is not only rich in money but also in all aspects, including vision and the money she spends on learning and training. A piano lesson cost 10,000 yuan, and for painting, he hired a master-level teacher. I saw the notes Xia Qing gave me. All female employees recruited will receive an extra set of skincare products and a hygiene gift pack. Sanitary products are really friendly to girls. It is hard to find supplies for girls now. They are consumables, and they are out of date and contaminated. For example, when sanitary napkins were out of stock, they had to use cloth, but because the water source was polluted, there was no way to wash them. It's great to have clean things like their sanitary napkins now. I have to say that girl is really considerate. Thinking of this, Tianrei is even more determined to do this job well. Even though the conditions are very difficult now. The benefits here are so good, of course there are a lot of interviews. Okay, go take care of the kids. I'm going to continue the interview. Li Yao saw that there was still a long line outside and had no choice but to go outside with his children to maintain order. After 3 hours of interviews, Tianrui recruited a total of 15 people. Some of them have some painting skills, so coloring should be no problem. To make ceramics, they have machines and molds that can produce them in batches, mainly for decorative painting, and there are also machine models for carving. The main ones are the pigments for glazes, which are currently difficult to find here, but the ceramic factory still has some in stock. Brother Yu, the workers for the ceramic factory have been recruited. I will take them to try tomorrow. I'm talking about the pigments. If it is glazed ceramics, it needs to be painted. You don't have to worry about this, Suyu said. Okay. Then I'll take them to familiarize themselves with the place first, Tianrei said. After Tianrei left, Suyu told Xia Qing about this. Just arrived at Xiakou 5-star hotel at 12 o'clock in the morning. At this moment, she is applying a facial mask, drinking milk tea, and soaking in a large bathtub with a screen above her where Xia Qing is playing a TV series. If you have money, you will enjoy life without any worries. Xia Qing, are you there? When Xia Qing heard Suyu's voice, she was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She could only hear Suyu's voice when she entered the space before, but now she can actually hear it directly. It seems that she has absorbed a lot of crystal beads to upgrade her space recently. Yes, I'm here. Xia Qing responded quickly, her voice a little awkward. She was now in the bathtub with pink bubbles flying all over the air. The workers for the ceramic factory have already been recruited, but we don't have the pigments needed to make ceramics here. They have factories producing pigments everywhere, and many pigments are expired and cannot be used.
Okay. I get it. I'll buy it tomorrow,
Xia Qing said hurriedly.
Okay, are you busy?
Suyu heard a man's voice talking.
No, I'm watching a show.
She was embarrassed to say that she was taking a shower.
Yeah.
Suyu seemed to be relieved. At this moment, Xia Qing saw the scene in the TV series where the hero made a passionate confession to the heroine. After a long time, Xia Qing breathed a sigh of relief when Suyu's voice disappeared. She was also afraid that Suyu would suddenly enter her time, as she was taking a shower now. She remembered that this had happened to her once before, when she walked through without getting a response from him and saw Suyu's upper body. What a great figure! Her cheeks felt hot at the thought. However, Suyu cannot enter the space and can only take things. He should not be able to come over. Their new drama will start filming tomorrow, so Xia Qing came over to take a look. After all, it's her first time filming a drama as an investor. The first part of Power has been filmed and is now in post-production. The script is highly authentic and there will definitely be no problem with the review. I guess it will be broadcast during the winter vacation while it's still popular. Xia Qing opened her phone and saw the message Lin Wan sent her an hour ago.
Cousin! Hooray! They actually invited Su Jia. I like him so much. He is my affectionate second male lead. This drama is so popular, not only Su Jia, but also Zhou Lingyi can be invited to come for you.
Xia Qing replied domineeringly.
I'm reading the script carefully. I will act well. Not only Zhou Lingyi, but Zhang Zhan can also play the role.
Lin Wan made a pleasing expression. Question rich women, understand rich women and become a rich woman. She is now on the road to becoming a wealthy woman, and will definitely go further and further. Chapter 62 Visiting and Purchasing. Xiakou City has a subtropical monsoon climate with distinct 4 seasons. The summer is hot and humid, and it is very hot now. She went out today wearing a gray baseball cap, with her thick black hair draped behind her, and wearing a one-shoulder black short-sleeved top and gray denim shorts. She brought with her the sparkling pearl earrings, carnelian necklace, rose gold carnelian bracelet from another time and space, and carried a pink pocket bag. Zhang Nan sent her an address, the location for today's filming, and she took a taxi directly there.
Sorry, we're filming here, please go over there,
said a staff member.
I'm looking for Lu Yiwen,
Xia Qing said calmly.
Looking for the director?
The female staff member was surprised and glanced at Xia Qing stealthily. Could it be that actress? But the bag this girl is carrying is so pretty.
Over there!
The staff member pointed in the direction of the front, then secretly took out his mobile phone and took a picture of Xia Qing's backpack. She couldn't find the same bag on Taobao. She took a screenshot and posted the picture of the bag on Xiaohongshu. Does anyone know this bag?
Buy it.
Xia Qing said thank you and walked forward. She also ordered takeout on Meituan and ordered 100 servings of Farewell My Concubine milk tea.
Su Jia! So handsome. I heard that Lin Wan joined the crew with money. She must be a new actor who just debuted. She has no fame at all, but she can film with Su Jia. Su Jia previously played the role of deep love in a Qing dynasty drama, and it's hard to let go. Several passers-by actors were gossiping and chatting. Su Jia had previously played the male lead as a guard, and gained some popularity due to his good looks. A role as the affectionate male second made him a little famous. Not far away, Lin Wan was rehearsing with Su Jia. She still has 2 months left before her contract expires. Lin Wan had only signed a 3-year contract. She had attended many drinking parties during these 3 years, but had only a few film contracts, all of which were small supporting roles. Boss.
Zhang Nan saw Xia Qing coming and hurried over and said with a smile.
Director Lu is busy and the producer is over there,
Zhang Nan said, and handed Xia Qing a small fan. The weather is so hot that many people are holding small fans in their hands.
Ms. Xia.
Zhang Xian saw Xia Qing also quickly stood up and said with a smile. People around saw that the producer gave the girl in front of him a kind smile, and everyone vaguely guessed it. This drama is an original script written by Chao La Jiao, who is also the investor of this drama.
It's okay, you guys go about your business. I'm here to take a look around. By the way, Zhang Nan's milk tea will be here soon, you can distribute some to everyone. Okay. Producer John, please go ahead and do your work, Xia Qing said. Okay. I'd like to thank the boss for the milk tea on behalf of everyone. I'll be busy now, Zhang Xian said. The reward is high, but he alone has to do the work of 3 people. Lu Yuan has high requirements, and some of these people are novices, so he has to supervise them personally. In the babysitter's car. Brother Jia, I told you that this drama is being filmed in Xiakou and it's very hot right now, Assistant Su Jia said. The assistant felt it was a pity. After all, Jia Ge had been approached for 2 dramas before. One was a fantasy drama and the other was a modern drama. Although he played the second male lead in that movie, both the leading female and male actors were first-tier stars. It was an S-plus production with a production cost of several hundred million. At that time, Su Jia's agent Yan Shui was reading 2 scripts at the same time and said, "Although that one is a big production, it's about a second male lead. This script is really good. The director is Lu Yuan. Although he hasn't produced any works in recent years, one of his previous works won an award." Finally, Su Jia chose this male lead role, and it is relatively easy to act in a modern drama as he doesn't have to wear a headgear. The assistant was making water for Su Jia, and soon Yan Shui came in. "How's the filming going? The heroine of this drama is from the investor, so get along well with her," Yan Shui reminded. "They don't want to offend any investors." "Not bad. The filming went smoothly and the director is very creative," Su Jia said with a smile. "The male lead of this drama is very charming," Su Jia said as he picked up the script. "To be honest, acting is quite challenging." "I believe you. There is no problem with your acting skills. Lin Wan has good conditions. But it's a pity that she won't be able to make a breakthrough in Tian Entertainment Company," Yan Shui sighed. Tian Entertainment is a big company with many first-tier and second-tier stars, but its resources are limited. Xia Qing went to find Lin Wan, but Tian Entertainment Company would not provide her with a nanny car, so she could only rest outside. "Nuan Yuan," Xia Qing greeted with a smile. "Cousin." Lin Wan has beautiful facial features and most importantly, she is recognizable. "The first time I filmed with a celebrity, I was so nervous that my palms were sweating." "You will be a star in the future." "My contract with our agent will expire in 2 months, and I will not renew it. My agent has already drafted a termination agreement for me." "It's good that they let him go so quickly," Xia Qing said. She originally thought that it would be difficult to terminate the contract. "I'm not a first or second tier star, and they don't lack new talent." Lin Wan saw the reality clearly. "I'll ask Zhang Nen to help you recruit an assistant, and I'll also arrange a nanny car for you." "Cousin, you are so nice. I will follow you from now on," Lin Wan said with a sincere smile. The two chatted for a while, and many staff members watched their interaction, making vague guesses. "Is that the guy who stir-fries chili peppers? I heard that the investor is the heroine's cousin. Please give me a cousin like this." After a while, the takeaway arrived and Zhang Nen distributed the milk tea to the staff. "Who said we were doing a small production? We started shooting today and had milk tea. 20 yuan a cup, that's 100 cups. Okay, just focus on filming. I'll visit you on set in a few days," Xia Qing said. She was also busy buying paint. There is a paint factory that supplies goods to Xiakou, but it is in the county. "Okay. I will definitely take good pictures," Lin Wan said seriously. Since her cousin has given her this opportunity, she will definitely take good pictures. At noon, Xia Qing found a place to have lunch, and in the afternoon she rented a car to go to the Senyu paint factory. She ordered a batch of all the colors and had them delivered to a warehouse in the county. "This is a deposit. Speed up the delivery." "No problem. We will send it by SF Express, and it will be delivered in 1 or 2 days once all the goods are collected," said the person in charge. After Xia Qing left, the person in charge was also very happy because there were so many more orders today. The apocalyptic ceramic factory half a month later. "This cup's shape is so beautiful," Xia Qing exclaimed, holding a cup that looked like flower petals. "The name of this porcelain cup is the shadow green underglazed red high-footed porcelain cup. The color is between green and white. The reason why the underglazed red appears red is because it contains copper elements, and its properties are unstable when fired,
Tianrei introduced.
Xia Qing nodded.
They also had red porcelain in ancient times, but it was difficult to fire and unstable, so the output was not high.
When this porcelain cup is fired, we can use the temperature to create a red gradient, which is how we create these glaze colors, said Tianrei.
This porcelain cup is very beautiful. It was exhibited at the National Porcelain Exhibition here.
This cup looks nice too,
Xia Qing said.
This is a Buddha's hand cup.
This color combination is really beautiful. Chapter 63 Deputy Base Director.
The workers are just beginning to become skilled, and there will be better quality products in the future. Half of the latest batch are defective.
Tianrei frowned and said regretfully.
Go ahead and make them. I'm quite satisfied with both models. I'll take all of them back,
Xia Qing said. She already thinks the color combinations of these ceramic cups are very beautiful, and they will definitely become popular if they are sold in the store. Now her ceramic shop live broadcast is watched by thousands of people online every day.
This batch is so successful, we have to eat something to celebrate,
Xia Qing said with a smile. She specially ordered 5 roasted whole lambs today. She also went to see Xiao Xingyun today. He has successfully become an evolver, but he is young and weak. Now the temperature in the apocalyptic world is already minus 10 degrees Celsius, and it has remained at this temperature recently. There is no rain or snow, just dry and cold.
Tianrei's eyes lit up.
Xia Qing came over occasionally recently, and every time she came, she brought a lot of delicious food. This time, Suyu invited several key members of the ceramic factory and the master who painted for Xia Qing. All the evolvers in the base were arranged to come in today. The evolvers who received the notification were very excited.
The base commander is treating us to grilled lamb chops today. They smell so delicious. Go, go! Mr. Ma, the base commander has called you today. You can bring a family member with you. Really? Can I go too?
Ma Karen said excitedly.
Yes. You can only bring one family member.
The Vanguard team member who notified them said this and left quickly. Ma Karen is in his 50s now and originally thought that he was a burden. He couldn't even build the wall of the base, and his weak body made it difficult for him to accumulate points. But unexpectedly, someone took a fancy to his paintings, which gave him hope to survive.
Which of you two will go with me?
Ma Karen looked at his 2 sons. The eldest son is 20, and the youngest son is only 16. Their mother died, leaving only the 3 of them. Both of his sons were very filial, and he didn't know which one to let go with him. The eldest son has a talent for painting, and he has been learning from him these days.
Dad, I can go too. We just said that several key members of the ceramic factory can go, so I can go too. Since you can't go anyway, I won't go either, said the eldest son.
The eldest son successfully entered a ceramic factory. He had good painting skills and worked as a painter on ceramics.
Now we can go together. Today we're having a whole roasted lamb. It's so delicious to eat something hot in such a cold day,
said the eldest son Ma Qiao excitedly. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. They found a large warehouse and set up tables inside. A fire was lit in the middle, and many people had already arrived early. In the middle is a delicious roasted whole lamb, 10 in total.
Pork head,
chicken legs,
roast duck.
Not only that, there are also various kinds of fruits, watermelons, apples, bananas, which are usually only available by exchanging points, but today they can all be eaten for free. There are all kinds of pastries and white wine. Drinking some white wine can warm you up. Everyone was drooling at the sight of the delicious food, but no one took the initiative to rush forward to grab a bite. After all, the base commander hasn't spoken yet.
Brother Yu! Brother Yu!
When several people saw Suyu coming over, they immediately greeted him. Following behind was Xia Qing. When she arrived here, she had already changed into a pink ski suit, the same as Suyu's.
Everyone, please take a seat.
Everyone sat down. There were about dozens of people. The front were all evolvers, and the back were several captains of the core Vanguard team. There were also Li Zhong and Wang Jun who came in some time ago.
This is the grilled lamb chops. They smell so good. When can I eat them?
Wang Jun started drooling.
Brother Zhong, the woman next to the base commander is very pretty.
said another man with a flat head.
Just look at her, don't pay any attention to her. She's a woman in the base, Li Zhong warned. In the past, when they were out alone, he wouldn't care too much as long as they didn't go too far, no matter how serious the crime was. But he would also kill any pervert who bullied young girls. Not only men were watching, but other people were also watching, mainly because Xia Qing was too sunny. It is more like a bouquet of clean pink roses in this dark apocalypse. This is Miss Xia Qing. She will be the deputy base commander in the future, Suyu said in a deep voice, not giving others a chance to refute. Zhang Liang, Wang Chang and others who knew the inside story had no objection. The people in the front were completely silent, and several people at the back were very surprised. Li Zhong was also shocked for a few seconds. He originally thought that the woman was the base commander, but now she has become the deputy base commander. Suyu's next words shocked everyone even more. From now on, Xia Qing's words will represent my decision. Xia Qing, Sunny Day Base. Some people who didn't understand knew the general idea after hearing Xia Qing's name. Deputy Base Commander! I'll toast you! Zhang Liang very sensibly picked up the glass and walked in front of Xia Qing. Xia Qing glanced at Suyu. This guy suddenly gave her such a big official hat. You are welcome! The two of them drank a glass, and seeing this, the others also toasted Xia Qing one after another. Everyone who is invited here today has worked hard for the cause of Sunny Sky Base. Today is a reward banquet, Suyu said in a deep voice. Everyone, eat as much as you want today. You can take away what you can't finish. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, the people underground could no longer sit still and started eating. Wow, wow, wow. For a while, no one was talking and there was only the sound of people chewing food. Suyu, am I the deputy base commander now? Yeah, Suyu said with a smile. The base is not stable now. If it becomes stable in the future, he would have no objection to giving the position of base director to Xia Qing. Everyone ate until their stomachs were full, and the remaining food was packed up and taken back home. Several people grabbed the cakes and wanted to take them back for the children. Xia Qing watched them eat everything and not waste anything. Suddenly, there was a roar outside. It was the sound of an airplane. There's a plane! After a while, someone came and said hurriedly, a large plane landed 1 kilometer away from our base. Call a few people to take a look, Suyu ordered. I'll go and take a look too, Xia Qing said. Good. 1 kilometer away from the base, a passenger plane landed, and they heard a broadcast on the plane saying that this was the last home of mankind. There is abundant food and unpolluted water. Because of the improper landing point, the nose of the plane hit the wall. Everyone get off the car, the captain said hurriedly. If a plane leaks oil, it could explode. I just saw signs of other people's lives down there on the plane. Chapter 64, Mutated Zombies Appear. There are zombies! A man shouted in horror. A man in the cabin suddenly mutated. His limbs became longer, and his eyes became red. Originally he was only 175 centimeters tall, but he grew to 2 meters, with unusually long limbs and especially his mouth, which was dripping with green mucus. This guy has sharp black teeth exposed and no lips. Run! Puff! The mutant zombie's hand slid across, and a man's head was cut off in an instant. What kind of zombie is this? Why did he suddenly mutate? Everyone hurriedly got off the plane and fled in all directions. A few survivors also met people from the Sunny Sky base who happened to arrive. Don't go over there! There's a mutant zombie in the plane! The two people who escaped reminded breathlessly. Many people on the plane were killed by them, and they escaped. 2 people jumped out of the plane and injured their legs. What mutated zombies? Wang Chan asked. We flew here from Landu, and the man was fine all the way. But when we were about to land, his body suddenly swelled up. It was terrifying. Everyone had checked before boarding the plane. Mutated zombies? Wang Chang frowned slightly. The zombies nowadays are active at night, but they are fine during the day. Although they are a bit disgusting and scary, their damage is not very high. If you encounter a group of zombies, it would be quite dangerous, but most zombies come in groups. They will gather together by smelling the scent of their own kind.
There were a total of 5 people who escaped from the plane and were rescued by Wang Chang, 3 men and 2 women.
Is there really clean food in this base? The man asked hurriedly.
They abandoned the Landu survival base and flew here.
Of course, but you all have to be tested and then put in an isolation room for a day before you can enter the base.
They'd better be careful about the mutant zombie and isolate themselves for a day.
We can provide you with free food before you enter.
That's great, the man said excitedly. But before that, they also wanted to ask some questions about the Landu survival base.
Landu is back by the sea, so there should be food there, right?
Zhang Liang asked.
When the zombies mutated, the green plants on the land began to turn black, and the government established a survival base. The water in the sea turned a dark green, but it hadn't mutated yet. They had been eating seafood for nearly half a year, but the taste of the fish was getting weirder and weirder, becoming sour and fishy, and they were almost vomiting.
But there was no other food they had to eat except that. Water resources are in short supply. Due to water pollution, seawater cannot be drunk. Bathing in seawater for a long time causes damage to their skin to varying degrees. But 2 months ago, they couldn't catch any fish, not even a single small fish or shrimp. Some people found a boat and left, while some stayed.
I was the captain, leading a group of people to flee from there, and we didn't even know where we were going. We flew to 3 places but couldn't find a suitable place to live. We didn't see any green plants.
There was only a black forest with many animal carcasses hanging on it.
Until I heard the broadcast and we flew over. What's the matter with the mutated zombies on the plane? Where have you been?
Wang Chang asked.
As for the black forest, we thought there would be food there, so several people got off the bus. At that time, several people were pierced by the branches and mutated into zombies. Later, several people escaped on the plane.
Another woman recalled and said.
The man who mutated on the plane kept covering his face when he got on the plane. Maybe he was scratched too, the woman thought.
No wonder airplanes always smell bad. They were almost eaten by him after he mutated, but luckily their plane landed in time and they escaped.
There were more than 30 people on the plane. I wonder how many of them escaped, the woman lamented.
She and a few others jumped off the plane and ran without even looking behind them until they saw Wang Chang and his group. Wang Chang frowned. This mutation might infect other people. After Suyu learned about the situation, he first commanded the drone to check it out. Suyu and several other evolvers, including Xia Qing, were in the monitoring room. Zhang Liang controlled the drone and flew towards the landing plane. At this moment, the front of the plane was smashed and the glass in the cabin was shattered. Suddenly, a long arm stretched out from the glass. The limbs of this mutant zombie were abnormally long. It crawled out from inside in a strange way, and its mouth was dripping with red, sticky blood. The drone clearly captured the pieces of meat in his mouth.
What kind of zombie is this? How can his body twist 360 degrees?
Wang Chang was so shocked by this scene that he was speechless. Xia Qing also saw this scene and frowned slightly. This thing looked a bit like the human body in the movie Alien.
Ensure safety precautions and double the patrols in the base tonight,
Suyu said in a deep voice.
Clear.
Although they have obtained an infrared system that is effective against human bodies with heat, it has no effect on zombies, which are cold-blooded animals that are like corpses. Puff puff, 2 more mutant zombies emerged from the plane one after another.
These things are relatively close to us, so we must patrol them,
Suyu said in a deep voice. The base must remain quiet this night, and try not to attract these mutated zombies.
Good. These cameras will autonomously capture anything that moves and they will record it and send out reminders, said Xia Qing. We in China prohibit guns. I can't buy weapons for you.
If she wants to buy a gun, she can only wait until she goes to Myanmar or Country M to buy it. This means that she should hurry up and get a passport when she returns, but if she wants to buy a large number of guns, it would be better to go to Myanmar. But she herself doesn't dare to go to Myanmar because it is said to be very chaotic there.
If you want to buy it, you can only go to Myanmar, which is quite chaotic there,
Xia Qing told the truth. She had also seen cases of fraud ongoing, so it was somewhat unreliable for her to buy a gun there herself. She looked up at Suyu's figure. She would feel much safer if he were with her. It's a pity that he has no way to enter the space. Maybe if she absorbs more crystal beads, it will be possible?
Then don't go. I will find a way to deal with the weapons, Suyu said in a deep voice.
Some military bases still have weapons depots, but these are secret locations, all in the mountains. Their long country also prohibits firearms and has strict management in this regard.
These mutated zombies need to be eliminated. They are too close to the base and pose a threat to safety, Suyu said.
Through the drone they discovered that there were 3 mutated zombies in total.
The base gate will be temporarily closed for the next few days, and no one is allowed to go out to look for supplies, Suyu ordered.
Good. When Xia Qing returned to the space, Suyu frowned and said,
Li Yao, check if there are any mutant zombies left alone.
No! They instantly understood that Suyu wanted to eliminate this mutated zombie. Otherwise, they would not be able to sleep well with such a bomb near their base. Chapter 65 New Arrivals. Xia Qing returned home and was a little worried about the world over there. After all, there was a new mutant zombie. That thing looks powerful and scary. Although she can't buy guns and ammunition, she should be able to buy some baseball bats and protective helmets, right? Xia Qing ordered a batch directly to the warehouse, and then sent it to Suyu when it arrived. In the afternoon she would go to the ceramic shop to put today's new goods on display, and there were also a few paintings to be delivered to the art shop. He put the ceramics in a warehouse in the county, and then found someone to take them to the store.
Cousin!
A boy shouted happily when he saw Xia Qing.
Why are you here? Are you on vacation?
Xia Qing saw that it was Yang Wen, her uncle's eldest son, who had just finished the college entrance examination this year.
Just after the college entrance examination, my father asked me to come over to help. He is harvesting vegetables in the fields today, Yang Wen said.
When she came out today, she heard from her mother that they also harvested the vegetables grown by her uncle's family. Recently, a lot of things were ordered at one time, and one warehouse was not enough, so she simply rented several warehouses nearby.
Then let's put this new batch of goods on display. There's more in the car.
Xia Qing took out a large box of ceramics from the trunk of the car.
Okay.
Yang Wen saw that his cousin moved it easily and thought it was not that heavy. But when he lifted it up, he found that it was so heavy, at least 60 or 70 kilograms. Yang Wen watched Xia Qing move it so easily, and he doubted himself now.
Is he so weak?
Xia Qing opened all the boxes and laid out the cups inside.
This cup looks beautiful,
Yang Wen said with a smile.
This is new stuff, put these up.
The previous goods have been almost sold out, and these goods have been replenished. Yang Wen took out his cell phone and took a few pictures of the cup.
I think you took very good photos. Very touching,
Xia Qing praised. Yang Wen likes taking photos, but cameras are too expensive, so he always uses his mobile phone to take pictures.
I want to apply to the photography department of Chuanyang Academy of Fine Arts, but my parents don't agree.
Yang Wen said this a little sadly.
Why don't you agree? Chuanyang Academy of Fine Arts is not bad.
Xia Qing frowned. Yang Wen had just finished the college entrance examination, but his scores had not yet come out, and he had not yet submitted his application.
My mom said that photography is too expensive, and a camera alone would cost thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars.
Xia Qing thought about how she had spent a lot of money to get admitted to the Academy of Fine Arts, but she was an only child. Yang Wen has a younger brother and a younger sister.
Then I'll give you a camera and take good pictures. I think you have a talent.
She felt instantly high class when she saw the cup that Yang Wen took a picture of.
No, thanks. That camera is quite expensive.
Although Yang Wen was somewhat tempted, he also knew that his cousin now had both a store and a supermarket and was quite wealthy. But he still felt embarrassed to ask his cousin for it, as it was such a valuable item.
It's not something your cousin gave you as a gift. You can take pictures of the ceramics in the store and put them online,
Xia Qing said with a smile. This is also considered as publicity, isn't it?
Although TikTok has live broadcasts, photos are also necessary. Thank you, cousin. I will definitely take great photos of these porcelain cups in our shop,
Yang Wen said excitedly.
Good.
Xia Qing took out her mobile phone and looked at several cameras on JD.com. She decided to buy one and bought one right away. Placed an order for Sony A7M4 priced at 14899. The next day, Yang Wen was helping out in the store, and his father Yang Ziyuan was also there.
Dad, this is the ceramic encyclopedia you wanted, take a look.
Yang Wen took out a book and gave it to Yang Ziyuan. This was the book his father asked him to order online a few days ago. His father also wants to do live streaming. That kid has sold a lot of goods through live streaming and earned quite a bit of commission. If he wants to do live streaming, he has to understand this thing first.
Hello, this is JD Express. Is that Yang Wen?
The JD Express man walked in holding a box.
I am.
Yang Wen was a little excited. His cousin told him yesterday and bought him a camera on JD.com.
I didn't expect it to be so fast.
The JD courier put the package down, signed for it and left.
What is this?
Yang Ziyuan frowned slightly. How could his son have the money to buy something?
My cousin bought me a camera yesterday,
Yang Wen said happily. Then he opened the camera and saw that it was this model. He was so surprised that he was speechless. He had looked at a lot of cameras online before, and he checked the prices of almost every model he liked. The cheapest one cost 2,000 to 3,000, which is his father's monthly salary. It cost tens of thousands.
This is a 10,000 yuan camera,
Yang Wen said in surprise.
I love it so much,
Yang Wen said, unable to let it go. Yang Ziyuan, who was standing by, was very anxious and said,
How could you let your cousin buy you such an expensive thing? This is too expensive,
Yang Ziyuan said with a frown. Yang Wen also thought it was very expensive, but he thought of what Xia Qing said to him.
Dad, don't worry. I'll come to the store to help out during the winter and summer vacations.
Excited, Yang Wen quickly took out his phone to take a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments. Thanks to my cousin for the gift. I love it so much. Soon there were a lot of likes below. He also added Xia Lei, and his comments were below. Your sister didn't even lend me 5,000 yuan, and she bought you a camera. Yang Wen frowned slightly and ignored the comment. He and Xia Lei met during the Chinese New Year and added each other on WeChat. He also has a younger brother who is in elementary school and a 3-year-old sister. He could only express his gratitude to Xia Qing on WeChat Moments. He was so happy that he would sleep with such a good camera in his arms in the future. Remembering what his cousin said, he wanted to take beautiful photos of all the porcelain cups in the store and post them online. Seeing his son so happy and excited, Yang Ziyuan didn't want to spoil his fun. He had no choice but to pick up the book, but he didn't recognize some of the words. There was a digital code on each page of the book, and he could listen to the explanation by just taking out his mobile phone and scanning it. He also wants to sell these ceramics live, and he has recently been learning how that kid explains it. Xia Qing went to the art shop. Xiaolan had just sold 2 paintings during a live broadcast and was very happy to see Xia Qing coming. But after a while, Xiaolan showed her deep affection, as if she wanted to say something but was hesitant.
Boss, I want to tell you something. It's about Xia Fang.
Xiaolan knew that Xia Fang and Xia Qing were relatives, so she had been wondering whether to tell them these days. But today she saw that Xia Fang was really too much. Chapter 66. I have the final say in this store.
Xia Fang and I originally work in shifts, but she often comes late or is always late. Every time I hand over work to her, I am too late,
Xiaolan complained. This means she has to do more work every time. She has to do live broadcasts, sort out goods and clean the house every day. Xia Fang often brings her children here to play. When a customer comes in, she doesn't introduce them to the customers, nor does she sort the goods or clean the place, but always waits for them to come. Xia Fang was jealous of Xiaolan's high salary commission. She could sell nearly 10 paintings every day through live streaming. When they first started chatting, Xiaolan was so happy that she blurted it out, so Xia Qing transferred her a bonus of 2,000 yuan. From then on, Xia Fang became jealous and wanted to join the live broadcast. However, when it was her turn to broadcast, almost no one watched and the entire screen was occupied by Xiaolan. Xiaolan also looked up a lot of information about paintings during her live broadcast. As the popularity of the live broadcast increased, she looked up more information. Her focus now is on live streaming. She is unable to handle the hygiene of the store, including the stocking of goods, by herself. The salary here is good. And the boss is very nice. There are holidays and commissions. She was very willing to do it. Before, she just wanted to send a WeChat message to Xia Qing to tell her about this matter. The conflicts between her and Xia Fang were getting bigger and bigger. Xia Fang always relied on the fact that she was the boss's relative. In fact, Xiaolan was still a little nervous when she told Xia Qing about this matter. Don't worry about this, it will be resolved in 2 days, Xia Qing said. You can sell these paintings. Another batch of paintings will arrive in a few days, Xia Qing said with a smile. It was hand-painted by her, as well as a picture of power over the world hand-painted by the master of the end times. They are all in Chinese painting style. Boss, I have a friend who also wants to work here. She can also be a host, Xiaolan introduced Xia Qing, and showed Xia Qing some videos of her friends. Considering that most of the sales in the art shop now come from live broadcasts, and there is only one live broadcast in the store, it is indeed quite busy. We are hiring 2 people, and there will be live broadcasts in the morning and afternoon, all day long. How about this? Your friend can be a full-time anchor. I don't care if she broadcasts during the day or at night, as long as she broadcasts 8 hours a day. The salary commission is the same as yours. You can do the same as her in the future. How about you 2 agree on the time for the live broadcast? Xia Qing said with a smile. However, if there is no performance for 3 months, the salary will be cut in half. I understand. That's great, boss. With other salaries, you will be fired if you don't perform well in a month, and most of them don't even have a basic salary, only commission. But if that happens, the hygiene of the store and other goods will be affected, Xiaolan said worriedly. You don't have to worry about this, Xia Qing said. Is Xia Fang's monthly salary free? And she also pays for the 5 social insurances. Xia Qing looked at the time. It was Xia Fang's turn to take over the shift, but 10 minutes had passed and she still hadn't arrived. Xiaolan, you go back first. I'll wait for her here. Xia Qing's face didn't look good. The ceramic shop is also run by her uncle. Sometimes when he is busy in the fields, he calls his son over to look after the shop. In any case, he will not delay the work in the shop. He is her uncle, so it's okay for her to turn a blind eye. But this Xia Fang was just a cousin and they had very little contact with each other. It's only during the Chinese New Year that parents bring their children to visit relatives. It's okay, I'll wait here for a while, Xiaolan said. Wait a minute, when Xia Fang comes, it would be best for both parties to talk things out face to face. Okay. I just ordered a fingerprint time clock. I'll leave after someone delivers it and installs it, Xia Qing said. About an hour later, the fingerprint time clock was delivered, but Xia Fang still hadn't arrived. It was installed in 5 minutes, and Xiaolan had already entered her fingerprints. Another half an hour later, Xia Fang finally came to the store pushing a stroller with her child. Her house is just upstairs, so close, and she's an hour and a half late. Usually when she came, the shop door was locked. Because she was always late for a long time, she simply let Xiaolan go first when the time came. Xia Qing. Xia Fang was a little panicked when she saw Xia Qing coming over when she entered the room. Xia Qing seldom comes here normally, and even when she needs to deliver goods, she would ask the courier to deliver them. Son, this is your aunt. Xia Fang pretended nothing happened and greeted Xia Qing while holding her child. The child is less than 1 year old and can only babble. Sister Fang, your child is still so young, and you are very busy commuting to work, Xia Qing said sarcastically. Not busy, not busy. Xia Fang didn't seem to hear Xia Qing's tone. She really thought this job was great. Although she cannot sell paintings through live streaming, she can still take care of her children and earn a salary, and her insurance is also paid for. Xia Qing glanced at her unhappily and said, I have installed time clock machines in these stores. You clock in every day when you go to work. You clock in 4 times a day. If you are late twice, you will be fined 100 yuan. If you are late 3 times, you will be fined 500 yuan. Hearing this, Xia Fang's face turned very ugly. By the way, Xiaolan will be a full-time anchor from now on. She only needs to broadcast for 8 hours a day, and she will no longer be responsible for the store's affairs. How can that be possible? Xia Fang's tone became sharp. There are still things to do in the store, and there is also hygiene, which all needs to be cleaned. And isn't this time clock machine just for her? This store is mine, Xia Qing said lightly. Cousin, if you are too busy to take care of the store, I suggest you quit your job and stay at home to take care of the children. Of course, I don't mean to discriminate against Mom. I will allow you to take leave if there are things going on at home. I can also turn a blind eye if you are late, or leave early occasionally. I've never deducted your salary for these things. I even pay you double if you work on holidays. Since you have accepted this job from me, I hope you can take it seriously. It's not that I have been waiting here for an hour and a half today and you are late, Xia Qing said in a cold tone. The atmosphere became tense, and Xiaolan at the side was so nervous that she couldn't speak. In the past, her boss was always kind to her and even gave her rewards, so she was very motivated at work. But now Xia Qing's tone was cold and hard, her expression was serious, and her aura was very strong. Xia Fang was already feeling guilty for being late, and when she saw Xia Qing's aura, she was so overwhelmed that she couldn't speak at all. Something happened at home today, so I came late. There was no way I could bring the child here. Xia Fang wanted to defend herself. This store has surveillance cameras. Something happened today, something happened yesterday, and something will happen the day after tomorrow? Sister Fang, this time clock will be used starting tomorrow. If you can't accept it, you can resign. No! Qing, how can you fire me? She now has a salary, lives close to home, has insurance, and can take care of her children in the store. Sister Fang, if you have something to do in the future, you can take leave beyond the public holidays, and the normal salary will be deducted for the leave. Chapter 67, Terrible Mutated Zombies. After Xia Qing left, Xia Fang glared at Xiaolan fiercely. The latter doesn't care about her. She just needs to do her live broadcast. At worst, she can come to the live broadcast at night. Xia Qing had previously registered a Sunny management company in order to pay insurance for this group of people. Normally, they were paid their salaries through this company. Their office was on the second floor of the store. There were now 2 accountants who were responsible for the tax returns, salaries, etc. of several stores, and one who was in charge of personnel. She sent the salary system to the HR department and said, "Improve the clock and system. Sunny Art Store will hire another anchor and ask her to interview you tomorrow. The salary will be the same as Xiaolan's." Got it, boss. The HR department replied very quickly. After all, her job is usually very leisurely, and she earns 2,500 yuan a month plus an attendance bonus. She has opened several shops and supermarkets on this commercial street. She definitely cannot manage it all by herself, so she might as well open a company so that it will be much easier. Since Xia Fang punched in but still didn't work hard, she simply stopped her salary and left the rest of the matter to the HR department. Xia Qing bought all the shops on this street, and there are still a few shops that have not been opened. She is also planning to open a costume makeup shop. When she was painting clothing stores, she combined ancient costumes from another time and space. She originally studied painting, so she had some skills, but she just didn't have the time. Thinking of this, she wanted to ask Suyu directly. "Suyu, are you there?" Xia Qing asked. There was no response from the other side. Xia Qing entered the space and changed her clothes. A muffled groan came from the other side. "Suyu? Suyu? Are you there?" After thinking about it, she picked up the baseball bat and entered the space crack. It was evening when she came in, so the time in the apocalypse should be morning. The surrounding environment was rather dim, and above my head was a factory building with a large hole in the middle. Strange. She was always beside Suyu every time she came in. Why wasn't she here this time? Roar. A strange mutated zombie suddenly jumped up, just like what she saw in the surveillance video. Alien human body. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the baseball bat, but before she could react, someone covered her mouth and pulled her behind the door. "It's Suyu!" He made a gesture to keep quiet. This mutant zombie had a dull nose but a well-developed sense of hearing. He rushed over with Wang Chang and several Vanguard members. These mutated zombies were alone, and they were found to be eating their own kind. There were 3 in total, they dealt with 2 of them, and this mutant zombie devoured the other 2. Mutated zombies have strong recovery abilities. Except for Wang Chang and Su Yu, the other two evolvers were killed by him. It was discovered that every time it swallowed one, its strength would evolve a little. Su Yu led the mutant zombies here. Xia Qing smelled a bloody smell and saw blood on Su Yu's shoulder. Her face turned pale. The zombie was still wandering around outside, and they didn't dare make any sound. However, the mutant zombie had not left yet. It saw half of a zombie's body on the ground. It was actually gnawing on the corpse, eating it with relish as if it were some delicious food. The key point is that something was leaking out of his throat while he was eating. Xia Qing felt a little sick when she saw this scene. There was still a knife stuck in the mutant zombie's back. After devouring the zombies on the ground, he seemed to be evolving again. The speed of this change is so fast, its size has grown again. When they were hiding behind the door and thinking about how to get out, Su Yu signaled her to go back to the space so it would be safe. Xia Qing shook her head. If Su Yu died, she would probably not be able to connect to this time and space. And she didn't want Su Yu to die. Whoosh! There was a creaking noise coming from the wooden box at the back. The sound attracted the mutant zombies, which pounced over instantly. The wooden box was torn into pieces by it, and a mutant animal was hidden inside. In a few seconds, the mutant animal became silent and was swallowed. Taking advantage of the mutant zombies leaving the gate, Su Yu made a quick decision and said, "Let's go!" Su Yu grabbed Xia Qing's waist and ran towards the gate. There was actually a go-kart outside. "Get in the car!" Boom, boom, boom. This go-go car for two people makes a loud noise. This is a sand buggy modified at their base, similar to a sand off-road vehicle. It heard the sound and chased after us. Xia Qing turned her head and saw that the mutant zombie had such long legs. The running movements are very strange. Su Yu drove very fast. The roads around here were difficult to drive on, with bumpy roads and dilapidated cars. The mutated zombies chased after them, stepping on the dilapidated car. "That's fast!" This mutated guy has become faster again. Xia Qing watched the guy jump up and was about to jump over. She clenched the baseball bat in her hand, waited for the right moment, and hit it with all her might the moment it jumped over. "I'll give you a ride!" Bump! The mutant zombie was knocked away, fell in an arc from the air, and crashed into a dilapidated car nearby. She hadn't expected that she would be so strong. Roar! There is still a group of zombies ahead. Su Yu turned directly to the residential building next to him. Su Yu put the dune buggy into the space. "Go upstairs first." After finding a safe place, Su Yu's shoulder was already stained with blood. "Don't move anymore. There is medicine in the space. I will help you treat your wound," Xia Qing said nervously. Su Yu sat on the sofa and took off his clothes directly. The temperature was still 0 degrees and it was still a little cold in the room. "This is an old injury." Xia Qing frowned. The old wound had not healed yet, and he was hit hard again, causing his wound to burst. "I can do it myself." He had treated this kind of wound many times. "Let me do it, it's at the back," Xia Qing said with a frown. After helping Su Yu deal with his wound, he said, "You need to go to the treatment room and let the doctor sew it up. This way it will heal faster." "Okay." Su Yu did not refute. After treating the wounds, they returned to the base. "Brother Yu!" Wang Chang and the others had been waiting outside the base. Seeing Su Yu coming back, they all came forward. "I'm fine. The 2 dead team members have families, and their families will receive free food for a year," Su Yu said. "This can also be considered a pension." "Good. Brother Yu! I knew you were okay. That mutant zombie is too strong. It didn't die even after the knife was stabbed into its neck." Wang Chang thought of how Su Yu stabbed the mutant zombie's throat with a knife and didn't kill it. "It just leaves a hole in its throat, which will come out when it swallows flesh and blood." Su Yu's knife was even stuck in the mutant zombie's back. "That thing not only devours humans, but also devours its own kind. It should not be dead yet," Su Yu said with a frown. "Li Yao sent out a drone to investigate. We can't let it break into our base." "Okay. I'll go control the drone to search." Chapter 68. Can I meet you in person? 2 team members died this time, but we also dealt with 2 mutated zombies, and now there is only one left.
How about installing a high-voltage net around the base? 4 or 5 meters high, Xia Qing said.
The power grid they installed here is too ordinary. It would definitely be safe if we installed an electric fence like the one used in zoos, 4 or 5 meters high.
The current generators can't keep it up, so we have to look for backup motors from large factories.
After all, this is the amount of electricity needed by hundreds of people.
I can buy a batch of solar panels, which will definitely be enough to meet the daily needs of the base, Xia Qing said. In this case, your generator will only supply the outer protective wall. This way, the voltage will be higher. The protection will also be stronger.
The strong voltage can electrocute a bear. They are increasing the power so that zombies that break in will also be electrocuted.
Thank you so much.
Li Yao was very excited when he heard it. After all, the stronger the protective measures, the safer their base will be.
Among the occupations you registered before, are there any in embroidery or clothing industry? Can you find a few people for me?
Xia Qing asked.
Go check into Li Yao's case and make a list for me, Su Yu ordered.
Clear. Xia Qing came here this time just for this matter. After asking this question, she hurried back. She also had to contact the manufacturer of solar panels to customize a batch of solar panels. This solar panel is not cheap. To meet the needs of hundreds of people in the base, she needs to purchase at least tens of millions of panels. She checked her balance first. She had bought a lot of things recently, and now had more than 20 million in her hands. She directly spent 20 million to purchase large quantities of solar panels, and they were all sent to the warehouse after they were ordered. She purchased the products from 3 manufacturers in batches, which made them less conspicuous, and they were in stock and could be delivered within a week. On the other side, Suyu was looking at the images from the drone.
The farthest distance this drone can reach is here, and the last picture it captured is here.
Li Yao froze the picture monitored by the drone. The mutant zombie inside had grown in size again, and a big lump had appeared in its throat.
This thing is really disgusting,
Wang Chang couldn't help but say.
This guy is a hidden danger. The protective net has not arrived yet. We must add more protection outside the base recently,
Su Yu always said worriedly.
Clear.
The weather has been cold recently, so the patrol team has increased the number of patrols. Li Yao instructed the vanguard members to register all the information in the base.
Team Yao, there is no one who can embroider, only 2 female employees from Tiancheng Garment Factory. Okay, give me the list, Li Yao said.
Li Yao glanced at the information on the list, which included employees from a garment factory and a machinery factory. Salesmen are useless. What Xia Qing needs is technical personnel. He handed the list to Su Yu and glanced at the pile of boxes in his room.
Blood tonic?
There are also many medicines for treating wounds. Seeing that he was bleeding too much and his face was pale, Xia Qing bought him a high-end blood tonic.
By the way, the few people who escaped from that plane with Brother Yu are all senior pharmacists from Landu Pharmaceutical Factory. One of them is even at an expert level.
Li Yao was very happy to see this profession. They asked for double the points. The annual salary of a senior pharmacist researcher starts at 1 million.
Give it to them,
Su Yu said generously.
These past 2 days, they found a component that does not exist in their world among the ingredients of the medicine that Miss Xia bought. After the 2 ingredients were combined, they produced an effect that can strengthen the human body. We're still in the research stage and our equipment isn't very good,
Li Yao sighed. They are indeed expert researchers. It's just that their current equipment is too poor.
One of the senior researchers said they have a secret research institute in Jiangkou.
She worked here for a while before being transferred to Landu. Secret research institutes are registered with government departments, and the equipment in secret research institutes is professional and state-of-the-art.
Then go and take it back.
That location is relatively secretive, so Suyu must go there in person because he has the space, and only Suyu can bring back the large equipment. Suyu thought for a moment and said,
Don't worry for now. Let's wait until the solar panels arrive and the electric fence is built before we go.
Otherwise, you'd come back and find your house attacked by zombies. Not all of these surviving humans can mutate into zombies.
Clear.
After the 2 of them finished talking, Li Yao stared at the blood tonic on Suyu's desk and still didn't speak. These things were specially given to him by Xia Qing. Although Su Yu could see that Li Yao wanted them, he didn't really want to give them to him. He has never been a stingy person, but today he inexplicably developed such emotions. On the other hand, Xia Qing was calculating her balance. The monthly profit of these stores was only a few 100,000, but there were no other costs except for paying salaries. This profit is quite good for a county town. Su Yu gave her the architect's drawings and also used a computer to draw the design. Xia Qing looked at the picture and said, "Not bad. Not bad. If she uses the land behind her shop to build a film and television city like this, then she won't have to worry about a lack of traffic to her shop. However, the construction, land purchase, and subsequent demolition of the urban villages will require not tens of millions, but hundreds of millions. She originally had 20 million, but she used it all to buy solar panels. These things are really expensive." She took out a pink franc floral bowl from the space. Su Yu and his team got this thing from the museum, so it should be very valuable. After thinking about it, she took a photo and sent it to Mr. Lin of Kyoto Wanbao store. Xia Qing thought that the other party must be very busy and would not reply quickly, so she thought about doing other things first. "Can you post a few more photos? How about we meet and talk?" Xia Qing was just about to reply to the other party's WeChat message when the phone call came. She could feel that the other party seemed a little anxious. "Hello, Mr. Lin," Xia Qing said with a smile. "Can you let me see the photo you just sent?" "Of course." She sent it to Mr. Lin just to let him see how much it cost. Xia Qing took the phone and flipped the camera. "Take a closer look. It looks like enamel from the Qing dynasty. This one uses a rare pink color that is the most difficult to fire as the base color, and the flowers on it are designed in a more Western style. I guess it was painted by a Western missionary. If it is real, it will be of great collection value. The strange thing is, this is the first time I've seen this pattern." Lin Dong was undecided about this. "Can I meet you in person?" He wants to ask a collector to appraise it. "No problem." The two of them made an appointment, and Xia Qing prepared to pack up and take the high-speed train. Lin Dong is now in Tsingnan ancient town, and he actually received a valuable gadget here. Now he hurriedly asked his assistant to book a plane ticket to Kyoto, as he wanted to go back to Kyoto right now. Chapter 69 No Forgiveness. Kyoto Maboko. It's authentic. Absolutely authentic. But this pattern is the first time I've seen it. It will be more valuable, the collector said excitedly. This ancient artifact comes from another time and space, so of course it is slightly different. There will be a Kyoto Guardian auction in a few days. You can submit this item. Internationally renowned collectors will come, Lin Dong said. China Guardian Auctions is one of the largest auction houses in China, focusing on the auction of Chinese artworks and cultural relics, and occupies a very important position in the Asian market. This is the Kyoto Autumn International Collectors Auction. That's great! Here's the registration form, you can sign up and we'll recommend 2 of them to you. Not all items will be included in this autumn auction. Hundreds of thousands are not enough. How can you understand that money is just a string of numbers? Many of the auction items are listed with a string of zeros. For the China Guardian auction, the preview will last for 2 or 3 days, and then the auction will also last for 2 days, said Lin Dong. Porcelain, antiques, classical furniture, handicrafts, jewelry, jade, and watches. There are all kinds of calligraphy and paintings, rare ancient books, fine wines, stamps, and coins. Prepare the materials for auction, including high-definition photos of the artwork and detailed text description. We can help you send it for auction. Can we use the name of our jewelry store? Lin Dong said with a smile. He couldn't afford to bid for this thing, but he put the name of their jewelry store on it to increase their fame. Okay. Xia Qing was very happy. After all, Lin Dong helped her a lot. This bowl was sent to China Guardian Auction House, and she later got China Guardian's contact information. She also sent several sets of jewelry she had to the China Guardian Auction House. The preview will be from October 1st to 3rd, and the official auction will be from October 4th to October 5th, the staff of China Guardian Auction House told her. No problem, Xia Qing said. After all, China Guardian is the #1 auction house in China and has a very high reputation. This time, taking advantage of the holiday, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to Kyoto for the International Auction House, all of whom are upper-class people in Kyoto. During the preview, you only need to register for a few days to participate in the exhibition. The China Guardian Auction House holds this auction 4 times a year. Xia Qing, are you free and want to have dinner together? A pink bunny dialogue box popped up on WeChat, and the note was Tang Tian.
Is there something?
Xia Qing asked. They used to be roommates in college, and later worked together in a design company in Shanghai. They stopped keeping in touch after she returned to her hometown.
It's about the manuscript you talked to the original artist about before. Can we meet and talk about it?
She went to the studio after graduating from the Academy of Fine Arts. She was working on a project for an Oriental game, creating character designs for the game, including scene layout, object design, and more.
I'm busy, just tell me what you want.
Then he paused for about a minute and called Xia Qing.
Xia Qing, it's like this. The client has always liked your style for the layout you drew and the original painting of the heroine. I've been fired,
Xia Qing said in a deep voice. At first, she worked overtime every night and drew the main picture, but she was told that she, a new intern, did not receive any overtime pay. Later she found out that her bonus had been taken away by the project manager, even though she had tried to fight for it. But no one was willing to help her. Tang Tian's tone was a little awkward. After Xia Qing left, the male protagonist they continued to draw, including the subsequent original painting design, was rejected by Party A. Too much time has passed, and this time the client clearly stated that if it is not suitable, they will change the design company. The project manager knew that Tang Tian and Xia Qing were roommates in college and had a good relationship, so he asked Tang Tian to do some work for Xia Qing.
That's all in the past. Now I hope you can come back to work and double your bonus.
This was the condition given to her by the project manager.
The double bonus was given to Jiangxi?
Xia Qing snorted coldly. When her first draft was accepted by the client, she stayed up all night to draw it, and the money she had was borrowed by Xia Lei. I was just waiting for the bonus.
What happened? She took it?
The double bonus is 40,000 yuan.
This happens all the time in the workplace.
Tang Tian sighed.
So you're just going to watch? No one is coming out to testify?
Tang Tian noticed that Xia Qing's tone was not right and quickly comforted her, saying,
I was wrong in this matter. I didn't speak for you at the time. In fact, Jiangxi warned us in the group.
Not only did she say that, she also gave each person a red envelope of 500 yuan. She didn't tell Xia Qing what came next.
Forget it, I don't have time,
Xia Qing said and hung up the phone. She really didn't have time. Besides, she didn't want to forgive those people. Tang Tian didn't expect Xia Qing to refuse like this.
That's double the bonus.
Tang Tian entered Zhang Xi's office with his cell phone. It was written outside that he was the director of the art department. The atmosphere was low at the moment.
What the hell is this that you drew? Did you go to college for nothing? Can you use some imagination? Take it back and redraw it.
With a loud bang, the laptop was thrown out by Zhang Xi. Snap, the paint on the laptop case was damaged.
Manager Zhang, I quit,
the little girl said angrily.
You're getting paid as an intern and working as a professional artist? And I bought my laptop for 20,000 yuan. You almost broke the screen. It will cost several $1,000s to send it to the manufacturer for repair. I'm here to work, not to be your punching bag, the girl said coldly.
It looks like my laptop is damaged, and I am so angry.
You want me to do a job worth 30,000 yuan with an internship salary of 3,000 yuan? You're dreaming.
The little girl slammed the door and walked out. Tang Tian was stunned. The girl was a new intern who had not yet graduated from college. She usually wears branded clothes. It turns out that having money at home gives her confidence. She will criticize anyone she doesn't like. Tang Tian's family is also ordinary, and the key is that she has a younger brother to support.
Interns nowadays have such bad tempers.
Zhang Xi's face turned pale with anger. Zhang Xi saw Tang Tian coming in and asked,
Ask Xia Qing to come up with a design within 3 days.
The pressure from the other side was intense, and she didn't think Xia Qing could refuse at all. She had made such a mess in the company just for the 20,000 bonus. Tang Tian's face turned pale, and he said awkwardly, I'm afraid I can't get out.
Can't finish it? Why can't it be finished? You give her double bonus for 3 days, but she can't finish the picture?
Jiang Xi frowned.
Isn't this guy too greedy?
Jiang Xi thought Xia Qing wanted to raise the price.
How about this? I'll give her an extra 5,000 yuan and ask her to produce the drawings within 3 days.
Jiang Xi said as a matter of course.
No! It was Xia Qing who said she was too busy to take our job.
Tang Tian said awkwardly.
How is it possible? She won't accept the 40,000 yuan bonus?
Jiang Xi felt like he was hallucinating. Chapter 70. He is willing to accept the harvest.
Don't answer? Why wouldn't she answer?
Jiang Xi asked unhappily. Tang Tian secretly rolled his eyes at her. The bonus she had promised was transferred to the project department but was not given to Xia Qing. Finally, it all fell into her hands.
She said she was busy. Busy? What does she have to be busy for? I'll give her double the bonus, which is 40,000 yuan, which is her salary for working in the county for a year. Why? Does she still want me to invite her in person? It's just a painting, it can't be done without her. Tang Tian, you imitate her style. I want to see the manuscript tomorrow morning.
Tang Tian's face became even uglier. Isn't this asking her to blatantly plagiarize Xia Qing's style? Tang Tian clenched his hands, took his cell phone and walked out of the office. Plagiarism is a shameful thing. Party A is a big client, and they don't want to give up. Jiang Xi asks Tang Tian to imitate it. If it succeeds, it's fine. But if something goes wrong, she will take the blame. Tang Tian sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing saying, Jiang Xi is wrong. Can you help me with this? Jiang Xi asked me to hand in the manuscript to her tomorrow morning. Xia Qing saw the WeChat message and replied, You have a big face? I refused to help her at first, but now I want to ask her for help.
Is your face so big?
There is a phrase called helping each other. The preview of the Kyoto Guardian Auction House was very grand. The venue is Guardian Art Center, number 1 Wangfujing Street. Ordinary people can attend the exhibition as long as they make an appointment. Upper-class people do not need to go to the preview. These exhibits have long been compiled into books, and some have even been recorded on video. A hidden Kyoto big boss collector, with gray hair, over 50 years old.
Mr. Qing, these are the collections from the Autumn Guardian auction. Please take a look.
The old man nodded, and the latest season of auction items was playing on the 100-inch large-screen TV.
Stop.
Qing Lao saw a pink enamel-painted bowl.
There are some good stuff at this auction.
Old Qing nodded with satisfaction and was very interested in this.
When will this bowl be auctioned? Asked Mr. Qing.
The Guardian staff member nearby replied respectfully.
This will be the final lot at 10:45 the day after tomorrow. Okay.
Mr. Qing nodded. He has already arranged the driver and seats, and will go to China Guardian Auction House at 10 o'clock the day after tomorrow. There is no need to go in advance for some things he doesn't like. Xia Qing didn't know that the painted bowls she took out had attracted many big collectors. The solar panels ordered by Xia Qing have arrived one after another, and Xia Qing stored them in the space in batches. The two people cooperated very well, one collecting while the other took away. The 5-meter-long power grid has also been delivered, and Su Yu is arranging personnel to install it. The grid can be installed within a day.
I will go to the Research Institute in a couple of days and may be away for a few days, Su Yu said. Okay. Then I'll order 2 more batches of food. They will arrive tomorrow afternoon, and you can receive them in the evening.
Xia Qing immediately understood what Su Yu meant. It might take Su Yu several days to be away. The base consumes food every day, and she basically harvests vegetables in large quantities every 2 or 3 days. Rice, flour, oil and other things can last for a while, and she can fill up 2 warehouses in a week. Although the temperature there hasn't dropped below 0 degrees, there is no problem keeping the vegetables fresh for a few days. She sent a WeChat message to the supermarket supplier, 200 bags of rice and millet, 100 cartons of canned fruit, 300 cartons of instant noodles, 200 cartons of classic milk, and 200 cartons of children's milk. Fresh milk can't be kept there for too long, so she had always ordered fresh milk. The supplier replied almost immediately.
Received. The goods will arrive tomorrow afternoon.
The supplier has already designated Xia Qing, a major customer, as a special focus. She called Father Xia and said, "Dad, please bring me all the sweet potatoes, and pumpkins in our village. These foods keep longer." "Okay. I'll take whatever you have. The warehouse is still at the same address. I've rented several warehouses nearby. I can just ask someone to deliver it to you. Tell me how much money you need," Xia Qing said. "No problem. I'll collect it right away," Xia Jixiang said with a smile. "He is willing to harvest the vegetables now." Xia Jixiang smiled and went out. "Old Xia, where are you going today? Try these sweet potatoes that I just dug out from the field." Uncle Wang handed some steamed sweet potatoes to Xia Jixiang. Old Xia, try the melons I grow. They're so sweet. Take one and eat it." A slightly plump person came out from the side. It was Yang Ernyang. Sun Guiqiang, who came out with Xia Jixiang, frowned. In the past, Xia Jixiang was always a laughingstock in the village. The most common thing people said about him was that his family would be wiped out in the future. But now, everyone in the village is very friendly to Xia Jixiang when they see him. "It tastes really good. Brother Wang, how many kilograms of sweet potatoes does your family have this year?" When Uncle Wang heard Xia Jixiang, he immediately smiled and said, "We have already turned over more than 1,000 kilograms. It's a bumper harvest. It's no problem to harvest several thousand kilograms from 1 acre of land." "Then I'll collect them all. You can hurry up and turn the soil," Xia Jixiang said. Uncle Wang's eyes lit up and he said, "Okay, I'll go now and give you all these to eat." Yang Ernyang, who was standing by, also came over and asked, "Old Xia, would you like to take this baby melon from my house?" He had previously harvested sweet potatoes, and other vegetables, but had not yet harvested the melons. "Harvest! You've picked them all, and we'll go harvest them this afternoon," Xia Jixiang said. He remembered his daughter had told him that she also wanted baby melon. "Okay." Yang Ernyang also smiled happily, and quickly notified the family not to do anything in the morning and to pick the melons from the field first. Xia Jixiang took a walk around the village, and when he heard that old Xia had come to harvest vegetables again, many people gathered around him. The more people there are, the more excited he becomes. Collect them all," said Xia Jixiang. "You collected so much, probably tens of thousands of kilograms, right? Which supermarket can sell them all? You'll lose money by then." Sun Guiqiang, who was standing aside, couldn't stand Xia Jixiang's smug smile and said angrily. When he heard Sun Guiqiang's words, he felt nervous and quickly sent a WeChat message to Xia Qing. The latter directly transferred 50,000 yuan to Xia Jixiang. "Take as much as you can." When he saw his daughter's reply and the money transferred via WeChat, he instantly felt relieved. He thought he had just received too much, and his daughter would lose money. Now that his daughter had replied to him that he had not received enough, he instantly felt relieved. Xia Jixiang waved his phone in front of Sun Guiqiang and said with a happy smile, "My daughter said to keep collecting." Sun Guiqiang saw Xia Jixiang's mobile phone and saw a transfer code with several zeros at the end. "My daughter just transferred 50,000 yuan to me and asked me to use it first, and then transfer more money to me when I run out of money." Sun Guiqiang was so embarrassed that he went home angrily. "Old Sun, our seed potatoes have all been dug up. When will old Xia come to harvest them?" Chapter 71. Going to the end of the world is also a business trip. Sun Guiqiang's wife feels that their family and Lao Xia's family are neighbors, and they have a good relationship. Now the villagers are busy tilling the soil. This time, Xia Jixiang bought vegetables from many people, almost half of the village. "I haven't told Xia Jixiang yet," Sun Guiqiang said with a frown. He just saw the screen of Xia Jixiang's mobile phone and saw that his daughter had transferred 50,000 yuan to him. His son only transferred 500 yuan to him during the holidays. After buying so many vegetables for 50,000 yuan, there will still be a lot left. "Then go and tell them. What are you waiting for? We have already dug up the land." Sun Guiqiang was unhappy and hesitant, wondering why he didn't have a daughter. No, he also has a daughter, but she never went to college. They are all from the village. The family supports the eldest son and the youngest son. The second daughter dropped out of high school and is now working in Seoul. Sun Guiqiang made a rare phone call to his daughter.
Dad, what's the matter?
Sun Ning asked. He usually didn't call her for half a year.
Did something happen at home? It's nothing. I just want to ask how you are doing at work outside?
Sun Guiqiang asked awkwardly.
It's okay, Dad, I'm busy right now, let's talk when we have time.
There was a noisy sound on the phone and Sun Ning hung up. After a while, Sun Guiqiang saw his WeChat ringing. His daughter transferred 2,000 yuan to him. For some reason, he felt a little sad when he saw the transfer. Was he wrong not to let his daughter go to college? If he had sent his daughter out, would she have been as successful as the daughter of the old Xia family? There are many people in the village who have these ideas, and when they are not busy, a few people will get together to chat.
Look at the daughter of the Xia family. You all laughed at them for sending a girl to college. Now all the land in the village is taken by them. After the land is planted, Lao Xia will buy it all, saving the time of going out to sell it. It saves a lot of work, and they can also take the opportunity to go out and find a job. They can all do some work on the construction site. There have been no buildings built here in recent years. If you want to work as a temporary worker, you have to go to other provinces and cities. Yes, the round-trip train ticket costs a lot of money. When can we build it here? I heard there's a land auction in the county. We'll definitely build a building after the land is sold. We can go there to recruit workers then. The work on the construction site is hard, but the salary is high. In this way they can all do odd jobs to earn some money, but now they can only do small jobs. Work more and earn more money, so I can let my daughter continue her studies. If she does well in the exam, I can let her go to college.
Who doesn't envy Xia Qing nowadays? Xia Qing has been very busy these 2 days. She has to deliver large quantities of items ordered during the day to the warehouse, and then put them into the space at night. Recently she has absorbed a lot of crystal beads, and the space has expanded to 300 square meters now.
Suyu, these are the remaining solar panels. I sent you the assembly video on your phone. Good.
Suyu has already made room and arranged for people to install the solar panels. With this, they have enough electricity for heating when the weather is cold. Many people want to go out to look for supplies, such as air conditioners, mobile phones, and other machines that can use electricity. After all, they are sometimes bored. Without mobile phones and computers, there would be too many entertainment options missing. But the base is still under control. In the end, there were still many survivors who wanted to go out and look for supplies. Be sure to remind people that there is danger outside. Anyone who wants to go out to look for supplies will have to be quarantined for 24 hours when they come back. Suyu said with a frown. Now the mutated zombie has disappeared and the drone has not detected any trace of it, but that doesn't mean it no longer exists. It may even be mutating. What we can do now is to improve the security of the base and provide reminders.
I understand, brother Yu. Mainly because of solar power generation, many people want to go out and look for electrical appliances, Li Yao said. We have told them of the danger. The decision is theirs. Everyone entering the base must be quarantined. Yes, Li Yao replied. Brother Yu, those 3 researchers want to see you.
Wang Chan walked over hurriedly.
Let them in, Suyu said. Hello, base commander. I'm sure you know that we need a large amount of this titanium component. They said that if they want it, they can only come to you.
The middle-aged man in his 40s said politely.
He is the expert-level researcher Zhang Yenshin. It's very good that they can eat normal food here. And advanced research equipment is also needed, Zhang Yenshin added. Our company has a secret research institute in Jiangkou, not far from here but deep in the mountains, said a woman about 28 or 29 years old. She glanced at the flash of surprise in Suyu's eyes, and the man in front of her had a very powerful aura. Is there a seat? Yes, because I am the only one who knows the exact location of the secret research institute, said Sudan. What are the approximate results of your research? Suyu asked, ignoring the Sultan. We found that the combination of the 2 ingredients can strengthen cells and promote human evolution. We also took some cells from the evolvers for comparison. Although they are not as strong as the evolver cells, they can enhance various aspects of the human body for ordinary people. This is also what makes him very excited. But unfortunately, the test equipment is limited, and there is not much of that ingredient left. Without the test equipment, it is too dangerous to conduct experiments on humans. It will take thousands or tens of thousands of experiments to get results. In fact, Suyu was already ready to set off. Let's get ready to leave for the Secret Research Institute tomorrow, Suyu decided. Wang Chang, come with me and find another person. You will get 3 times the points. Clear. It's so dangerous there, why are we going there alone, 3 of us? Said the Sultan, frowning. Although she wanted those equipment, she was afraid to go out and face those zombies because there were only 3 of them. Our deputy base commander will go too. We are all evolvers, and we can definitely bring those advanced experimental equipment over, Wang Chang said. Sultan nodded, subconsciously thinking that the deputy base commander should also be very strong. The car could only seat 4 people, but Xia Qing still wanted to go with them. She wanted to take a look at the garment factory if they passed by. But she still needs to clean up things here first, so she can free up a lot of space. She went to the restaurant and ordered many dishes, bought buns, milk tea, hot pot, canned food, etc. Mom, I'm going to the mountains for a few days on a business trip. The phone signal may be bad. If you have anything to say, send me a WeChat message. I will reply when I see it. Her trip to the apocalypse can be considered a business trip, right? Okay. Then you must pay attention to safety, Yan Xia reminded. Xia Qing said she was out on a business trip but was still at home. After preparing everything, she absorbed all the crystal beads that Suyu had shot at her. It was 1 a.m. when they entered the space crack. Chapter 72, Snacks for Business Trips in the End Times. The new mission is to go out on field duty, with 4 times the points, and free food and drink. This mission gives you a lot of points. I'm not going. I have enough points. This trip out will definitely be very dangerous. There are mutant zombies outside. More points also mean danger. They don't want to take risks anymore as they have enough living security. There is electricity in the base now and it is not cut off. I just found a cell phone. The weather is cold. I can rest after work in the base. I don't have to worry about zombies. But we are evolvers. Only by absorbing crystal beads can we improve our strength. It's not bad to follow the base commander, right? They know the base commander is very powerful. Several evolvers were a little hesitant. It was 4 times the points. And they could also go out and hunt zombies to get crystal beads. Brother Joan? Shall we go? Wang Zhen asked. No. We finally have a safe place to stay. It's too chaotic outside, said Li Zhong. I don't want to go either, but the points are quadruple. I can redeem them for a lot of delicious food. Ordinary points are enough to exchange for normal food, but the points for items like beer and cigarettes have increased several times and are limited. The points for vegetables and fruits are doubled, and only the points for rice are the cheapest. Oh my God! Said a buzz-cut evolver. None of the other evolvers signed up. Let me go! I'm in urgent need of quadruple points. Xian, what will happen to your whole family when you leave? Yes. I went there just for them. You also know my current situation. I am the only one in the family who can earn points, but it is not enough to support 4 or 5 people. Xian was also helpless. I can only eat white rice every day, and I still can't feel full. I don't even dare to exchange vegetables. The others nodded as well. They now had enough points to redeem food, and they didn't have that many burdens at home. This trip will take at least 7 or 8 days, and we will face danger at any time every day. Several team members who went there last time died. This mission is voluntary and not forced, so these people don't want to go. Finally, Xian completed the mission. Mom, I want to go out on a mission with the base commander. Yeah, take good care of your grandparents and mom at home. Yeah. Yaya is only 10 years old, but she is already very sensible. His parents were injured, one was paralyzed and the other had an arm injury. Neither of them could do heavy work and could not earn many points. Husband, you have to come back safely, the woman said with difficulty, with her big belly. She was pregnant with triplets and her belly was too big, so she had difficulty moving and could not earn any points. The base subsidizes pregnant women,
the elderly and children with a cup of milk every day. But for their family, this is just a drop in the bucket. Don't worry, I'll be fine, just relax and wait for the birth. The quadruple points will be issued tomorrow, and you can use the points to redeem more nutritious food. And even if I really die while doing the mission, you can always receive the pension. It is also enough for them to live. The car has been refitted by the modification team and the front guardrail has been reinforced. Miss Su said that the Secret Research Institute is located here. It will take us about 2 days to get there, or at least a week, Wang Chang said, pointing to the map. The map was found in a book, and the paper map can only show the approximate location. This is near Ileo Mountain. I've been there when I was doing extreme sports, and I encountered 2/10 of the victims, Xia said as he looked at Wang Chang, pointing to the direction on the map. Yes. It's near Ileo Mountain, Sudan said in a deep voice. It's more secretive there, so the Secret Research Institute was built there, and far away from the city. We'll set off after Brother Yu arrives, Wang Chang said. The cars are ready. Don't we need to bring supplies and water? Sultan asked. What will they eat along the way if they don't bring food? Don't worry about that. When you're hungry, you'll have food to eat, Wang Chang said in a deep voice. Sudan didn't know it when he first arrived, but most of the evolvers in the base knew it secretly. The chief of their base was a space ability user. Brother Yu, Sister Qing. Wang Chang saw Su Yu and Xia Qing walking towards him. Both of them were wearing professional ski clothes. Xia Qing had her hair tied up and wore a black windproof hood. Let's go when we're ready. Wang Chang, you drive? Su Yu said. Okay. Wang Chang responded, took the car keys and went to the driver's seat. Xia automatically sat in the passenger seat. Sudan frowned and said, Isn't your deputy base commander going there? How come a woman came out? This is our deputy base commander Xia Qing, Wang Chang introduced. Sudan's eyes widened, a little shocked. She didn't expect that the commander of the base in the end times would be a girl. She looks very fragile and still very young. Hello? Xia Qing greeted with a smile. She heard from Su Yu that he brought a female researcher with him this time. Sudan nodded in surprise, and the two of them sat in the back seat. Su Yu also sat next to Xia Qing. This was originally a converted SUV, and the back seats are spacious enough to accommodate 4 people. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, Yang Shu and others came to escort them. Li Yao, Zhang Liang base is handed over to you, Su Yu said. Don't worry. We will guard the base well. Brother Yu will wait for you to come back, Li Yao said seriously. When we come back, I'll treat you to a barbecue, Xia Qing added. Li Yao, Zhang Liang, and a few people behind them all had their eyes light up, and they were excited and looking forward to Sister Qing coming back soon. Barbecue dinner, the last roasted whole lamb buffet, they drooled. The aroma was so fragrant. The car was still a bit bumpy as it drove along, even though the tires had been modified. Xia Qing felt a little drowsy. She tilted her head and fell on Su Yu's shoulder. Wang Chang saw from the rearview mirror that Su Yu looked at Xia Qing with very gentle eyes, and he couldn't help but look at her a few more times out of curiosity. As a result, the car went over a pothole and got a big bump. Ah! Xia Qing exclaimed. Sorry, I fell asleep, Xia Qing said awkwardly. Not only did she fall asleep, she also leaned on Su Yu's shoulder. It's okay, you take a nap, we haven't arrived yet, Su Yu said softly, giving Wang Chang a sharp look in the rearview mirror. Sister Qing, don't you want to visit the garment factory? It's only 20 kilometers away, Wang Chang said guiltily. There are many garment factories in Jiangkou, and several large and small garment factories are close to each other. Okay, and collect a few devices at the same time. Xia Qing suddenly became energetic and no longer felt sleepy, but she was a little thirsty. She took out a few cups of hot milk tea from the space. Here's some for you to drink. Thank you, Sister Qing. Wang Chang was not polite and took it generously. When Xian took the cup of milk tea, his hands were shaking. Sudan was not mistaken in what he heard or saw. Xia Qing was holding milk tea in her hand, which had a milky aroma. This tastes super good. You can have it. Xia Qing handed it to Sudan. Sultan took the milk tea and was so surprised that he couldn't speak. She had been at the base these days and had eaten normal white rice and even steamed buns, which she thought were the most delicious foods. Sultan took a sip cautiously and tasted a light aroma of milk and tea. It was milk tea. It tasted different from any she had had before. Suyu, drink it. Xia Qing also brought a cup to Suyu. After drinking some milk tea, she took out a lot of snacks from the space. Essential snacks for when you're bored on the car ride: duck necks, duck legs, konjac noodles, etc. Chapter 73: Why I Understand That Xia Qing is the Deputy Base Commander. We ate snacks and drank milk tea along the way, and it was already noon, but no one felt very hungry. Xian also secretly took one back for Yaya. He can already see the way his daughter is eating snacks, so he must be very happy. This snack is very spicy, but it's quite satisfying. And this milk tea, is it made of milk and tea? It's not like what I drank before, Sudan said curiously. You also have milk tea here? What flavor is it? Xia Qing also became curious. Yes, in fact, to be more precise, it is called medicinal tea. I also remember that there are medicinal tea shops all over our manhwa. They pair fruit tea with other foods. It is not only delicious but also good for the body, Xian said. Before the end of the world, they could often buy drinks. I drank your milk tea. Although it tastes good, it seems to contain some kind of preservative substance. Can you taste this? Xia Qing looked at Sudan in surprise. I'm a pharmaceutical researcher. Medicinal tea also belongs to the category of traditional Chinese medicine. I've tasted a lot of it, Sudan said with a smile. In this case, it's fine to drink it occasionally, but long-term drinking is not good for the body. It will cause changes in the body's insulin and diabetes, especially the fat in it, which can also cause cardiovascular problems. Caffeine can also cause nervous excitement, insomnia, and cause confusion to the stomach and intestines. Suddenly, the milk tea in Xia Qing's hand no longer tasted fragrant. There are still dozens of cups in her space. Xian and Wang Chang didn't care. It tasted good anyway. They were both evolvers, so it shouldn't be too serious, right? Sudan continued to drink, looking at Xia Qing's expression, and said, It's okay, if you drink it occasionally, your body will metabolize it. If you are an evolver, then the metabolism will be faster. How do you make the medicinal tea you mentioned? Xia Qing was very curious about this. In this way, she could open a milk tea shop. There is a recipe, and then the Chinese medicine is brewed and brewed. It is good for the body and tastes good. In Xia Qing's impression, Chinese medicine is always very bitter. Isn't that unpalatable? It's just like drinking Chinese medicine. No! Each Chinese herbal ingredient has different flavors after being extracted and mixed. There are sweet and sour, fragrant and astringent flavors. Xia Qing seemed to understand a little bit. They also had sour plum soup there, which was made from Chinese medicine, but it was only that kind. Is there a recipe or preparation method? Xia Qing asked. Yes. I know all of them. The Longcha chain store is owned by our family, said the Sultan. Her family is a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Later, she passed the examination to become a researcher and studied pharmacy. That's great. Can you teach me? Xia Qing said. This requires Chinese medicine raw materials, said Sudan, frowning. I can get all of these for you. How about this? When we return to the base in a few days, can you help me get them done? I can change whatever you want. Big brand skincare products, facial masks, sanitary products for women, clothes. Anything is fine, Xia Qing said excitedly. Really? Sultan said in disbelief. She had wanted sanitary napkins for a long time. Of course, Xia Qing said seriously. She could even take out milk tea, let alone other things. Now Sudan understood why Xia Qing was the deputy base commander, and why she followed them on the mission this time. Okay, as long as you have the herbs, I can prepare them for you, but I will need to find a few assistants by then. This is simple to make, but the recipe is quite precious, otherwise there wouldn't be a national chain. Longwa's medicinal tea is also a very famous healthy tea drink internationally, Sudan explained. No problem. I can arrange a few assistants for you if you want, Suyu said. As long as he could make what Xia Qing wanted, it would be fine. Of course, he didn't say the rest.
Okay. I'll get it for you when I get back,
Sudan responded readily. Xia Qing immediately gave Sudan a box of facial cream worth 3,000. Sultan took the cream's ingredient list and looked at it.
Is there any problem with this?
Xia Qing asked. This is a big brand.
No problem. This cream claims to be anti-wrinkle and whitening, but the ingredients in it require at least 3 bottles to see the effects. Moreover, the preservatives added in it will cause harm to the body if used for a year or 2. Although this ingredient can whiten the skin, it affects the metabolism of girls. Long-term use will cause menstrual disorders in girls.
Xia Qing frowned. No wonder there are so many people suffering from dysmenorrhea nowadays.
Sorry, I'm used to studying ingredients,
Sultan said embarrassedly.
This skincare product is quite expensive in our place. An average person can only buy 1 bottle with a month's salary.
Sudan felt that there was something strange in Xia Qing's words and didn't understand it for a moment.
Then your skincare products are not as good as ours made from traditional Chinese medicine. We also have skincare products with Chinese herbal ingredients. Let me show you.
Xia Qing found a bottle of skincare product containing pure Chinese herbal ingredient Panax Noto ginseng from the space and handed it to Sudan.
It does contain Chinese medicinal ingredients, but this ratio is completely ineffective. Moreover, if you want Chinese medicinal materials to work, it not only needs to be processed, but also needs to be proportioned, specific gravity, etc.
Sudan did not tell Xia Qing some of the professional terms that followed. Even if I told her, she wouldn't understand. Xia Qing listened, and her bright eyes blinked.
Can I match one for you when we get back? Said the Sultan. Okay.
Xia Qing is already immersed in a bright future, with a Chinese medicine milk tea shop and a Chinese medicine cosmetics store.
I'll go back and make one for you. You can try it out first. If it works well, we can find a few people with the machines to mass produce it. Well,
the two chatted for 2 hours and didn't feel tired at all.
We're at the garment factory, said Wang Chang. You two stay in the car, Xia, and you stay here, Suyu said. I understand,
Xian replied. Ask him to stay and protect the 2 girls. Wang Chang and Suyu pulled out long swords from the trunk.
Let's go outside and move around. I want to go to the bathroom,
Sudan said embarrassedly. They took the same bus all the way and had no time to solve the problem in the car.
Then I'll go with you.
Girls' friendships all start with going to the toilet together. Xian also got out of the car. There was a large billboard beside the road, and Xia Qing and Sudan walked over. Xian turned his back, but kept his eyes alert to his surroundings. About half an hour later, Suyu and Wang Chang came out, but both of them were covered in varying degrees of dirt.
Crystal beads, remember to absorb them.
Suyu threw a few crystal beads to Xia Qing.
Good. Are you an evolver?
Sudan asked in surprise, but then he understood that Xia Qing must also have a space.
The zombies in the garment factory have been dealt with. There is a large batch of goods and machines in the warehouse. See if you need them, Suyu said.
Chapter 74. Is this a mission?
It's clearly a camping trip. Yes. Of course I do.
Otherwise, she would have spent money to buy the clothing machine, but now she can just receive it directly. The cleaned up zombie corpses can be seen everywhere on the ground. The garment factory machines here only require you to input the drawn drawings into the system to start production. They are machine sewn, but of course there is also manual sewing. Xia Qing collected several machines and several warehouses of clothes. More than half of the space is already occupied. It seems that she needs to go back and move these things to the warehouse. There are still some semi-finished products that Xia Qing has not continued to collect. The most important thing is the equipment. With the equipment, the production can begin. She can buy the materials when the time comes. These were enough for them, and they continued on their way. In the evening they found a quiet abandoned factory with dust all over the floor and spider webs all over the walls. Xia Qing took out a hot pack from the space and handed it to Sudan.
Take this and keep it warm.
Thank you, Sultan said gratefully, feeling the furry and warm thing in his hands. She bought 2 windproof and warm tents where she can rest at night, and also a small battery-powered table lamp. Bring coal, grill, omelet table, and some outdoor stools. This makes it look like a night out.
I'll make the fire,
Wang Chang said, putting the coal into the oven and adding some charcoal to help with combustion. Su Yu and Xia went out to patrol the surroundings. This place was on a remote road and was relatively quiet, so no zombies were found. She also brought a smaller heater and her own mini generator. Looking at the various skewers Xia Qing took out, lamb skewers, chicken wings, lamb kidneys, tendons, and chicken hearts. Sudan couldn't help drooling. She had eaten all kinds of seafood in the first half of the year, and all the seafood in the later period had gone bad. Now she wanted to vomit when she saw fish. But Xia Qing still took out the prawns, which should taste good when grilled. Over there, Wang Chan was holding back his saliva and grilling skewers. Over here, Xia Qing took out a small round stove, put roasted sweet potatoes and chestnuts on it, and a small ceramic pot filled with hot milk with wolfberries and red dates.
It takes a lot of willpower to bake these things.
Wang Chan couldn't help but sigh. This is what Su Yu and Xia saw when they came back. Xia's eyes were wide open and he couldn't speak. The aroma of barbecue rushed into his nose, making him lose his ability to think for a short time.
Is this a mission?
He imagined that it would be full of dangers, lack of food and clothing. Even going without food for a few days, he was mentally prepared. As long as the children have 4 times the points and can live a good life, it doesn't matter if he is in danger or hardship. The evolvers in the base thought it was a chore and didn't want to go. Now Xian looked at the rich food on the table. How could this be a hard job? It was clearly a good job. He will want to rush for this kind of mission in the future.
Xian, why are you just standing there? Come and help,
Wang Chang said. It was too slow for him to roast by himself. He can spin several skewers in one go.
Okay.
Xian stuttered and ran over quickly. Su Yu also came to help, and the factory was filled with fragrance. Wang Chang was a little too hasty when grilling the meat, and it wasn't cooked through at the beginning.
Barbecuing here is the biggest test of my willpower,
said Wang Chang. Xia nodded in agreement.
Then let's eat cooked food next time,
Xia Qing said. She orders tea-oiled duck, roast chicken and the like.
Okay.
Thank you, Sister Qing, Wang Chang said with a smile, although Xia Qing was several years younger than him. Sometimes calling someone sister is a respectful title. The long-term food shortage after the end of the Sudan has reduced their appetites. She ate a lot this time. It was really delicious. Nothing of what Xia Qing took out was left. At night, Xia Qing and Sudan shared a tent, and the other 3 people shared another tent.
I'll be on duty in the first half of the night,
said Wang Chang. He had just eaten too much, and was so full that he couldn't sleep. What Xian actually wanted to say was that he couldn't sleep either, so he ate more.
You two do the first half of the night, and I'll do the second half,
Su Yu said. Due to years of health-preserving habits, I now have a light sleep style, fall asleep quickly, and wake up immediately at the slightest movement. In the tent, there were fluffy bedding and pillows prepared by Xia Qing.
This suit is for you, but our shoe sizes are different. I can't give it to you for now. It's okay, I'm already very grateful for all this,
Sultan said sincerely. Especially her underwear, she hasn't changed it for a long time.
By the way, I'm going to disappear for a while. You go to sleep first,
Xia Qing said.
Okay. I'll wait for you to come back and sleep,
said the Sultan. But when Sultan lay down on the fluffy bedding, he felt so comfortable that he immediately felt sleepy. Xia Qing also went out to tell Su Yu, and then she returned to the space. Now most of the space was full. She appeared in the bedroom, which had been cleaned tidy by Yang Xia. During this period, my parents should be busy out. She sneaked out quickly and took a taxi to the warehouse in the county town. Xia Qing rented these warehouses and the previous items were also sent to the base. She put away today's clothes and machines in the warehouse. She went to KFC in the city and bought 4 family buckets of fried chicken and 10 hamburgers. While waiting, she browsed her phone for a while and saw the enamel-painted bowls she had bought in the pre-auction at China Guardian.
The initial bidding price is 50 million. Ancient artworks are so beautiful. I can't afford the real thing. Is there a replica I can buy one from? I think this shop is also okay. I love the beautiful pink teacups. Xia Qing saw the name of her store under the comment. Sunny Day Ceramics Shop. I also know this ceramic shop, the photos are so beautiful. I have already purchased it, and it is on the way. Before she even bought the bowl, she must have received at least 50 million. There were a bunch of messages on WeChat waiting for her to reply, and she saw several WeChat messages and voice calls from Tang Tian. Xia Qing, can't you really help me? I can't lose this job. Please. I'll give you all my bonus. How could you do this? They are all classmates or roommates, so why don't you help? It's fine if you don't want to help me, but I know who you are now. So lend me your painting style. Xia Qing was speechless when she saw this. Hua Feng said that if you can borrow it, you can borrow it. I can lend you the food I ate. Even if I lend it to you, you won't be able to imitate or innovate later. Xia Qing directly blocked Tang Tian and saw the message from Lin Wan. Cousin, the filming of the drama is going smoothly and it will be wrapped in a few days. I will treat you to a meal then. Thank you, cousin. I received the nanny car today. This car is so comfortable but a little too eye-catching, better than Su Jia's car. I love you so much. I must treat you to a meal. This message was sent last night, and Xia Qing replied. Okay. Wait for me for 2 days. I'm on a business trip in the mountains recently. The signal is not good. Wait for me to come back. Chapter 75 Ileo Mountain Secret Research Institute. He returned to the space and absorbed the crystal bead. The space expanded a little, and the time he could stay there would be longer. When we returned to the tent, Sultan had already fallen asleep in the warm tent. The beds we slept on at the base were all very hard, and the quilts were not as comfortable as this one. The quilt cover is made of rabbit fur, very fluffy and warm. After eating and drinking her fill, sleeping in a comfortable bed and wrapped in a quilt, she felt like she had returned to the days before the end of the world. To be honest, if it weren't for the advanced equipment in the laboratory, she wouldn't want to come out. She had to sleep in the open air and live in fear every day. Being in a dangerous environment for a long time is a mental and physical torture. This trip was much better than I expected, it really felt like a trip. Suyu noticed it as soon as Xia Qing came back. Although they slept in 2 tents, everyone in the apocalypse had developed the habit of being alert. Suyu saw that there were a lot more things in the space, and for some reason he felt a little distressed. At the beginning, he didn't have such an idea. It was just that the partners helped each other and benefited each other, and the changes happened imperceptibly and unconsciously. Sudan was so comfortable that she slept very soundly for the first time. She didn't even feel Xia Qing lying next to her. The next day, they all woke up early. Xia Qing had been busy running between 2 worlds for a long time and had not gotten up yet. But everyone tacitly agreed not to call her. About an hour later, Xia Qing got up, put the tent into the space, and put out the prepared breakfast. Soy milk, spicy soup, or tofu pudding, take whichever you want, Xia Qing said with a smile. These are fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and fried cloth bags. Xia Qing bought breakfast, lunch, dinner, and even snacks and fruits. After all, she was on a business trip in the end times, so she had to be prepared. Then I won't be polite, Wang Chang said with a smile. He felt that everything he had eaten last night had been digested. As expected, only Sister Qing can eat enough. They are evolvers who are resistant to hunger, but their appetite is also large, and their physique requires more energy. Xian was no longer too reserved. He just felt that this was a good job. The mission was worth it. If the other evolvers knew this, they would probably regret it to death. After eating and drinking, everyone packed up and continued driving. As soon as Xia Qing got in the car, she felt a little sleepy and unconsciously fell on Suyu's broad shoulders again. This time it was Xian's turn to drive, and he drove very steadily. Further up is the winding mountain road, be careful, Sudan warned. The winding mountain road is not easy to travel on. The surrounding roads are very quiet, and the tranquil mountains have lost their former vitality. When I came here before, it was all green mountains and trees, it was a forest, but now it has become like this. The green forest turned into black, dry tree trunks, like what was left after a fire. You guys are amazing. You actually built a secret graduate school here, Wang Chang said. Of course it has to be built in a secret place. It's confidential.
The research institutes established by their company have been registered with the state, and they even cooperate with the state in research and development.
There's a video circulating online that shows 2 people dying while exploring the wild. In fact, they didn't die accidentally, but were foreign spies, said Sudan.
Anyway, it's the end of the world now and the world is in chaos.
I was passing by at the time and took a video and posted it online. I'm not a spy. I was simply curious about the topography of Ileo Mountain, said Xia. It's the end of the world now. Even if you are a spy, so what? Can we put you in jail? Sultan said with a smile. As long as you don't betray our sunny day base, Wang Chang said jokingly. How is that possible? Xian said.
Sunny base is his home. Now he has a strong sense of belonging.
The car can't go any further, the road is all bluestone slabs. We can only walk, which takes about an hour, said Sudan.
After changing his clothes, Suyu put the car into the space. Ileo Mountain used to be a deep forest, with dense mosses and thick strange trees everywhere. The tall vegetation blocked the sunlight, and the dark and humid environment bred various molds in the air. Now the trees are dry and black, as if we have come to a tree cemetery.
Why don't you wear a mask?
Xia Qing couldn't help but say as she watched the scene. In fact, she was still a little nervous. She should have bought some gas masks earlier. Several people put on masks, but the fishy smell in the air was still there.
Oh my God!
Xia Qing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the scene in front of her. Several black tree trunks twisted and entangled together, like a twist of a rope. She thought this scene was so weird that she thought she could draw it.
This tree used to be even stranger than this one, with leaves all tangled together. Everyone be careful, the research institute is over there, said Sudan.
Xia Qing felt that her physical strength had become stronger without her noticing. She used to be out of breath after walking for half an hour, but now she could walk for an hour without feeling anything. They saw an ancient gate that looked like an ancient thatched house. It didn't look like a high-end research institute at all. A secret research institute means it is very secretive.
Here it is, panted the Sultan. This machine is out of power and can't open the door.
There is a video intercom screen outside the gate, but it is black at the moment.
Is anyone there? Senior brother!
Sudan shouted loudly.
The door is underground, and the institute is equipped with special generators. No, there's no electricity, and it can't be opened from the outside without the password, Sultan said with a frown. You wait here, Wang Chang, come with me, Suyu said. Good.
Suyu and Wang Chang went in, leaving Xian and the other 3 behind. Suyu is a special forces soldier. Although he has never been to a secret research institute in his own country, he has been to those in other countries. About an hour later, the door was opened from the inside. There was a rumbling sound and an indescribable smell, maybe because the room hadn't been ventilated for a long time.
Come in.
Wang Chang came out to greet them.
Is there anyone else inside? Sultan asked quickly. Yes. 2 of them are still alive, but it seems that they have been without water for a few days. Brother Yu has just fed them some water, Wang Chang said.
If he had come a day later, he would probably have died.
Generally, research institutes like ours have food reserves. Researching a project requires at least a few months of isolation. In addition, the location is remote, so we have food reserves for several months or even half a year at a time, said Sudan.
The generator in the laboratory is broken, and there is only backup lighting.
Senior brother!
The 2 men lying on the ground were both very weak, with pale faces and untidy beards, and their eyes looked a little weak due to hunger. One of the men's eyes lit up slightly when he saw the Sultan.
Sudan.
Chapter 76 Studying Inhibitors.
It's me. Sorry I'm late.
Sudan felt bad seeing her senior brother like this, but it was good enough that her senior brother was able to survive.
Xia Qing took out the milk tea and said, "This is high in calories. Drink some to replenish your body."
The 2 men picked up the milk tea and started to drink it, and then ate the hamburgers that Xia Qing brought out. The 2 of them ate 5 burgers in one go. Eating too much suddenly after being hungry for too long would make the stomach unable to bear it, but the 2 of them could not care less.
He was so hungry.
He didn't even have time to taste the food, he just wanted to fill his stomach. Xia Qing watched them eat and felt hungry herself. The two men ate their fill and took a while to relax. One of them said, "More than half a year ago, Mr. Wang in the base suddenly mutated and turned into a man-eating monster. He also bit a colleague. Later we locked them up in the vanishing chamber in the level 1 laboratory. When Suyu and Wang Chang came in just now, they did see 2 zombies. Later we called the police, but the phone was not working at all. We couldn't contact anyone without the internet, so several colleagues went out to call the police, but unfortunately they never came back. The remaining few of our colleagues also drove out and found that the deep forest outside had mutated. We also found that the bodies of our colleagues had been decomposed by the mutated trees. So we didn't dare to go out anymore. The Institute has stored food for half a year. Our food supply is halved every day, but we have stored very little water. They eventually survived by drinking their own urine. But there was really no food left. The Institute suddenly lost power a few days ago, so they had to manually lift the restrictions if they wanted to go out. After being hungry for a few days, they had no strength left. Lucky to meet you, the man said excitedly. Taking this opportunity, the Sultan introduced. This is the base commander of Sunny Sky Base, Suyu, and the deputy base commander, Xia Qing. Yang Fan frowned slightly, as if he didn't understand what a base commander was. This is my senior brother Yang Fan, a genius Chinese medicine researcher. He also wanted to introduce the man next to him, but the Sultan didn't know him either. This is Feng Xiang, a senior researcher, Yang Fan said. Hello, thank you so much. I had already thought about how I was going to die at that time, Feng Xiang said. As the days went by without hope, they became heartbroken. When I saw a faint light getting closer, I thought it was the guiding light from heaven at first. Suyu didn't want to waste any more time, so he said, Miss Su, which of the research equipment here needs to be taken away? Take it away? How can we take so many equipment away? Where should we take them? These are the research products of the company and the country. These equipment are worth at least hundreds of millions. The value of researching drugs is immeasurable, Yang Fan said with a frown. It's the end of the world now. All countries are gone. There are mutated zombies everywhere. The land and water sources are polluted. We need these things at Sunny Sky Base now. Brother, please come with us to Sunny Sky Base, Sultan said. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang had been there before. He thought that the problem was only in Ileo Mountain, but he didn't expect it to be a global problem. If they don't go to the Sunny Day Base, they will just be waiting to die if they stay here. Okay. I am familiar with these equipment, and the advanced medicines that are being developed need to be taken away, Yang Fan said. There is a batch of advanced ingredients in the research lab, but there are 2 zombies in the sterilization room. Take us there, Suyu said. These devices are worth hundreds of millions. If you want to take them away, you have to disassemble them. I'm afraid you can't take them all at once. Yang Fan said it was a pity. Before he finished speaking, Suyu had already taken all the things away. Yang Fan and Feng Xiang stared with wide eyes at the equipment that suddenly disappeared. Here, this. Sultan on the side pulled Yang Fan and Feng Xiang aside and said something to them. After about 5 minutes, they didn't ask any questions. But I was still shocked and curious, but I hesitated to speak. These 2 zombies have been locked up here for so long. I often study them. They can survive until now without food or water, Feng Xiang said with a frown. It's been nearly a year and their cell division is too strong. They are very sensitive to sounds and smells. They stay in a low state during the day, but become very active at night. After the institute was closed, there were only 2 of them left. At the beginning, they were quite hopeful and worked day and night on research in the institute. Later they couldn't get out and couldn't contact anyone. At first, several people went out together, but they all died and only the 2 of them escaped. I extracted blood genes from the zombies and studied them. I found that their cells are very active. The cells kept repairing themselves like crazy, and finally they became crazy and could not be controlled, so they mutated. If we can control the rate at which this cell divides, then perhaps the inhibitors we extract won't mutate. If the human body can be injected with this inhibitor in advance, it will not be infected even if bitten, said Feng Xiang. This is a bit like the rabies vaccine, Xia Qing said silently. Our human body also produces inhibitors. Strong people can overcome them on their own and become evolvers, but weak people cannot. However, they can enhance human cells just like vaccine research.
Yes, it's the vaccine, said Feng Xiang. I still need a lot of research. Come with us to the Sunny Sky base. You can do your research then, and we will cooperate with you in anything you need,
Suyu said in a deep voice. He is very interested in this. If Feng Xiang's idea is successfully researched, the chances of human survival will be greatly guaranteed. After all, if those humans who go out to look for supplies are caught and bitten by zombies, there is a high chance that they will become zombies. Now the human population is less than 1/10, so it would be great if there were a vaccine to prevent human mutation, and then we could research drugs to enhance the human body. The humans can survive too. Survival of the fittest. Human beings have survived for billions of years by relying on tools and their brains.
Great! I'm willing to go. With these equipments,
Feng Xiang said. Researchers are very equipment intensive. Without equipment to conduct research experiments, everything is just empty talk. All the equipment in the institute was stored in the space. The generator in the research institute is broken, but it can be repaired and still be used. It is a high-power generator.
There are 6 of us now. I'm afraid the car can't accommodate us all. We can only squeeze together?
Xian said awkwardly. It seems that their modified SUV can only seat 4 people.
It's you 5 who are crowding. I have to go back first. Suyu, I'll buy you an RV when I get back,
Xia Qing said generously. She refused to squeeze back with them. Without her, the 5 of them could barely sit down. Xia Qing's sudden disappearance shocked Yang Fan and Feng Xiang again, but they thought of what Sedan had just said to them. Although the curiosity of the 2 people was already in their throats, neither of them asked. For researchers, curiosity is a strong obsession. Chapter 77 Great Harvest.
Suyu, there is still a lot of food in the space, just take whatever you want to eat. I will be back in the next 2 days.
Okay. Thank you for your hard work on this trip, Suyu said.
It's not hard at all. I've gained a lot,
Xia Qing said sincerely. She can set up a garment factory, a medicinal tea factory, and a cosmetics factory. She is already looking forward to having her own business sector. She will be very busy in the future, and after spending a few days there, she found that the world over there is very hard, and there is not even a single green plant to be seen. A dilapidated and depressed city, a gray sky, and roaring zombies. She also wants to help them more and do group purchases of all kinds of vegetables and fruits. As for women's sanitary products, she was only considering the workers who worked for her at the time, but ordinary survivors also needed them. It was night when she returned to her own world, and there were piles of clothes, equipment, and machines in the warehouse. These can only be received after Suyu returns to the base and are temporarily kept in the warehouse. She didn't go home in the middle of the night, and just booked a hotel in the county town to sleep for the night. The next morning she was woken up by a call from young Xia.
Qing, are you still going to harvest those vegetables? Collect? We have to wait 2 days,
Xia Qing said sleepily. Because Suyu hasn't returned to the base yet, the vegetables cannot be transported over even if they are collected now.
In 2 days? How much can we collect? What happened?
Xia Qing asked. Usually she would ask first, and then her parents would help to answer the questions.
This year, the harvest is great, not only in our village, but also in your grandma's village. Your grandma Yangzhuang planted fruit trees, and the harvest is great. Not only is the purchase price of the fruit low, but it's also hard to sell. Your grandma called me today and asked me if you were picking apples and pears? Yes. But it will be 2 days later. I will be back from my business trip in the afternoon, and we will talk in detail,
Xia Qing said.
Well,
Yang Xia just hung up the phone and felt relieved. This year there is a bumper harvest of fruits. My mother's village grows apples, pears, oranges, peaches, and so on. The harvests this year are very good, getting better year by year. But the price just can't be raised.
Want to buy fresh large strawberries, $10 for 10 pounds. Buy 10 pounds of strawberries and get 10 pounds free.
When Xia Qing was going home, she passed by the market and saw street vendors pushing carts selling strawberries. The strawberries must be sold the day after they are picked, otherwise they will go bad the next day. A bunch of small cars on the roadside are occupied by elderly men and women. I grow my own apples. I'll sell them cheaply for money. Oranges. 5 yuan for 10 pounds. The prices of these fruits seem to be cheaper again. This year we have a good harvest, so the prices of fruits are not high. For example, some canned food manufacturers will recycle fruits and make them into canned food, but the price of canned fruit is 3 times that of fresh fruit. When I got home in the afternoon, I found that quite a few people had come to my house, and they were all very excited to see Xia Qing come back. Mom, why are there so many people in our house? These are all from Yangwang village. After I called your grandma, they all came here excitedly. I told you that you can collect the fruits, but the elderly people in the village are worried, so they all want to come here in person. Xia Qing looked at these elderly people. Their skin was very rough from years of wind and sun, and their backs were hunched. Most people came from Yangzhuang village. Farmers look forward to a good harvest, but when they do, they can't sell the harvest. In fact, the fruits that couldn't be sold in the past rotted in the fields, wasting food. Collect! Collect! How about this? You guys register your name, address, home, farmland, and everything else. I will transfer a deposit of 500 yuan to anyone who registers. I will go to your house to collect the fruits one by one in a few days after they are picked. Xia Qing said. I'll register. I came first, so I'll register first. Line up, everyone line up one by one. If anyone disrupts the line and cuts in, I won't accept them. After Xia Qing said this, the scene suddenly became quiet, and they were busy for nearly an hour. Xia Qing heaved a sigh of relief only after everyone had left. The harvest this year is good. How will the farmers get their income if they can't sell their products? Qing, you've helped them a lot, Yan Xia said. When they left, they were so grateful. Xia Qing didn't deliberately lower the purchase price, and even gave it a little higher. Of course, they left happily. I don't know what happened this year, but the fruit buyers in previous years did not come to their village to purchase the fruit. If they failed to sell any of the fruit, all their efforts will be wasted. Being a farmer is not easy. The investment is huge but the return is small, so farmers have to work every day in their free time and have no time to rest. But can so many fruits be sold? Yan Xia was still very worried. I take them to the fruit factory and make them into cans. They have channels to sell them to Desert City. Desert fruits are very easy to sell there, but the transportation cost is a bit expensive. Don't worry. We won't lose money. It's just a little troublesome, but how can making money be troublesome? Xia Qing made up an excuse. That's fine. Yan Xia was also very happy when she heard it. Gradually, Xia Qing took over almost all the orchards in Yangzhuang. 3 days later, Su Yu and his team rushed back to the base. Xian felt that he seemed to have gained a few pounds after this mission. Dad! You are finally back safely! The little girl looked at Xian with tears in her eyes. I'm fine. It's not dangerous. These are for you. Xian took out the snacks and the little girl was very happy. Honey, I worry about you every day at home. I'm afraid something will happen to you during your mission. I don't even want to use the points, but why do I feel like you've gained weight? Do you look better? Xian touched his nose awkwardly. He had been eating meat every day these days, and he was just too full. How could he not be fat? That night, Su Yu and Xia Qing worked together to put all the equipment from the garment factory collected from the warehouse into the base. Li Yao asked the architect to open up a piece of land here to build a small clothing factory. Clear! In the room, on the table lay a hand-drawn architectural diagram of the Sunny Day base. He asked the architect to draw this based on the drone footage, which allows one to see the entire base at a glance. He is planning the construction of the base, and he wants to build the base into a fortress. He is still thinking about it at the moment, but he will build all the factories that Xia Qing needs. These are the prerequisites for reaching a long-term cooperation with Xia Qing. Mutual benefit and exchange make their connection closer. Su Yu also got a batch of construction machinery, excavators, compaction machines, etc. from Jiangkou. The construction speed will be accelerated with the help of machinery.
Brother you're finally back. I have something important to report to you. Yang Shuo hurried to Su Yu's room and said anxiously. He has been responsible for the base's networking equipment. Chapter 78, 200 million received to buy land. Su Yu put down what he was doing and motioned for Yang Shuo to continue. We just received a signal from the Chinese Underground Base Alliance. They asked if we really had fresh food and they had sent someone over. The signal sent earlier informed us of the survivors' addresses. Are they survivors from the capital base? Do they have weapons? This is what Yang Shuo is very worried about. Because they have been broadcasting the survivor base hoping to find the remaining survivors. It's them. Su Yu frowned tightly. He remembered that the underground base security plan had stored food for at least several decades. They said it was the capital base, and they had thousands of survivors underground. Yang Shuo said worriedly. They only have a few hundred people now, and they have enough food every day, but if there are a few thousand or tens of thousands more people, will their current affluent life be disrupted? This is what Yang Shuo is worried about. He has already regarded the Sunny Sky base as his home. He doesn't want his peaceful life to be disrupted. Then let's wait for them to come over and talk, Su Yu said. There are several thousand of them, and the distance between them is very far. It takes more than 10 hours to drive here, and even if there is a plane, it will take several hours to fly here. They can't all come here, so at most they can send a few people to investigate. Su Yu seemed to see Yang Shuo's worry and said coldly, If they can't grab our food, they will never get it. If they want food, they have to give us something in exchange for the equivalent. The people in the underground survivor base of Dragon Country, those who were able to enter before the end of the world, all came from families with backgrounds, or were high in technical talents in various industries. Su Yu's words gave people a sense of security, and Yang Shuo gradually felt relieved. All the food in the base came from their base commander and deputy base commander. No one knows the exact source of the food, but one thing is known. All the food comes from Su Yu. The temperature has been rising recently, and Su Yu has arranged manpower to expand the base. We sent a drone to search the area around the mutant zombie, but he never showed up again, said Li Yao. Don't take it lightly. That guy is very powerful and is always a hidden danger. Hidden dangers must be eliminated, Su Yu will not leave this danger around the base. He has already thought of a solution. Although he cannot buy guns and ammunition from Xia Qing, he can still buy fireworks and some chemicals. He wants to make his own bomb in case of emergency. Here, Xia Qing was chewing an apple, and the trailer for Power to the World was playing on TV. This drama will be officially aired the day after tomorrow. Suddenly, she saw a text message reminder on her mobile phone that a total of 290 million yuan had been deposited into her account. She was so shocked that she was speechless. That enamel-painted bowl was sold at a sky-high price of 200 million. The remaining jewelry she placed was also sold for 100 million yuan. After deducting the money paid to the auction, she had a total of 290 million yuan in her hands. Thinking that she still has a lot of them. There is also a bronze, porcelain, and Sanskrit stone carvings from Su Yu and his people, which are all stored in the museum. She also has an ancient painting in her hand, but she really likes it and did not put it up for auction. She decided to buy the land and build a villa to create her own film and television city. The land in the county town is not very expensive. After all, it is a small county town in a third-tier city, and the housing price is only a few thousand yuan per square meter. She checked the information online. Now there are 3 plots of land covering a total area of 1,091 acres being auctioned near her commercial street. The current price of land is about 200,000 yuan per square meter, which means that the purchase price of this land is about 20 million yuan. The subsequent investment in building a house will require even more money. I'm afraid it will cost several hundred million. But she can hurry up and buy the land first. She is a person with strong action drive. She drove to her commercial street in the morning. She had previously registered Sunny Day Management and Development Company. She bought all the commercial shops in this row and turned the second floor of one of them into an office. There are only 3 people in the company, so besides the meeting room, each person has an office. Mr. Xia. HR person Xiao Shasha smiled when she saw Xia Qing coming. Well, I came here today specifically to find you. Mr. Xia, just tell me if you have anything to say. Xiao Shasha felt a little nervous after hearing this. Last time she installed time clock machines in all the stores, she deducted Xia Fang's salary and bonus when she was late for work several times. Xia Fang also came to see her, but was rejected by her. Now the boss came to see her in person, which made her very panicked. That's right. I'm going to buy a piece of land soon, and my company is also going to expand, so it would be best to hire a manager and a few staff members. I must review the manager selection. I understand. Xiao Shasha was a little stunned when she heard Xia Qing's words, but fortunately she didn't come to her because of the boss's cousin. Okay, I'll post the job ad right away, the HR person said immediately. Okay, I'll leave it to you, Xia Qing said. I have already ordered lunch for you, just wait and eat, Xia Qing said. She felt that team building was too troublesome. Moreover, in the minds of some employees, team building with leaders is equivalent to working overtime. In the afternoon, she took Xiao Shasha to the Handan County government. This piece of land originally belonged to Handan Construction Company. Due to overdue debts and bankruptcy, the land is now put up for auction by the government. Handan County Government Investment Promotion Office. Yes, if you want to bid for this piece of land, the company's registered capital must be at least 5 million. And it needs to be paid in one lump sum. This piece of land is more than 1,000 acres, and it will cost 28 million yuan if it is auctioned. This piece of land is quite remote and located in a county town. If it were in Seoul, it would cost 70 or 80 million yuan, and in Kyoto, it might even cost several hundred million yuan, and you might not be able to buy it. I can get the company's registered capital settled tomorrow. I want to build a film and television city here. Handan is an ancient city, so we can add more tourism projects to our county in the future. Yes, that's a good thing. This piece of land has always been a thorn in my side. If you buy it, it will solve a big problem for my government. You must have known about this piece of land. Before, the Handan Development Company demolished this area, but then went bankrupt due to debts, resulting in the building not being built. Now there are more than 20 villagers petitioning for help. They also have a headache when it comes to this. If you want to buy this piece of land, you will also have to pay the compensation for demolition that you promised them, so you have to think carefully. Each household will have to pay at least 200,000 yuan. These 20 households only amount to 4 million. This means that an additional cost of 4 million will have to be paid, which also leads to no one wanting this land. Although the county government is anxious to sell the land, it will also explain the interests involved. They are also looking for strong development companies. Okay, I agree, Xia Qing said without hesitation. Well, that's great. That's really great. Let me report this to the county magistrate the day after tomorrow. No. I will give you a reply tomorrow at the latest, the minister said excitedly. No problem. Chapter 79 successfully purchased the land. After Xia Qing left, the minister immediately went to the county governor's office. Sunny Day Management and Development Company agreed to pay 4 million yuan in compensation to those villagers. These petitioners make trouble every few days, giving the county government a headache. After all, this is a historical legacy issue left by the Handan Company. If the 20-odd petitioners are not resolved, the higher-ups will ask us to advance the money. Hey! How much money can they have as a county government? They can only cut spending. By then, the entire county government plus several offices will need to stop paying salaries. Check if there is any problem with the other party's qualifications. If there is no problem, open a fast track to handle this matter first, the county magistrate said excitedly. Now some large companies simply don't dare to take on this hot potato, and this is the mess that is left behind. In this way, the petitioner's problems were resolved, and not only was his position preserved, but it might even be promoted. And if a film and television city is developed and built, our county government will also fully cooperate, said the county magistrate. This is also to create tourism resources for their county. We must fully support it. The county magistrate called the office. Secretary Zhang, book a hotel for tomorrow morning and invite the secretary of Guangming Bridge, Zhang Jihua, and Yan Jianping. Receive. Xia Qing also received the news in the evening. She had to have dinner with several leaders the next day,
so she was still a little nervous. But she has been training hard recently, and is not afraid of zombies, so there is nothing else to be afraid of either. The next day, we stayed at the county government's guest house, which was much worse than the hotels in the city. It showed us how poor the county government was. Today, my Sunny Day Management and Development Company has completed a capital injection of 10 million yuan, Xia Qing said. Xiao Shasha nervously took out the business license from her briefcase. Her heart rate had not been below 100 since she entered the door. This room is full of county leaders. Now I can sit down and eat with them. Okay, I can give you the fast-track process, the county magistrate said enthusiastically. It's like this, Mr. Xia, there are still more than 20 petitioners. Can these people be dealt with first? Said the minister. Sure. Once the process is completed, I will arrange for the accountant to deposit the compensation into their bank account within a few days. In this way, Xia Qing can settle the debt as soon as possible and arrange for a construction company to carry out the project of building her film and television city. Good. I have also mentioned this to Minister Zhang. This piece of land can be developed into a film and television city. Our Handan city is also a 3,000-year-old ancient capital city with a strong cultural heritage. It is backed by Lingyan Mountain. As long as it can be developed, the prospects are very good, Xia Qing said. She also has an entertainment company. When the time comes, she can promote Linwan, invite celebrities to shoot films and hold concerts here, and she won't have to worry about lack of popularity. Indeed! Our Handan County has this cultural heritage, and I have been applying for the development of the Lingyan Mountain Scenic Area, said the county magistrate. Their county is mostly populated by farmers, most of whom have fled to big cities. There is a large flow of people, making development very difficult. However, with the support of Sunny Day Development Company, the establishment of the film and television city can boost the economy of the entire Handan city. The county magistrate was worried before because Handan County's economy had always been ranked first to second from the bottom among its subordinate counties in Seoul. Now with the joining of Sunny Sky Company, the county magistrate sees hope. Don't these county governors just want the areas under their jurisdiction to develop well and the people to become rich? No problem. You take care of this matter, Yan Jianping, and cooperate with Comrade Xiao Xia in the follow-up construction. In fact, they didn't feel very full during the meal as they kept talking about the project. Xia Qing and Xiao Shasha watched the leaders leave. Notify the county to hold a meeting at 4 p.m., the county magistrate said to his secretary as soon as he got into the car. Okay. This project is a breakthrough to boost our county's economy. Minister Zhang, as the minister in charge of the economy, you must follow up on this matter carefully, said the county magistrate. Don't worry. I will review it quickly. Expedite your cooperation, the minister said seriously. Once the project that Xia Qing mentioned is established, the economy of their county will be boosted. For example, building a film and television city requires a large number of migrant workers, which will drive employment and consumption. The approval process for this matter was indeed very fast. In just 2 days, Xia Qing had already bought the land. Sha, you've worked hard with me these past 2 days. You can recruit 2 people and you will be the human resources manager. I'll increase your salary by 2,000, Xia Qing said. Thank you, boss, Xiao Shasha said excitedly. She had no motivation at the beginning. She thought it was enough for her to earn a salary of 1 or 2,000 yuan, not work overtime and have a break time. But during the past 2 days when working on a project with Xia Qing, the county leaders and other specialists were all very kind to her. Especially since her salary was increased by 2,000 yuan. Add in overtime pay, bonuses and performance bonuses, and her monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. This is a high salary in a small county. I feel motivated to go to work again. When you have money to work, you are motivated. Xiao Shasha is no exception. The land has been bought, and Xia Qing has been busy with the construction company these days. If you want to find someone, you must find a good one. Xiao Shasha has also applied for several people in the past few days, and the project manager has also found a few, but Xia Qing is not satisfied with any of them. Xia Qing simply asked a headhunting company to hire someone at a high salary. Hello, thank you very much for coming to my company. Xia Qing said with a smile. She spent $500,000 a year to hire this woman.
Mr. Xia, you're too polite. I'm also optimistic about the prospects of our company.
The woman's name is Wang Manhwa, and she likes to call her English name Moon. She was wearing a smart business suit, had an oval face, and had short, elegant hair. Comparing the two, Moon's temperament is more like that of a boss, while Xia Qing looks like a lazy young lady. Xia Qing smiled slightly, and there was no need to say too much. The good thing was the company's prospects, but the salary the company gave was also adequate. Xia Qing was still very satisfied with this woman.
The next step is the construction of this project. There are several construction companies in the country. I hope you can finalize it as soon as possible. This is the design drawing of the film and television city. My requirement is that it must be completely built, no matter how much money it costs. Of course, I will invest 200 million in the early stage.
Moon was looking at the design drawings on the computer and was completely mesmerized by the beautiful scenes inside.
If we want to build such a beautiful scenery in its entirety, I'm afraid 200 million yuan will not be enough, Moon said truthfully. Of course there will be follow-up. You don't have to worry about that. You can make the decision on personnel issues, Xia Qing said. Okay. I will definitely complete this project, Moon said seriously.
At this moment, the look she gave Xia Qing had changed into a different one. She is a strong woman, and precisely because she is a strong woman, she suffers unfair treatment in the workplace despite her own strong abilities. Now Xia Qing, who is also a female boss, gives her this opportunity.
Thank you for your hard work. We can organize a team-building event today and the company will reimburse me, so I won't go,
Xia Qing said with a smile.
Good.
Moon also knew that Xia Qing was not going, which was to let her get along with the team. After all, she would be the general manager here in the future. Chapter 80 Free Fruits. The clothing factory on Suyu's side has also been built, the equipment is ready, and there are at least 2 workers from the clothing factory who can take over directly.
This clothing factory is pretty good,
Xia Qing observed, except that the factory building is a bit small.
The clothes I want are all ancient ones. I will buy the raw materials when the time comes. You can come up with a few styles for me to see first,
Xia Qing said.
I understand,
said Liu, the person in charge of the garment factory.
Deputy Base Commander.
As soon as Sudan heard that Xia Qing came to the garment factory, she hurried over.
You're still so polite to me? Qing. Is this okay? By the way, I have figured out the recipe for your medicinal tea. When will you give me the Chinese medicinal materials?
Sudan said. Without medicinal herbs, she had no way to carry out experiments on making medicinal tea or cosmetics. Now her senior brother Yang Fan and Feng Xiang are following Professor Zhang Yanxin to research medicine, and they have enough people. The most important thing is that she promised Xia Qing to make these things, so she must make them well.
Forgot. I'll arrange it for you in a few days. I've been too busy lately,
Xia Qing said, slapping her forehead.
You also need to prepare some makeup equipment for me. I'll try it first. No problem, just give me a list of what you need.
She felt that she didn't have enough money to spend again. The main reason was that the cost of building the film and television city was huge.
I have just harvested a large batch of fruits. The weather here seems to be warmer. Let's distribute these fruits to women and children for free,
Xia Qing said.
That's great,
the Sultan said with a smile. She hasn't eaten fruit for a long time. The base's small loudspeaker made a broadcast.
We are distributing fruits today. Elderly people over 60 and children under 10 can receive a portion of fruit every day for the next 3 days. Each person can only receive 1 copy per day.
The base broadcast was played 3 times in a loop.
Fruits are being distributed. They're free.
Many people have already started queuing up, and coming to this base is their best choice.
There is no need to queue up in our ceramic factory. Everyone will receive a copy and do their job well,
Tianrui said loudly.
Okay. It's still better to work in our ceramic factory. But everyone can get a portion of fruit, and we have more supplies than others. I don't know what kind of fruit will be distributed this time. Director Tian, come and see, this batch is a success,
said the staff of the ceramic factory excitedly. This ceramic has a large jelly glaze, which is translucent and soft, just like the white and rosy skin of a beauty. The teapot is in the shape of a fat pear, with smooth lines and a full and round shape, and is matched with 2 exquisite teacups of the same color. It's perfect. Just pack this set and I'll take it to the deputy base commander to see. Put the rest in the warehouse, Tian Rui ordered. Tian Rui took the packed set of teapots and went to find Xia Qing. Tian Rui is also a daughter of a wealthy family, and Sultan and the two of them can get along well. The three of them simply found a room, and Xia Qing set out snacks and drinks. The three of them chatted for the whole afternoon. Su Yu couldn't go far, otherwise Xia Qing would be restricted and sent back to the space. The size of the space now determines the maximum distance between her and Su Yu. Li Yao and his friends were having a barbecue on the balcony next door. After the three of them finished chatting, Xia Qing said with an unsatisfied look, "Let's chat again next time. Tell me what supplies you need." "Okay. Thank you, Deputy Base Commander," Sudan said jokingly. Xia Qing rolled her eyes at her. They had a good relationship now and felt like old friends. She knew that Sudan was teasing her. "Su Yu, remember to put away the ceramics in the warehouse. I will go back later and put them in the warehouse." "Good." The next second, Xia Qing disappeared from the spot. Su Yu frowned slightly. In the past, he was always by Xia Qing's side every time she came over. "Why do I feel like the base commander is a little angry with us?" Sudan said. She just felt Su Yu's coldness. "Hee, maybe we should monopolize Xia Qing for the whole afternoon?" Tian Rui said. The two looked at each other and nodded as if they had discovered some tacit understanding. People at the base were queuing up to receive fruit. There was fruit before, but it required points and was very expensive, so most people were reluctant to use their points to redeem it. After all, every point is earned through hard work every day. If you don't work for a day, you will get no points. Xia Qing returned home, took a hot bath and changed into clean clothes. After a full meal, I took the high-speed rail to Qingping City in the afternoon. The journey took 3 hours. She needed to go there to order a large amount of medicinal materials, and it would be best if she could establish a long-term cooperative relationship. Qingping City Traditional Chinese Medicine Market is one of the earliest professional traditional Chinese medicine markets in China. It is located on the banks of the Pro River, at the intersection of Qingping Road and Tiyun Road. The market is very large, with more than 2,000 shops. It is the only traditional Chinese medicine market built in the center of a metropolis. Now that she has arrived at the Pro River, it would be nice for her to come here for a tour. WeChat beeped, and she first read the message Jian Yang sent her. Jian Yang is a planning manager hired by her entertainment company at a high salary. "Boss, The Power of the World has just aired 2 episodes and has gained over 10,000 views. It has the same screenwriter as our show, and I planned the promotional video." Taking the opportunity to ride on the popularity, not only of her drama but also of the first emperor's daughter. "Cousin, our drama has become popular before it even airs." Lin Wan also sent a video to Xia Qing. Although the two dramas have different stars, the screenwriters and producers are the same, so Xia Qing's modern drama became popular before it was even aired. Xia Qing browsed Douyin and found many videos about powerful people. "The theme song sung by Liu Yu is so beautiful. Did you guys hear the lyrics? They are the lyrics recited by Chu Huanghua. The author is amazing." Her Weibo account has also gained a lot of popularity. Next, the first emperor's daughter also gained a wave of popularity, and will start filming next month. Next, the trailer of Su Jia and Lin Wan was released while the popularity was high. Is Su Jia going to play the male lead this time? It is said that this is an original script, and the author is also a hot pepper. I want to watch it. The atmosphere in the trailer is pretty good, but why do I feel like they don't match well together? Su Jia is 1.85 meters tall. Isn't this actress the maidservant of the first emperor's daughter? She can match Su Jia to play the leading female role. She was such a weak maid in the first imperial daughter. Xia Qing saw that many people in the promotional video were complaining about Lin Wan, saying that the two of them were not a good match. Don't mind the comments. Take a good rest now that the filming is finished. Let's have dinner together when I'm done. Xia Qing sent a message to Lin Wan.
I'm fine. I'll slap them in the face when the drama comes out. The director said that my acting was very good. Don't worry. Since I chose to be an actor, I still have this psychological quality. Cousin, when you're done, let's have dinner together. Lin Wan sent a message. Your contract should be terminated soon. I arranged for Zhang Nan to find you a new agent. Thank you, cousin.
Lin Wan thanked her. She thought she would be out of work for a few days. Lin Wan sent a message to Agent Jiang.
Sister Jiang, I'm already at the company. Shall we formally sign the contract?
Chapter 81. Lin Wan terminates the contract.
Sister Jiang is busy. Your termination contract has been stamped. You can just sign it here, said the staff member.
Lin Wan signed the document directly and left without any hesitation.
Isn't that Lin Wan? She actually terminated her contract with our company. She must have worked so hard to be the top trainee to be able to enter the company, right? Don't you know that she recently filmed the drama with the female lead in it? The trailer said that Lin Wan and Su Jia don't have any CP feeling at all. Isn't the trailer just to take advantage of the popularity of our drama? They think it will be a big hit.
There are too many short-lived actresses in the entertainment industry. A few gossiping women couldn't help but gossip when they saw Lin Wan coming over to get the termination letter. In Agent Zhang's office, there are dozens of photos of new people on her desk. It is difficult to stay popular in the entertainment industry for a long time. If she wants to stabilize her position, she needs to constantly promote new people and also have new people to accompany the investors. In this way, her first-line position will be more secure.
Sister Jiang, Lin Wan has signed the termination contract. Just sign him, he's just an invisible newcomer.
Agent Jiang didn't care at all, she has so many newcomers in her hands. Every year there are freshly graduated college students for her to choose from. But it's also good to have an income of 300,000 before leaving.
Lin Wan thought she would have a good career after leaving me, but the drama she starred in flopped. Did she really think it would be that easy to become famous? How many people can really become famous every year? Without the capital operation behind them, even if they become famous, it will only be a flash in the pan. Besides, how much money can her cousin, a writer, have to invest in a drama? If she loses, then her entire fortune will be invested. A drama requires at least tens of millions of dollars in investment. The investment in inviting Su Jia was probably spent on his salary, and the quality of the show is not high. It's a wonder the audience will buy it. Isn't the trailer just complaining about Lin Wan?
Agent Jiang sneered disapprovingly. She had signed contracts with so many people, and she was the one who terminated the contracts with others. But Lin Wan was the first one to terminate her contract. She wanted to see if she could become popular without her? How could she become popular without resources and no one to support her?
Sister Jiang is right. Lin Wan is just okay in appearance, but there is no shortage of beautiful women nowadays, Manager Jiang said with a smile.
Xia Qing didn't pay attention to the comments online. No matter whether they were good or bad, as long as they were popular, it was fine. When I arrived at Qingping City, I went to buy medicinal herbs first. After buying the herbs, I went to the nearby Zhujiang city for a stroll. The two cities are very close and only take a few minutes by high-speed rail. There are many types of medicinal materials, at least hundreds of them. She ordered a batch of all of them according to the list written by the Sultan. Some of the medicinal herbs in it are very expensive. Nowadays, medicinal herbs are all artificially cultivated, and the price will be different if the quantity is sufficient.
Snow lotus is difficult to cultivate, so it is expensive, said the owner of the medicinal materials factory. As long as there is goods, this batch will be delivered to this location by express, Xia Qing said. Well, you are the most pleasant client I have ever met. I will give you 50 kilograms of snow mountain stone. This is good stuff. It can relieve heat, invigorate the spleen, promote salivation, and quench thirst, said the boss of the pharmaceutical factory. Thank you very much. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll transfer you 20% of the deposit first, and I'll give you the rest after you ship the goods, Xia Qing said. Well, their pharmaceutical factory specifically serves some large pharmaceutical companies or some Chinese medicine clinics in traditional Chinese medicine hospitals.
There are many people who buy medicinal materials in large quantities, and there are also many who buy more than Xia Qing. Chinese medicinal materials are all clearly marked with prices, but if you buy in large quantities, you will be charged a wholesale price. Xia Qing was very straightforward, which saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, it would take an hour or two to negotiate the price. She bought medicinal herbs from another world and exchanged food and supplies for their labor. To put it bluntly, she made a lot of money from the difference, so she didn't care about it. After finishing all this, she originally planned to go to the Pearl River for a trip. Moon sent her a message that the construction company had been preliminarily selected, the West China Construction Company in Xuanjiang. Okay, then let's meet in Xuanjiang tomorrow, Xia Qing said. Okay, Moon replied immediately. Anna, please accompany me to Xuanjiang this time. Xiaolu, please book the high-speed rail ticket for tomorrow, Moon said. Receive! Sister Moon, there are high-speed rail tickets at 7:10 and 7:30 tomorrow morning. Which one would you like to book? Xiaolu asked. Xiaolu is their newly recruited administrative staff, and Anna was Moon's former subordinate. This time she also jumped to Xia Qing's company. 7:10, book a hotel. No need to decide. Moon quickly withdrew the message. Xiaolu was a little confused. Moon looked at WeChat and saw that Xia Qing had sent her a message about the 5-star Shangji Courtyard Hotel in Xuanjiang. It is one of the top 20 most expensive hotels in the country. The cost of accommodation for one night is between 3,000 and 100,000 yuan. Xia Qing arrived in Xuanjiang that afternoon. It must be said that the high-speed rail in their country is really fast. The city's spicy hot pot is very famous here, especially the 9-square grid, spicy rabbit head, and brown sugar rice cake. She bought a lot of food directly from outside the hotel and had it delivered to the room. Suyu, Suyu! Xia Qing shouted. I am here. The next second, Xia Qing went to Suyu's time and space with a lot of food. In addition to Suyu, there were Wang Chang, Zhang Liang, and Li Yao in the room. Xia Qing looked at them with a serious face as if something had happened. I brought hot pot for everyone, spicy hot pot. How about we eat and chat at the same time? Xia Qing said. Several people nodded. When they heard about the spicy hot pot, their eyes lit up instantly. Call Tianrui and Sudan as well. Okay. I'll go call her. Li Yao happily ran to call his wife. He wasn't the last time he ate hot pot, and in the end he took all the pot bottom away. He must eat more this time. Tianrui was holding the child, and Xia Qing specially bought cake and yogurt for the child in Xuanjiang. Don't look at the ingredient list anymore, otherwise I'll feel like I can't eat anything. Xia Qing looked at Sudan and seemed to be staring at the ingredient list again. I'm just taking a look. There's nothing wrong with yogurt. It's just fermented milk. Sudan touched his nose awkwardly. Several people were eating hot pot, but Suyu, Wang Chang, and Zhang Liang seemed a little depressed. By the way, you didn't ask what happened just now? Xia Qing said. The survivors of our base were kidnapped. I heard that those people had weapons, Wang Chang said. Could it be that mutant zombie? Chapter 82, Not Worthy of Being a Human Being. It's not a mutant zombie. I suspect it's that group of cannibals. The drone captured the footage, but it was too late when we got there. Suyu's eyes grew colder. They are no longer worthy of being human since they can eat their own kind. Li Zhong and his team had encountered this before. They had no food and must have been searching everywhere for traces of survivors. Send Li Zhong and his men with drones to search. They've seen those people before and will be able to recognize them. Let them travel in groups of at least 5, Suyu said. Clear. Those who have disappeared recently are all in teams of 2. They don't attack those with more people, which means they don't have many people. Those who did this were not evolvers, so they definitely were not evolved. Just as Suyu guessed correctly, 2 people from their base were tied up and hung here. Cut the thigh first, then the calf. Don't kill it all at once, or it will be stale by then. The man had a beard, sunken and red eyes, and held a machete in his hand. Don't worry, brother, I have a lot of experience. The man walked towards a tied man with a knife. Don't kill me, there is food in our base. There is rice and fruit. I even have steamed buns in my pocket. the man said fearfully. He came out to look for supplies with some steamed buns in his pocket. Although they were cold, they were still soft and looked like they were only fresh 1 or 2 days ago.
It's a steamed bun.
The man took the steamed bun in his hand and took 2 bites.
Haha, it's really steamed buns. Steamed buns with meat have quite a flavor.
The man laughed sinisterly. Crack, crack, the flame flashed twice as blood splashed on it. The bound man's thigh had been chopped off and the blood was trapped with a rope to stop the bleeding and prevent his death. The trapped man next to him was already scared to death. If he had known, he would not have come out to look for supplies. According to the base, it would be dangerous not to leave the base for the time being, but he still wanted to come out to move antiques and exchange for points. He just wanted to exchange for cigarettes, but the points were expensive, and he was addicted to cigarettes. He didn't want to do hard labor at the base, so he took the risk. There weren't many zombies in the museum outside the city they went to, so who knew they would meet people? He regrets so much now and his face is pale.
He doesn't want to die like this. Brother gang, it seems that the sunny day base they talked about really has food. How about we join in? Said another man. How can I bribe you with just a piece of steamed bun? Lu Gang sneered. This meat is so delicious. It tastes so delicious when grilled. Don't forget, we will die if we don't eat this in our bodies. From the moment we took the first bite, there was no turning back. Don't forget what happened to Wang Shuai and the others, Lu Gang said with a ferocious expression. The blood needs to be caught in the plastic bag. It can't be wasted. The toxins on their bodies are accumulating more and more. Not only that, it is like poison, sucked into the bone marrow, and they can no longer eat ordinary food. Even if they don't eat for a long time, they will not be able to bear it, and become either human nor ghosts. The toxins may even attack their brains and they will even chew their own flesh. There is no way back for them, they can only survive if they eat it. Suyu was here to eat spicy hot pot. This is so delicious, I love eating this crunchy thing. This is bamboo shoots, which are best eaten in hot pot, Xia Qing explained. Have you bought all the herbs? The equipment is ready, we're just waiting for the herbs. And my brother also needs an ingredient. I've bought everything. I'll probably bring it to you the day after tomorrow. Then just write down the ingredients for me and I'll buy them when I get back, Xia Qing said. It's a pity that the inhibitor is too difficult, but the enhancer proposed by the professor is still very effective. It has already shown initial results. With the enhancers, our physical fitness will be greatly improved, said Sudan. Xia Qing was also very excited. If this enhancer was effective, she would give one to each of her family members. If she could mass produce it, she would be able to make a lot of money by selling enhancement potions in the future. The group of survivors who made trouble yesterday were all taught a lesson. They were not given any food because they did not obey. Now they dare not make trouble anymore and are very well behaved, said Li Yao. These survivors who had just arrived would do anything for food due to long-term hunger, but the base had rules and after being severely punished, they dared not make trouble again. Follow the rules to get food, and those who make trouble will be driven away. That's fine. Let them build the wall first, Suyu said. Xia Qing ate with them, chatted for a while and then went back. She had to go to Huaxi Construction Company with Man to discuss some things the next day. By the way, remember to ask your architect to help me design a few villas, Xia Qing said before leaving. Okay, Suyu responded. When Xia Qing disappeared, Suyu's eyes became noticeably dim. Things are too busy now and the base is still under construction, so Xia Qing came to his world unilaterally. Suyu knew very well that now was not the time to mention any feelings, and bringing it up rashly would only cause her trouble. Now this state can be maintained well, and further development also requires an opportunity. Suyu is very patient and he will wait. And he could also feel that Xia Qing didn't hate him. This was not a long-distance relationship, but a different time and space. It would be great if he could go to her world one day. However, Suyu could only contact the space and view the space, and he did not have the permission to enter. Brother you, people from the Dragon Country's capital base are here. They are flying fighter jets. Yang Shaw called hurriedly through the intercom. Fighter planes! It's worthy of being the underground base of Dragon Country. I wonder how long it will take to get here, Wang Chang said in surprise. When a crisis occurs, the country's resources are definitely the most, and the most resources are in the hands of a few people. They're already here. It's a fighter plane. There is actually a fighter plane. Are people from the country coming? The people at the base gathered together excitedly when they saw the landing plane. What are you thinking? If the Dragon Nation wanted to save us, we wouldn't have gone a whole year without help. I hope they don't come to seize our base. No way. Why not? We can take a shower on sunny days. There's rice, flour, fruit, and milk. Everyone became nervous when they heard this, and they were no longer happy but nervous when looking at the fighter planes. 3 fighters came down from the plane wearing gas masks, fully equipped and holding guns. But Suyu saw through it at a glance that the gun was just a bluff and there was no bullet left. Suyu! One of the men took off his mask and said in surprise. Zhengchen. Suyu frowned slightly. He didn't expect it to be him. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you are still alive now, Zhengchen said in a calm voice. I'm sorry to disappoint you by not dying, Suyu said coldly. Wang Chang and the others who were following Suyu looked at each other. None of them recognized the person in front of them, but they knew Suyu. It seemed that the two of them did not have a good relationship. I actually hope you get eaten by zombies, Zhengchen said coldly. How do you talk like that? Li Yao looked at Zhengchen angrily. They actually cursed their brother Yu to be eaten by zombies. Chapter 83. The design drawing is worth 2 million. Moon and Anna arrived at the hotel at noon. We can go directly to the West China headquarters at 2 p.m. We have already made an appointment with their manager, Moon said. Wow, this is a 5-star hotel. 5,000 a night. Can we get reimbursed, Sister Moon? After Anna's excitement, she became worried. Which company reimburses hotel accommodation for 5,000 per night on business trips? This is what the boss ordered for us, Moon said with a smile. Man, the generous boss, naturally thinks it is worth it. She must win the negotiation this afternoon. Xia Qing wore a gray cardigan from Pièce Vol with an orange floral inner layer underneath, a small leopard print bag from Versace worth $21,400, and a light brown miniskirt. Her hair was tied up into a lazy low bun. Although it is already October, she doesn't feel cold. After all, she can just take a taxi when she goes out instead of squeezing into the subway. Boss. Man greeted Xia Qing when he saw her coming out. Just call me Xia Qing or Qing Qing. Xia Qing's approachability made Moon feel more comfortable, especially when Anna saw that Xia Qing was not very old and was actually their boss. This time they are here to discuss a project worth several hundred million yuan, and they are the client. After getting in the car, Man handed all the information to Xia Qing and explained it to her from time to time. Huaxi Construction is one of the top 10 construction companies in China and is a strong state-owned enterprise. There are other construction companies in China. Man chose Huaxi after comparing other companies, including inquiring for prices. After all, the project that was finally decided was West China Company, which was worth several hundred million yuan. The price Huaxi offered us included a promise to complete the entire project within 2 years, 1 year at the earliest and 2 years at the latest. Huaxi is a construction company with a relatively fast construction speed in China. Half an hour after the car arrived at West China Company, Xia Qing had a general understanding of West China construction, including the price of this negotiation. Huaxi Building Senior Conference Room. Project Manager Qin Jun came with 2 assistants. Hello, we have seen your design drawings and are very confident that we can present this, Qin Jun said. This design must have been made by a very professional architectural designer, and the markings are very clear. Only a first-class architect can design such a design, and the commission is 2% of the total construction cost. That means the design fee is 2 million. Xia Qing felt that she had given too little. She didn't expect that she only exchanged some supplies for a design drawing worth 2 million. She decided to buy more things to compensate the architect when she went to Suyu time and space in the evening. According to the design drawings, we can ensure that all construction will be completed within 1.5 years, Qin Jun said. The completion of this construction can also create reputation for their company. That's great. Of course, the most important thing is quality.
Xia Qing said. The only thing left is Mon's negotiation. Her purpose in coming here is to sign the contract. After all, it is an investment of several hundred million. If her company is big enough, she won't need to show up directly in the future. But she has also learned a lot. You know, she didn't have such confidence before. Mon's aura was fully on display, and the meeting became heated, so the assistant quickly brought coffee. It took about 2 hours for both parties to completely agree on the details, and they still need to continue discussing the rest.
It's a pleasure working with you, Xia Qing said. It's a pleasure working with you. I will start the project as soon as possible, Qin Jun said. If you have anything to say next, you can talk to Mon directly. No problem. Miss Mon is the most capable professional person I have ever met. You are as strong as ever. I am very happy to work with you next, Qin Jun said, staring at Mon. Manager Qin, you're too polite, Mon said calmly, avoiding his gaze. Anna on the side had gone over the contract several times and only let Xia Qing sign it after confirming there were no problems. However, for contracts of this kind of large orders, both parties will have lawyers present, and West China is a state-owned enterprise, so it is very safe in this regard. 5-star hotel at night. Mon, did you know Manager Qin before? Xia Qing asked. In the afternoon, she felt that it was unnatural when Moon and Qin Jun looked at each other for the first time. Yes, he is my ex-boyfriend. The Huaxi project manager I was dating before was Qin Junxing from Group 2. I didn't expect that it would be Qin Jun who would come to meet us this time. Mon also looked nervous. She was afraid that Xia Qing would misunderstand and think that she chose Huaxi Construction because of her relationship with Qin Jun. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, and I promise it won't affect my work, Mon said seriously. I believe you. But you will have interactions with him in the next 2 years. Maybe your old love will rekindle. I see there is light in his eyes when he looks at you, Xia Qing said jokingly. Moon said that it was initially a project coordinated by West China Group 2, but in the end it became West China Group 1. No! Impossible, Moon said sternly. She just wants to work hard now. Her family is a burden, and she doesn't plan to get married in this life. Xia Qing looked at Mon's expression and said nothing, but she felt that she would be slapped in the face in the future. However, she also knew about Moon's affairs. It was known to everyone in her previous company, so the headhunting company would naturally tell her the news. If it weren't for Xia Qing, Mon might not have found such a job after resigning. Mon's parents favor boys over girls and even asked Mon to pay for buying a house and a car for her younger brother. She was hiding, but she somehow found out about her company, and her parents even complained to the director. Her father was drunk that day and beat the director. Mon, I know you are very capable at work. Even though you didn't graduate from a top university, I made you a department manager. But your father made a scene today, and everyone in the company knew about it. I'm sorry, please resign. For the sake of our past friendship, I won't call the police to arrest your father. Mon looked at the director's bruised face and said with her usual cold face, I'm sorry, director. Mon gave all her savings to her parents and sent them away. But she didn't have any money at that time. But she received a job offer. Manager Wang, there is a job that is suitable for you. If you are willing to come, the price can be negotiated, said the headhunting company staff. And she was sent a document. The office address was in a small county town in a third-tier city. She was about to refuse. The salary in a small county town is only a few thousand yuan at most, right? Her manager here also earns more than 400,000 yuan a year. The other party is willing to give you an annual salary of 500,000. Please consider it. Isn't this some scam company? Mon didn't believe that such a good thing could happen. Of course not. Our country has strict measures to combat fraud, so who would dare to commit fraud? Who wants to be shot? Mon looked at Xia Qing in front of her. She felt that coming here was the right choice. She would definitely do this project well. Chapter 84 Moral Kidnapping. Xia Qing went to the supermarket in the evening and bought a lot of things. She knew that the design drawing was worth 2 million. Suyu? Yeah. I'm here. Hearing Suyu's voice, Xia Qing felt relieved. What happened? Xia Qing looked at the people in the villa and saw that their faces were not looking good. It's our dragon country's capital base. They sent people here today. They don't get along with our brother Yu, Li Yao said angrily. Li Yao became very angry when he thought of those excessive words Jing Chen said. They actually want to morally blackmail us, Wang Chang said. Moral kidnapping? Xia Qing frowned. They want us to provide them with food for free, Suyu said coldly, his eyes full of coldness. He would never do that. Free of charge? That's wishful thinking, Xia Qing said. She also paid for the food. She had to order it. Although it didn't cost much, she had to do everything from ordering to delivering it to the warehouse. Unless you want her to work for free in exchange for something? That was what happened that day. There are no concrete negotiations yet. Those people have temporarily settled down here with us. They have guns in their hands. They not only have guns in Kyoto, but also fighter jets. If we bombard them, their base will not be able to stop it. On the other side, Jingchen was arranged to another room by Li Yao. I'm afraid they won't agree to give us food for free, Songyi said. They won't, Zhengchen sneered. Jingchen said that on purpose, just to test how much food they had. The base is very clean and the survivors look good. There must be food here, Shinbei said. Although the base is not as well constructed as theirs, their underground fortress was gradually developed by Dragon Kingdom decades ago. Originally, it was to avoid war radiation bombs. After all, the international situation in Dragon Kingdom has always been tense. Ah Chin, what happened to you and Suyu back then? Weren't you the best of brothers? Song asked. In the Dragon Kingdom's special mysterious force, Captain Suyu and Jingchen are the vice captains, and they have a very close relationship. Don't mention the past. Our current task is to find food for the base. We don't have much food in the base anymore. Jingchen frowned. Don't forget, our brothers and family are all in the underground base in the capital. A large amount of food is stored in the underground base of the capital. After the zombie virus broke out, they hid in the underground fortress. Of course, there are people searching for supplies outside, but the food has been infected and destroyed. At first, the food can guarantee 3 meals a day, and then 1 meal every 2 days and then 1 meal after that. They didn't expect that the food would be consumed so quickly, and the zombies hadn't died yet after half a year. So you will not agree to give it to us for free. Do we want to rob it? There are only 3 of us now, Shinbei said with a frown. Even if the 3 of them had weapons, there was no way they could fight against so many people. Besides, is there really food in this poor place? Songyi said in disbelief. They have the Dragon Kingdom at their back, and they have an unknown amount of supplies stored in their underground base. It's all Jiang Tao's fault. That guy betrayed us. He actually stole so much of our supplies. The distribution of supplies at the base is unfair, so those at the bottom naturally want to resist. But I didn't expect them to take all the remaining supplies out. Zhengchen frowned. In fact, they had received the signal from Suyu a long time ago. The signal from their Dragon Country base covers the entire world. They didn't believe it at first, but there was not enough food in the base, so they had no choice but to come here. We can't delay here, Zhengchen frowned. The 3 people immediately understood what Jingchen meant and picked up their weapons instantly. What are you doing? You can't walk around the base casually, said the vanguard who was guarding them. I want to see your base commander now, Jingchen said coldly. Cannot. You don't have the final say. Jingchen took out the gun in his hand. This gun was loaded with bullets. How could it be? Take me there. Otherwise you will die. Jingchen pointed a gun at the vanguard member's head. The 3 of them are also evolvers. A gunshot was heard in Suyu's office and a team member ran over in a hurry. Brother Yu, those 3 guys have held our brothers hostage. He has a gun in his hand. Let Jingchen come in alone, Suyu said coldly. After a while, Zhengchen walked in confidently. Except for Xia Qing, everyone else looked at him as if they wanted to kill him. Jingchen, I told you to rest here for a day and we need to discuss something. It's only been a few hours and you broke in holding our brothers hostage? Li Yao said angrily. Why can't we wait? Those people in Suyu's underground base are the country's elites. Some of them are athlete champions who have won glory for the country,
and some are Nobel Prize-winning scientists, writers, and high-end technical talents. If they die, our human race will be really finished, Xia Qing said coldly. So what? Aren't ordinary people human? Who has 2 lives? Suyu said in a deep voice. Back then, Suyu was also a candidate who could enter the Dragon Country base, but the base abandoned too many people. Suyu, don't forget that if it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't have died. You owe me a life! Xing Chen's words stunned everyone in the hall. Including Xia Qing, she looked at Suyu with curiosity. Suyu frowned slightly when he felt the gaze. He never wanted to explain in the past, but now he couldn't wait to explain. I've already said it, your sister's death has nothing to do with me, and I don't like her. If you insist on forcing this matter on me, then we have nothing to talk about, Suyu said with a frown. But she went to find you that day. If she hadn't gone to find you, she wouldn't have been killed. You know exactly who I am, and you told your sister my home address. Don't you know that this will put her in danger? It was you who killed your sister. If you'll feel better if you resent me, then go ahead and resent me. But I really don't like your sister, Suyu said silently. I told you so. Xing Qing felt even more heartbroken and suddenly rushed towards Suyu, and the two started fighting. Li Yao was about to help Suyu when Zhang Liang and Wang Chang stopped him. This is their own business, let them solve it themselves, Zhang Liang said. Sometimes a man's emotional knot can be healed with a fight. If Suyu hadn't explained before, Xing Qing would have fallen into this state of mind, constantly resenting him, which seemed to make him feel better. You haven't explained for years. But you have to explain today. Keep making me hate you. Bang! Neither of them gave in, and each punch landed on the other's flesh. Suyu's eyes swept over Xia Qing, who was nervous and worried. He didn't want this matter to be misunderstood today. They fought for nearly an hour, both of them were sweating profusely, and both of them had bruises on the corners of their mouths. These 2 guys are both very good. It's a pity that they both fought with their clothes on. If they took off their shirts, showing their 8-pack abs, they would fight in the octagonal cage. That scene is even more exciting and pleasing to the eyes,